Harry Potter and the Apocalypse World by Mr. Oblivious. 36. Kitchens Below. The next evening, Connect 4 returned to the common room before dinner had properly settled in anyone's stomach. Ernie brought the tournament parchment down with a solemnity that suggested history had personally asked him to maintain standards, while Justin declared that no true contest could proceed without biscuits. That immediately became a problem, because the last of the biscuits had vanished during Zacharias's attempt to prove that losing 3 games in a row was part of a longer strategy. Thomas watched the argument travel around the table with quiet interest, not because biscuits mattered, though they did, but because everyone seemed to assume Hogwarts had answers hidden somewhere if one knew whom to ask. Wayne leaned back in his chair and glanced toward the passage that led out through the barrels. "The kitchens are supposed to be near here," he said, as if sharing a mildly embarrassing family secret. "My cousin said you go along the corridor and find a painting with fruit in it." Justin brightened at once. A secret food room under the school? Why did no one mention this during the first week? Susan closed her book with suspicious care, because if first years knew where the kitchens were, half the house would never come back. Zacharias sniffed. "That is an exaggeration. Some of us have self-control." Hannah looked at the empty biscuit plate, then at the yellow disc still stacked beside Zacharias's knee. "You tried to hide 3 biscuits behind your game pieces." "They were emergency provisions," Zacharias said, gathering the discs with dignity. "One cannot plan strategy while faint with hunger." Thomas said nothing at first, but the word kitchens had hooked under his ribs. It was not only hunger, though hunger still woke fast in him at any mention of food. It was the idea that Hogwarts might have a hidden place where warmth, stores, and work all gathered below the visible school. A place like that mattered. A place like that told the truth about how a castle stayed alive. He left the common room after curfew had not quite become curfew, moving with the careful innocence of a boy going for a short walk. The corridor beyond the barrels smelled faintly of stone, polish, old magic, and, beneath it all, something richer. Bread, roast onions, sugar warming in pastry. Thomas followed the scent down, counting turns without seeming to, letting the castle settle around him as stairs and walls offered their usual little lies. The paintings watched with lazy interest, and one fat monk drifting near the ceiling smiled at him as if boys wandering after dinner were part of Hogwarts's proper breathing. The fruit painting was exactly where rumor had promised, bright and cheerful on the wall, with a pear near the lower corner that looked too pleased with itself. Thomas stood before it, feeling foolish and hungry in equal measure, then reached up and brushed his fingers over the painted green skin. The pear squirmed under his touch and giggled. A handle appeared. Thomas stared at it for one heartbeat, then opened the door. Heat, light, steam, and the scent of 100 good things rolled over him at once, and below Hogwarts the kitchens were alive with house elves. For a moment Thomas could only stand in the doorway and stare. The kitchens stretched wide and bright beneath the great hall, with long tables arranged in the same pattern as the house tables above, though here every surface was crowded with bowls, trays, copper pots, baskets of rolls, and dishes waiting to be sent upward by magic. House elves moved everywhere at once, small bodies darting between steam and firelight, ears flicking, hands snapping, voices squeaking in quick cheerful bursts as ladles stirred themselves and knives chopped vegetables in tidy flying rows. One elf near the nearest table saw him first, dropped a tray of little iced cakes, and vanished with a crack that made Thomas jerk backward. A heartbeat later, 6 elves appeared in front of him, bowing so low their noses nearly touched the flagstones. "A student is coming to the kitchens," one cried, wringing the corner of a tea towel. "A hungry student is finding us, yes he is." Thomas lifted both hands slowly, because sudden movement around startled creatures felt rude and unwise. "I didn't mean to scare anyone." The elves froze, then stared at him with enormous round eyes. Another elf, older looking only because her tea towel was frayed at the hem, pressed both hands over her mouth. "He is apologizing to us." "I opened the door," Thomas said, feeling foolish under so much attention. "That usually means I'm the one interrupting." The elves burst into motion as if his words had been a spell. One pulled out a chair twice too large for himself and dragged it toward Thomas with fierce determination. Another snapped his fingers, and a plate appeared with warm rolls, butter curls, pumpkin pasties, sliced ham, little sausages, jam tarts, and a wedge of apple cake that smelled of cinnamon. A third elf clambered onto a stool to pour milk into a cup, missed slightly, squeaked in horror, and fixed the spill with a trembling snap. Thomas sat because refusing would have hurt them somehow, and because his body had already noticed the food with embarrassing enthusiasm. "That's too much," he said, though the words came weakly when the roll steamed in front of him. "Too much?" the first elf said, sounding stricken. "A Hogwarts student is saying too much food?" "He is thin," the older elf said firmly, giving Thomas the same look Pomona Sprout gave struggling seedlings. "Thin students is needing feeding. That is kitchen law." Thomas picked up one roll, split it open, and spread butter across it while his throat tightened around something that was not hunger. "Thank you," he said, looking from elf to elf because thanks mattered more when people were waiting to see if you meant it. "It smells wonderful." The elves went very still again. Then the older one made a tiny sobbing sound into her tea towel, and 3 others began bouncing on their toes as if praise had to go somewhere or they might burst. Thomas took a bite before the warmth in the room could become too large to bear, and the bread was soft, salty with butter, and so good that for a second he forgot to be careful. He closed his eyes while he chewed, and the whole kitchen seemed to hold its breath with him. When he opened them, nearly every elf nearby was watching as if his dinner were their finest examination. Thomas swallowed, cleared his throat, and reached for a pumpkin pasty. "I'm Thomas," he said, because giving them a name felt less dangerous here than it did in official rooms. "I'm in Hufflepuff." The older elf straightened with shining eyes. "Hufflepuff is nearest and dearest to kitchens, Master Thomas. Hufflepuff's is always smelling food first." Thomas expected the attention to start feeling sharp. It always did eventually. Adults noticed hunger and turned it into questions, plans, ownership, or pity, and even kind children sometimes looked too closely when he ate as if they were watching a wound rather than a meal. The house elves watched too, but their watching had a different shape. They did not ask where he had come from or why his hands still sometimes curled around bread as if someone might snatch it away. They watched the plate, the cup, the butter knife, and the way every bite seemed to matter, and then adjusted the world around that simple fact. The older elf introduced herself as Pippi and climbed onto the bench beside the table with businesslike importance. "Master Thomas is liking pumpkin? Or is Master Thomas preferring apple? There is treacle tart cooling, and there is custard if Master Thomas is needing proper custard." "I like pumpkin," Thomas said, then saw 3 elves reach for 3 different dishes at once and hurried to add, "But I don't need more right now. I'm not trying to empty your kitchen." A younger elf with ears almost too large for his head gasped. Emptying the kitchen, a noble goal, but hard for one student. Thomas choked on a laugh before he could stop it. The sound came out small, surprised, and far too honest. Several elves beamed at him as if laughter were another kind of dish they had managed to serve properly. He wiped a crumb from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, remembered manners halfway through, and used the napkin instead. Pippi nodded approval. "Master Thomas has friends. Hufflepuff friends is sometimes coming for snacks after worry. Worry is making students hollow in the middle." That landed close enough to yesterday's troll silence that Thomas looked down at his plate. He thought of Hannah's careful smile, Susan's practical eyes, Justin declaring biscuit emergencies, and Zachariah's hiding food like a boy who wanted to be caught so he could argue about it. "They're not hollow," he said, then corrected himself because the elves seemed to listen better than most people. "Maybe a bit. Everyone was scared yesterday." The kitchen softened around him. It was a strange thing to feel in a room full of motion, but the chopping knives slowed, a ladle paused above a pot, and Pippi's ears drooped with fierce sympathy. Students is not meant to be scared hungry. Scared students is needing warm things. Thomas touched the edge of his plate. In the dead world, warmth had been fuel, shelter, fever, and risk. Here, warmth was also rolls wrapped in cloth and small hands eager to help without first asking what use he could be. "Could I take some back?" he asked carefully. "Not too much, just enough for the table. We were playing a game, and Justin said contests need biscuits." At once, the elves became delighted thunder. Boxes appeared, then napkins, then a little wicker basket with yellow ribbon already woven through the handle. Pippi hopped down and began directing the others with crisp authority. "Biscuits for contest. Apple cakes for courage. Savory rolls because boys is pretending biscuits is dinner if no one stops them." Thomas sat there with his cup between both hands while the basket filled, and for once being noticed did not make him want to hide. No one tried to keep him. No one demanded his story. The elves saw hunger and answered it as if feeding someone were not leverage or charity, but the most natural magic in the castle. For a moment, Thomas let himself believe that. Pippi packed the basket as if she were provisioning an expedition rather than helping one first-year return to a common room. Thomas tried twice to say that half the food would be enough, and both attempts only made the elves add things with greater urgency. By the time the lid settled, the basket held biscuits wrapped in cloth, apple cakes tucked beside paper twists of sugared nuts, savory rolls, a little pot of butter charmed not to spill, and a folded napkin marked with a tiny stitched badger. "This is too much," Thomas said, though he kept one hand on the handle because part of him had already counted every packet. Pippi planted both hands on her narrow hips. "Master Thomas is taking food to Hufflepuffs after fright. It is not too much. It is correct." The younger elf nodded so hard his ears flapped. Correct food is important food. Thomas looked at the row of eager faces and understood that refusing would not be politeness here. It would be turning away the shape of care they knew how to give. He swallowed, then bowed his head a little because a full bow felt silly and doing nothing felt worse. "Thank you, I'll bring the basket back." The elves gasped as one. "Master Thomas is bringing baskets back?" Pippi whispered, as if he had promised something grander than wicker. "It's yours," Thomas said, startled. "Of course I'll bring it back." Pippi's eyes shone again, but she recovered herself with fierce dignity and pointed toward the door. "Then Master Thomas is always welcome. If Master Thomas is hungry, or friends is hollow, or game is needing biscuits, Master Thomas is knowing where kitchens is." He carried the basket out before the warmth could tangle too tightly around his ribs. The corridor beyond felt cooler and quieter, and the door closed behind him with a soft click that made the fruit painting look innocent again. Thomas stood there for a breath, committing the place to memory. Pear handle, fruit frame, warm stone, the scent of bread beneath the ordinary castle smells. Another hidden door, another route, another place he would not have known if Hufflepuff had not pulled him close enough to hear its rumors. When he reached the common room, Justin spotted the basket first and rose with theatrical reverence. "Either you found the kitchens, or you've robbed a very well-organized picnic." Susan came closer, eyes narrowing at the stitched badger on the napkin. "You actually found them." Thomas set the basket on the low table and lifted the lid. The smell of butter, apple, sugar, and warm rolls drifted out, and conversation bent toward it from every corner of the room. "The pair giggles," he said, because that was easier than explaining what the kitchens had felt like. Hannah took one apple cake carefully, smiling as if the cake itself deserved kindness. "You brought enough for everyone." "The elves packed enough for everyone," Thomas said. "I only asked for biscuits." Zacharias peered into the basket with grudging awe. "For once, your methods have produced acceptable results." Justin reached for a roll and grinned. Tradition confirmed. Thomas sat back as hands passed food around, the basket returning to the table each time instead of being grabbed or emptied. Laughter rose, softer than the night before but steadier, and the common room gathered itself around warmth again. Thomas watched them eat, argue, and praise the apple cakes, and felt the strange ache of having found not just food, but another hidden kindness beneath the castle. The more Hogwarts opened to him, the more dangerous his other life became, because every secret door he loved was one more thing he could lose. 37. Greenhouse Riot. By the next herbology lesson, the kitchens had become a secret folded into Thomas's ordinary school days. He returned the wicker basket exactly as promised, and Pippi sent it back upstairs the following evening with biscuits, seed cake, and a folded napkin that somehow knew to appear beside the Connect 4 board. Hufflepuff accepted this development with the speed of children deciding that a miracle was now a schedule. Thomas accepted it more slowly. Each hidden kindness made Hogwarts feel larger, warmer, and more dangerous to love, and that thought stayed with him when he followed Hannah and Susan down the damp path toward the greenhouses. Greenhouse 3 smelled of wet soil, leaf sap, clay pots, and the sharp green bite of plants that did not intend to be decorative. Thomas breathed easier the moment he stepped inside. The long benches were crowded with trays of squat purple bulbs, each one planted in a little mound of dark compost and tied loosely with string. The bulbs quivered now and then as if dreaming of trouble. Professor Sprout stood at the front with her sleeves rolled, her hat tilted crookedly, and a smear of soil already on one cheek. "Gloves on, everyone," Sprout called, clapping her hands once. "These are jitter vine starters. They are not dangerous if handled properly, but they are excitable, vain, and very fond of applause. Do not clap at them unless you want the whole tray performing." Justin paused with one glove halfway on. "Performing how?" Sprout gave him a cheerful look. "Messily, Mr. Finch Fletchley." Zacharias leaned closer to Thomas's tray and sniffed. "They look like turnips with delusions." The nearest bulb twitched. Thomas put one hand lightly on the rim of the tray, feeling the small tension running through the roots beneath the soil. "I wouldn't insult them. They cannot possibly understand English," Zacharias said. The bulb snapped its top leaves open like offended ears and spat a neat puff of damp compost straight at his chin. Hannah made a small choking sound beside Thomas, and Susan pressed her lips together with the effort of not laughing. Zacharias froze, eyes crossed toward the dirt clinging to his face. Professor Sprout turned around slowly. "Mr. Smith, did you begin a relationship with the jitter vine by offending it?" "I was making an observation," Zacharias said, wiping his chin with injured dignity. The tray answered with another quiver. This time, 3 bulbs shook themselves at once, and the loose strings began slipping down their rounded sides. Thomas felt the roots tighten beneath his hand, not angry exactly, but excited by noise, attention, and the delicious possibility of becoming everyone's problem. "Professor," Thomas said carefully, keeping his palms steady on the tray, "I think they liked the reaction." Sprout's eyes sharpened with delighted warning. "Then we'd best not give them a larger one, had we?" Professor Sprout moved with the cheerful speed of a woman who had seen far worse than offended bulbs. "Hands steady, voices low, and nobody praise or insult anything with leaves," she said, taking a length of soft twine from her apron pocket. "We'll retee the starters one at a time. Mr. Thorne, keep your palm there if you please. They seem to find you less entertaining than Mr. Smith." "That is because I have dignity," Zacharias said, though another fleck of compost slid from his chin to his robe. Susan's mouth twitched. The plant disagreed. The jitter vines heard the laugh in the room even when no one quite let it out. Their little bulbs trembled harder. One wriggled free of its string and popped halfway out of the soil with a wet plop, trailing roots like pale whiskers. Justin yelped and grabbed for it, which was exactly the wrong thing to do. The bulb shot a loop of vine around his wrist, not tight enough to hurt, but firm enough to make him wave his arm in panic while the vine bounced as if delighted by the movement. "It's got me," Justin said, trying to sound brave and failing into laughter. "I'm being defeated by a vegetable." "Don't pull," Thomas said, stepping around the bench. He kept his voice low, the way he used it around half-wild dogs and frightened cats that still wanted food more than trust. "You're making it a game." "It started the game," Justin said, but he stopped tugging. Thomas crouched beside the bench and held out 2 fingers, not toward the vine's loop, but toward the bulb's trembling leaves. "Come on then," he murmured. "You made your point. Very impressive." Everyone saw. The nearest leaves lifted toward his voice. The vine around Justin's wrist loosened a little. Thomas brushed the edge of one leaf with his gloved fingers, careful and slow, and felt the plant's excitement buzzing through it like a tiny creature that had discovered applause by accident. It wanted reaction. It wanted motion. It wanted everyone's eyes. Hannah leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's listening to you." "It's listening to itself," Thomas said. "I'm just being less interesting than the rest of you." Sprout's laugh was warm and approving. "An underrated skill in herbology, Mr. Thorne." The bulb gave one final theatrical shiver, then let go of Justin's wrist and settled back into the soil with a smug little bounce. Thomas tucked the roots in with 2 fingers while Susan passed him a fresh length of twine without being asked. Their hands brushed briefly over the bench, and Susan's sharp look softened into something thoughtful. Then Zacharias, who had apparently learned nothing from pain or public embarrassment, muttered, "It still looks like a turnip." Every jitter vine in the tray snapped awake at once. Soil erupted across the bench. 2 bulbs launched themselves free with wet pops, and a third flung a looping vine toward Zacharias's sleeve as the greenhouse dissolved into shrieks, laughter, and Professor Sprout's ringing command for everyone to stop encouraging the produce. The next few seconds belonged entirely to the jitter vines. One bulb bounced across the bench, shedding soil in triumphant little sprays, while another wrapped itself around Zacharias's sleeve and began tugging as if determined to drag him into a more respectful relationship with vegetables. Justin tried to help by catching the loose one in both hands, but it immediately spat compost into his hair and wriggled free with a wet squeak. Hannah grabbed a tray before it slid from the bench, Susan caught the twine before it vanished under a pot, and Thomas found himself laughing even as he moved, because no one was hurt and the plants were having the best day of their short lives. "Do not clap," Professor Sprout called over the noise, wand out but not raised to strike. "Do not cheer. Do not make encouraging faces at them, Mr. Finch Fletchley." Justin froze with his mouth half open, hands held up in surrender. "I have never before been accused of encouraging a vegetable with my face." "It was a very encouraging face," Susan said, ducking as a loop of vine flicked past her shoulder. Thomas stepped into the gap between the two benches and lowered both hands. The plants wanted everyone. That was the problem. They wanted the whole bright room, the shrieks, the movement, the praise hidden inside panic. He gave them something else instead. Steadiness, a soft hum under his breath, and the careful pressure of being noticed without being chased. "Here," he murmured, crouching as one bulb bounced near his shoe. "That's enough. You've had your turn." The bulb turned toward him, leaves trembling. Thomas held out his gloved hand, palm down, not grabbing, not blocking, only offering a low place to settle. It hopped once, twice, then pressed its leaves against his fingers as if checking whether he meant it. The vine around Zacharias's sleeve loosened. Another bulb, halfway up a stack of empty pots, paused with guilty-looking roots dangling. Hannah watched him with wide eyes while keeping both hands clamped on the tray. "How are you doing that?" "I'm not shouting at them," Thomas said, and coaxed the first bulb back toward its mound of soil. "Everything keeps shouting at them." Professor Sprout's expression had gone bright and intent. "Class," observed Mr. Thorne. "He's not overpowering the plant, and he's not rewarding the mischief. He's giving the jitter vine a calmer audience than the one it made for itself." Zacharias looked down at his half-freed sleeve, then at Thomas. "Must it be an audience? Could it not be a trial?" Thomas tucked the bulb's roots into place and accepted fresh twine from Susan again. "You'd lose." This time the laughter stayed low, and somehow that made the plants settle instead of riot. One by one, Thomas guided them back into their little mounds while Hannah steadied the tray and Susan passed twine at exactly the moment he needed it. Sprout moved among the other benches, copying the rhythm, her voice warm and practical as she turned the disaster into a lesson. By the time the last vine lay gently tied, Thomas's sleeves were dirty to the elbows, his hair had a smear of compost in it, and the greenhouse felt like it had chosen him for something he had not known how to ask for. By the end of the lesson, Greenhouse 3 looked as if a small, cheerful battle had been fought with compost and lost with dignity. Soil speckled the benches, 3 students had leaf prints on their robes, and Justin's hair held enough damp grit that Susan informed him a family of bowtruckles might apply for tenancy by supper. Professor Sprout did not seem displeased. She moved from tray to tray, checking each retied jitter vine with careful fingers, praising steady hands and correcting knots until the bulbs sat tucked and smug in their little mounds. "Well done, all of you," Sprout said, brushing soil from her apron as the last vine settled. "You encountered a common herbology problem. A plant behaved according to its nature, several students behaved according to theirs, and somehow we still have all fingers, all roots, and only moderate damage to Mr. Smith's pride." Zacharias lifted his chin, though his sleeve was still damp where the vine had held it. "My pride is resilient." "The plant tested it thoroughly," Hannah said, and then looked startled by her own boldness when Susan laughed. Thomas kept his head down while untying his gloves. Praise made him more uncomfortable than compost. In the dead world, competence was something to hide unless you wanted people asking what else you could do. Here, Professor Sprout watched him with open approval. Hannah had not stopped glancing at the tray he had calmed, and Susan looked as if she had filed away 3 new facts about him for later use. Sprout came to his bench last and lifted one of the settled bulbs with a gardener's care. It trembled once, then relaxed against her palm. "You've good instincts, Mr. Thorne," she said, quieter now but not private enough for him to miss the weight of it. "Not just quick hands. You listened before acting. Many older students forget that plants are living things before they're lesson material." Thomas rubbed a thumb over the seam of one glove. "They wanted everyone to chase them." And you chose not to, Sprout said, smiling beneath the brim of her battered hat. That is rarer than it sounds. Justin leaned over from the next bench, still picking compost from his hair. So Thomas is officially less exciting than the rest of us. Congratulations. Thomas looked up despite himself. That is the nicest insult I've had all week. It wasn't an insult, Justin said cheerfully. It was a scientific conclusion. Susan passed Thomas the tray label he had forgotten to replace. It was also accurate. You made everything calmer. Hannah smiled at him while wiping soil from her sleeve. The jitter vines liked you. Thomas wanted to say that liking was the wrong word. Plants did not like people the way people meant it. They leaned towards steadiness, food, light, rhythm, and hands that did not grab too fast. Still, the warmth in Hannah's voice made the answer catch somewhere behind his ribs, so he only set the label back into the soil and said, they liked not being shouted at. Sprout chuckled and began gathering spare twine. A fine principle for plants and pupils both. Mr. Thorne, I may ask you to help me carry a tray after class next week. Nothing grand, mind you. Just useful hands where useful hands are welcome. The words should have been simple. They were simple, yet Thomas felt them settle inside him beside the kitchens, the common room, and the basket returned because returning things mattered. Useful hands where useful hands were welcome. Not owned, not hunted, welcome. He nodded once, careful not to show too much. I can do that, Professor. When the class spilled back onto the path, the air outside felt cooler against his dirty face. Justin complained about needing to wash his hair before dinner. Zacharias insisted the whole incident had been provoked by oversensitive Flora, and Hannah and Susan walked on either side of Thomas with the easy closeness of people who now expected him there. Thomas carried the empty twine basket against his hip and looked back once at the greenhouse glass shining behind them. He had not merely survived the lesson. He had helped it turn right again, and that made the day precious in a way that frightened him, because being known for something good meant there was now one more piece of himself Hogwarts could keep. 38. Niffler Afternoon. A few days after the Jitter Vine riot, Professor Sprout kept Thomas behind for the useful hand she had promised. It was nothing grand, exactly as she had said, but that made it easier to accept. He carried a tray of trimmed moonfern fronds to the shaded end of Greenhouse 2, helped rinse soil from little clay pots, and stood on a stool to pass down a bundle of hanging labels from a hook she could have reached herself if she had wanted to make the work meaningless. She did not fuss over him. She gave him tasks, corrected his grip once, praised the neatness of the finished stack, and let him earn the quiet. By the time he stepped outside, his sleeves smelled faintly of leaf sap and clean dirt. The late afternoon light lay soft over the grounds, and the path back toward the castle shone in patches after a brief shower. Thomas was brushing compost from one cuff when a deep voice called across the grass. "Oi, Thomas, got a minute, have ye?" Hagrid stood near the edge of the vegetable beds with a sack over one shoulder and a wooden crate tucked under one massive arm. The crate shifted as if something inside had opinions about confinement. Fang stood beside him, tail wagging, nose pointed with great interest at the slats. Thomas looked from the crate to Hagrid's broad, beaming face, and some sensible part of him began quietly preparing to regret this. "What's in the box?" Thomas asked. Hagrid glanced down as the crate gave another thump. "Little visitor. Harmless, mostly. Thought ye might like a look, what with Professor Sprout saying y'ave a knack for living things." "Mostly harmless is doing a lot of work there," Thomas said, though his feet had already carried him closer. Hagrid chuckled, pleased rather than offended. "That's the spirit. Cautious, but curious. Proper way with creatures, that is." The crate thumped again, harder this time, and something inside gave a sharp, eager snuffling sound. Fang whined and sat down with the air of a dog who had already learned not to put his nose too close. Thomas crouched a few steps away, not directly in front of the slats, and caught the scent of damp fur, earth, and something metallic. The creature inside scrabbled toward him at once. "It smells coins," Thomas said before he thought better of it. Hagrid's brows rose. "Does it, now?" Thomas looked up, aware too late that he had said something too certain. "I mean, it sounds excited." "Excited's one word for it," Hagrid said, lowering the crate carefully onto the grass. "Niffler's another. Borrowed her from a bloke who owed Professor Kettleburn a favor. Tiny bit of treasure hunting practice for the older students, Only she's been bored all day and I thought I'd give her a stretch before taking her back." The slats rattled. A long black nose poked through the gap, sniffed once toward Thomas, then swung sharply toward the castle as if the whole building had become a jewelry box. Thomas slowly reached for the latch and then stopped with his fingers just short of it. "Hagrid," he said carefully, "when you say stretch, do you mean supervised walk, or do you mean we're about to chase it?" Hagrid opened his mouth, paused, and looked down at the crate just as the latch clicked from the inside. His smile turned sheepish. "Bit of both, maybe." The crate lid sprang upward before either of them touched it properly. A sleek black shape shot out like a furry cannonball, landed in the grass with a delighted chirrup, and immediately shoved both front paws into Hagrid's coat pocket. Hagrid barked a laugh and tried to catch her around the middle, but the niffler twisted like spilled ink, came free with a brass button clutched triumphantly between her paws, and waddled backward with her bright eyes fixed on Thomas. "That's not treasure," Thomas said, crouching lower. "That's clothing damage." The niffler sniffed the button, looked offended by its lack of grandeur, and stuffed it into the pouch on her belly anyway. Then her nose swung toward Thomas's robes. Thomas went still. He had no loose coins visible, no shiny watch, no buckle worth admiring. But his storage sat inside him packed with secrets no creature should be able to smell. The niffler took 2 eager steps toward him, whiskers trembling. Hagrid noticed. "Careful now, they're clever little things, and once they get an idea in their heads, it takes a crowbar and 3 apologies to change it." "I'm starting to understand why the box had opinions," Thomas said, easing one hand into the grass. He picked up a wet pebble, rubbed a bit of mud from it with his thumb, and rolled it away from himself. The niffler glanced at the pebble, dismissed it as insulting, and aimed again for him. Fang chose that moment to bark. The niffler squeaked, sprang sideways, and bolted toward the castle path with Hagrid's stolen button held like a prize. Hagrid lunged after her, slipped on the wet grass, and windmilled one huge arm while the sack on his shoulder burst open. 3 turnips rolled across the ground in different directions. "Not the path," Hagrid said, recovering with surprising speed. "If she reaches the courtyard, she'll have every buckle in sight." Thomas ran. The movement came easily, cleaner than corridor walking or classroom stillness. Grass, slope, puddle, root. His body understood chase when the thing being chased was not trying to eat him. The niffler waddled faster than seemed possible, belly pouch bouncing, little paws pattering over the stones as she made for a glittering puddle where afternoon light flashed on dropped water. A familiar voice rose from the path ahead. "Trevor, no, that's not food." Neville Longbottom knelt near the grass verge with one hand cupped around his toad, who was making a determined bid for freedom. The niffler saw the brass clasp on Neville's schoolbag and changed direction with terrifying joy. "Neville," Thomas called, already angling across the path. "Bag up, shiny thing incoming." Neville looked up, saw the charging niffler, and hugged Trevor to his chest by instinct. "Is that supposed to be loose?" Hagrid thundered up behind them, red-faced and cheerful with alarm. "Only temporarily." Neville scrambled to his feet with Trevor clutched in both hands and his bag swinging from one shoulder. The niffler reached him before he could think of where to put anything, planted both paws on his shoe, and began climbing his robe with the brisk confidence of a creature who had never once been told no by reality. Neville made a strangled sound, half laugh and half alarm, while Trevor blinked from between his fingers as if judging everyone involved. "It's on me," Neville said, standing very still. "Thomas, it's on me." "Don't panic," Thomas said, though the niffler had already reached Neville's bag strap and was investigating the brass clasp with fierce little sniffs. "She likes reactions." "I am trying to be boring," Neville said, voice tight. "I've never worked so hard at being boring." Hagrid came up beside them, breathing hard but grinning despite himself. "That's good, Neville, real good. Just keep steady, and don't let her near your grand's brooch if you've got it." Neville's eyes widened. "I haven't. I'd be dead already." Thomas moved slowly around Neville's side, keeping his hands low. The niffler glanced at him once, then went back to worrying the clasp with nimble claws. Thomas needed something better than a pebble. He looked over the path, the grass, Hagrid's burst sack, the fallen turnips, Fang's wagging tail, and the wet shining scatter of rainwater in the path. Nothing good, nothing shiny enough. Then Trevor croaked. The niffler paused, her head turned. Trevor, unfortunate creature that he was, had a wet shine to his eyes in the afternoon light. Neville hugged him closer. No, absolutely not. Trevor is not treasure. She doesn't know that, Thomas said, and reached into his pocket as if searching for a coin. He did not bring one out. Instead, he found the little round brass button the Niffler had stolen from Hagrid, still bulging against her belly pouch, and realized she had not buried it deeply. She was collecting, not hiding. Hagrid, do you have anything shiny you don't mind losing for 30 seconds? Hagrid patted his pockets, then winced. Had a button. She has it, Thomas said. Ah, right. Neville, very carefully, said, my bag clasp is also not available. Thomas spotted the answer at Hagrid's belt. A dull copper buckle, broad enough to catch light, old enough not to matter too much if a Niffler mouthed it. Your belt. My belt? Hagrid looked down. Bit attached to that, I am. Not for long if she chooses it herself, Thomas said. Hagrid grunted, unbuckled it with one hand while holding his trousers with the other, and held the belt out with wounded dignity. The buckle flashed. The Niffler's eyes went round with greed. Thomas took the belt slowly, laid it on the grass a few feet away, and tapped the buckle twice with one finger. The Niffler slid off Neville at once, hit the ground, and waddled toward the prize with delighted purpose. Thomas waited until she had both paws on the buckle before he scooped her gently from behind, one hand under her belly, the other supporting her back. She squeaked, stuffed the buckle into her pouch with astonishing speed, and then went limp in his grip as if surrender had been her idea all along. Neville let out a breath and looked down at Trevor. I think we've both survived. Hagrid laughed, relief booming across the path. Well done, both of ye. That was proper creature handling. Thomas held the warm, wriggly Niffler against his chest and felt her nose press once, curiously, over the place where his impossible storage hid. He went still, but she only chirruped, pleased with stolen treasure and attention, while Neville stepped closer with a shy smile that made the afternoon feel less like a chase and more like the beginning of something friendly. Getting the treasure back proved less graceful than catching the Niffler. Hagrid fetched the crate and crouched on the grass, still holding his trousers with one enormous hand while trying to sound authoritative. Right then, Matilda, fair's fair, out with the button and buckle, and ye'll have a turnip for the road. The Niffler blinked at him from Thomas's arms with deep suspicion. Her little paws tightened over her belly pouch. Neville looked between the creature and the turnips scattered in the grass. Do Nifflers like turnips? No, Thomas said. Hagrid sighed. Not especially. Then why would she trade for one? Neville asked, with the earnest courage of a boy who was beginning to suspect adults sometimes improvised badly. Hagrid looked offended for half a second, then laughed so hard Fang barked in agreement. Fair point, Neville. Very fair point. Suppose we'll need something shinier. Thomas shifted the Niffler carefully so she did not feel pinned. She wants to win. If we take everything, she loses. Let her keep the button for now. Trade the buckle back because Hagrid needs his trousers. The Niffler chirruped at the word keep, though Thomas doubted she understood language so much as tone. He touched the edge of her pouch, not reaching in, only asking. Button stays. Buckle comes out. Matilda stared at him with bright black eyes, then shoved her nose into her pouch and produced Hagrid's buckle with the tragic air of a queen surrendering a minor province. Thomas took it between two fingers and passed it to Hagrid, who reattached his belt with obvious relief. Much obliged, Hagrid said, patting his middle. Can't go stridden through the grounds without that. Bad for discipline. Neville made a strangled little sound and looked away, shoulders shaking. Thomas saw it, then saw Hagrid pretend not to, and the whole afternoon turned warm and ridiculous in a way that had nothing to do with hidden kitchens or common room fires. It was mud, stolen buttons, a toad blinking like a judge, and a half-giant treating disaster as if it were a perfectly respectable educational method. Hagrid settled Matilda into the crate with the stolen button, a twist of shiny foil from his pocket, and far more gentle praise than any creature thief deserved. She inspected the offerings, gave one satisfied snuffle, and allowed the lid to close. Thomas fastened the latch himself, then checked it twice because hope was not a containment method. Neville tucked Trevor safely into his pocket and glanced at Thomas. You're good with creatures too. Mostly I'm good at not grabbing things that don't want to be grabbed, Thomas said, brushing wet grass from his knees. That counts for a lot, Hagrid said, lifting the crate with care. "More and people think ye should come by some afternoon, both of ye. Got plenty worth seeing if ye don't mind a bit of mess." Neville's face brightened before shyness could stop it. "I'd like that." Thomas should have answered carefully. He should have remembered that more places to go meant more people to notice his absences and more doors he might come to love. Instead, he looked at the crate, at Fang wagging mud across the path, at Neville smiling like he had been invited into something precious, and found himself nodding. "I'd like that too." They walked back toward the castle together, slower now, with Hagrid booming advice about niffler-proof pockets while Neville asked careful questions and Thomas listened with dirt on his robes and laughter still sitting lightly in his chest. By the time the towers rose ahead of them, he felt pleasantly wrung out, as if joy could tire muscles fear had trained for other work. That frightened him a little, but he kept walking beside Neville anyway, because some kinds of exhaustion felt worth carrying. 39. The dog behind the door. The Niffler afternoon changed the shape of Thomas's curiosity. Before Matilda, the castle's hidden corners had felt mostly like routes, caches, risks, and possible ways out. Afterward, they began to feel alive in smaller, stranger ways, full of creatures, habits, and side doors that had nothing to do with survival until they suddenly did. Hagrid's invitation stayed with him through dinner, through Justin's performance of being tragically undertrained in Niffler defense, and through Zachariah's declaring that any animal which stole clothing hardware had clearly been raised without standards. "You laughed when Hagrid nearly lost his trousers," Hannah said, looking across the common room table with quiet satisfaction. Thomas sorted yellow Connect 4 discs back into the box and tried to look innocent. "I observed an educational moment." Susan did not look up from her book. "You laughed." "Briefly," Thomas said. Justin leaned closer, grinning fondly. Thomas gave him a look and shut the box. "You weren't there." "No," Justin said, "which is why you must describe it again with hand gestures." Thomas did not, though he carried the warmth of their teasing with him when the common room settled and the castle above drew quieter. He should have slept. Instead, the old restlessness found him once the dormitory dimmed. Too much joy could leave him as alert as fear, and the day had been full of it. Useful hands. Matilda's warm weight. Neville's shy smile. Hagrid saying both of them could come by. Each piece was good, and good things made him want to know the walls around them better. He waited until the dormitory breathing deepened, then slipped from bed and eased his nightshirt over his head. The cloth vanished into storage with a touch, because the transformation had never been kind enough to take clothing with it. He changed beside the bed, the familiar folding pole moving through bone and skin, unpleasant for a breath and then right as paws met the floor. The black tomcat with the nicked ear paused beneath his bed, tail flicking once, and listened. Justin snored faintly. Zacharias muttered something offended in his sleep. No one woke. Thomas flowed out through the dormitory and into the common room, keeping to chair shadows and warm stone. The barrel door took patience, but cat paws and a nose for gaps had their own quiet wisdom. Soon he was in the corridor beyond, small and low, following the draft lines and old scent trails where students, ghosts, house elves, and castle magic crossed one another in layers. He did not mean to climb so high. That was what he told himself when the staircases shifted, when a door he had marked last week opened onto a different passage, when the smell of polish and torch smoke thinned into older dust. He paused near a corner, ears forward, and heard footsteps below, then a professor's voice fading away. Third-floor corridors still out of bounds, Filch was saying somewhere beneath him, sour with irritation. "Should lock the whole lot twice, if anyone asked me." Thomas went still. Third floor. Out of bounds. The words hooked through cat and boy at once. He should have gone back. Instead, he padded toward the corner, and somewhere ahead, behind a heavy closed door, something vast shifted in its sleep. The sensible thing would have been to turn around at once, return to the barrels, and pretend he had never heard Filch's complaint or the slow weight of movement beyond the door. Thomas knew that. Knowing rarely helped when curiosity and survival both pointed in the same direction. Hidden danger was still danger, and a door forbidden loudly enough to interest caretakers and professors was a door worth mapping before it opened at the wrong time. He padded closer with his body low and his whiskers forward. The corridor smelled of old varnish, iron keyholes, damp stone, and cat. Not his cat shape, Mrs. Norris. The scent came sharp and unpleasant from the far end of the passage, threaded with dust and the sour pride of an animal that believed every hallway belonged to her. Thomas stopped beside the forbidden door just as a soft scrape of claws sounded behind him. Mrs. Norris appeared around the corner, lamp-yellow eyes fixing on him at once. Thomas's tail went still. The other cat's mouth opened in a thin, accusing sound that was not quite a yowl yet but promised one. Footsteps answered below, quick and eager. "What is it, my sweet?" Filch called from the stairs. "Students out of bed?" Thomas did not wait for the answer. The heavy door stood not fully shut after all, with the latch resting poorly against the frame and a thin strip of darkness beneath it. He pushed his nose into the gap, put one shoulder against the wood, and wriggled through as Mrs. Norris sprang. Her claws skimmed the end of his tail. The door moved with him, groaning softly inward, and Thomas tumbled into a room that smelled so strongly of dog that every hair along his spine tried to leave his body. Behind him, the door eased back toward the frame with a slow wooden sigh. In front of him, darkness breathed. The first head lifted from the floor with a rumble deep enough to tremble through Thomas's paws. Then the second head rose. Then the third. 3 pairs of enormous eyes opened in the gloom, and each one fixed on the small black tomcat frozen just inside the threshold. The dog was not large in the way Fang was large. Fang was a mountain that liked sausages and praise. This creature filled the room like a problem designed by someone with a terrible sense of theater. Its paws were bigger than Thomas's whole body, its teeth shone wet in 3 mouths, and its breath rolled over him hot, meaty, and deeply interested. Thomas backed one careful step toward the door. One head followed the motion. Another sniffed. The middle head gave a low, questioning growl that made dust jump from the floorboards. Outside, Filch's voice came closer. "Mrs. Norris? Where's it gone?" Thomas looked at the dog, the door, and the narrow space behind him. For the first time since becoming a cat, he understood that being small was not always enough. Sometimes it only made the teeth look larger. The middle head lowered first. Its nose came down through the darkness with the slow certainty of something discovering a snack that had made poor life choices. Thomas held still because running was a song all predators knew, and because the door behind him had not opened again. The room had boards underfoot, old dust along the walls, and beneath the massive dog a smell that did not belong to animal at all. Trapdoor wood, cold air, damp stone rising from below. The left head huffed. Thomas's ears flattened. The breath rolled him sideways across the floor, and one enormous paw shifted after him with claws clicking against wood. He sprang backward on instinct, hit the base of the door, and felt the latch above him hold. Outside, Mrs. Norris yowled with offended triumph, and Filch's footsteps stopped just beyond the frame. "In there, is it?" Filch said, voice suddenly uncertain. No, my sweet, we don't open that door." Headmaster's orders." The dog heard the voice and growled. Not at Thomas this time. At the door. 3 throats vibrated together, and the wood against Thomas's back trembled. Filch went very quiet on the other side. Thomas used the moment. He slid along the bottom of the door, nose searching, paws silent despite the panic racing through him. There was no gap wide enough. Not for a cat, not with the latch settled properly now. The dog's right head watched him, cleverer than the others, while the middle head kept its attention on the door. The left head sniffed the floor where Thomas had stood, then sneezed dust hard enough to make him leap. That leap saved him. A jaw snapped shut where his tail had been. Thomas shot across the room before thought caught up with him, claws skidding, body low, heart hammering in a rhythm older than spells. The dog lunged after him, one huge paw slamming down hard enough to crack a board. The room shuddered, a corner table toppled, and something small and metal rolled from beneath it with a bright little ring. All 3 heads turned toward the sound. Thomas did not question the blessing. He darted under the fallen table, pressed through the narrowest gap between 2 legs, and saw, beyond one massive shoulder, the place the dog had been guarding. A trapdoor sat beneath its body, almost hidden by darkness and paw shadow. The stone line, some cold part of him thought. Real, not rumor, not book memory alone, real enough to have teeth posted over it. The dog's right head swung back toward him. Thomas ran for the door because dignity had become less important than continued breathing. He hit the lower panel with both front paws and shoved. Nothing. He twisted, reared up as far as cat shape allowed, and scrabbled at the old iron latch with frantic claws while the dog gathered itself behind him. Outside, Filch whispered, "What in blazes is going on in there?" Thomas caught the latch edge with one claw and dragged down with everything he had. It clicked. The door opened a finger width, and he became liquid panic, squeezing through as the dog's jaws crashed against the wood behind him. He burst into the corridor under Mrs. Norris's nose, hissed directly in her face from pure indignation, and bolted past Filch's boots before the caretaker could do more than yelp. Filch shouted behind him, but the words broke apart in the corridor as Thomas took the nearest corner at full speed. Mrs. Norris came after him for 3 furious strides, then stopped when the dog slammed itself against the forbidden door hard enough to make every portrait in the passage gasp awake. That, at least, gave her something better to complain about. Thomas did not slow until he had crossed 2 shifting staircases, ducked behind a suit of armor, and squeezed through a gap beneath a tapestry that smelled of dust, moths, and old smoke. Only then did he let himself collapse on the far side, sides heaving, paws spread wide against the stone. Cat shape made fear cleaner and uglier. His body wanted to hide under something until sunrise. His mind, traitorous and trained, kept rebuilding the room behind the door. 3 heads, trapdoor, cold air below, Filch refusing to open the door because of the headmaster's orders. Not a random monster, then. A guard, a ridiculous, impossible, magnificent guard sitting over the first real proof that the stone's defenses had already begun. He stayed there until his heartbeat stopped trying to claw out through his ribs, then slipped through the castle in a low black streak. The route back to Hufflepuff took longer because every sound now seemed larger. A creaking stair became a paw. A draft under a classroom door became dog breath. Twice he froze when distant footsteps crossed nearby corridors, and once he flattened himself under a bench while a sleepy prefect passed carrying a candle and muttering about first years with no sense. Back inside the common room, warmth hit him like a blanket. The fire had burned low, the chairs sat empty, and the Connect 4 box waited on the table with a folded napkin beside it from the kitchens. Thomas stared at that ordinary little scene for a long moment, then changed back behind the nearest armchair. Bone and skin unfolded into boy shape, leaving him crouched naked on the rug, shaking harder than he liked. He pulled his nightshirt from storage with clumsy fingers, dragged it over his head, and only then pressed both hands flat to the floor. He counted silently, 1 for feet, 2 for hands, 3 for eyes, 4 for the way out. The common room held steady. No teeth, no bells, no locked vault, no 3-headed dog beyond the chair, only Hufflepuff warmth, sleeping children above him, and one secret under the school that had just become far less abstract. Thomas reached the dormitory without waking anyone. Justin snored on. Wayne slept curled toward the wall. Zacharias had stolen half the blanket from his own bed and still looked offended by the world in his dreams. Thomas climbed beneath his covers and lay stiffly on his back, staring into the dark. The dog had a smell now. A weight, a room, a latch that could fail and a door that could close wrong. He knew the corridor, the approach, the danger, and the trapdoor's rough position under that monstrous body. He also knew, with cold certainty, that no plan involving the stone could remain a clever idea on paper after tonight. Hogwarts was not hiding a rumor. It was hiding a fortress with breath, teeth, and 3 pairs of watching eyes, and Thomas had just promoted the dog behind the door to personal enemy. 40. Rain match. The morning of the first Quidditch match arrived under a low gray sky and a steady rain that turned the windows silver. Thomas woke with the dog still somewhere behind his ribs. It had been days since he had slipped into the forbidden room, yet part of him kept hearing the latch click, the paws strike wood, and the growl roll through the door into Filch's frightened silence. Hogwarts had returned to lessons, meals, common room games, and kitchen baskets as if nothing under its floorboards had teeth, but Thomas no longer believed the castle's ordinary face without checking the shadows beneath it. Justin was already awake, knotting his scarf in yellow and black with fierce concentration. "You are coming, aren't you?" Thomas sat up and rubbed sleep from one eye. To stand in rain and watch people try not to fall off sticks? To witness sport, loyalty, speed, danger, and possibly Gryffindor embarrassing Slytherin, Justin said, tightening the scarf until he nearly choked himself. Also, Harry Potter's first match. People will talk about it for weeks. Zacharias made a muffled sound from under his blanket. People talk about Quidditch because they lack interior lives. Wayne, already pulling on his robes, glanced over. You're still coming. I am attending as a critic, Zacharias said, emerging with his hair flattened on one side. There is a difference. By breakfast, the great hall buzzed with match-day weather. Gryffindors wore red and gold with the braced excitement of people pretending rain made everything more heroic. Slytherins looked polished and smug, though even they kept glancing toward the ceiling's gray clouds. Hufflepuff gathered itself more comfortably, wrapped in scarves, cloaks, and practical complaints about mud. Thomas ate porridge slowly and watched the staff table as much as the students. Dumbledore looked mild. McGonagall looked bright-eyed in the dangerous way teachers did when school pride was involved. Snape's mouth had settled into a line that could have cut string. Hannah leaned across the table with a folded napkin packet from the kitchens. Pippi sent biscuits for after. She said rain makes students hollow. Thomas accepted one and tucked it into his pocket. She may be the wisest person in the castle. Susan followed his gaze toward the staff table. You're not watching the teams. Teams are easy to see, Thomas said, lowering his voice. Adults are stranger. Susan's eyes sharpened, but Justin clapped him on the shoulder before she could ask more. Come on, then. If we're late, we'll be stuck behind Ernie's head, and he narrates everything he can't see. They joined the stream heading outside, boots splashing over wet stone as the castle emptied toward the pitch. Thomas pulled his cloak tighter, letting the crowd carry him with Hannah on one side and Susan close on the other. Above the grounds, the stands rose through the rain like wooden cliffs, bright with house colors and noise. Thomas looked up at them, then toward the distant pitch, then back once at the castle behind him. Somewhere inside, a three-headed dog guarded a trapdoor under orders. Out here, everyone cheered for a boy on a broom, and Thomas could not decide which part of Hogwarts was more dangerous. Rain had already found its way beneath Thomas's collar by the time Hufflepuff squeezed into the stands. The wood shook under hundreds of wet boots, and the whole structure smelled of damp cloaks, old planks, and excitement sharp enough to cut through the cold. Justin shoved in beside him with the determined cheer of someone who believed enthusiasm could defeat weather, while Hannah tucked her scarf closer around her neck and Susan claimed the place on Thomas's other side with the quiet efficiency of a girl making sure no one jostled him off the bench. Lee Jordan's voice rolled over the pitch, bright and irreverent despite Professor McGonagall's visible readiness to correct him. The team swept out into the rain, scarlet and green blurring against the gray sky. Thomas watched Harry Potter rise on his broom, small and dark-haired and somehow steadier in the air than he often looked on the ground. The crowd roared. Thomas felt the sound move through the stand beneath his shoes and understood, reluctantly, why people loved this. Flying had made rooftops into joy. Quidditch made the whole school lean upward. There he is, Justin said, craning for a better look. First-year seeker. Imagine getting picked in your first year. I can imagine several ways to fall badly in public, Zacharias said from behind them. Does that count? Wayne leaned forward. You're enjoying this. I am enduring it critically, Zacharias replied, though he had not looked away from the pitch once. The game began too fast for ordinary watching. Chasers cut through rain, bludgers cracked through the air, and the quaffle moved from hand to hand in flashes of red and green. Thomas tried to track all of it, then gave up and watched patterns instead. Movement lanes, adult eyes, crowd reactions. Snape stood below in the staff section, black robes soaked and face fixed upward. Quirrell stood not far away, bundled in his turban and scarf, his attention angled toward the sky with a tightness that did not fit his usual fluttering act. Susan followed Thomas's gaze again. You're watching the professors. Thomas kept his voice low under the crowd's shout. Something's wrong with Quirrell when he thinks people aren't watching him. Before Susan could answer, Harry's broom lurched. The stands changed in one breath. Cheers broke into cries. Gryffindors surged to their feet, and Hufflepuff followed because fear traveled faster than house loyalty. Harry clung to the bucking broom as it jerked, twisted, and tried to throw him into empty air. Thomas's hands locked around the wet rail. His body wanted to move, to climb, to tear space into usefulness, but distance, height, and hundreds of eyes pinned him uselessly in place. Is that normal? Hannah asked, her voice gone small. No, Thomas said. Justin's face had gone pale. Someone stop it. Thomas looked down again. Snape's mouth moved without pause, eyes fixed and hard. Quirrell's lips also shifted, half hidden by his scarf, his posture too intent for a frightened bystander. Rain ran into Thomas's eyes, and the crowd's panic battered at his thoughts. He could not tell which adult mattered more. He could only see that one child was hanging from a broom while the school watched. Harry's broom jerked again, harder this time, and the sound that rose from the stands was not cheering anymore. It had edges. Thomas knew that sound from crowds before things broke. Rain ran down his face, cold and blinding, while Harry swung beneath the broom by both hands, legs kicking over empty air. The pitch below seemed too wide, the ground too far away, and every professor suddenly too slow. "Do something," Hannah whispered, not to anyone in particular. Thomas wanted to. The want hit him so sharply that his fingers cramped around the rail. He could not reach Harry. He could not open a portal under a boy in front of the whole school. He could not even be sure what he was seeing clearly through the rain and bodies and shouting. Snape's mouth moved, fixed and furious, his gaze locked upward with horrible concentration. Quirrell stood a little away, lips shifting behind the fall of his scarf, and Thomas's stomach tightened because book memory said danger while the visible scene tried to pull every eye toward Snape. "It's Snape," Justin said, voice shaking. "Look at him." Susan leaned forward. "We don't know that." "No, but he looks like it," Zacharias said, all criticism gone from his face. "That is not comforting." Thomas hated how much the crowd would believe it. Snape looked like a curse. He looked like black robes, cold focus, and a mouth shaping harm. Thomas knew better than to trust appearances, and he knew better than to forget Quirrell, but panic made patterns simple and cruel. Around him, the stands found the cleanest answer, the adult with hatred plain on his face, the teacher who had made fear a classroom method and contempt a language. Then Hermione Granger moved. Thomas saw her in flashes through the rain, a small determined shape forcing her way along the row of teachers, hair wild, face set with the fierce terror of someone who had chosen action over waiting. She ducked behind Snape. A moment later fire bloomed along the hem of his robes. Snape jolted upright with a sharp, angry movement. Nearby teachers lurched in alarm. Quirrell stumbled, or was shoved, or tripped in the confusion. Thomas could not tell. The staff section became a tangle of rain, smoke, startled adults, and flapping black cloth. Above the pitch, Harry's broom steadied with a suddenness that made the whole stadium gasp. "He's got it," Justin cried. "He's back on." Thomas watched Harry haul himself onto the broom, damp hair plastered to his forehead, small against the gray sky and still somehow there. Relief slammed through the stand so hard it nearly felt like joy. Hannah grabbed Susan's sleeve. Zacharias sat down abruptly as if his legs had stopped taking requests. Thomas kept staring at the staff section. Snape was stamping out fire, furious and alive. Hermione was gone into the crowd. Quirrell had his hand to his turban and looked shaken in exactly the way any frightened teacher might, which made the sight worse rather than safer. "The old book memory," said Quirrell. The visible moment screamed Snape. Thomas held both truths in his head and hated how easily panic made the wrong one look clean. In a school full of partial truths, even relief could teach the wrong lesson. The match did not become normal again after Harry regained his broom. It only pretended to. Rain kept falling. Lee Jordan's commentary lurched back toward jokes, and the players tried to rebuild the rhythm of the game around a thing everyone had just watched and no one could properly explain. Thomas stayed at the rail with his cloak sticking to his shoulders, eyes moving between Harry, Snape, Quirrell, and the spaces where professors could hide intention behind concern. Harry flew differently afterward, not badly. More fiercely, perhaps, or more stubbornly, as if the broom's betrayal had made him angry enough to grip the sky with his knees. Thomas understood that feeling too well. When a tool tried to kill you and you survived, sometimes you loved it harder just to prove it had not won. "There," Justin said suddenly, pointing through the rain. "He's seen something." Harry dropped. The crowd followed the movement in a great uneven roar, voices rising as Gryffindor and Slytherin blurred toward the same patch of air. Thomas saw only flashes, a green robe cutting across. Harry leaning low, his broom shuddering through rain. Then the first-year seeker pitched forward, hands off the handle for one horrible breath, and the stand screamed again. "He's falling," Hannah said, grabbing Thomas's sleeve. Harry did not fall. He lurched, gagged, clapped one hand to his mouth, and somehow landed badly but alive on the wet pitch. For a breath, nobody seemed to know what had happened. Then Harry raised one hand, and the tiny golden snitch shone between his fingers, slick with rain and saliva. Justin made a noise of pure delighted disgust. He caught it in his mouth. Zacharias stared down at the pitch. That is not in any rulebook I respect. Susan exhaled, slow and shaky. It counts, though. The Gryffindor stands exploded. Hufflepuff joined in because relief needed somewhere to go, and because even Zacharias could not maintain dignified disapproval in the face of something that ridiculous. Thomas clapped with the others, but his gaze slid back to the staff section. Snape looked furious. Quirrell looked shaken. Dumbledore's face was unreadable from this distance, mild beneath the rain as if nothing had escaped his notice and nothing needed immediate explaining. When the crowd began descending from the stands, Susan stayed close enough to speak under the noise. You knew something was wrong before the broom moved. I suspected, Thomas said. That isn't the same thing. No, Thomas agreed, looking once more toward the place where Quirrell had stood. It's worse. Justin, still flushed with match excitement, came down the steps ahead of them. Harry Potter just swallowed the snitch and beat Slytherin. Try looking happy for 1 minute. Thomas managed a small smile because Justin deserved one, and because Harry had survived. I am happy. You look like someone put a beetle in your soup, Zacharias said. Then stop imagining my soup, Thomas replied. The argument carried them down into the mud, softer than the fear that had gripped the stands. Yet Thomas could not let the match become only a story about Harry's ridiculous catch. The stone had teeth beneath the castle, and now it had hands above ground too, hidden among teachers, curses, mistaken suspicion, and children brave enough to run at the wrong target for the right reason. By the time the castle doors swallowed them back into warmth, Thomas had made one quiet decision. He would watch Quirrell more closely, and this time he would not let the visible villain blind him to the hidden one. 41. The Jinx Reconsidered. By the time Hufflepuff reached the common room, the rain had already become part of the story. Cloaks steamed near the hearth, boots made dark crescents on the stone floor, and older students leaned over chairbacks to demand every detail from those who had been closest to the rail. The match had frightened them in the stands, but warmth, biscuits, and distance began turning fear into something safer. Harry Potter had hung from his broom. Snape had muttered like a villain in a bad play. Hermione Granger had set his robes on fire. Harry had caught the snitch in his mouth, which everyone agreed was both disgusting and magnificent. Justin retold that last part with both hands, nearly smacking Wayne in the ear as he mimed Harry pitching forward. He just swallowed it. I swear he swallowed it first. Then he held it up like that was a perfectly normal sporting method. Wayne rescued his cup before Justin's sleeve hit it. If I ever catch a ball with my mouth, assume something has gone badly wrong. Zacharias sat near the hearth with a blanket around his shoulders, trying to look detached while failing completely. It was still a ridiculous sport. One boy was nearly killed, and everyone went back to cheering because a winged walnut got caught in someone's teeth. Hannah, who had taken charge of Pippi's biscuit packet, passed one to Thomas before answering. That's not fair. Everyone was scared. We were scared and happy afterward because he was safe. He was safe because Granger set Snape on fire, Justin said, lowering his voice with delighted horror. Imagine being brave enough to set a professor on fire. Ernie looked scandalized and impressed at the same time. Technically, one should not set any professor on fire, even under extreme sporting uncertainty. The laughter that followed was real, shaky, and badly needed. Thomas held the biscuit without eating it, watching the room choose its shape around the danger. Every retelling made Snape darker, sharper, easier. His black robes, his moving mouth, his hatred for Harry, all of it settled neatly into place until the answer looked obvious enough for children to sleep beside. Thomas had seen crowds do that before. Find the simplest monster, point at it, feel cleaner. Susan had been quiet beside him for several minutes. She leaned closer, her voice low enough to sit beneath the room's cheer. You're doing that thing again. Thomas looked at her. What thing? The thing where everyone else is in the same room, and you're somewhere under it. Susan glanced toward the laughing cluster by the hearth, then back at him. You don't think it was Snape? Thomas turned the biscuit once between his fingers. Out in the rain, Quirrell's hidden mouth had moved behind the scarf, and Harry's broom had steadied when confusion struck the teacher's row. The trapdoor, the dog, the stone, the wrong professor blamed too easily, all of it shifted together in his head like pieces on an old board. "I think the match wasn't only a match," he said. Susan's expression sharpened. Thomas. He finally ate the biscuit because his hands needed something ordinary to do. It tasted of butter, sugar, and kitchen kindness, and the sweetness made the thought worse rather than better. "Someone moved today," he said softly. "Around Potter, around the thing being guarded, around all of us." Snape looking guilty might be the easiest part of that, not the truest. Susan did not let the warning vanish into the common room noise. She took the arm of Thomas's sleeve, not hard, but firmly enough that he understood she meant to keep him present, then nodded toward the quieter table under the round window. Rain still traced silver lines down the glass behind it. Thomas went because refusing would draw more attention than obedience, and because Susan Bones had a way of looking at a problem as if it had already admitted guilt and was only waiting for paperwork. Hannah followed with the biscuit packet hugged against her chest, her brow creased. "If this is about the dog room again, maybe don't say things where everyone can hear." Justin, who had been halfway back to the hearth, turned at once. "Dog room?" Thomas sat with his back to the wall and gave Hannah a look. She winced, then slid onto the bench opposite him. Susan sat beside her. Justin dropped into the next chair without waiting for an invitation, because Justin believed friendship meant being included in trouble before it had a name. "There isn't a dog room," Thomas said. Justin stared at him. "That is exactly how people sound when there is a dog room." Susan folded her hands on the table. "Thomas." The pressure in her voice was small and precise. It was not accusation. That made it harder. Thomas looked from her to Hannah, then to Justin's open, worried face, and felt the old habit of sealing every door inside himself rise like a reflex. Secrets kept people alive. Secrets also made rooms colder. Hufflepuff's fire crackled behind him, warm and foolish and real, while rain beat softly against the window. "There's a forbidden corridor," he said at last. "Third floor. It has a locked room. Inside that room there's a three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor." Justin's mouth opened, then closed again with visible effort. "A three-headed dog?" "Yes." "In the school?" "Yes." Hannah's fingers tightened on the biscuit packet until paper crinkled. "You saw it?" Thomas nodded once. Filch nearly did too. He heard it. "The room isn't rumor." Susan went pale, though her voice stayed level. "And you think whatever is under that trapdoor is connected to what happened to Harry's broom?" "I think someone wants what the dog guards," Thomas said. "I think Potter's broom was jinxed because Potter matters to that someone, or because he got too close to the wrong pattern. And I think Snape is too easy to hate, which makes him useful as a wrong answer." Justin leaned back slowly, all match day excitement draining from his face. "That is much less fun than Quidditch gossip." "It isn't gossip," Susan said, looking at Thomas as if seeing not a strange dormmate but a child standing too near a cliff. "It's danger." Thomas looked down at the table, where old knife marks ran through the polished wood from years of students carving names and initials when no one was watching. "I know." Hannah pushed the biscuit packet toward him again, the gesture stubbornly gentle. "Then don't go near it alone." The words landed too cleanly. Thomas lifted his eyes. "I didn't say I was going near it." "No," Hannah said, and for once her softness held an edge. "You look like you already had." Justin's face had changed completely by the time Hannah finished speaking. The boy who had been laughing about Harry catching the snitch in his mouth had vanished, leaving someone paler, quieter, and more muggle in the best and worst ways. He looked toward the barrel entrance as if teachers might come through it at any moment and fix the world by being told the right facts in the right order. "We should tell Professor Sprout," Justin said. "Or McGonagall, not Snape, obviously. Maybe not Dumbledore either, if this is his dog, but somebody adult has to know that children know." Susan shook her head slowly. "If the adults put the dog there, then telling an adult we know about it only tells them Thomas was somewhere he shouldn't be." "That is not the main problem," Justin said, though his voice lowered quickly when 2 second years looked over from the hearth. "The main problem is a murder dog in a school." "It didn't murder anyone," Hannah said, then grimaced because the defense sounded weak even to her. "I mean, not yet." Thomas rubbed biscuit crumbs from his fingers onto a napkin and listened to them build the cage around him from worry rather than malice. Professor Sprout would care. McGonagall would act. Dumbledore would smile and see far too much. Any one of them might also look at Thomas afterward and ask how a Hufflepuff first year had reached the Forbidden Corridor, why he watched professors instead of players, and what else he knew before he should have known it. "We can't report it like a normal thing," Thomas said. "Normal things don't have 3 heads and guard trapdoors behind locked doors." Justin stared at him. "That is exactly why we should report it." "No," Susan said, and her agreement surprised Thomas enough that he looked at her. She did not look pleased to be on his side. "He's right about one part. If we say too much, we lose control of what they ask next." Hannah frowned. Control isn't the same as safety. The words found Thomas cleanly, and for a moment the warm common room felt as narrow as a service lane with too many feet behind him. He looked at her, ready to answer sharply, but Hannah's worried face stopped him. She was not trying to own his choices. She was frightened he would spend himself like a coin and call it necessary. "I'll stay away from the corridor," Thomas said. Susan narrowed her eyes. "Say the whole thing." Thomas sighed through his nose. "I'll stay away from the corridor tonight." Justin groaned softly. "That was very much not the whole thing." "It's what I can promise," Thomas said. "But I need to know whether Quirrell moves when people stop watching him, and I need to know whether Snape is stopping something or causing it." Hannah folded the biscuit packet closed with careful fingers. "Then we watch from places we're allowed to be." Thomas looked at her. "We?" "Yes," Susan said before Hannah could soften it. "If you keep secrets from everyone, you make stupid choices alone. If we know enough to worry, we know enough to notice things too." Justin sat back, still pale, but his mouth set with sudden stubbornness. "Fine, we watch, but if anyone gets eaten by the corridor dog, I'm telling Professor Sprout and writing a very angry note to the Board of Governors." Thomas almost smiled. It came small, but it came. Across the common room, laughter rose again around the hearth, loud and easy, while rain ran down the window behind them. Thomas looked at his friends, at their fear and loyalty sitting together at the table, and understood that the match had not only exposed Quirrell. It had exposed him too, because now he was no longer the only one holding the edge of the secret. They made the plan with biscuit crumbs, rain noise, and the kind of seriousness that would have looked ridiculous to anyone who had not watched a boy nearly fall from the sky. Susan tore a clean strip from the edge of a homework draft and set it flat on the table. Hannah smoothed it with both palms. Justin borrowed a pencil from Wayne, who had drifted over after noticing their faces and chosen the sensible path of sitting down before asking questions. Wayne listened to the shortened version without interrupting, which made him look older than the rest of them for several uncomfortable minutes. When Thomas finished, Wayne glanced toward the hearth, then toward the corridor that led deeper into the dorms. "So we're not sneaking anywhere, not challenging professors, not going near the dog, and not telling half the house because half the house will tell the other half by breakfast." "Correct," Susan said, writing the points down in neat little lines. "We watch who goes where. Meals, corridors, classrooms, library, hospital wing if someone has reason to be there. Nothing forbidden." Justin leaned over the paper. "Put down staff table at meals. Snape and Quirrell both." Hannah added, "And don't stare. People notice staring." Thomas looked at her, faintly surprised. Hannah flushed but did not look away. "They do. Girls notice all the time when boys think they're being subtle." "That is deeply unfair and probably true," Justin said. The small laugh helped. It loosened the tight ring around the table without breaking it. Thomas watched Susan write, Hannah hold the paper still, Justin whispering suggestions too fast, and Wayne quietly crossing out anything foolish before it gained confidence. It should have felt dangerous to let them make marks around his secret. Instead, it felt like a rope being tied from his side of a gap to theirs. Ernie arrived last, drawn by the combined smell of conspiracy and biscuits. "What are we doing?" "Homework, Rhoda," Susan said at once, so calmly that Thomas nearly believed her. Ernie looked at the paper upside down, saw the word staff table, and narrowed his eyes. "That is a very strange homework, Rhoda." Justin patted the bench beside him. "Sit down and be useful, Ernie." Ernie sat, offended enough to obey. "I am frequently useful." "Yes," Hannah said kindly. "So be quietly useful." That was how it became 5 of them, then 6 when Wayne refused to let Ernie ask loud questions without context. Thomas did not tell them everything. He did not tell them about Grindelwald, the dead world, portals, or the stone by name. But he gave them enough shape to understand that a professor might be dangerous, another professor might be wrongly blamed, and whatever sat under the dog mattered to someone willing to hurt Harry Potter in front of the whole school. By the time curfew pulled the common room toward yawns and damp socks, Susan folded the paper twice and tucked it into her charms book. "No heroics," she said, looking at Thomas first and Justin second. Thomas stood with the others. "No heroics." Hannah gave him a look that said she had heard the missing promise. "No lonely cleverness either." He could not quite promise that. He wanted to. The want itself hurt. "I'll try," he said. Later, in the dorm, while Justin's breathing evened out and Zacharias muttered in his sleep about barbaric broom sports, Thomas lay awake under warm blankets and listened to rain tapping the window. He had promised not to go to the corridor tonight. He hadn't promised not to think. Quirrell's hidden mouth moved again in memory, half covered by a scarf, while Snape burned in everyone else's story. Thomas turned onto his side and stared into the dark. Tomorrow, they would watch from places they were allowed to be, and for the first time since Hogwarts had opened around him like shelter, his secret had other eyes. 42. Chalk, dust and tricks. The next morning, watching from places they were allowed to be proved more difficult than it had sounded beside the common room fire. The great hall was too bright, too loud, and too full of moving bodies for any first year to stare at the staff table without looking like a first year staring at the staff table. Susan managed it best by cutting toast with unnecessary care while her eyes lifted only between motions. Hannah did it by passing jam, butter, and pumpkin juice often enough that her glances looked like ordinary kindness. Justin did it badly, with his chin in his hand and his face arranged into what he seemed to believe was subtle seriousness. Thomas did not stare, he counted instead. Snape sat with his shoulders set like a folded blade, black hair hanging forward as he spoke once to Professor McGonagall and did not look toward Harry Potter at all. Quirrell arrived late, scarf wrapped high, turban slightly crooked from the damp, and dropped into his chair with a flustered apology that made Professor Flitwick pat his sleeve. His hands shook when he reached for tea. His eyes did not. Across the hall, Fred and George Weasley looked at Thomas over a mountain of toast. That was the first warning. The second came when a piece of chalk rolled across the Hufflepuff table against the slope of the wood, circled Thomas's plate twice, and wrote in neat white letters beside his cup, "Spying is healthier with toast." Justin choked on his pumpkin juice. Hannah slapped his back while trying not to laugh, and Susan covered the writing with her napkin so quickly that only half the table saw it. Thomas looked toward Gryffindor. The twins were both eating innocent mouthfuls of toast with identical expressions of deep moral purity. Wayne leaned closer, eyes bright with rare amusement. "You've been noticed." "I noticed," Thomas said. The chalk wriggled out from under Susan's napkin, rolled upright, and added beneath the first message, "Very noticed." Ernie, who had been trying to read over Susan's shoulder, sat back in outrage. "That is not appropriate table conduct." From the Gryffindor table, one twin lifted his cup in solemn apology. The other flicked 2 fingers, and the chalk sprang to attention like a tiny soldier before saluting Ernie with a puff of harmless white dust. It landed on Ernie's nose, giving him a powdery mustache. Hannah pressed both hands over her mouth. Justin made a strangled noise. Even Susan's eyes betrayed her. Thomas picked up the chalk before it could escape again, turned it between 2 fingers, and felt the charm fluttering through it like a trapped moth. Not cruel, not sharp, a test, perhaps, or an invitation disguised as nonsense. He looked back at the twins, then set the chalk beside his plate and tapped it once with his wand under the table. The chalk shivered, stood, and wrote very carefully, "Observation improves with better cover." Fred's eyebrows rose. George's grin spread slowly, dangerous and delighted. Thomas returned to his toast as if nothing had happened, but warmth crept under his caution. The castle had noticed him watching its shadows. Now 2 Gryffindors who smiled like unlocked doors had noticed him too. The chalk did not stay quiet through breakfast. It waited until Ernie had scrubbed most of the white dust from his nose, then rolled neatly into Thomas's sleeve and hid there as if it had been invited. Thomas felt it nestle against his wrist, warm with borrowed charm work, and did not pull it out because the staff table had begun moving. Quirrell rose with his cup still half full, murmured something to Professor Flitwick, and drifted toward the side door with his scarf held close beneath his chin. Susan's knife paused against her plate. He's leaving early. Thomas reached for his own cup without looking. I saw. Justin leaned toward him at once. Are we following? No, Hannah said before Thomas could answer. Allowed places only. The words were gentle, but they landed with the weight of last night's promise. Thomas swallowed the answer he wanted to give and watched Quirrell disappear through the door. Snape remained seated, black eyes on the Slytherin table now, his mouth tight with the ordinary displeasure of a man surrounded by children. The visible villain stayed in plain sight. The frightened professor left before pudding. Thomas hated how neat that felt. After breakfast, the corridor outside the Great Hall became a river of damp robes, schoolbags, and post-match argument. Thomas moved with the others, keeping Hannah on one side and Susan on the other without quite admitting he had noticed their placement. They had almost reached the turning toward Charms when Fred Weasley stepped out from behind a suit of armor with a bow so deep his hair nearly brushed his knees. George appeared on Thomas's other side, walking backward through the crowd as if corridors had been invented for his convenience. Masterful reply, young Badger. Fred straightened with one hand over his heart. Concise, legible, morally improving. We were wounded. You were encouraged, Thomas said. Cruel boy, George said, grinning. He sees through us. Susan's posture sharpened. What do you want? Fred looked at her with bright approval. Excellent question. Suspicious, direct, and likely to ruin a lesser performance. George plucked the hidden chalk from Thomas's sleeve before Thomas could stop him, then offered it back on his open palm. We want to know why a Hufflepuff first year is watching professors like a prefect watches contraband fireworks. Thomas took the chalk slowly. Around them, students pushed past, laughing, complaining, heading to class. The twins had chosen a moving crowd, noisy enough to hide words and public enough to make sudden retreat look strange. Clever, then, clever enough to be trouble. Maybe I enjoy educational oversight, Thomas said. Fred sighed. He lies politely. George nodded. Worse, he lies briefly. Justin made a faint strangled sound that might have been laughter or panic. Hannah stepped closer to Thomas's shoulder. Maybe don't ask questions that aren't yours. For the first time, the twins looked at Hannah properly. Not dismissively. They measured the softness and found the spine under it. Fred tipped an imaginary hat. Fair. George's grin gentled by a fraction. But if someone's watching dangerous things, bad cover gets people noticed. Thomas looked down at the chalk in his hand, then back at them. And you offer good cover? We offer noise, Fred said. Distraction, George added. Plausible foolishness, Fred finished. Susan's eyes narrowed. For a price? The twins looked offended in perfect harmony. For art, they said together. Thomas almost smiled again, and that was dangerous too. Before he could answer, Quirrell turned into the corridor ahead, moving fast from the side passage with one hand pressed to his turban and his eyes fixed on the floor. The twins saw Thomas see him. More importantly, Susan saw the twins see him. The little chalk warmed between Thomas's fingers, and the morning's game stopped being funny. Quirrell came closer with the hurried, folded posture of a man trying to occupy less space than his own robes. Students flowed around him without much interest, already late for lessons, already loud with ordinary complaints. Thomas kept his feet moving because stopping would be obvious, and because Hannah's words from breakfast still held him by the sleeve as firmly as Susan ever could. Allowed places only, corridors counted, but following did not. Fred stepped smoothly into the current of students ahead, turning his backward walk into a lazy drift that placed him between Quirrell and the Hufflepuffs. Professor Quirrell, he said brightly, far too brightly for a morning after a Quidditch near disaster. Marvelous day for not falling off brooms, wouldn't you say? Quirrell jolted as if Fred had thrown something. His hand tightened against his turban. Mr. Weasley, I have C-class preparations. George had already appeared on Quirrell's other side, matching his pace with a face of solemn concern. Absolutely, Professor. We were only wondering whether chalk is permitted to express independent political opinions in Charms essays. Susan muttered under her breath, they're insane. They're useful, Thomas said quietly. Quirrell tried to edge past them, but the crowd thickened at the corner where Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs merged toward the Charms corridor. Thomas watched from 3 paces back while Justin pretended to adjust his bag and Hannah pretended not to watch at all. Quirrell's scarf had slipped slightly with the movement. Beneath it, his mouth was tight, but it was his eyes that held Thomas. Not frightened now, angry. For one bare second, before Fred's sleeve swung between them, Quirrell's gaze cut toward the stairwell beyond the crowd with focused impatience. Then the chalk sprang from Thomas's hand. He did not mean to let it go. It hopped from his fingers, bounced once on the flagstones, and skittered beneath Quirrell's shoe. The professor stepped on it, slipped only a little, and flailed with a thin yelp that turned half the corridor toward him. George caught his elbow before he fell. "Steady, Professor," George said, "all helpful innocence. Treacherous things, educational supplies." Quirrell's face flushed blotchy red. "Do mind where you leave things, boys." Fred put both hands up. "Not ours, Professor. We respect chalk too deeply to abandon it in public." Thomas crouched at once, retrieving the chalk before it could do anything cleverer. Quirrell's robe brushed near his shoulder as the professor hurried away, and for one cold heartbeat Thomas smelled something beneath garlic, cloth, and damp wool. Not rot, not death, something old, bitter, and wrong enough that his stomach clenched before his mind found a name for it. He rose slowly. Hannah touched his sleeve. "Thomas?" He watched Quirrell vanish down the side passage he had chosen with such care. "He was going somewhere," Thomas said. Susan's voice was quiet and strained. "And now the twins know that matters." Fred and George turned together, their smiles smaller than before. The corridor around them kept moving, cheerful and blind, but the little circle between Gryffindor mischief and Hufflepuff caution had changed shape. Fred looked at the chalk in Thomas's hand, then at Thomas himself. "That," he said softly, "was not a prank face." "No," Thomas said, closing his fingers around the chalk until white dust marked his palm. "It wasn't." They were nearly late to charms because the corridor refused to stop being a problem. Fred and George did not move aside after Quirrell vanished. Susan did not lower her guard. Hannah kept her hand lightly on Thomas's sleeve, and Justin looked between the twins and the side passage with the expression of a boy trying to decide whether rules had become too small for the morning. "We have class," Susan said, making the words sound like both reminder and warning. Fred glanced toward the side passage. "So have we," tragically. George leaned closer, his voice dropping beneath the scrape of passing shoes. "But if you need a corridor to look somewhere else, chalk can be persuaded to develop opinions." "No corridors," Hannah said. The twins blinked at her in matching surprise. Thomas looked at the chalk in his palm. His fingers had left little white marks across the skin, soft as ash. "Allowed places," he said, because if he said it aloud often enough perhaps his feet would believe him. Meals, classes, corridors were already using. Fred studied him for a beat, then nodded once. The nod was not playful. That made it stranger. "Then we'll make allowed places louder." George's grin returned, smaller and sharper. "A public service, really." Professor Flitwick's squeaky voice called from the charm's doorway before Susan could answer. "First years, unless you intend to levitate yourselves through detention, I suggest you come inside." The little group broke apart at once. The twins slipped away with a pair of innocent waves, and Thomas let himself be herded into charms between Hannah and Justin while Susan walked behind him as if guarding against further Weasley ambush. The classroom smelled of parchment, damp wool, and polish. Feathers waited in neat rows on the desks, pale and harmless, which only made Thomas trust them less. Flitwick climbed onto his stack of books and beamed at the class. "Today we will continue refining wrist action and focus. The levitation charm rewards precision, not enthusiasm alone." Ernie sat very straight. "An excellent distinction, Professor." Justin whispered, "He says that because his feather tried to escape last time." Thomas set the chalk beside his ink bottle. It rolled once, then lay still. The feather before him waited. He lifted his wand, made the motion carefully, and let the words come with measured breath. "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather trembled, lifted 2 inches, then drifted sideways. It did not fall. It slid through the air toward Susan's desk, tapped her parchment, and wrote in faint chalk-dusted gray, "Subtlety, Lesson 1." Susan stared at it. Hannah made a tiny sound into her sleeve. Justin's shoulders shook. Thomas lowered his wand very slowly and looked toward the windows, where two redheads vanished from view outside the classroom door's narrow glass panel. Professor Flitwick turned just in time to see the feather settle back onto Thomas's desk. His bright eyes moved from the chalk to Thomas's face, then to the class, trying much too hard not to laugh. "Mr. Thorne," he said mildly, "that was not the assigned application." "No, Professor," Thomas said, keeping his voice even. "It was educational interference." Flitwick's mouth twitched. 5 points to Hufflepuff for accuracy. And please refrain from allowing your stationery to develop a philosophy before lunch. The class laughed properly then, warm and harmless, and Thomas laughed with them because he could not help it. Yet beneath the laughter, the side passage stayed in his mind, and so did Quirrell's angry eyes. By the end of Charms, the chalk had written one final message on the underside of Thomas's parchment, so small only he and Susan saw it. "We saw the stare." 43. The side stare. Susan didn't let Thomas leave Charms with the parchment loose in his hand. The moment Professor Flitwick dismissed them, she caught the corner of his sleeve and turned him toward the window alcove beside the classroom door, where students were already bunching, laughing, and trying to stuff quills back into bags. Hannah moved with them as if she had only decided to fix her satchel strap, and Justin planted himself half a step out into the corridor with the air of someone who hadn't yet learned how to look casual while guarding a secret. "Show me," Susan said, keeping her voice low. Thomas slid the parchment from his book and lifted the underside. The chalk message still sat there in tiny gray letters, neat enough to be mocking and small enough to be deliberate. "We saw the stare." It looked harmless, almost silly, and yet the words made the corridor beyond the alcove feel longer than it had a minute ago. Hannah read it and folded her hands around the strap of her bag. "That means they followed him." "No," Thomas said, watching students pass in the corridor's reflection on the window glass. "It means they saw where he went. Maybe nothing more." Justin glanced toward the crowd. With Fred and George, nothing more usually means 3 hidden steps more. Susan looked sharply at Thomas. "You're not going after them." "I'm standing in a Charms alcove," Thomas said, very aloud. That wasn't an answer. "No," Thomas said, because lying to Susan while she had his sleeve was a waste of breath. "It wasn't." Hannah stepped closer, and her voice softened without losing its edge. "Thomas, the promise wasn't just about tonight." He looked at her then. He wanted to tell her that promises were easier when danger waited politely. He wanted to tell her that a man who had tried to throw Harry Potter out of the sky would not wait because Hufflepuffs had made rules with biscuit crumbs. Instead, he folded the parchment once, carefully, and tucked it into his Charms book. "I won't go alone," he said. Susan exhaled through her nose. "That is still not the promise I asked for, but it's better than nothing." A flick of movement drew Thomas's eyes to the far end of the corridor. George Weasley leaned out from behind a tapestry, saw them looking, and vanished again. A second later, Fred's hand appeared below the tapestry edge and pointed down the passage Quirrell had used, then made a walking motion with 2 fingers before changing into a thumbs up that looked far too cheerful for a warning. Justin stared. "Do we follow that?" "No," Hannah said at once. Thomas watched the tapestry settle back into place, hiding whatever stare the twins had found. The chalk in his pocket warmed as if it had laughed without sound. "Not now," he said, and felt the answer become a decision rather than surrender. "We go to the next class. We eat lunch. We let them think we're boring. Then we find out which stare can be seen from somewhere we're allowed to stand." Being boring took effort. Thomas discovered that by the second lesson, when Professor Binns's voice seeped over the classroom like dust and half the room began surrendering to the warm stupor of goblin treaties. Justin tried to pass him a note twice. Susan intercepted both attempts without looking up from her parchment, and Hannah copied dates with such fierce concentration that Thomas began to suspect she was pinning herself to ordinary work by force. Thomas kept his own quill moving. Names, dates, treaty clauses, pointless complaints about wand rights, and beneath them, in smaller letters hidden under a blot of ink, side passage, tapestry, stare, Quirrell. Susan's elbow touched his before he could underline the last word twice. "History notes don't usually glare back at people," she whispered. Thomas dipped his quill again. "Mine are ambitious." "They're suspicious," Susan murmured. "There's a difference." Professor Binns drifted through the blackboard while explaining something about the 14th Century Committee on Wand Taxation, and 3 Ravenclaws in the front row blinked as chalk passed through his elbow. The room did not laugh. It was too sleepy for rebellion. Thomas looked at the lesson, the door, the windows, the rows of students trapped in allowed places, and understood why hidden things loved schools. Rules gathered children where adults expected them to be and left the spaces between lessons half-blind. At lunch, the great hall smelled of onion soup, roast potatoes, and wet wool that had never entirely dried from yesterday's match. The twins did not send chalk this time. That made Thomas more alert than chalk would have done. Fred and George sat with Lee Jordan and a knot of Gryffindors, laughing loudly over something that made Percy Weasley rub both temples as if his family had become a headache with hair. They did not look toward Hufflepuff once. Justin spooned soup into his bowl with exaggerated calm. "They're ignoring us." Hannah tore a roll in half. "Maybe they listened." "No," Thomas said, watching without staring. "They're being clever." Susan followed his gaze with a careful tilt of her cup. "Or they're baiting us." "Both can be true," Wayne said from beside Ernie, so quietly that everyone at their little cluster heard him. Ernie set his spoon down. "I dislike how plausible that sounded." A folded scrap slid from beneath Thomas's plate. No one at the Gryffindor table looked over. Thomas lifted his plate just enough to draw the scrap free with 2 fingers. The paper held only a rough sketch. The charms corridor, the tapestry, a narrow stair curling down, and a little box beside it marked broom cupboard. Beneath that, in tidy print, someone had written, "Perfectly legal to need a mop." Hannah's lips pressed together. "No." Thomas looked at the sketch, then at the staff table. Quirrell sat there now, smiling weakly while Professor Sprout offered him the potatoes. He looked harmless again, all nerves and garlic and trembling hands. That was the worst part. "Not now," Thomas said. Susan took the scrap from him, folded it once, and slid it into her book. "After lunch, we go to the library. We find the corridor map in Hogwarts, a history or whatever else has enough dullness to justify being there. If we pass the broom cupboard on the way, we pass it together." Justin nodded, pale but steady. "Allowed places." Thomas picked up his spoon and made himself eat while the hidden stare waited under Susan's book like a small drawn tooth. "Allowed places," he agreed. The library gave Susan the excuse she wanted and Thomas the view he needed. They entered in a careful cluster, not too close together, not too far apart, with Justin talking loudly enough about the history of magic essay to make their destination sound dull. Madame Pants looked over her desk, judged them harmless or at least insufficiently sticky, and returned to repairing a book whose cover kept trying to bite the thread from her needle. Susan led them first to the history shelves, because a lie worked better when it wore proper shoes. "We need an actual book," she murmured, pulling Hogwarts, a history down with both hands. "If someone asks, we are looking up architectural changes after the 17th century stair collapse." Justin stared at her. "Was there a 17th century stair collapse?" "There is now if you say it confidently," Susan replied, tucking the folded sketch inside the book. Hannah carried a smaller volume on castle maintenance charms, her face set in the calm expression she used when she was frightened and choosing not to be. Thomas took the rear, counting desks, sightlines, doors, and the polished brass handles of the library cupboards. The side passage lay beyond the main library corridor, technically on the way back toward Hufflepuff if one chose a slightly inefficient route. Allowed places, he reminded himself. Not safe places. Allowed. They found an empty table near the end of a shelf, spread the books open, and bent over them while Susan slid the sketch into the center like contraband pretending to be homework. The map was crude, but the placement matched the corridor outside charms well enough. Tapestry, stair, broom cupboard. Thomas traced the pencil line with one fingernail without touching the ink words around it. "We pass the cupboard," Hannah said softly. "We do not open secret stairs." Thomas looked up. "I know. You say that like knowing has ever stopped a boy from being stupid," Justin said, then swallowed when Madame Pance's head snapped up across the room. He lowered his voice. "I mean, academically stupid." Wayne, who had come with them after lunch and said very little, turned a page in Hogwarts, a history. "There are service stairs near charms. Old ones. Some were closed, some weren't. Staff use them when they don't want to cross student traffic." Susan's eyes sharpened. "So Quirrell using one is not proof?" "No," Thomas said, closing the book gently. "It's a route. They left the library with 3 borrowed books, which made their excuse heavier and therefore more believable. The corridor outside was quieter after lunch, the castle shifting into that odd between lesson hush where distant voices echoed from stairwells and every footstep sounded more chosen. Thomas walked beside Hannah, with Susan slightly ahead and Justin behind, complaining about carrying castle maintenance charms as if the book had personally wronged him. The tapestry appeared at the far turn, bright with unicorns hunting something that had faded from the cloth. Beside it, exactly where the sketch had placed it, stood a narrow broom cupboard with a tarnished brass knob. Susan slowed as if adjusting the books in her arms. Hannah's fingers brushed Thomas's sleeve. Justin stopped breathing loudly, which was somehow more noticeable than breathing. Then the cupboard door opened from the inside. Fred Weasley stepped out holding a mop like a banner. George followed with a bucket, a rag, and the solemn dignity of a boy caught doing something ridiculous on purpose. Behind them, beyond the narrow darkness of the cupboard, Thomas saw the faintest suggestion of stone steps curling down where no broom cupboard should have had room to hold them. George smiled. Terrible spill in here. Fred glanced at the books in Susan's arms. Goodness. Research. Thomas looked past them into the narrow dark before the door swung gently inward, hiding the stair again. Did he go down there? Fred's smile thinned. Yes. George's voice lost its shine. And he came back carrying something that smelled worse than that turban. The corridor seemed to narrow around the words. Hannah's hand tightened on Thomas's sleeve, Susan's books shifted in her arms, and Justin looked at the cupboard as if the mop had personally betrayed the school. Fred kept the mop upright, ridiculous and ready, while George held the bucket in front of the half-closed door like a shield made of tin and bad decisions. What was he carrying? Susan asked. Fred glanced down the corridor before answering. Small bundle, wrapped in cloth. Dripping, George said. Justin's face twisted. Dripping what? We chose not to conduct a tasting, Fred said, and the humor came back too quickly, like a curtain pulled over a window. Thomas stepped closer to the cupboard. Not into it, close enough for cold air to breathe through the crack around the door, damp and stone-heavy, carrying the faint bitter thread he had smelled when Quirrell's robe brushed past him. Beneath that sat something sharper, herbal and rotten at once, like old roots left too long in water. His stomach knew it before his head did. Things hidden under castles had ingredients. Potions, wards, traps. A dog could guard a trapdoor, but someone still had to feed the protections below it. Hannah pulled once at his sleeve. Thomas. I'm not going in, he said quietly. Fred's gaze sharpened. Good, because the stair doesn't like visitors. George nodded toward the cupboard. Third step complains. Seventh step sinks. Somewhere lower down there's a door with teacher wards, and we like our eyebrows attached. Susan's mouth tightened. You went that far? We were young, Fred said solemnly. It was 40 minutes ago, George added. A sharp meow cut through the corridor before anyone could answer. Mrs. Norris rounded the far corner, eyes lamp-bright and tail lifted with dreadful purpose. Every child in the group went still in the exact same guilty way, which was unfortunate because only 2 of them were holding cleaning supplies. Justin whispered, "Allowed places suddenly feel less allowed." Fred thrust the mop into Thomas's hands. "You're helping us clean." Thomas accepted it by reflex. "Why me?" "Because you look like you hate the mop, and that's convincing," George said, tipping half a cup of water from the bucket onto the stones. It splashed across the floor just as Mrs. Norris arrived, sniffed the wet patch, then looked up at them with deep suspicion. Filch's voice echoed from the stairwell beyond her. "Mrs. Norris, what have you found?" Susan opened Hogwarts, a history with violent calm, and stepped into the center of the corridor. "A spill, Mr. Filch," she called before he appeared. "We were on our way from the library, and the Weasley brothers were cleaning it before someone slipped." Filch emerged, scowling at the books, the mop, the bucket, and Thomas in that order. "Weasley's cleaning? That'll be the day." Fred bowed slightly. "Personal growth, Mr. Filch." "Tragic, but real," George said. Filch glared hard enough to peel paint, but the puddle existed, the mop existed, and Susan's borrowed books made the whole scene look too dull to be satisfying. He grunted, scooped Mrs. Norris into the crook of one arm, and limped away muttering about unnatural children and polished floors. Only when he was gone did Thomas hand the mop back. His fingers smelled faintly of chalk and damp wood. No one goes down that stair again, he said. Fred looked at him for a long second. That sounded less like fear and more like experience. Thomas met his eyes. Then trust the experience. He looked at the cupboard door, at the crack of cold dark behind it, and understood the root had become part of the board whether he liked it or not. We don't enter. We watch where it opens, who uses it, and what comes back out. 44. Allowed places. By supper, the side stair had become heavier than a secret ought to be. It sat under Susan's borrowed book, under Thomas's ribs, under the laughter that moved along the Hufflepuff table when someone spilled gravy and Wayne quietly charmed the stain into the shape of a badger before it faded. The great hall was warm and gold lit, rich with roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and chatter about homework, Quidditch, and the worsening weather. Everything looked ordinary enough that Thomas distrusted it on principle. Quirrell was at the staff table again, folded into himself with a plate he barely touched. Snape sat 3 chairs away, speaking to Professor Vector with the same grim patience he used for breathing. The gap between them mattered. So did the fact that Quirrell's sleeve cuff had a faint dark mark near the wrist, as if something wet had soaked the cloth earlier and dried badly. Susan's cup paused halfway to her mouth. Don't stare. I'm not, Thomas said. You're staring with your whole face. Justin leaned past Hannah and whispered, Can faces stare without eyes? Because that's disturbing. Hannah set a roll on Thomas's plate before he could forget to eat. Allowed places also include supper. Supper means eating. Thomas looked at the roll, then at her hand withdrawing. The bread was warm enough to steam when he tore it open. He ate because she had noticed, and because refusing would be its own kind of answer. Across the hall, Fred and George were not looking at him. They were looking everywhere else with the exaggerated care of boys trying to prove they had no interest in anything useful. Ernie, who had been quiet since the corridor incident, lowered his voice. I would like to say that I still believe informing a professor is the proper course. Susan nodded once. Noted. I had not finished, Ernie said, affronted. I also believe that if we do so without evidence, we may only succeed in exposing Thomas's previous rule breaking and making ourselves sound hysterical. Wayne looked at him. That was almost flexible. Ernie straightened. I can be flexible when the situation merits it. Thomas watched Quirrell lift his fork, lower it untouched, then glanced toward the far doors as if waiting for a sound only he could hear. We need patterns, Thomas said quietly. Not accusations. Who leaves meals early? Which corridors he uses? Whether the bundle comes back? Whether Snape follows or doesn't? Hannah's expression tightened. And if the pattern says danger? Thomas looked down at the bread in his hand. The answer in him was old, sharp, and far too quick. Then he looked at the people around him, all of them pretending not to be frightened in their different ways. Then we decide together, he said, and felt the cost of the words as they left him. Before anyone goes near the stair. Quirrell left before pudding. He did it with the same fluttering apology he gave to everyone, one hand pressed to his stomach as if supper had offended him, and Professor Sprout actually leaned across the staff table with concern in her face. Snape's head turned only slightly. Dumbledore did not move at all, but Thomas saw the headmaster's gaze travel over Quirrell, then past him, then down the hall as if measuring how many children noticed the wrong things. Thomas's feet wanted the floor before his mind allowed it. Hannah's hand found his sleeve under the table. You said together, she whispered. He sat still. It took effort. Quirrell crossed behind the staff table, slipped through the small door near the side wall, and was gone. The great hall kept eating. Spoons scraped bowls. Someone at Ravenclaw laughed too loudly. A Slytherin second year complained about the rain. Ordinary noise folded over the moment until it almost disappeared. Susan watched Thomas's hand flatten beside his plate. Breathe. I am breathing, Thomas said. Like a cupboard with a corpse in it, Justin muttered. Ernie blinked. That is a deeply unpleasant comparison. It felt accurate, Justin said, then swallowed as Thomas looked at him. Sorry. Thomas let the breath out slowly. He had promised. He hated the promise because it held him in place when movement felt like survival, and he valued it for the same reason. Movement had kept him alive in dead London. Here, movement might drag 5 children and 2 Weasleys toward a stair they did not understand. At the Gryffindor table, Fred dropped his fork. It bounced once, rolled under the bench, and somehow sent 2 dinner rolls leaping into the air like startled frogs. George stood to rescue them with exaggerated dignity, tripped over nothing at all, and bumped Lee Jordan hard enough that Lee's pumpkin juice sloshed across the table. The mess spread in 3 directions with suspicious enthusiasm. Percy Weasley stood up red-faced. "Fred, George, sit down this instant." Fred put a hand to his chest, wounded by suspicion. George lifted one dripping roll. "We are victims of unstable bread." Professor McGonagall's voice cut across the Gryffindor table. "Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, if your supper requires supervision, I am prepared to provide it." The twins froze beautifully. Half the hall laughed. Thomas did not, because Fred's hand, under the edge of the table, had pointed once toward the side door Quirrell had used, then flattened palm down. "Stay." Susan had seen it too. Her jaw tightened. "They're telling us not to move." Hannah's grip on Thomas's sleeve loosened only when she was certain he would not stand. "Then we don't." Wayne leaned close from Ernie's far side. "If they're watching the door from Gryffindor, and we're watching the staff table from here, that's better than all of us chasing one corridor." Ernie looked as if he disliked agreeing with anything involving Fred and George, but he nodded. Distributed observation. Sensible. Thomas reached for his goblet and made himself drink. Pumpkin juice tasted too sweet over the old bitterness in his throat. Snape didn't follow. Susan glanced toward the staff table. "No, he's still there." "And Dumbledore saw Quirrell leave," Thomas said. Hannah looked at him carefully. "Does that mean he knows?" "It means he notices," Thomas said. "That isn't the same thing." The pudding appeared, treacle tart and custard settling onto plates with soft golden steam. Justin stared at his portion as if dessert had become morally complicated. Thomas ate 3 bites because Hannah was watching and because hunger did not care whether a professor had vanished through a side door. Across the hall, the twins remained under McGonagall's stern attention, apparently trapped in the safest detention that had ever failed to exist. By the time Quirrell returned, pale and smiling weakly, Snape had not left his chair. Fred's roll stopped dripping. George's shoulders relaxed by a fraction. Thomas saw Quirrell's empty hands first, then the darker dampness at the edge of his cuff, new over old. Something had gone down the stair again, or come back from it, and the only thing their allowed places had earned them was a better question. Susan closed her book under the table with quiet finality. "Common room," she said. "We write down times before memory starts making itself clever." Thomas nodded, though his eyes stayed on Quirrell. "And tomorrow," he said softly, "we find an allowed place near the other end of that stair." The Hufflepuff common room turned the danger softer without making it smaller. Firelight ran over the low ceiling, over the round windows darkened by rain, over slippers, blankets, half-finished homework, and the comfortable sprawl of students who believed supper had ended the difficult part of the day. Thomas sat at the corner table with Susan's book open between them, while Hannah brought cocoa from the sideboard and Justin sharpened a pencil with unnecessary violence. Susan drew 3 neat columns across a clean page. Time left, time returned, visible signs. Ernie leaned over her shoulder. "You require a 4th column for witness certainty." Susan paused, then added it. "That was useful." Ernie looked pleased enough to be unbearable. "I am frequently useful." Wayne set down a small stack of borrowed notes from older students who had taken charms in previous years. Charms corridor sits above the Old West service run. If the stair goes down twice, maybe 3 times, it could come out near the unused classroom by the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Students pass there all the time on the way to the library and the north stairs. Justin frowned. "That sounds very allowed." "That's the point," Thomas said, though his eyes had gone to the map Susan had begun sketching from memory. "A hidden route is useful if it comes out where people already walk." Hannah put cocoa beside him and did not let go of the mug until he looked up at her. "And if it comes out somewhere people don't walk, we don't follow it." Thomas wrapped both hands around the mug. Warmth seeped into his fingers. "I heard you." "No," Hannah said gently. "You heard the words. I'm making sure they stay heard." The table quieted for a moment. Across the room, laughter rose when a second-year slipper hopped away from the hearth on enchanted rabbit feet. Cozy noise filled the space that could have become an argument, and Thomas looked down before anyone saw too much on his face. He had been alone with decisions for so long that concern still felt like hands closing, even when the hands brought cocoa. Susan tapped the page. "Tomorrow after herbology, We pass Barnabas the Barmy on the way to the library. That is allowed. We do not open anything. We do not linger unless there's a reason. A white pebble dropped from somewhere above and landed in Ernie's inkpot with a soft plop. Everyone at the table went still. The pebble bobbed once, rolled itself out across the parchment, and unfolded into a tiny scrap of chalk-marked paper. Justin whispered, "How are they doing that?" Thomas picked up the scrap with 2 fingers. Fred and George's handwriting slanted across it in alternating lines. Lower end watched once. Professor Q came out near Barnabas. No bundle visible. Smell lingered. Also Filch suspicious of mop snout. Tragic loss to education. Susan closed her eyes for one restrained second. They were already there. Wayne looked almost impressed. That saves us a trip. No, Thomas said, looking at the words near Barnabas until the ink blurred slightly in firelight. It tells us the trip matters. He folded the note and slid it beneath Susan's page. Tomorrow we pass the allowed place and learn what the castle lets ordinary students notice. The next afternoon, herbology gave them mud, gloves, and the best excuse Hogwarts had ever offered. Professor Sprout had the first years repotting a tray of sulking puffapods whose seed pods snapped open if handled rudely, and by the end of class half of Hufflepuff carried damp cuffs, soil under their nails, and the harmless tiredness of students who had worked with something alive. Thomas liked that part. Plants resisted honestly. They leaned away, snapped, drooped, drank, or flourished according to rules that did not pretend to be kindness. Professor Sprout brushed soil from her apron as they lined up to leave. Library work for those essays, I hope. And wash your hands before you touch any books, or Madam Pants will have all our hides. Justin lifted both muddy palms. We are innocent victims of education, Professor. You are walking compost with shoes, Professor Sprout said warmly. Off with you. That sent them laughing out into the corridor, which helped. A laughing group looked less like a patrol. Hannah carried a tray of unused labels as their excuse. Susan carried the borrowed books, and Thomas walked where he could see ahead without seeming to lead. When they reached the turn near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, Fred and George were already there, arguing loudly over whether Barnabas had been braver before or after the trolls tried ballet. Fred glanced at Thomas once and made a tiny circling motion with one finger. Keep moving. George leaned against the wall beneath the tapestry and said loudly, I maintain the trolls showed promise. They clubbed him through a window, Ernie said before he could stop himself. Commitment to performance, George replied. The corridor laughed around them. Thomas passed within 3 feet of the tapestry and did not slow. That was the hardest part. The smell was there, faint but real, tucked beneath polish, dust, and damp stone. Bitter roots, old cloth, something metallic under it. He let his eyes move with the laughing students and saw the wall's lower stones, one slightly darker than the others where moisture had seeped and dried. No door, no knob, no obvious seam, only a place where the castle had learned to look uninteresting. Hannah leaned closer as they moved past. Did you see something? Stone, Thomas murmured. Wet mark, same smell. Susan's voice stayed calm. Do not turn around. I'm not. Behind them, Fred knocked on the tapestry frame as if making a point about troll choreography. Somewhere within the wall, something answered with the softest hollow tap. Thomas kept walking. His shoulders wanted to tighten, but Hannah's tray brushed his elbow and reminded him he was not alone. At the next corner, Justin finally breathed out. Allowed places are horrible. Wayne looked back once, then faced forward quickly. Not horrible, useful. Thomas held that word while the library doors came into view. Useful did not mean safe. Useful meant the stair had 2 mouths, both hidden in ordinary student roots, and Quirrell knew how to use at least one of them. As they reached the library steps, a folded scrap slid from inside Hannah's tray and landed against Thomas's wrist. He opened it just enough to read the chalked words, hollow behind Barnabas. Opens from inside. Don't ask how we know. Susan read over his shoulder and closed the note in his hand. Common room tonight. Thomas nodded, looking back only with the corner of his eye. Tonight, he agreed, and we start making a map. 45. Common room cartography. The map began badly, mostly because Hogwarts disliked behaving like a building. Susan spread a sheet of parchment across the corner table after supper, weighed the corners with an inkpot, a book, Hannah's cocoa mug, and one of Justin's shoes because the parchment kept curling at the edge. Justin objected to the shoe on principle, then surrendered it when Susan pointed out that cartography required sacrifice. The common room hummed around them, warm and drowsy after another wet day, with older students playing Exploding Snap near the hearth and someone by the barrels trying to teach a toad to fetch crumbs. Thomas sat with his back to the wall and watched the first lines appear under Susan's careful hand. Great Hall, Charms Corridor, Library Route, Barnabas Tapestry, Broom Cupboard. She wrote each label neatly, then left generous blank spaces where the castle had refused to explain itself. That seemed honest, at least. Wayne leaned over the parchment, chin almost touching the table. That corridor bends more than that. It does not, Ernie said, offended by geometry. It does, Wayne replied. You notice it if you're carrying a stack of books and trying not to drop them. The wall near the armor smells damp before it turns. Justin looked at him. That is an oddly specific form of navigation. Wayne shrugged. Better than yours. You navigate by where food was last seen. That is also reliable, Justin said. Hannah smiled, but her fingers stayed wrapped around her spare mug as if she were keeping warmth ready for anyone who needed it. What do we put for the stair itself? Susan paused with the quill above the page. The question settled over the table and quieted the easy chatter. Thomas looked at the little gap between Broom Cupboard and Barnabas Tapestry, where the secret route should have been drawn. A line there felt like an invitation. A blank felt like a lie. Dotted, he said. Susan glanced up. Because we haven't walked it. Because no one walks it, Thomas said, and then looked toward Fred and George, who had arrived soundlessly behind Justin's chair with matching expressions of injured innocence. Again. Fred placed both hands on Justin's chair back. We bring intelligence and are met with suspicion. George set a folded scrap on the table beside the parchment. Also corrections. Your West Service run is too straight, your broom cupboard is too small, and your shoe weight lacks style. Susan unfolded the scrap, read it, and narrowed her eyes. You drew this from memory. From art, Fred said. From detention, George corrected. Thomas took the scrap when Susan passed it to him. The twins' version was messier but sharper in the places that mattered, showing 2 hidden turns, 1 blind alcove, and a lower door marked with a tiny skull wearing a question mark. He traced the route without touching the ink and felt the castle become less mysterious and more dangerous. You didn't go through the lower door. Fred's grin faded a fraction. No. George's voice stayed light, but only just. It breathed at us. Hannah pushed the cocoa mug closer to Thomas before he reached for the parchment again. Then that door goes on the map as no. Thomas nodded and let Susan write it in small, firm letters. No entry, no solo approach, no exceptions. The words looked severe on the page, and for once they did not feel like a cage. They felt like walls built by people who meant to keep one another alive. The words stayed on the parchment after Susan wrote them, dark and stubborn in the lamplight. No entry, no solo approach, no exceptions. Fred and George both leaned over the table to inspect the rule as if it were a rare insect that had learned to insult them in Latin. Justin took his shoe back with wounded dignity, then immediately put it on the wrong foot because he was still watching the tiny skull on the twins' sketch. Fred tapped the parchment beside the skull. In our defense, the door only breathed once. George nodded gravely. Twice, if you count the sigh after Fred suggested opening it. Susan lifted the quill without looking up. I count the fact that you went near a breathing door and survived by luck, not wisdom. We prefer instinct, Fred said. Luck sounds common, George added. Hannah set a second cocoa mug near the edge of the table, safely away from the ink. If it breathed, then it knew you were there. That means the door noticed you, or something behind it did. The humor faded enough for the fire to sound louder. Thomas watched the twins' faces settle, not into fear exactly, but into the sharper attention of boys who had almost touched a stove and learned heat had rules. He knew that look. Apocalypse children wore it around doors, corpses, and quiet streets with too many open windows. We need to hide the map, Thomas said. Ernie straightened at once. Finally, an operational suggestion with proper sense. Susan looked at the parchment, then at the common room around them. Most Hufflepuffs were busy with homework, cards, cocoa, or sleepy complaints about essays, but a map had a way of becoming interesting if too many children leaned over it. She closed Hogwarts, a history halfway over the sheet. Not in a school bag. Bags get dropped, borrowed, searched by panic, or rifled by siblings. Fred looked offended. Siblings are a proud Weasley tradition. George glanced toward Gryffindor's distant tower as if hearing Percy's voice through stone. Also a security flaw. Thomas pulled his charms book closer and opened it near the back, where the notes grew messier because Professor Flitwick's lessons moved faster than his hand could follow. Put it inside a boring book. One no one steals. Justin looked at the open page. Your charms notes are not that boring. They are to anyone who isn't me. Susan considered the page, then slid the parchment against it. We need a concealment charm. Fred's grin returned by degrees. Now we are speaking a language with culture. George drew his wand and pointed it at the map. Nothing grand. Grand charms itch. Simple hiding. Keyed to chalk dust and bad judgment. Keyed to us, Susan corrected. George's eyes flicked to her, bright with respect. As the lady insists. Thomas watched carefully while the twins laid the spell. It was not one charm but several small ones braided together. The kind of magic teachers mentioned in passing in children with too much detention learned by necessity. The parchment thinned, shimmered, and sank into the back of Thomas's charms book until only a faint square remained beneath the page. Fred dusted it with chalk from his pocket, and the map appeared again, pale and waiting. Another tap, and it vanished. Hannah looked at Thomas. Now no one can open it alone. He met her eyes, then nodded because she had heard the real danger under the paper one. Good. The word surprised him with how much he meant it. The map was hidden, but not from them. For once, secrecy had become something shared on purpose, and when Thomas closed the book, the weight of it felt less like a burden and more like a promise. Testing the hidden map proved more nerve-wracking than drawing it. Fred insisted that every proper secret document needed a dramatic reveal. George insisted that every dramatic reveal needed a ridiculous password, and Susan insisted that if either of them made the map sing, bite, explode, insult prefects, or announce itself in rhyme, she would personally hand them to Professor McGonagall. The threat was delivered so calmly that both Weasleys accepted it as sincere. Chalk dust and bad judgment, Fred said, tapping the closed charms book. No, Susan said. Chalk dust and moderate judgment, George offered. No. Thomas took the book back, feeling the faint hidden square beneath the last page with his thumb. No words. Words get overheard. Wayne nodded. Use actions. 2 taps to request. 3 people touching the book to open. Hannah leaned in, her hair slipping forward over one shoulder. And one of those 3 has to be Thomas, Susan, or me. Justin looked wounded. Why not me? Because you asked it loudly, Hannah said. Fred placed a hand over his heart. Cruel, but educational. The rule settled better than the joking did. Thomas laid the book flat and placed 2 fingers on the back cover. Susan touched the spine. Hannah set her fingertips lightly near the lower corner, close enough that Thomas could feel the warmth of her hand without quite touching it. George dusted the page with chalk, and the hidden map surfaced in pale lines, soft as moonlight under parchment. The broom cupboard, Barnabas tapestry, and breathing door appeared, along with the blank spaces where ignorance still had too much room. Ernie leaned forward, careful not to touch. We should mark known sightings separately from assumptions. Susan handed him the quill. Use blue for sightings. Ernie froze as if she had passed him a ceremonial sword. Me? You wanted witness certainty, Susan said. Now be certain. Thomas watched Ernie draw the first blue mark beside the side door from the staff table, tongue caught between his teeth with pompous concentration stripped down into care. It made something in Thomas loosen. The map was no longer only his fear given shape. It had Justin's nervous humor, Hannah's steadiness, Susan's order, Wayne's quiet angles, Ernie's rules, and the twins' dangerous cleverness worked into it. Then the map changed. A thin new line appeared by itself near the lower stair, not inked by any hand at the table. It trembled, curled, and marked a small square beneath the breathing door. The room fell silent around them, though the common room beyond kept laughing. George's grin vanished. We didn't do that. Fred looked at Thomas. Please tell us the book always does creepy things. Thomas stared at the new square until the firelight seemed to dim around it. No, he said softly. It doesn't. No one touched the new square. That became the first proof it frightened all of them. because Fred and George had spent most of the evening touching things they had been told not to touch in the name of scholarship. Susan lifted her quill, held it above the mark, then seemed to think better of letting ink meet something the map had drawn by itself. Hannah's fingertips were still resting on the book's corner, close to Thomas's hand, and he felt the tiny tremor that passed through her before she steadied. Justin swallowed. Maps aren't supposed to have opinions. Hogwarts does, Wayne said quietly. Maybe the map listened too well. Ernie leaned back as if distance might make him more dignified and less pale. That is not reassuring. That is, in fact, the opposite of reassuring. Thomas kept his fingers on the back cover. The new square sat beneath the breathing door like a hidden tooth under the gum of the castle, small, neat, and far too certain. He could feel the charm in the book now, not only Fred and George's clever concealment, but something else tugging faintly through the parchment. Space answering space. The castle had not spoken in words, but it had accepted the question and given back a shape. Fred's voice had lost all stage brightness. Badger, if you know why your schoolbook just grew architecture, this would be a splendid time. I don't know, Thomas said, then corrected himself because Susan was watching. I can guess. Hannah looked at him. Guess out loud. He hated that, and because he hated it, he knew she was right. My magic notices places, Thomas said carefully. Doors, gaps, roots. Sometimes if I've been somewhere, I can feel how it sits against somewhere else. He kept his voice low and simple, trimming away worlds, portals, blood, and everything that would break the room open. The map may have caught some of that. George glanced at the hidden square again. That is either brilliant or the beginning of a horror story. Both can be true, Wayne said. Susan closed the book halfway, cutting the map's pale lines down to a thin glow. Then we stop. We do not keep asking it questions tonight. If the castle answered once, we don't know who or what else heard. That was sense. It was also a door closing. Thomas felt the old refusal rise, the need to push until the route became known, until every unknown square had a name and every danger had edges. Then Hannah's hand slid fully over his, warm and firm, holding him to the table and to the people around it. No lonely cleverness, she said. Thomas looked at their hands, then at the book. His false cat form trick, the crouching bodywork Grindelwald had drilled into him, suddenly felt too thin for the castle he was trying to understand. A trick could slip through shadows, but a trick could also fail. He needed something real enough to survive Hogwarts noticing him back. No lonely cleverness, Thomas repeated. Susan shut the charms book completely. The glow vanished. Around them, the common room went on being warm, noisy, and safe in the ordinary ways, but Thomas could still feel the hidden square beneath the cover like a pulse under skin. Somewhere below the breathing door, the castle had shown them another secret. Tomorrow, he would need to write to Grindelwald, and this time he would not ask about the stone first. He would ask what it truly took for a boy to become a cat. 46. The Leaf Problem. Thomas waited until the dormitory had sunk into the soft, uneven breathing of sleeping boys before he slipped from bed and dressed by touch. The charms book sat in his trunk beneath folded socks, ordinary and dull until his fingers found the faint hidden square under the back page. He did not open it. The memory of the pale line drawing itself beneath the breathing door had stayed with him through supper, through the last round of sleepy jokes, and through Hannah's hand over his in the common room. Hogwarts had answered him, and answering meant it had noticed. A false cat shape, held together by muscle memory, spatial instinct, and Grindelwald's brutal little shortcuts, suddenly felt like wearing a paper mask in a room full of candles. The cold outside the castle bit cleanly when he reached the grounds, but it helped him think. He kept to the edges, small and careful under his cloak, and used the route he had already anchored toward the hidden place beyond ordinary eyes. The first fold of space resisted under Hogwarts' old weight. Thomas counted through it, waited until his stomach stopped twisting, then opened the next way more carefully. By the time the watch hut near Nurmengard settled around him, his hands were cold, his jaw was tight, and Grindelwald was already awake beside the stove with a book open on his knee. Grindelwald looked him over once and closed the book. You have the face of a boy who has learned that cleverness can attract teeth. Thomas unwrapped his scarf with stiff fingers. The castle drew on my map. That made Grindelwald's eyes sharpen. He did not laugh, which was how Thomas knew he had said something serious enough. Explain. Thomas did, keeping his voice level while the stove ticked and wind moved softly against the hut walls. He told him about the breathing door, the hidden square, the way the charm had caught something from his own sense of place and given it back in ink. He did not dress the fear up as strategy. Grindelwald hated clumsy lies more than weakness, and Thomas was too tired to waste either. When he finished, Grindelwald rested both hands on the head of his cane. Your borrowed cat shape was built to deceive eyes, not ancient stone. It is useful in corridors, under tables, and against children who see what they expect to see. It is not a true second nature. I know, Thomas said. The admission sat hard in his mouth, but it also steadied him. I need the real one. Grindelwald studied him for a long moment, and for once the old man's pride looked almost like worry with sharper clothes. A true animagus path is slow, humiliating, and exact. It begins with a mandrake leaf held in the mouth for a full month. You must not swallow it. You must not spit it out. You must not chew it to pulp because one of your cheerful little badgers has offered you cake. Thomas stared at him. That's the first step? That is the first step, Grindelwald said. That's stupid. That is also the first step, Grindelwald said, with dry satisfaction. Magic often begins by teaching the ambitious that dignity is optional. Grindelwald made the mandrake leaf sound less like a plant and more like a sentence. He took a narrow case from the cupboard beside the stove, opened it with a touch of his wand, and removed a sheet of parchment covered in old, precise writing. Thomas leaned closer despite himself. The letters had been written by a hand that expected obedience, every line neat enough to look sharp. You will not improvise this, Grindelwald said, setting the parchment on the table between them. You will not improve it. You will not decide that because you have already worn a cat's shape, you may skip the humiliating nursery stage. Thomas looked at the first instruction and felt his face tighten. A leaf in my mouth for a month isn't a nursery stage. It's punishment. It is discipline with foliage. Grindelwald tapped the parchment with one long finger. The spell cares about continuity. A single living piece held through eating, sleeping, speaking, surprise, embarrassment, and foolish friends. You will learn whether you want the form badly enough to be inconvenienced every waking moment. Thomas imagined breakfast in the great hall with a leaf tucked in his mouth, Justin asking questions, Ernie noticing everything, Hannah offering biscuits, and Susan watching him until the truth came loose by force. The thought made his shoulders climb. All sounds strange. You often sound strange, Grindelwald said. That isn't helpful. It is accurate. Grindelwald's mouth curved faintly, but his eyes stayed intent. You asked for the real path. The real path will be social before it is magical. Can you carry a secret while surrounded by people who care enough to notice you? That struck harder than the joke. Thomas looked down at the parchment again, at the careful words and the first requirement waiting without mercy. In Apocalypse London, silence had been easy because no one safe listened. At Hogwarts, silence had grown complicated. His friends offered food, questions, warmth, and rules written on maps to keep him alive. The leaf would sit in his mouth like a tiny green lie every time they spoke to him. I can, he said, because he needed it to be true. Grindelwald studied him, then reached for a small wooden box on the shelf. Inside lay 3 dried leaves, brittle and brown. These are not suitable. They are for identification only. You need a fresh mandrake leaf, whole and cleanly cut. Hogwarts has greenhouses. You have a herbology professor who likes you. Thomas looked up sharply. I'm not telling Professor Sprout I'm becoming an animagus. No, Grindelwald said. You are going to learn the difference between asking for help and confessing your throat to a knife. Ask for a leaf for a private plant study. Do not lie grandly. Small lies are less likely to trip over furniture. That still sounds like lying. It is lying. Grindelwald closed the box with a soft click. The question is whether you will do it clumsily, greedily, or with enough care that it harms no one. Thomas folded the parchment once, then again, making the corners exact because his hands wanted something to control. Professor Sprout trusts me. Then treat that trust as a weight, not a toy. Grindelwald rose, took his cane, and moved toward the stove to lift the kettle. And if she refuses, you will not steal from her greenhouse like a starving gutter cat. You are a Hufflepuff now. Try behaving like one before resorting to burglary. Thomas accepted the mug of tea with both hands, scowling into the steam because the warmth made the scolding harder to reject. You're enjoying this. I am enjoying the rare pleasure of watching magic make you ask permission. Grindelwald sat again, his expression dry and fond in a way Thomas still did not fully know what to do with. Go back before your dormitory wakes. Attend breakfast. Find your professor. Begin properly, Thomas. A second nature built on panic will fail you when the castle looks back. Thomas returned to Hogwarts before the dormitory began properly waking, but only just. He slipped through the curtains around his bed with cold still clinging to his sleeves, shoved the folded parchment into the deepest pocket of his trunk, and had one sock halfway on when Justin yawned across the room like a trumpet learning manners. Ernie muttered a complaint into his pillow. Wayne opened one eye, decided nobody was dying, and closed it again. Justin sat up, hair flattened on one side. Why are you dressed? Thomas tugged the sock straight and kept his face bland. Couldn't sleep. That explains dressed badly, not dressed early. Justin squinted at him, then softened because Hufflepuffs were dangerous that way. You all right? Thomas thought of the map drawing its own secret, Grindelwald's leaf instructions, and the awful phrase asking permission. I need breakfast, he said, because it was true enough to stand on. Breakfast was worse than expected because it was ordinary. The great hall shone with morning light, toast racks, porridge bowls, pumpkin juice, and students half asleep over plates. Hannah pushed a dish of fried potatoes closer to him without asking. Susan watched his face over the rim of her cup. Justin kept glancing at him with the puzzled loyalty of someone who had noticed a wrong note but did not yet know the song. You look like you argued with a corridor and lost, Susan said. Corridor started it, Thomas replied, spearing a potato. Hannah's mouth curved, but her eyes stayed gentle. Are we still doing the map tonight? Thomas swallowed before answering. Not until I ask something first. That drew Wayne's attention from his toast. Ask who? Professor Sprout. Thomas kept his gaze on his plate because lying grandly tripped over furniture, and this was already wobbling. Plant question. Ernie straightened at once. A herbology question should be asked with proper notes. Professors appreciate prepared inquiry. Justin reached for the marmalade. Ernie thinks professors wake each morning hoping to be appreciated in triplicate. Thomas let them argue because it gave him space to breathe. After breakfast, he walked to the greenhouses with his book bag over one shoulder and the folded fear of the request sitting heavier than any text. Greenhouse 3 smelled of damp earth, compost, clay pots, and green living things busy with their own secret work. Professor Sprout was trimming a vine that kept trying to curl around her sleeve, and she looked up when he stopped at the door. Mr. Thorne, she said warmly. You're early. That usually means curiosity or disaster. Thomas stepped inside and wiped his shoes on the mat because the greenhouse felt like a place where care mattered. Curiosity, Professor. Mostly. Mostly is a very student word. Sprout set down her shears and gave him her full attention. What do you need? The clean directness of it nearly ruined him. Thomas had planned 3 careful sentences and lost all of them at once. He took the folded note from his pocket, did not unfold it, and made himself look at her rather than the trays of plants behind her. I'm doing a private study on magical plant handling. I need 1 fresh mandrake leaf. Whole, clean cut, not stolen. Sprout's eyebrows rose, not sharply, but enough. Not stolen is an interesting detail to volunteer. Thomas felt heat creep up his neck. I was told to ask. And who told you that? Thomas held still. Grindelwald's name sat nowhere near his tongue, locked behind better survival than panic. Someone who said I shouldn't treat trust like a toy. Sprout's expression changed then, softer and more serious. She looked at the boy in front of her, at his 2 careful hands, his hungry caution, and the stubborn effort he was making not to reach for what he wanted. That was good advice, she said. Come along, then. If you're going to ask properly, you'll learn how to cut one properly too. Professor Sprout did not take him to the loud mandrakes first. She led him past trays of ordinary seedlings, past a bench of puffapods twitching under muslin, and into the warmer rear section where younger mandrakes sat in deep clay pots under a neat row of labels. Their leaves looked innocent enough, green and slightly crinkled, with damp soil clinging dark around the stems. Thomas stopped at the edge of the bench and kept both hands at his sides until Sprout nodded him closer. Mandrakes are not ingredients with tempers attached, Sprout said, taking a small silver knife from a drawer and wiping it clean with a cloth. They are living plants with uses that make careless students forget the living part. If you need a leaf, you take one leaf, and you take it cleanly. Thomas watched her turn the pot with gentle fingers, not yanking, not grabbing, not treating the plant as a thing to be conquered. Does it hurt it? A little, Sprout said. Less if done well, more if done badly. That is true of most things. She held the knife out handle first. Choose a leaf from the outer growth. Not the youngest, not the strongest, one the plant can spare. The knife felt colder than his wand. Thomas leaned close, studying the plant as if it were a room with exits. One leaf curled over the pot's edge, whole and healthy without being central. He touched it with one fingertip, then looked at Sprout. When she nodded, he set the blade near the base and cut in a single careful motion. The leaf came free into his palm, small, green, and suddenly much heavier than it should have been. Sprout took the knife back. Good. Now tell me how you'll store it. Thomas hesitated. The honest answer was not in a jar, not dried, not stored at all. Carefully, he said. That is not a method, Mr. Thorne. He looked at the leaf, then at the woman who had let him ask instead of stealing. Close, he said at last. Very close. I need it fresh. Sprout studied him for a breath, then reached into another drawer and took out a tiny folded paper packet. Then keep it damp until you begin whatever this private study is. If the leaf dies through neglect, you do not get a second today. Curiosity is allowed. Waste is not. Yes, Professor. Thomas placed the leaf in the damp packet with both hands, and the carefulness of it made his throat feel tight. Thank you. By afternoon, the packet had become a secret weight in his pocket. He avoided sweets, answered questions cautiously, and made it as far as the common room before Justin noticed him pressing his tongue against his teeth. You're doing something odd with your mouth, Justin said, lowering his chess piece halfway to the board. Please say it isn't another Hufflepuff survival custom I've missed. Thomas froze with the mandrake leaf tucked carefully beneath his tongue, green and strange and already unbearable. Private study, he said, and the words came out thick enough to make Susan look up. Justin stared for a moment, then lowered the chess piece with exaggerated care. That sounded like private study with leaves. Thomas closed his mouth very slowly. Hannah covered her smile with her mug, but her eyes stayed kind. Do you need us to stop offering you biscuits for a while? Thomas nodded once, grateful enough that it almost hurt. Susan's gaze sharpened into almost certainty, but she only moved the chessboard away from his elbow and set a spare bit of parchment beside him. If you need help, write it. If you start choking, I'm telling Professor Sprout. Thomas looked at the parchment, then at Justin's curious face, Hannah's warm, amused eyes, and Susan's waiting quill. The leaf settled against his tongue like the first green bar of a cage he had chosen for himself. He had asked, he had been given, and now his friends were already close enough to make secrecy difficult. That, Grindelwald had said, was the real path. Thomas picked up the quill, wrote thank you in careful letters, and understood that the month had begun with witnesses whether he liked it or not. 47. Mirror Boy. The first week of the leaf taught Thomas that ordinary life had teeth of its own. He could cross worlds, thread careful gaps through hostile wards, and sit across from Grindelwald without flinching every time the old man smiled like a knife, but breakfast with a mandrake leaf tucked beneath his tongue nearly defeated him by Tuesday. Toast became engineering, porridge became danger, pumpkin juice required slow attention and deep suspicion. Every time Justin made him laugh, the leaf slid sideways, and Thomas had to press his tongue to the roof of his mouth while pretending he had not nearly swallowed a month of ritual work. Hannah noticed first, which surprised no one except Thomas. She set a napkin beside his plate and murmured, "You're doing the careful mouth thing again." Thomas gave her a narrow look over his eggs and wrote on the scrap Susan had supplied after the first day. Private study still private. Justin leaned in, read it upside down, and brightened. That's not a denial, that's practically a confession with tidy handwriting. Thomas wrote another line with more force. Justin should eat toast. Rude, Justin said, taking toast anyway. Also fair. The great hall was quieter than usual, thinned by Christmas holidays and sleepy cold mornings, so conversations carried strangely. Gryffindor's table sat nearer in sound than in distance. Thomas kept his eyes on his plate, but his ears followed Ron Weasley's low, excited voice as the red-haired boy bent close to Harry Potter. Harry looked pale with sleeplessness, his hair worse than usual and his gaze fixed not on food, but on some inward shape that had followed him into the hall. "You can't go again tonight," Ron whispered, not quietly enough. "You heard what he said." Harry's hand tightened around his spoon. "I just want another look." "At what?" Hermione demanded from across them, sharp with worry even when trying to keep her voice low. "You still haven't properly explained where you two went." Ron glanced around, caught Thomas looking almost by accident, and dropped his voice until the words blurred. Harry did not. He stared past the plates, past the candles, past the whole warm hall as if breakfast were something happening to someone else. Thomas looked away before anyone noticed too much. The leaf pressed green and awkward under his tongue, and the small discomfort became suddenly useful. Obsession had a posture. He knew it from hunger, from locked doors, from gold behind steel. Harry Potter had found something in the castle that pulled him back after warnings, after sleep loss, after being seen. Something powerful enough to make a boy with friends look alone in a crowded room. Susan's quill scratched beside him. She had written one question on his parchment while pretending to butter bread. "Potter?" Thomas kept his face still and wrote beneath it, "Watch only, no approach." Hannah read the answer, then touched the edge of his plate and nudged a safer piece of toast toward him. "Then chew slowly," she said softly. "You're terrible at looking normal when you're thinking." Thomas glared without heat, took the toast, and listened as Harry pushed his breakfast away untouched. Whatever the thing was, it had already begun teaching him something about Dumbledore's timing. The castle had opened one more quiet door, and this time Thomas meant to learn where it led before anyone moved it. By lunch, Thomas had a rule for himself. He would not follow Harry Potter. Following was easy, and easy things were often traps wearing a friendly hat. Instead, he followed consequences. He watched where Ron stopped speaking when older Gryffindors came near. He watched Hermione's irritation sharpen into worry when Harry drifted through conversations without catching them. He watched Professor Dumbledore over the staff table, because the old wizard's calm had begun to look less like ignorance and more like someone letting a lesson finish. The leaf made every part of it worse. It sat beneath Thomas's tongue, damp and stubborn, turning silence into effort and effort into a constant little ache. At lunch, Justin asked whether he wanted treacle tart, and Thomas had to shake his head with the solemnity of a boy refusing medicine. Justin narrowed his eyes. "You refusing pudding is now officially evidence of dark forces." Thomas wrote on the parchment strip beside his plate, "Private study, mouth hazard." "That is not reassuring," Justin said. Susan read the line and looked toward the Gryffindor table instead of pressing him. "Your private study is making you stare at Potter." Thomas crossed out stare and wrote observe. Hannah leaned close enough that only he could hear. "Observe from here. Don't go chasing him through corridors with that leaf in your mouth." Thomas glanced at her, annoyed by how precisely she had found the stupidest version of his plan. He wrote, "Not chasing." After lunch, he proved it by going to the library instead. The library was allowed. Research was allowed. Sitting 2 tables from Hermione Granger while she attacked a stack of books as if knowledge had personally insulted her was merely strategic seating. Thomas opened a charms text upside down, corrected it before Susan could haunt him in spirit, and listened while Ron dropped into the chair opposite Hermione with a thump. He saw his family, Ron whispered, too loudly for a boy trying to be secret. "That's what it does. Shows things." Hermione's voice tightened. "That's not a toy, Ron. If Professor Dumbledore knows Harry keeps going, then why leave it there at all?" Thomas kept his eyes on the page. There it was, neat as a cut leaf. Dumbledore knew. The mirror was still available because Dumbledore allowed it to be available, not because the castle had misplaced something priceless. Harry was being shown desire before the artifact became protection. A lesson first, a lock later. The leaf pressed bitter and green against Thomas's tongue, and he swallowed carefully around it without swallowing it. Hidden preparation had weight. It made meals difficult, speech dangerous, and friendships full of questions. If Dumbledore was preparing Harry with the same quiet cruelty, then the old man understood cost too well to be accidental. Ron stood, restless and unhappy. "Come on, Harry'll be in the common room by now. He said he wasn't going back tonight." Hermione closed her book harder than necessary. "He also said that last night." Thomas waited until they left before turning his own page. At the top margin, Where no one else would notice, he wrote 3 words in tiny careful letters. Mirror active now. Then he closed the book, held the leaf in place, and began thinking about where a thing like that would be moved when lessons ended and locks began. By evening, Thomas had learned 2 more things. First, Harry Potter was a terrible liar when tired. Second, Ron Weasley was worse at whispering than Justin was at pretending not to steal extra rolls. The Gryffindors crossed the entrance hall after dinner with Hermione walking between the boys like a very small storm cloud in robes, and Harry kept glancing toward the upper corridors as if his feet were already there without permission. Thomas did not follow. He stood near the Hufflepuff line with the mandrake leaf tucked under his tongue and his hands loose at his sides, letting the crowd move around him. Following Harry would be simple, stupid, and noisy. He needed the room, not the boy. He needed the path Dumbledore had allowed. The place where desire had been given enough privacy to become a lesson. Justin bumped his shoulder lightly. "You're doing the corridor thinking face now." Thomas took out the parchment strip and wrote, "There are too many faces." "That is definitely not reassuring," Justin said, peering at the words. Susan read over his other shoulder and lowered her voice. "Is this still Potter?" Thomas hesitated, then wrote, "Something Potter found. Old. Important. Dumbledore knows." Hannah's expression changed first, soft worry turning into something steadier. "Then we don't chase. We do what we did with the map. Rules first." That settled him more than it should have. They went back to the common room with the ordinary traffic of the house, but the corner table became theirs by silent agreement. Susan laid out a clean scrap of parchment. Wayne fetched the charms book from Thomas's bag and put it down without opening it. Justin brought cocoa because he claimed every conspiracy needed proper refreshments, and Ernie, after being told nothing, joined them anyway with the solemn air of a boy prepared to disapprove on principle. "What exactly are we disapproving of?" Ernie asked, sitting down. Thomas wrote, "Unknown object. Possible Dumbledore lesson. Potter involved." Ernie stared at the line, then at Thomas. "That is not nearly enough information for responsible disapproval." "It's enough for cautious disapproval," Wayne said, touching the spine of the charms book. "Map?" Thomas nodded once. Susan looked at him carefully before opening the hidden page. "No asking the castle questions. We only mark what we already know." The map appeared under chalk dust, pale and patient. Thomas leaned over it, holding the leaf in place while his eyes traced remembered routes from the Great Hall, the library, the upper corridors, and the places Harry had glanced toward without meaning to. He did not touch the breathing door. He did not touch the new square. Instead, he tapped a blank stretch near a disused classroom corridor he had passed twice in false cat shape and never entered. Hannah watched his hand. "You think it's there?" Thomas wrote 1 word beside the map. "Maybe." Justin set his cocoa down with exaggerated care. "I dislike maybe. Maybe is where monsters keep their hats." Susan's quill hovered, then marked the corridor with a tiny circle instead of a line. "Observation only. No entry. No solo approach." Thomas looked at the familiar words and felt the leaf settle bitter against his tongue. The rule should have irritated him. Instead, it held. Harry Potter might be learning alone in front of a mirror, but Thomas did not have to answer loneliness with more loneliness. He tapped the circle once, accepted Susan's firm nod, and began planning how to learn the room's shape without stepping inside it. Thomas went to Nermangard after the common room had softened into cards, cocoa, and sleepy conversation. He did not open the map again. Susan's circle sat clearly enough in his head, and the mandrake leaf made his mouth too strange for excuses if anyone caught him out of bed twice in one night. He left only when Wayne began pretending not to notice him, and Hannah, without looking up from her cup, slid a folded napkin into his hand with 3 biscuits inside. That was worse than suspicion. It was trust with food wrapped around it. The watch hut was warmer than the grounds and colder than the common room. Grindelwald sat by the stove with the patience of a spider that had learned to read newspapers, and his eyes went at once to Thomas's mouth. "Still green and suffering, I see." Thomas took out the parchment instead of answering immediately. The leaf sat under his tongue like a living warning, and every word risked undoing what he had begun. He laid the report on the table, weighting the corners with Grindelwald's ink bottle and the biscuit napkin before he spoke. "The mirror is active. Potter found it. Dumbledore knows. It has not been moved yet." Grindelwald did not touch the parchment. "You are certain this is the mirror of Arised?" Not from sight. Thomas forced the words out slowly, careful around the leaf and the truth beneath the truth. From behavior. Potter is losing sleep. Weasley said it shows family. Granger asked why Dumbledore left it there if he knows. Dumbledore is letting the lesson finish. That pleased Grindelwald in a way that made the hut feel sharper. He leaned back, cane resting across his knees, and the firelight drew old lines across his face. So Albus displays the wound before he turns the blade into a lock. Thomas looked down at the report. That means it moves soon. If I wait until it becomes part of the defense, the root hardens. If I find the room now, I can anchor the future chamber before the board changes. And can you find it without entering? Grindelwald asked. Thomas thought of Susan's circle, Hannah's rules, Justin's bad jokes, and the way Harry had looked alone in the Great Hall. Maybe. Then maybe is not enough. Grindelwald rose with slow care, went to the shelf, and took down a small black case Thomas had seen only once before. We have allowed the child's school year to proceed politely around our necessities. That courtesy has served its purpose. Thomas stiffened. No one comes into Hogwarts. Grindelwald looked over his shoulder, and for once he did not smile. Not into Hogwarts. Around it. Behind it. Ready for the moment you need more than nerve and a schoolboy map. He opened the case and removed a silver token engraved with a rose. Vinda will prepare inventory, extraction paths, field supplies, and contingencies. You will dislike some of them. That is why she will be useful. Thomas swallowed carefully, feeling the leaf hold. She'll ask questions. Of course. Grindelwald set the token on the table beside the report. Competent people do. The biscuit napkin crinkled under Thomas's hand. He hated the relief almost as much as the danger, because both meant adults were moving closer to the secret places in his life. Still, the mirror was active. Dumbledore's timing had begun, and the narrow window ahead of him was already closing. He nodded once, small and unwilling. Then tell her supplies first. Questions later. 48. Aunt Rosier's inventory. Vinda Rosier received the rose token before sunrise and Thomas Thorne's report with it, folded into a packet no larger than a playing card and sealed in a hand she knew too well. She did not open it at the breakfast table. She finished her tea, sent the house elf away with the tray, set 3 wards over the rented room, and only then slit the seal with a silver knife. Gellert's first line was exactly as irritating as memory promised. The boy has found the clock. Vinda read that twice, then unfolded the second page and found the child's own account beneath it. The writing was careful, too compact, and suspiciously short on how much fear had been present. Mirror active. Potter affected. Dumbledore aware. Future movement likely. Leaf stage ongoing. Speech limited. Window narrowing. She sat back, one finger resting lightly on the word leaf, and let the shape of the matter settle. A magical artifact in Hogwarts. A headmaster teaching with a blade hidden under velvet. A child in Hufflepuff carrying a mandrake leaf in his mouth while watching the board move. A prison alliance old enough to be treason and young enough to need biscuits packed into napkins. Vinda breathed out through her nose and reached for a fresh ledger. Very well, she murmured. If the impossible boy insists on becoming a campaign, we shall at least make him a tidy one. She wrote the first heading. Child safety. Under it went warm clothing, blood-replenishing supplies, burn salve, bite antiseptic, calming drafts safe for a minor, chocolate, clean socks, and food that could be eaten one-handed. She paused, then added soft bread and seedless jam, because a boy with a leaf under his tongue could not be expected to fight pastry. The second heading came sharper. Portal timing. No consecutive jumps without settling. Receiving points clear. No adults crowding arrival. No shouting. No touching the boy unless he fell. She was halfway through emergency extraction when the flow hissed green and a man's voice said, Madame Rosier? Your requested broom catalog arrived. Leave it outside, Vinda said, not looking up. It's rather heavy. So is consequence. There was a small silence on the other end. Outside, then. Vinda continued writing. Brooms. Field kits. Disguises. Ward markers. False student clutter. Spare parchment. Chalk. Children believed chalk was harmless, which made it one of the more useful substances in Europe. Under Animagus ritual support, she listed moon timing, crystal phial, storm water vessel, silver teaspoon, privacy screens, dry robes, wool blanket, and a note to acquire 3 Mandrake references before trusting anyone's memory. At the bottom of the page, she wrote the category no one ever liked. If Thomas arrives bleeding, exhausted, frightened, or unable to speak. For a moment, the quill hovered. Then Vinda dipped it again and wrote the answer beneath the heading. Feed first, warm second, questions third, orders only when he can stand. She looked at the line, thought of the wary little boy who had once corrected her for calling him a door, and closed the ledger with care. Supplies first, she said softly. Questions later. Vinda began with the broom catalog because flight was honest in a way politics had never managed. A broom either carried weight, answered the hand, and survived rain, or it became kindling with pretensions. She spread 3 catalogs across the table, pinned their pages with potion files, and compared school models, courier models, racing lines, and ugly little utility brooms built for people who cared more about arriving than looking graceful. Thomas needed neither elegance nor speed first. He needed steadiness, concealment, and something that would not throw a frightened child into a Scottish hillside if his hands shook after a portal jump. By mid-morning, the sitting room looked less rented and more occupied by a quartermaster with expensive grudges. A stack of parcels waited by the door. A healer's case sat open on the chair, its compartments filled with bandages, vials, wrapped chocolate, and salves labeled in Vinda's own hand because no one bleeding should need to read decorative script. She tested each clasp twice, then charmed the case to open under 3 conditions: her touch, Gellert's command, or Thomas saying help in any language his panic remembered. The flow flared again before she finished the broom order. An elderly wizard's head appeared in the flames, eyebrows singed by habit rather than accident. Madame Rosier, the apothecary says you requested child-safe calming drafts in field quantities. He asks whether this is for a school, a clinic, or a criminal enterprise. Vinda did not look up from the catalog. Tell him yes. The wizard blinked. Yes to which? To the part where he fills the order and stops asking questions with a shop sign above his head. Vinda circled a modest courier broom with reinforced balance charms, then added a second for redundancy. And I want the drafts mild. If they could flatten an adult duelist, they do not go near the boy. He also asks the boy's age. 11, Vinda said, then paused because precision mattered. Small for it. Underfed history. High stress response. Stubborn enough to walk through a wall if embarrassed. The old wizard's expression softened despite himself. Yours? Vinda's quill stopped. The answer should have been simple. No child belonged to her. No child should belong to a faction, a prison, a cause, or a dead man's last bright strategy. Yet Thomas had already become the person all their plans turned around, and that made careless language dangerous. Protected, she said at last. Not owned. The old wizard bowed his head, understanding more than she had offered. I'll have the apothecary remove the stronger stock. Good. Vinda closed the catalog and stacked it with the others. Next, I need a school trunk with false clutter, spare robes in Hufflepuff trim, chalk, biscuits, a compass, 2 storm cloaks, and a child's wool hat in black. Nothing embroidered, nothing sentimental. That sounds sentimental. It is operationally warm, Vinda said, and ended the call before he could smile at her. She stood in the quiet after the flames died, looking at the parcels, the ledger, and the little line that had already become doctrine. Feed first, warm second, questions third. Then she took out a fresh page, wrote Hogwarts perimeter support across the top, and began listing every way to help a child without stepping inside his school. By afternoon, Vinda had turned the rented room into a staging post and decided it was still inadequate. Hogwarts perimeter support required distance, patience, and the kind of humility soldiers disliked because it looked too much like waiting. She packed the healer's case first, then the compact field trunk, then the false school trunk with enough ordinary clutter to pass a bored glance. Spare socks went beside spare parchment. Chalk went beside biscuits. The Hufflepuff trim robes were folded badly on purpose, because no real 11-year-old kept school robes like a shop display unless frightened by a mother. She carried everything through 3 waypoints before allowing herself to approach the watch hut. The last transition brought her into a cold wind above Nurmengard, where the mountains cut the sky into hard gray shapes and the hut chimney smoked like a domestic joke told beside a prison. Vinda stood still until the wards recognized her, then opened the door without knocking. Gellert looked up from the table. You are late. I was thorough. Vinda let the trunk settle to the floor with a soft thud and set the healer's case on the table between them. Late implies apology. Does it? No. She opened the case and turned it so he could see the contents. Child-safe healing supplies, mild calming drafts, warming charms, food, clothing, weather gear, 2 courier brooms, false clutter, chalk, and a perimeter plan that does not place an armed adult inside a school full of portraits, ghosts, wards, and Albus Dumbledore's hobbies. Gellert's mouth curved faintly. You disapprove of hobbies? I disapprove of being noticed by them. Vinda removed a folded map and weighted one corner with a biscuit tin. The boy was correct. No one enters Hogwarts. We support from outside, receive if needed, prepare exits, and keep resources ready where he can reach them once he is beyond the wards. Gellert leaned on his cane, studying the inventory rather than her face. You have accepted his command quickly. I have accepted reality. Vinda tapped the healer's case. He is the only door, but he is not a door. If we treat him as equipment, he will learn to hide from us. If we crowd him, he will run. If we order him like a recruit, he will obey only until fear gives him a better idea. That is a severe assessment. It is a useful one. She looked toward the narrow shelf where Thomas's notes had been stacked too neatly for a child and too carefully for a man who felt safe. He asked for supplies first and questions later. I can respect that once. After that, I intend to ask every question he has earned. Gellert's expression softened by the smallest fraction. He will hate that. Then he may file a complaint after he eats. Vinda closed the case, leaving the clasp unlatched for speed. Until then, we build around the truth. The mirror is moving. Albus is teaching with temptation, and your impossible boy is trying to become a cat while carrying a leaf in his mouth. This operation may be grand history to you, Gellert, but to me it begins with preventing an 11-year-old from choking on herbology. Thomas arrived in the middle of Vinda's last sentence, which was unfair in the specific way adults often manage without trying. The hut air folded, resisted, and then let him through beside the wood box, cold still clinging to his cloak and mandrake leaf held carefully beneath his tongue. He heard enough to catch 11-year-old, choking, and herbology, then looked from Vinda to Grindelwald with the wounded dignity of a boy who had been discussed like weather. Vinda turned toward him at once, not fast enough to startle him and not slow enough to pretend she had not been waiting. Good. You can object in writing while you sit. Thomas narrowed his eyes. She pointed to the chair beside the stove. That was not a request. Grindelwald's amusement was quiet and deeply unhelpful. You wished for supplies first. Thomas sat because the jump had left his stomach a little sideways and because the chair was warm. Vinda placed a small slate, chalk, and a plate of soft bread with jam in front of him. The bread had already been cut into leaf-safe pieces. That made him suspicious on principle and grateful in practice. Vinda opened the healer's case and took out one wrapped square of chocolate. Eat slowly. Drink after. Do not speak unless needed. If the leaf shifts, raise your left hand. If you are hurt, raise your right. If you are embarrassed, suffer silently. I have not packed a draft for that. Thomas picked up the chalk. You are bossy. Yes, Vinda said, and prepared. Grindelwald watched the exchange with the look of a man seeing two weapons discover they disliked the same battlefield. Madame Rosier has built us a perimeter plan. Thomas wrote again. No Hogwarts. No Hogwarts, Vinda agreed. No adult saints inside your school. No approaching your friends. No frightening little badgers, unless they frighten themselves by being observant. Support stays outside the wards. Supplies stay here and at 2 outer receiving points. You come to us only when settled enough to jump safely. Thomas looked at the healer's case, the trunk, the folded robes, the chalk, the socks, the brooms propped near the wall, and the little black wool hat sitting on top of a parcel as if it had done nothing wrong. He wrote, that hat is not tactical. It covers ears, Vinda said. He stared at her. Ears are tactical when frozen. She slid a parchment toward him, her voice softening only a little. Now mark where you think the mirror room sits, and where you can observe without entering. After that, questions. Thomas hesitated over the chalk. The map in the common room had felt like friendship closing ranks. This felt like war learning his school's shape. He looked at Grindelwald, then at Vinda, then down at the blank parchment waiting for his hand. The mirror was moving. Dumbledore was moving. He could keep the circle small and fail, or let careful adults stand outside it and hate how much safer that made him. He drew the first corridor line. Vinda said nothing. Grindelwald said nothing. The only sound was chalk on parchment, dry and soft, as Thomas began turning a schoolboy guess into an operation. 49. Rosier's first report. Vinda did not ask to see the dead world until Thomas had finished the bread and stopped looking at the black wool hat as if it had betrayed him. She waited while he drew the last crooked corridor line, waited while Gellert marked the receiving points beyond Hogwarts wards, and waited while the boy rubbed chalk from his fingers with the careful annoyance of someone who knew he had already agreed to too much. Then she slid a fresh sheet across the table and placed her wand beside it rather than in her hand. "I need to see the other side," she said. "Not as story, not as proof, as terrain." Thomas looked up sharply. The mandrake leaf made speech awkward, so he reached for the slate. "Rooftop only." "Agreed," Vinda said. "Masks. Already packed. No touching anything unless I say." Vinda's mouth curved. "You give field orders well for someone eating jam in pieces." Thomas gave her a flat look and wrote, "You pack hats." Gellert, traitor that he was, looked amused into his tea. Both observations are true. The portal opened behind the hut after Thomas stood, counted under his breath, and fixed his hand on the cold air as if feeling for a seam in cloth. Vinda watched the strain move through him, small shoulders tightening, jaw held carefully so the leaf stayed tucked beneath his tongue. The air folded inward with a thin silver edge, and the smell came first. Rot, wet stone, old smoke, and rain that had passed over too many dead streets. Thomas stepped through before anyone else could, because some instincts were older than commands. Vinda followed with her mask tied and wand low. The rooftop received her boots with slick concrete, broken gravel, and a shallow puddle reflecting a sky the color of dirty tin. She crouched at once, not because the boy had ordered it, but because the first law of entering hostile ground was to stop becoming a target. Thomas lifted one hand. "Wait." Vinda waited. Below them, London lay wrong. Streets still followed their old lines, but cars had rusted into barricades, shopfronts gaped open, and the dead moved in loose, patient drifts where sound or weather had gathered them. Vinda did not stare at the corpses first. She marked the roof edge, the stair housing, the water tank, the billboard frame, the neighboring roofline, the narrow alley with 2 blocked exits, and the service road where a child could be cornered if he trusted speed too much. "There," she said quietly, pointing with 2 fingers rather than her wand. "If you arrive here under pursuit, that stair is a trap. The alley below is worse. The billboard gives a cross line to the next roof, but only if the wind is kind and your knee isn't hurt." Thomas glanced at her, surprise visible even above the mask. Vinda kept scanning. "Do not look pleased. I am listing ways you might die." His chalk slate came up. "You noticed the knee." "I noticed the path a child with a weak knee would choose if frightened." Vinda shifted to see the street beyond the broken parapet. "You need a fallback that does not require jumping gaps when tired." A corpse in the street below lifted its head, too far away to matter yet. Another turned after it. Thomas's shoulders tightened, but Vinda lifted one hand before he could abort too quickly. "Not yet. Listen to the response time. Count how sound travels here." He hesitated, then nodded once. Together, they crouched in the rain while the dead world answered their presence by inches, and Vinda began measuring Apocalypse London not as a nightmare, but as a battlefield that kept trying to kill her boy. The first moan reached the roof as a thin sound, nearly lost under rain ticking against broken concrete. Vinda counted silently while Thomas watched the street below with the fixed attention of a child who had learned not to blink at the wrong time. 1 corpse turned, then 3. Then the drift at the corner began to change direction, slow at first, then with that terrible collective certainty hungry things acquired when one of them had found meaning in the air. 17 seconds from notice to group response, Vinda said. Longer than in Fury, less disciplined, more easily led by sound. Thomas wrote without looking away. Not in Fury. No, Vinda agreed. In Fury are tools. These are a disaster that learned to walk. He glanced at her again, and she saw the brief, reluctant approval before he hid it behind caution. The boy knew the dead better than anyone she had trusted in the last half-century. That did not make him old enough to carry the knowledge alone. She shifted her wand toward the stair housing and whispered a charm so soft it barely moved the air. A loose bolt on the far roof rang once, sharp and bright. The dead changed direction at once. Thomas's hand snapped toward her sleeve but stopped short, remembering his own rule against touching. His slate came up fast. "Warn me." "I did not endanger us," Vinda said quietly. "Warn me." This time he underlined it, and the chalk nearly cracked. Vinda looked at the line, then at him. His shoulders were tight, his jaw held carefully around the hidden leaf, and behind the anger was something cleaner than pride. This was his world's rule, not a child's sulk. Sudden sounds killed here, unannounced experiments killed here. She inclined her head once. "Accepted. I will warn you before tests." He held her gaze for another breath, then nodded. "Good." Vinda pointed to the far roof where the bolt had rung. "Now observe. They follow sound cleanly, but they do not climb quickly unless given something to pull against. Your useful routes are height, broken sightlines, and false noise. Your dangerous routes are alleys, stairwells, and any place where panic makes you choose the nearest exit." Thomas wrote, "I know. That is not the same as having another person know it with you," she said. The dead below gathered beneath the wrong building, hands lifting toward a sound already gone. Vinda watched them, then looked beyond the street to a painted mark on a brick wall, yellow over black, too fresh for a dead city's usual rot. Human work, territorial work. Thomas saw where her gaze had gone and went still. "Power users," he wrote. Vinda's wand settled lower, not because she relaxed, but because a visible weapon could become an invitation. "How close?" Thomas listened, and the rooftop seemed to listen with him. Rain, moans, distant metal. Then, from 2 streets over, the faint crack of something electrical snapped through the wet air. His chalk moved more slowly this time. Too close. Vinda folded the slate closed with 2 fingers and kept her voice calm. "Then this becomes a withdrawal test. You choose the exit. I follow. No drama, no sprinting, no heroic nonsense." Thomas looked as if he wanted to object to every word, especially heroic. Then another blue-white crackle flashed between buildings, and the dead below began turning again. He reached for the space beside them, not wide, not proud, just enough to tear a narrow way home, and Vinda filed away her first true field conclusion before stepping after him. The dead were simple, the living would be the problem. The return was uglier than departure. Thomas came through first, stumbled 1 step in the wet grass behind the hut, and caught himself against the wall with his left hand lifted before anyone reached for him. Vinda stopped where she landed, let the portal close behind her, and counted the seconds while the boy's breathing evened. He did not look frightened now. He looked offended by his own body's need to settle, which told her almost as much as the rooftop had. Gellert opened the back door before they reached it, cane in hand and firelight behind him. "You were followed?" "No," Vinda said, removing her mask. "Observed indirectly, perhaps." The dead answered sound. Living power users were within 2 streets. Electrical manifestation, likely trained enough to use noise as pressure. Thomas pushed past them into the hut, sat hard in the chair nearest the stove, and wrote on his slate before either adult could pretend not to notice. Too close because she made noise. Vinda hung her damp cloak by the door and accepted the rebuke without flinching. "Correct. I made 1 test without warning you. That was a field error." Gellert's brows rose. "You admit those now?" "When children are correct, yes." She set the slate where Thomas could reach it and placed the healer's case on the table, opening it without fuss. "Left hand for leaf trouble, right for injury. You raised neither. Drink." Thomas took the cup she offered, sniffed it, and glared. "Warm water with honey," Vinda said. "If I wished to drug you, I would not choose something that smells like breakfast." He drank, still glaring, and Gellert looked far too amused until Vinda turned the same expression on him. "Your frontier is not empty, Gellert. The dead are manageable in herds if treated as sound reactive hazard. The living are territorial, magically divergent, and already marking blocks. Their symbols were fresh. Their response discipline is unknown. The boy's old enemies may still be active near London." Thomas's chalk scratched. "Mercer." Vinda leaned over the slate. "Name?" He wrote again, slower this time. "Lightning Man, Hunt's Storage." Gellert's amusement vanished. He saw Thomas before the crossing. Thomas nodded once, jaw tight around the leaf. Vinda closed the healer's case. "Then we assume this Mercer knows what Thomas is, knows his approximate former range, and may recognize signs of portal activity if he sees enough odd vanishings. We do not use London for casual visits again. Thomas's head snapped up, outrage plain. Not forbidden, Vinda said before he could write. Restricted, scouted, planned. You will not turn your childhood hunting ground into our convenience route simply because you know where the roofs are. The chalk hovered, then pressed hard enough to squeak. It's mine. Vinda's voice softened, but only at the edges. Yes, that is why I intend to stop it killing you twice. She pulled the report ledger toward herself and began writing while the rain ticked against the windows. First recommendation. London is hostile contact territory, not training ground. Second. All future entries require two-stage withdrawal, false sound lures, and a clean receiving point. Third. Power user countermeasures are no longer optional. Vinda wrote until the first page filled, then tore it free, dried the ink with a charm, and set it before Gellert without asking whether he wanted the comfort of delay. Read it before you argue with it, she said, dipping the quill again. If you argue before reading, I shall assume prison has made you nostalgic for hearing your own voice. Gellert took the page with one hand, eyes moving quickly over the neat report. Thomas watched him from beside the stove, slate in his lap, honey cup held between both hands as if accepting warmth could be made less embarrassing by glaring at it. The boy's anger had not faded, but it had settled into a tension, which Vinda preferred. Anger wasted nothing when trained properly. Gellert's mouth tightened at the third recommendation. A countermeasure unit requires exposure. A dead child requires a funeral, Vinda said. I prefer exposure. Thomas's chalk scratched before Gellert could answer. Not unit near Hogwarts. Vinda leaned over enough to read, then nodded once. Agreed. Near London, near receiving points, and eventually near any island site worth keeping. Your school remains yours until you make it ours by dragging danger through it. Thomas looked as if he disliked the phrasing but could not find the lie inside it. He wiped the slate with his sleeve and wrote again. Mercer hears power, maybe smells storage. Then we test against detection, Vinda said. She turned to a fresh page and wrote Mercer at the top. Lightning manifestation. Possible sensory affinity for folded space or stored matter. Aggressive recruitment or kill-release behavior toward storage talents. Familiar with Thomas's former range. Likely to investigate repeated anomalies. Gellert lowered the first report. You give him much credit from one rooftop sound. I give enemies enough credit to survive meeting them. Vinda looked to Thomas. Draw his mark. The boy hesitated. For a moment she saw not the bridge, not the asset, not the impossible child with space folded inside him, but a small survivor being asked to put a hunter's sign on paper. Then his jaw firmed around the leaf. He took the chalk and drew yellow over black, a rough slash, an ugly angle, a shape meant to be seen on walls by people who knew to stay away. Vinda studied it, then copied it into the ledger with cleaner lines. Good. From now on, every saint who enters that world learns this mark before they learn the roads. Thomas wrote, Saints don't go alone. The room went quiet. Gellert looked at him then, not amused, not pleased exactly, but measuring the difference between a boy giving an order and a child asking the world not to take anyone else. Vinda saved him from having to choose which it was. No, she said, they do not. Thomas's shoulders lowered by a fraction. It was not relief yet, but it was the place relief might stand if it ever trusted the floor. Vinda closed the ledger and placed her palm flat over the cover. First report conclusion. Apocalypse London is not abandoned territory. It is hostile, occupied, sound reactive, faction marked, and personally dangerous to Thomas Thorne. Future operations require scouting discipline, extraction discipline, power user preparation, and one final rule. She looked at both of them, then at the black wool hat still sitting on the parcel. No one mistakes his old hunting ground for empty loot. Thomas looked down at his slate for a long breath. Then he wrote, Good. It was a small word, grudging and chalk pale, but Vinda accepted it like a signed treaty. Somewhere beyond the hut, the dead world waited with rain, teeth, and living hunters who had not yet learned that Thomas was no longer alone. 50. Where the mirror went. Thomas returned to Hogwarts before dawn with rain still caught in the hem of his cloak and Vinda's last rule sitting beside the mandrake leaf under his tongue. No one mistakes his old hunting ground for empty loot. The words had followed him through the cold grounds, through the careful fold of space, and into the dormitory where Justin slept with one arm flung over his face as if defending himself from morning. Thomas changed quietly, tucked the black wool hat at the bottom of his trunk where no one could accuse it of being useful, and lay awake until the castle began to stir. Breakfast proved the mirror had already changed hands. Harry Potter came into the great hall with Ron beside him and Hermione watching both boys as if one wrong word might send them back into trouble. Harry looked tired, but not pulled thin in the same way. Whatever Dumbledore had said, it had put a door between him and the thing he wanted. The wound was still there, but the corridor to it had closed. Justin slid into the seat beside Thomas and frowned at his untouched eggs. "If you refuse breakfast too, I'm writing to Professor Sprout that your private study has gone rogue." Thomas took the parchment strip from his pocket and wrote, "Eating. Thinking first." "That is not the order breakfast prefers," Justin said, but he pushed the toast closer anyway. Susan leaned in from the other side, her voice low. "Potter?" Thomas nodded once and wrote, "Less haunted. Mirror moved or forbidden." Hannah read over Susan's shoulder, then looked toward the staff table. "Professor Dumbledore looks the same." Thomas followed her gaze. Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair, speaking pleasantly to Professor Flitwick while cutting toast into neat triangles. He looked harmless because he wanted to look harmless, and that made Thomas trust the appearance even less. Farther down the table, Professor McGonagall spoke briefly to Professor Quirrell, who smiled weakly into his porridge and touched his turban as if reassurance lived there. Snape was not looking at Harry. He was looking toward the doors. Thomas wrote, "Watch teachers, not Potter." Susan's eyes sharpened. "Because Potter's part is over?" He hesitated, then wrote, "His lesson is over. The object's job is not." That earned silence around the little cluster. Even Justin stopped joking. Thomas tucked the parchment away before anyone else could read it, took a deliberate bite of toast, and forced himself to chew slowly around the leaf. When breakfast ended, he did not drift after Harry. He followed Professor McGonagall's path with his eyes instead, then Flitwick's, then the small delay before Quirrell left by a side door no one else used. The castle had stopped showing the mirror to a lonely boy. Now it was quietly making room for a trap. The first useful clue came from Professor Flitwick's corridor, not from Harry or any locked door. Thomas had charms after breakfast, which meant he could sit through 40 minutes of feather lightening exercises while pretending the mandrake leaf was not trying to become the center of his entire existence. Professor Flitwick noticed his careful silence, of course. Teachers always noticed the wrong things first and the right things only after they had become dangerous. "Mr. Thorne," Flitwick said, pausing beside his desk while feathers bobbed unsteadily around the room. "Are you quite well today? You seem unusually quiet, even for you." Thomas took out his parchment strip and wrote with slow care, "Private Plant Study, Speaking Limited." Flitwick read it, blinked once, then gave a delighted little hum instead of asking the terrible obvious question. "Ah, discipline work. Very good indeed. Then wand motion only, if you please. We'll spare your mouth the exercise." Justin, seated beside him, stared at the parchment as if betrayed by grammar. "Professor, is private plant study a real category?" "It is now," Flitwick said cheerfully, moving on. "And if Mr. Thorne has volunteered for it, I suspect it is already teaching him humility." Thomas gave Justin a look that promised future revenge when his mouth belonged to him again. Justin grinned and sent his feather lurching sideways into Ernie's inkwell. The ordinary chaos helped cover Thomas's attention as Flitwick returned to the front, but not all of it. The professor's robe hem was dusted with greystone powder, and one sleeve bore a faint smear of old chalk, the sort used on ward anchor points rather than classroom boards. Thomas had seen similar marks on the twins' hidden charmwork and on the lower service corridor near the staff stair. After class, he packed slowly. Susan matched his pace without seeming to, and Hannah lingered near the door with her books hugged to her chest. Flitwick left first, carrying a rolled parchment tube under one arm and humming a tune that made the floating feathers settle in a neat row behind him. Thomas followed only as far as the corridor turn, then stopped, pretending to adjust his bag while Flitwick met Professor McGonagall beside the stair. McGonagall's voice carried just enough. "The relocation is complete, then?" Flitwick nodded, his cheer thinned into professional focus. "The frame behaved beautifully once anchored. I would not want to move it twice in 1 week." And the lower threshold? Stable, Flitwick said. Albus's phrasework is doing most of the clever work, as usual. Phileas Charm's department merely prevents priceless objects from sulking through the floor. McGonagall's mouth tightened, almost a smile and almost not. Let us hope no child goes looking for it now. Thomas lowered his eyes before either professor could glance his way. The words sank into him with cold certainty. Lower threshold. Frame. Relocation complete. He did not have the room, but he had the level. The mirror had gone down. Susan stepped closer, voice barely above a breath. You heard that too? Thomas nodded once. Hannah looked from him to the stairwell, worry drawing her brows together. Thomas, no solo approach. He pulled out the parchment strip and wrote while the leaf pressed bitter beneath his tongue. No solo, but soon. Justin arrived behind them, still smelling faintly of ink from Ernie's revenge attempt. Why'd I feel as if I missed the part where we all became sensible criminals? Susan took the parchment, folded it once, and tucked it into Thomas's charms book. Because we're not criminals. We're making sure he remembers his own rules. Thomas watched the stair where the teachers had vanished and felt Hogwarts settle around him, warm above and old below. The castle had moved the mirror out of a lonely boy's reach and toward whatever waited under stone, music, plants, keys, chess, and flame. Soon had become a shape. Now he needed the root. The root began as a lie respectable enough to survive daylight. Ernie announced, with more volume than stealth required, that a proper student group should review corridor distances for educational purposes after lunch because Hogwarts geography remained disgracefully irregular. Justin added that if anyone asked, they were conducting a comparative study between staircases and poor life choices. Susan gave them all the look she usually reserved for ink spills and Zachariah Smith, then handed Thomas the charms book. Thomas accepted it with both hands, feeling the hidden map inside its back pages and the mandrake leaf beneath his tongue. The leaf made him less useful in argument, which was perhaps why Hannah stepped close and said, "We go as far as the public corridor. If anything feels wrong, we turn around." Thomas nodded once and wrote on his parchment strip, "Public corridor, no doors." Wayne read it, then glanced toward the stairwell. No touching handles either. Justin sighed, "There goes half my research method." They moved as a cluster, not too fast and not too quiet, which made them look less guilty than Thomas felt. Hufflepuffs traveling in a pack were an ordinary castle sight. Hufflepuffs traveling in a pack while Ernie lectured about municipal planning sounded so boring that two portraits pretended to fall asleep as they passed. Thomas let the others supply noise and shape while he watched the stone. Gray dust gathered at one stair edge. A scrape marked the wall where something wide had turned awkwardly. Near the lower landing, the air held a faint smell of old polish, metal, and something deeper that made the hairs on his arms lift. Hannah saw his fingers tighten around the book. There? Thomas pointed with the quill rather than his hand. Down. Susan did not ask aloud. She opened her own notebook and wrote as if recording lesson work. Lower stair past the armor. Scrape marks. Recent movement of large frame. A cold voice spoke behind them. How industrious. All 5 children turned. Professor Snape stood at the corridor bend, black robe still as shadow and eyes moving from Ernie's notebook to Thomas's closed mouth. Thomas held the leaf in place and made himself look confused instead of caught. Ernie recovered first, which Thomas would remember with reluctant respect. "Professor, we were comparing stair irregularities for practical navigation. Hogwarts presents considerable first-year challenges." Snape looked at him for a long second. How very tragic for architecture. Justin's mouth twitched. Hannah stepped on his foot without looking down. Snape's gaze settled on Thomas. "And Mr. Thorne has lost the power of speech?" Thomas wrote carefully, then held up the parchment. "Private plant study. Speaking limited." Something unreadable passed across Snape's face. Not surprise. Recognition, perhaps, sharpened by contempt. Professor Sprout encourages strange disciplines. He looked down the stair, then back at them. "This corridor is not a place for children with notebooks and theories. Return to your common room before curiosity improves upon stupidity." They went, not running, because running would be admission, but moving with the brisk obedience of students who had met exactly enough Snape for one day. At the next turn, Thomas glanced back once. Snape had not followed. He stood near the lower stair, facing the dark below as if guarding it from them, or guarding them from it. Susan's voice was tight but steady. That confirms it. Thomas nodded, the leaf bitter under his tongue. The root went lower, and Snape knew it mattered. Whatever room held the mirror now, it was no longer a lonely lesson. It had become part of the guarded path. They did not speak properly until they were back inside the common room, with the barrel door shut behind them and the warm underground air folding around their shoulders. The room was busy enough to protect them. Older students were arguing over a chess match near the hearth. Someone had spilled cocoa on an essay and was trying to charm the stain into the shape of a dragon, and Zacharias was loudly claiming that no reasonable person studied on a Saturday unless threatened by ancestry. Ordinary noise, Thomas thought, had become one of Hufflepuff's best hiding charms. Susan took the charms book from him and opened the hidden map only after Wayne had angled himself between their table and the rest of the room. The pale lines surfaced under chalk dust, and the little circle from the previous night waited near the disused corridor like a question that had learned patience. Susan marked the lower stair with a careful dot, then added scrape marks and Snape citing in tiny letters. Ernie leaned in, still offended by their encounter. For the record, his tone toward educational geography was unnecessary. Justin rubbed the foot Hannah had stepped on and gave her a betrayed look. For the record, some of us suffered injuries in the service of not laughing at a professor. Hannah did not look sorry. You were going to laugh. I was going to breathe with personality, Justin said. Thomas took the quill before the joking could loosen the tension too far. The leaf made his tongue ache, but his hand was steady enough. He wrote, "Mirror moved below guarded stair. Snape aware. Teachers involved. Route not safe." Wayne read it first and tapped the parchment beside the stair. Then the next question is whether we need the exact room, or whether knowing the guarded route is enough. Thomas paused. That was the right question, which made it worse. Knowing the mirror had gone below mattered. Knowing precisely where it stood mattered more if he meant to anchor the chamber before Dumbledore's defenses finished hardening around it. He could not say that aloud, and even writing it felt too close to dragging them deeper into the hidden work. Susan watched his face instead of the map. "Thomas, you're thinking like someone looking for a way around the rule." He wrote, "Around is different from through." "No," Hannah said softly, and the single word landed with more weight than scolding. "Around still counts if you end up alone on the other side." The fire cracked in the hearth. Thomas looked at the map, at the lower stair, at the pale lines that had once drawn themselves when he asked too much of the castle. Then he crossed out the route he had begun sketching and wrote beneath it, "No entry. Observe movement. Report tonight." Justin's shoulders lowered. "Good. I prefer sensible crime to suicidal crime." Ernie sniffed. "I prefer no crime." Wayne glanced at him. "Then you joined the wrong table." Thomas almost laughed, which nearly shifted the leaf, and Hannah immediately slid the cocoa mug out of his reach until he had swallowed safely. The gesture was small, practical, and too kind to argue with. He sat back while Susan closed the map and sealed it under the hidden page. The chapter had not given him the room, but it had given him the direction, the teacher response, and the first hard edge of the trap. Tonight, Grindelwald would want certainty. Vinda would want roots. Thomas wanted both, and the castle had just reminded him that wanting was how mirrors killed boys who looked too long. 51. Cat at the trapdoor. Thomas waited until the dormitory had become a country of sleeping boys before he moved. Justin breathed with his mouth open, one hand hanging over the side of the bed. Ernie muttered once into his pillow as if correcting someone in a dream, and Zacharias had somehow managed to steal most of his own blankets and still look aggrieved. Thomas lay still through all of it, counting the spaces between noises, letting Hogwarts settle around him the way ruined buildings had once settled before a night run. When the last stair creak faded beyond the door and no prefect footsteps followed, he slipped from bed with the mandrake leaf bitter and steady beneath his tongue. The charms book waited under his folded jumper. Thomas touched the cover once but did not open it. The map had already given him enough for tonight, and asking it again felt too much like tapping a sleeping animal on the nose. Instead, he dressed by touch, tucked his wand into his sleeve, and drew Grindelwald's black wool hat over his hair only after a moment's hesitation. It was ugly, too warm, and useful. Vinda would have called that a complete recommendation. Wayne's voice came softly from the next bed. "Thomas." He froze with one hand on his cloak clasp. Wayne had not sat up. In the dimness, he was only a darker shape against the pillow, but his eyes were open and inconveniently calm. Thomas took out the parchment strip and wrote by the faint light leaking under the curtains. Bathroom. Wayne read it, then looked at the cloak, hat, shoes, and the way Thomas stood too balanced to be half asleep. That is an adventurous bathroom. Thomas held his breath through his nose. The leaf shifted against his tongue, and with it came the sharp memory of Hannah's warning, Susan's folded map, Justin's jokes trying to make danger smaller. No solo, but the route would not become safer because he waited politely for courage to ripen. He wrote, not entering. Looking. Wayne watched him for a long second. Looking still counts as going. Thomas lowered his eyes, then wrote, I'll come back if it feels wrong. That is the sort of promise clever people make when they want room to argue later, Wayne said quietly. He pushed himself up on one elbow, hair flattened on one side and face far too serious for the hour. Take the kitchen corridor back. Less chance of running into Filch near the main stairs. Thomas stared at him, and Wayne's mouth twitched faintly. What? I listened too. The unexpected kindness struck harder than scolding would have. Thomas nodded once, careful and grateful, then slipped out before Wayne could say anything that made returning feel like an order. The common room was warm and low lit, with embers breathing softly behind the hearth grate and abandoned game pieces stacked on the table from earlier. For one moment he stood among Hufflepuff's sleeping safety and nearly turned back. Then he thought of the lower stair, Snape guarding Shadow, the mirror gone beneath the school, and the trap becoming real while children ate toast above it. He left through the barrels and took Wayne's route. The castle beyond Hufflepuff felt larger at night, less like corridors and more like a patient creature allowing him across its bones. Thomas moved small and quiet, counting portraits, drafts, and stair moods. Near the kitchen passage he paused, listening to distant elf voices and the faint clatter of pans behind the fruit painting. Warmth lived there. He moved on before it could soften him. At the third floor turn, he crouched in an alcove and let the false cat form slide over him piece by piece. It was not true transformation. Not yet. It was a brutal trick of posture, glamour, spatial misdirection, and trained control, his body folding into the idea of a lean black tomcat with a nicked ear and eyes made for edges. Pain pulled through his shoulders as the shape settled wrong in all the places Grindelwald had warned him about. He breathed through it, counted once, twice, 3 times, then slipped into the corridor on silent pause. The forbidden door waited ahead, ordinary wood made terrible by everything behind it. Thomas crept close enough to smell old dust, dog, and the faint metal bite of recent wardwork. No Filch, no Mrs. Norris, no Professor Footsteps. The lock sat still in the door like an invitation written by someone who hated children. Thomas pressed one paw against the stone, feeling for the room beyond, for the air, the gap, the shape of danger. Something vast shifted on the other side, and a low breath rolled through the wood like thunder learning to sleep. Thomas should have turned back then. Instead, he eased one careful thread of space toward the lower edge of the door and almost smiled around teeth that were not quite his own. Getting here had been possible. That was useful. Getting farther might be possible too, and that was exactly the kind of thought that killed boys who forgot they were still small. The thread of space slid under the door like a whisker made of cold air. Thomas held himself absolutely still while it passed the threshold, tasting dust, old wood, iron hinges, and the thick animal heat beyond. The room opened to him by inches, not through sight exactly, but through shape. Floorboards, deep scratches, a drooping harp pushed against one wall, a trapdoor set into the floor, its edges worn by recent movement. Above it, something enormous breathed in 3 uneven rhythms. Fluffy. The name from the books sat too small against the reality behind the door. Thomas had seen dogs in dead London, starving things gone half wild with hunger and fear, but this was not a dog the world had forgotten. This was a mountain of muscle, fur, teeth, and drowsy suspicion, placed where a child's curiosity would have to pass under all 3 mouths. One head snuffled in its sleep, another gave a low whine, the third lifted slightly, and Thomas felt the searching breath roll across his thread of space like warm fog over a gutter. He pulled the thread back at once, too fast. The castle did not like that. The little seam snapped against the threshold with a sound too small for human ears and too sharp for careful magic. Fluffy's 3 heads woke together on the other side of the door. A growl rose through the wood, deep enough that the stone under Thomas's paws seemed to remember being mountain. A lantern glow appeared at the end of the corridor. Thomas flattened himself against the shadow beneath a suit of armor just as Filch came around the corner with Mrs. Norris pacing at his feet. The cat stopped first, her yellow eyes fixed on the darkness where Thomas crouched, and her tail lifted into a thin, accusing hook. "What is it, my sweet?" Filch whispered, lifting the lantern higher. "Students out of bed? Little beasts thinking they're clever?" Mrs. Norris hissed. Thomas held the false cat shape tight, though pain crawled under his borrowed fur. If Mrs. Norris came closer, she would know. Cats knew lies differently from people. They smelled wrongness, balance, heartbeat, the almost shape beneath the shape. He let his body sag into cat stillness, not frozen like prey, but bored, offended, and utterly certain the corridor belonged to him. Filch took 2 steps nearer. Behind the forbidden door, Fluffy slammed one heavy paw against the floor. The sound made the lantern jump in Filch's hand. "Not tonight," Filch muttered, glancing toward the door with sudden nervous hatred. "I told them that monster would cause trouble. I told them." A colder voice spoke from the stairwell behind him. "And yet you are standing outside its door with a lantern, Argus." Filch jerked around. Professor Snape stood at the edge of the light, black robes loose around him and face pale as carved wax. His eyes passed over Filch, Mrs. Norris, the door, and then the armor where Thomas hid. They did not stop. That was worse than missing him. "Professor," Filch said, recovering into grievance. Mrs. Norris heard something. "I reckon a student was here." Snape's mouth tightened. "If a student had been foolish enough to disturb that door, we would already be scraping him from the corridor." He looked toward the wood as another growl rolled through it. "Return to your patrol. Avoid this passage unless called." Filch hugged the lantern closer. "Headmaster's orders?" "My warning," Snape said softly. "Value whichever frightens you more." Filch went. Mrs. Norris resisted for one long, hateful second, staring at the shadow beneath the armor. Then Filch clicked his tongue and she followed, her tail lashing as if she meant to remember Thomas later. Snape remained after the lantern glow faded. He stood before the forbidden door, listening while Fluffy settled into lower, restless breathing. Thomas did not move until Snape lowered his voice, not quite speaking to the room and not quite to himself. "Someone is testing the edges." The words slid cold through Thomas's false fur. Snape touched the door with 2 fingers, murmured a charm too soft to catch, and the air around the lock tightened like a belt being pulled 1 notch smaller. Thomas waited until the professor finally turned away, then counted 50 slow breaths before easing backward from the armor. He had the first room now. He had the trapdoor, the dog, the harp, and Snape's proof that the root was already listening back. That should have been enough for one night. It had to be enough, because the next mistake would not merely wake the dog. It would wake the people guarding the dog. Thomas did not run from the corridor. Running would have put panic into every paw step, and panic had a smell even stone seemed to notice. He withdrew along the wall, keeping low beneath the armor's dull gleam, then slipped past the stairwell only after the last trace of Snape's robes vanished below. The false cat form held until the 3rd floor turn, but it scraped at him with every movement now, stretched too long over bones that wanted their proper shape back. By the time he reached the alcove near the old tapestry of dancing badgers, his ribs ached and his jaw felt locked around teeth that did not belong there. He changed back slowly, because forcing it would have made noise and because Grindelwald's training had left enough bruised memories to make obedience sensible. The cat shape peeled away in little painful corrections. Fingers returned first, then knees, then the wrong angle of his shoulders. Thomas crouched with one hand pressed to the wall and breathed through his nose until the castle stopped tilting. The mandrake leaf was still under his tongue, bitter and triumphant, as if it approved of surviving foolishness by the narrowest margin. Wayne was waiting by the barrel entrance with his dressing gown over his pajamas and a blanket around his shoulders. He looked less sleepy now and more like a boy who had spent every minute since Thomas left imagining increasingly worse endings. "You look awful," Wayne said quietly. Thomas took out the parchment strip with stiff fingers and wrote, "Useful awful." Wayne read it and did not smile. "That is not as comforting as you think it is." Thomas glanced toward the corridor, then tapped the barrel in the right rhythm. The entrance opened, and warm common room air breathed over them both. Wayne followed him inside without another word, waiting until the door sealed behind them before pointing to the nearest table. Thomas sat because his legs had begun suggesting that pride was optional. He pulled the quill from his pocket, smoothed the parchment, and wrote in short lines while Wayne stood beside him with his arms folded under the blanket. Dog behind door. 3 heads. Music present. Trapdoor in floor. Snape reinforced lock after disturbance. Filch and Mrs. Norris heard something. Wayne leaned over the parchment, and his face went pale in the firelight. You disturbed the dog. Thomas hesitated, then added, slightly. Slightly, Wayne repeated, voice held low by effort rather than calm. Thomas, there are not degrees of waking a 3-headed dog that make this sound better. Thomas wrote, I did not enter. That was the floor, not the ceiling. Wayne sank into the chair opposite him and rubbed both hands over his face. When he looked up again, the fear had become something firmer. No more alone. I don't care how quiet you are. I don't care if you're only looking. If you go missing and we don't know where, we can't help you and we can't lie properly either. Thomas looked at the parchment. The old answer rose easily. People who knew things could be used, caught, hurt, bargained with. Then he thought of Wayne sitting awake in the dark, Hannah's soft no, Susan folding his warning into the charms book, and Justin making jokes because fear needed furniture. He wrote, I needed the first room. Wayne's mouth tightened. And now you have it. So the next thing you need is not being stupid enough to lose it. That almost earned a laugh, but the leaf made laughter dangerous. Thomas lowered his head until his forehead nearly touched the parchment, then wrote, report tonight. Grindelwald and Vinda. Wayne was silent for a long moment. Can they help with the dog? Thomas thought of Fluffy's breathing, the harp, Snape's tightened charm, and the trapdoor waiting under all that fur. He wrote, they can tell me why I am an idiot. Wayne finally let out one soft, unwilling breath that might have become a laugh on a safer night. Good. Ask for details. Adults are better when they're useful. Thomas folded the parchment and tucked it away. The common room fire cracked gently, turning the walls gold and warm while the castle guarded its trap above them. He had gone looking for a root and found a living wall of teeth, music, and teacher attention. Now he needed sharper minds, colder nerves, and one more hidden journey before dawn. Wayne did not ask how Thomas meant to report before dawn. That restraint made him more dangerous than a dozen noisy questions. He watched Thomas gather his cloak again, then stood when Thomas stood and walked with him to the common room's darker edge where the barrels hid the passage out. The blanket still hung around Wayne's shoulders, but his eyes had sharpened into the calm, practical look that made Thomas think of locked windows and hidden exits rather than schoolboys. You come back by breakfast, Wayne said quietly, keeping his voice low enough that the sleeping common room would not stir. If you don't, I wake Susan first, then Hannah, then Justin, because he'll make noise useful. Thomas stared at him, a little appalled and a little warmed despite himself. He wrote, that is blackmail. Wayne read it and nodded. Yes, I'm growing as a person. Thomas tucked the parchment away, then hesitated long enough to tap 2 fingers against the table in thanks. Wayne accepted it without smiling and watched him leave. The kitchen corridor took Thomas farther from patrol patterns and closer to warmth again, but he did not pause this time. Near the lower service turn, where stone cooled and the castle's attention felt thinner, he pressed one hand to the wall and let the world fold. The jump was small, careful, and sour against the mandrake leaf, but Nurmengard's watch hut took shape around him with the smell of cold ashes, old wool, and mountain air. Grindelwald sat awake by the little table as if sleep were a habit he had mislaid decades ago. Vinda stood beside the window in a dark traveling cloak, her gloves already on, rain beating along the hem as though she had only recently stepped in from outside. Both of them looked at Thomas, then at the hat, then at the way he leaned one hand against the wall while his spatial sense settled. Grindelwald's face did not soften. You went alone. Thomas took out the parchment strip and wrote, I found the first room. That is not a denial, Vinda said, and her voice was pleasant in the way knives were pleasant when well kept. Thomas set the parchment on the table and forced his stiff fingers to work. 3-headed dog. Music in room. Trapdoor under dog. Snape reinforced lock. Filch and cat heard disturbance. Dog wakes to spatial seam. Mirror likely below root, not in first room. Grindelwald read every line once, then again, with the bright, terrible stillness that meant he had stopped being grandfather and become strategist. A Cerberus variant, or near enough. Music as behavioral bypass. Trapdoor as vertical transition. Very theatrical. His eyes lifted to Thomas. And you touched the warded edge with a half-grown spatial thread while holding an active mandrake leaf ritual in your mouth. Thomas wrote, carefully. Vinda crossed the room and took the parchment from him. If that was careful, I would dislike seeing reckless. Grindelwald stood, thin and old and suddenly much larger than his body. No more probing the door. Not until we know whether the beast reacts to space itself, your scent, or the castle's threshold complaining about you. He tapped one finger beside the line about Snape. And this man is not merely guarding against children. He noticed disturbance and tightened the root. That means every failed attempt improves the cage. Thomas looked down. The words landed harder because they were true. He had not advanced the plan cleanly. He had made the root more awake. Vinda's tone gentled by one careful degree. But you also confirmed the first obstacle, the bypass principle, the trapdoor, and a teacher response. That is useful fieldwork, Thomas. It is also fieldwork you will not repeat without cover. Thomas wrote, Wayne knows some. Grindelwald's brows rose. Good. Thomas blinked, and Grindelwald's voice turned dry as old paper. Do not look betrayed. A child who runs alone dies alone. A child with witnesses creates complications, and complications can sometimes be rescued. Vinda folded the parchment and handed it back to Thomas. Breakfast. Sleep if possible. Friends before secrecy today. Tonight we plan the dog instead of poking it. Thomas tucked the report away, feeling the weight of Wayne's blackmail, Vinda's rule, and Grindelwald's cold approval settle together. The root had teeth now. It also had shape. That was enough to make the next step possible, and dangerous enough that he would need help he had not wanted to need. 52. Storm shape. Thomas returned from Nurmengard with dawn only beginning to gray the high windows and the taste of mandrake leaf sharp enough to make his eyes water. The common room fire had sunk low, and Wayne was asleep in a chair with the blanket still around his shoulders, his head tipped awkwardly to one side as if vigilance had finally lost its argument with exhaustion. Thomas stood there for a moment, cold from the jump and sore from the false cat form, then crossed the room quietly and nudged Wayne's shoulder. Wayne woke at once, which told Thomas he had not been deeply asleep at all. His gaze found Thomas, checked hat, cloak, hands, face, and breathing, then softened by one careful inch. You're back. Thomas wrote, before breakfast. Wayne took the parchment and read it with the solemnity of a judge. Barely counts. I'll allow it. Thomas almost smiled. The leaf made even that small movement feel risky, so he only held out one hand. Wayne clasped it briefly, warm fingers around cold ones, then let go before either of them had to decide what the gesture meant. Together they went up to the dormitory, where Thomas slid back into bed with his cloak still damp at the hem and managed perhaps an hour of thin, broken sleep before Justin's cheerful horror announced morning. You look, Justin said, pausing beside Thomas's bed with his tie hanging untied around his neck, like someone put you through a mangle and then apologized badly. Thomas opened one eye and wrote without lifting his head, Private plant study. That excuse is doing heroic work, Wayne said from his own bed. Ernie sat up, hair rumpled and expression instantly suspicious. Why does Hopkins know enough to sound involved? Because I'm observant, Wayne said. Because Thomas is secretive, Justin said at the same time, then narrowed his eyes at both of them. I dislike being the uninformed friend. It damages my natural charm. Thomas pushed himself upright. The room tipped slightly, then steadied. Hunger tugged at him, sleep dragged at his bones, and beneath both lay Vinda's instruction. Friends before secrecy today. The words felt simple until he looked at Justin's easy worry, Wayne's quiet insistence, and Ernie's offended need to be useful without admitting it. He wrote more slowly this time. Something dangerous near Potter's corridor. I looked. I got told not alone again. Justin's face changed first, humor folding into focus. Who told you? Thomas hesitated, then pointed at Wayne. Ernie swung his legs out of bed. Hopkins, you permitted this? Wayne gave him a flat look. I'm 11. My legal authority over suicidal reconnaissance is limited. Justin grabbed his shoes and sat beside Thomas rather than across from him. Then breakfast is a council. Susan will want facts, Hannah will want you to eat, and I'll want to complain about being excluded before nobly forgiving everyone." Thomas looked down at the parchment, then nodded once. The decision did not feel like surrender. It felt like stepping out from under a roof before it collapsed. Outside the dormitory, Hogwarts rang with ordinary morning noise, but the root beneath the trapdoor had teeth now, and Thomas was beginning to understand that teeth were easier to face when someone else knew where you had gone. Breakfast became a council because Justin announced it loudly enough for council to feel inevitable and softly enough that only their end of the Hufflepuff table heard. He sat on Thomas's left with the air of a boy making up for being excluded by becoming essential at once. Hannah placed toast, eggs, and a bowl of porridge in front of Thomas before anyone could ask the first question, while Susan opened her notebook beneath the edge of the table and Wayne settled opposite him like a guard pretending to be furniture. Ernie looked displeased, which meant he had accepted responsibility. "Eat first," Hannah said, pushing the spoon into Thomas's hand. "Secrets can wait until you've stopped looking as if a stiff breeze could win a duel against you." Thomas gave her a wounded look and wrote, "Cruel." "Accurate," Susan said, and dipped her quill. "Now, facts." Thomas ate 3 careful spoonfuls because Hannah watched like a very gentle executioner. The mandrake leaf made every swallow awkward, but the porridge helped settle the thin shaking under his skin. Only then did he slide the parchment into the center of their little circle. He had written it neatly this time: 3-headed dog, harp, trapdoor, Snape, Filch, Mrs. Norris, lock tightened, no entry. Justin read it twice, then looked toward the Gryffindor table where Harry was pushing eggs around his plate while Ron talked around a mouthful of bacon. "Potter walked into that?" Thomas nodded once. Ernie's face tightened. "That is an appalling school safety policy." Wayne glanced at him. "That is your response?" "It is one of several," Ernie said, lowering his voice. "The others are louder and less useful." Susan tapped the words "lock tightened" with her quill. If Snape reacted that quickly, then the staff are expecting interference. Not just from Potter, from someone. Thomas wrote, "are protecting against someone already trying." Hannah's eyes went to Quirrell at the staff table. He sat hunched over tea, turban tilted slightly, hands folded too tightly around the cup. "He looks worse," she said quietly. They all looked, and for a moment ordinary breakfast seemed to thin around them. Quirrell gave a nervous little laugh at something Professor Sprout said, but his shoulders stayed rigid. Farther along, Snape watched the hall without appearing to watch anyone at all. Dumbledore smiled over his goblet, blue eyes bright and unreadable. Justin leaned closer. "I still wish your mysterious outside adults were less mysterious." Thomas looked at him, then at Wayne, Susan, Hannah, and even Ernie. The old reflex said to close every door. Vinda's voice said friends before secrecy. Grindelwald's voice said witnesses made complications, and complications could be rescued. He wrote slowly, "They are dangerous. They are also helping. I can't tell names yet." Susan did not look pleased, but she did not push. "Then we work with what we have." A low roll of thunder moved beyond the enchanted ceiling. The hall's false sky darkened, clouds gathering where a moment before there had been pale morning. Thomas went still. The leaf under his tongue seemed to wake against his mouth, bitter and alive, and his skin prickled from throat to wrist as if the coming storm had noticed him personally. Hannah saw his hand tighten around the spoon. "Thomas?" He swallowed around the leaf with care, then wrote, "Storm." Justin looked up at the ceiling. "Yes, weather does that sometimes." Thomas shook his head. "Not weather. Not only weather. The ritual Grindelwald had drilled into him for weeks had waited on thunder, on sky fire, on the right pressure in the air and the body's willingness to stop pretending. His false cat form had hurt more last night because it was no longer enough. The storm had come, and every part of him knew it. Ernie frowned. "Why'd I suddenly dislike the word storm?" Thomas folded the parchment with hands that were no longer quite steady. He looked at his friends, at the food, at the safe table, and then toward the doors beyond which the grounds waited under a darkening sky. He wrote one final line and pushed it to the center of the table. "Tonight, I have to finish something." The line on the parchment turned breakfast from a council into something tighter and less forgiving. Justin stopped pretending to be light about it first. He set down his fork, leaned close enough that his shoulder brushed Thomas's, and spoke with the careful brightness of someone holding worry by the collar. "Finish something" is a very suspicious phrase. It ranks just below trust me and above probably safe. Thomas looked at the eggs Hannah had placed in front of him and wrote, "Not the dog." "That is not the reassurance you think it is," Susan said, though her quill had already moved to a fresh page. "Is this about the leaf?" Thomas nodded once. Hannah's hand hovered near his sleeve, then settled on the table instead, as if she had decided not to crowd him and wanted credit for the restraint. "Does it hurt?" Thomas hesitated. Lying would have been easy on parchment, because ink did not shake unless the hand made it. He wrote, "Some, more if delayed." Ernie drew himself upright with the expression of a boy reluctantly accepting that rules did not always arrive in time to be useful. "Then we need a cover story. You cannot simply vanish during a storm after announcing an ominous private plant emergency at breakfast." Wayne glanced toward the staff table. "He can if people think he's ill." Justin brightened. "Excellent. Thomas has the natural look of someone recently trampled by herbology." Thomas gave him a flat look, but the plan had already begun forming around the table with frightening speed. Hannah wrapped 2 rolls and a piece of cheese in a napkin, her movements practical and gentle. Susan copied his notes about the dog onto a separate page, then slid the original back to him. Wayne watched the doors. Ernie muttered something about plausible timetables and common room witnesses, then looked offended when Justin called him useful. By lunch, the storm had settled over the castle properly. Rain lashed the windows in silver lines, and thunder prowled above the enchanted ceilings with a patience that made Thomas's bones itch. Classes blurred around the leaf under his tongue. Professor Binns spoke about a goblin treaty with the passion of damp parchment, and Thomas spent the hour feeling the pressure of the sky build behind the stone walls. In herbology, Professor Sprout took one look at him and frowned beneath her hat. "Mr. Thorne, you're pale enough to worry a mandrake," she said, resting a soil-warm hand briefly near his shoulder without trapping him. "Are you unwell?" Thomas wrote, "Private plant study reaction. Managing." Sprout read the note, then looked at him for one long, searching moment. "Managing is not the same as well. After supper, you go straight to your common room and stay warm. If this study of yours bites back, you come to me." He nodded, and the promise bent strangely inside him because he meant it and did not. He would go to the common room. He would be seen there. Then he would leave by a colder road. By evening, the Hufflepuffs made the lie easy by surrounding him with ordinary noise. Justin complained loudly that Thomas was going to sleep early and ruin the game schedule. Hannah brought him cocoa he could not drink properly and looked as if she knew it. Susan placed a folded page in his hand beneath the table. Thomas opened it just enough to read the top line. "Come back with all bones in the same arrangement." He nearly laughed, and the leaf almost shifted. He looked up sharply, and Susan's mouth softened by the smallest degree. "That's an instruction, not a request." Wayne stood when the first heavy thunderclap shook the common room lamps. "Now," he said quietly. Thomas rose with the wrapped food in his pocket, the parchment in his sleeve, and the storm calling through the old stones. Hannah stepped into his path before he reached the darker passage, her face pale but steady. "You don't have to tell us everything. But you do have to come back." Thomas wrote with careful hands, "I will try very hard." Hannah read it, swallowed, and moved aside. Thomas passed through the hidden way with Wayne at his back until the castle's warm heart gave way to lower stone and colder air. At the service turn, Thomas pressed his palm to the wall, waited for Wayne's nod, and folded the world toward Nurmengard, where thunder was already waiting. Nurmengard's yard had become a bowl of black rain and white fire. Thomas arrived half kneeling on wet stone, one hand braced against the wall while the jump finished shuddering through him. Vinda caught his shoulder before he slipped, not holding him like a prisoner, only keeping him from dropping his face into the puddles. Beyond her, Grindelwald stood beneath the broken overhang with a crystal phial in one hand and his wand in the other, his old eyes bright with the storm's reflection. "You are late enough to be dramatic and early enough to live," Grindelwald said, and the sharpness in his voice steadied Thomas more than comfort would have done. "Good. The storm is still climbing. Give me the leaf." Thomas opened his mouth carefully. The mandrake leaf came free with a bitter thread of saliva and a month of held speech tangled around it. Vinda took it with silver tweezers and lowered it into the phial, where something dark and waiting curled around dew, hair, and the broken shell of a moth chrysalis. The liquid flashed once, not bright, but deep, like a night eye opening underwater. Vinda tilted his chin with one gloved finger and inspected him as thunder rolled against the tower. He is shaking. He is transforming, Grindelwald said. The body resents being told the truth after weeks of successful lying. Thomas wanted to glare at both of them, but the file drew his whole attention. It smelled of rain, earth, fur, and fear. It smelled like alleys, kitchens, rooflines, old hunger, and the strange warm places where Hufflepuff had started to become a word for staying. Grindelwald stepped closer and set Thomas's own wand against the center of his chest. Words first, Grindelwald said, softer now and more dangerous for it. No rushing, no courage tricks. You do not beat the animal into shape. You invite the true shape to stop waiting. Thomas's voice came rough after so long unused, but it came. Amato animo animato animagus. The Latin moved through his ribs with the thunder, and the wand tip warmed against his heart. He said it again, and the yard seemed to lean inward. He said it a third time as lightning split the clouds above Nurmengard, and Grindelwald pressed the file into his hands. Drink, Vinda said, her calm voice cutting through the storm. Now, Thomas. He drank. The potion hit his tongue like rainwater over iron and crushed leaves, then dropped into him like a stone through deep water. Pain opened at once, clean and total. His hands struck the ground, fingers folding, bones answering a command older than language. Vinda's hand left him because this part could not be held. Grindelwald spoke low and sharp beside him, giving rhythm, not rescue, while thunder rolled over Thomas's back and his body remembered every rooftop, every hidden corner, every narrow escape that had taught him how to be small and alive. Fur swept over his skin. His spine shortened and lengthened in the same impossible breath. The world rushed upward, huge and sharp with scent. Rain struck whiskers. Stone breathed cold beneath 4 paws. Thomas staggered, hissed from instinct rather than fear, and then stood in the storm as a lean black tomcat with a nicked ear, soaked fur, and a heart still beating with the boy inside it. Grindelwald lowered himself slowly to one knee, old bones protesting while triumph and relief warred across his face. There you are, he said, and this time the words held no strategy at all. Not a trick, not a borrowed lie, you. 53. 4 Paws and Thunder. Thomas stood in the rain on 4 paws and discovered that the world had become rude with detail. Nurmengard's yard was no longer stone, wall, tower, and storm. It was wet iron in the door hinges, old moss in the cracks, mountain air sliding under the overhang, Vinda's leather gloves, Grindelwald's wool sleeve, his own fear sharp and familiar beneath new fur. Every scent had edges, every sound had height and direction. Rain did not simply fall anymore. It struck, scattered, gathered, and ran in tiny rivers between stones large enough to trip a careless paw. He took one step and nearly sat down by accident. Vinda made a soft sound that was not quite laughter. Careful, little cat. Pride breaks faster than bones at this size. Thomas turned his head toward her, intending a glare. His ears flattened before he chose it, and his tail lashed once behind him with an honesty his human face would never have allowed. Vinda's mouth curved, which proved that becoming a true animagus had not protected him from adults finding him funny. Grindelwald extended one thin hand, palm down, not touching. Walk to me, slowly. Do not think like a boy wearing a cat. Think like the body that already knows the answer. Thomas wanted to object, but his throat offered only a low, offended sound. The vibration startled him so badly that he stopped, and Grindelwald's smile cut through the rain, quick and bright. Yes, that too is yours. Thomas tried again. Paw, paw, balance, tail. The first 3 steps were humiliating. The next 4 were less so. By the time he reached Grindelwald's boot, his body had begun solving problems faster than thought could name them. His spine curved around wind. His paws found dry ridges in wet stone. His whiskers read space near the old man's robe hem, and for the first time since the ritual began, fear loosened enough for wonder to slip through. Grindelwald crouched and touched 2 fingers lightly between Thomas's ears. The contact should have made him flinch, but the hand was steady, old, and warm. Remember this, the false form obeyed instruction. The true form offers information. It will tell you doors, gaps, lies, heights, exits. Listen. Vinda stepped closer with Thomas's wand held in a cloth. And now the less poetic part. You must come back before exhaustion makes the choice for you. Thomas looked toward the storm-dark sky, then back at them. Coming back suddenly felt harder than changing. The cat shape fit too well, not comfortable exactly, but honest, as if some hidden part of him had stopped crouching behind a locked door. He pressed his paws into the wet stone and tried to remember fingers, knees, voice, and the awkward height of being a boy. Pain answered. His body pulled upward in a rush of fur, bone, and breath, and Vinda caught him before he hit the ground. Thomas clutched at her sleeve with human hands, soaked, shaking, and suddenly freezing. Grindelwald draped the black wool hat over Thomas's wet hair with grave ceremony. There, now you are a catastrophe in two shapes. Vinda got him inside before the next burst of lightning painted the yard white. The watch hut's little stove had been coaxed into life, and the room smelled of damp wool, hot metal, old smoke, and the sharp green bite of whatever restorative she poured into a cup without asking whether he wanted it. Thomas sat on the narrow bench with a blanket around his shoulders, both hands wrapped around the cup, trying to decide whether his fingers felt more miraculous or less honest than paws. "Drink," Vinda said, settling opposite him with the calm authority of someone who expected obedience because sense had already done the arguing. "You've emptied yourself on ritual work, portal travel, and stubbornness. One of those is curable." Thomas took a careful sip and grimaced. His voice came out rough, unused, and wonderfully his. "That tastes like someone threatened a cabbage." Grindelwald, standing near the window where rain striped the glass, looked pleased in the most unhelpful way. Speech returns with criticism. Excellent sign. Thomas would have answered, but the cup steamed under his nose, and his body had begun shaking in little delayed waves now that the storm work was done. The cat was still there, not gone, not separate, not waiting outside him. It sat under his skin like a new room in a house he had thought he knew. His ears did not twitch, yet he remembered twitching. His hands did not have claws, yet the memory of stone under pads remained clear enough to make his palms ache. Vinda noticed his stare and softened by a fraction. "You are not trapped between shapes. You are tired. There is a difference, and you will learn it before you frighten yourself into stupidity." Thomas looked from her to Grindelwald. "Can I go back?" "To the cat?" Grindelwald asked. "To Hogwarts." The old man's expression sharpened. "Not by portal until your sense steadies. You have torn space twice today, changed shape truly for the first time, and drunk a potion most adult wizards fail because they mistake drama for discipline. Sit." Thomas sat more firmly, which was annoying because he had already been sitting. "Wayne is waiting." Vinda's gloved hand paused over the little packet of food Hannah had wrapped for him earlier. "Then we do not keep Wayne waiting long. But we do not return you half-collapsed through a school wall either." Grindelwald turned from the window. "You will go back in human shape. You will sleep. Tomorrow, if the castle permits, you will test the cat in a safe corridor, not near a Cerberus, not near Severus Snape, and not while inventing reasons why alone means efficient." Thomas looked into the cup and muttered, "Everyone has opinions now." "Yes," Vinda said dryly, unwrapping Hannah's bread and cheese and placing them in front of him. "That is what happens when people become invested in whether you survive." The words settled more warmly than the stove. Thomas ate because he was hungry, because Hannah had packed the food, because Vinda was watching, and because the cat inside him seemed to approve of practical things like meat, warmth, and trusted exits. When the shaking eased, Grindelwald drew a simple chalk line across the floor, marked 2 points, and made Thomas stand between them with one hand on the wall. "Home," Grindelwald said quietly. "Not escape, not flight. Name the place properly in yourself." Thomas closed his eyes. He thought of the barrel entrance, Wayne's waiting face, Hannah's instruction, Susan's folded note, Justin's loud worry, and Hufflepuff's fire. The portal opened smaller than usual, clean and obedient as a held breath, and Thomas stepped through toward the warm side of the storm. The service corridor returned around Thomas with a softer lurch than usual. Warm stone, old polish, kitchen steam, and Hufflepuff's buried nearness met him before his knees remembered whether they intended to hold. He pressed one hand flat to the wall and waited through the settling, counting under his breath because Grindelwald's voice had followed him through the portal like a command. Home, not escape. The word made the corridor feel different, as if the castle had heard him use it and was considering whether to answer. Wayne stood exactly where Thomas had left him, shoulders tight, wand in one hand and a napkin-wrapped biscuit in the other like competing emergency plans. His face went pale with relief and then annoyed almost at once. "You are late." Thomas leaned harder on the wall. "I was told I was dramatic and early enough to live." Wayne stared at him. "You can talk." Thomas blinked, because after a month of parchment, the sound of his own voice in Hogwarts felt stranger than the transformation had. His throat was raw, his words scraped slightly, and for one ridiculous moment he wanted to write an answer because speaking seemed too exposed. "The leaf is gone." Wayne's gaze sharpened. "Finished?" Thomas nodded. The cat stirred under his skin at the motion, not trying to come out, only noticing that the corridor had shadows, pipes, small cracks under skirting stones, and enough smells to build a map from. He swallowed and added, "Properly finished." Wayne looked him up and down, taking in the wet hair under the black hat, the shaking hands, the way Thomas stood as if he had forgotten which height belonged to him. "Good, wonderful, historic, probably. Now you are going to bed before I become the sort of person who physically drags national secrets through corridors." Thomas managed a faint smile. "You would not." "I absolutely would," Wayne said, offering the biscuit with grave severity. "I have discovered leadership through blackmail. Do not test my development." Thomas took the biscuit because his body wanted sugar and because Wayne's hand shook a little when he passed it over. They moved toward the barrels together, slow enough that Wayne could pretend he was not helping and Thomas could pretend he did not need him. The common room opened into low firelight and waiting faces. Hannah sat on the hearth rug with a book unopened in her lap. Susan stood from the table before the entrance had fully closed. Justin was half asleep in an armchair and woke so fast he nearly knocked over a footstool. "You're back," Hannah said, rising with relief plain across her face before she tried to tidy it away. "And speaking," Justin said, blinking hard. "That feels important. Also unfair. I prepared several parchment-based jokes." Susan came closer, eyes moving over him with the exactness of someone checking a report against a survivor. "Did it work?" Thomas held her gaze, then nodded. "Yes." The room went quiet around that small word. Not the whole common room, because older students still murmured near the far tables and the fire still cracked in the grate, but their circle drew in until Thomas felt the warmth of it nearly as strongly as the cat beneath his skin. Hannah stepped closer and put the folded note from earlier into his hand. "Come back with all bones in the same arrangement." He looked at it, then at her. "Mostly," Thomas said. Hannah's mouth trembled into a smile, though her eyes were damp. "Mostly is not full compliance. I will improve." Justin let out a breath that sounded suspiciously like a laugh and a collapse at once. "Excellent. We have progress, mystery, and all major limbs. I vote bed before anyone says anything alarming." Thomas wanted to argue, but the room tilted once more, and the cat inside him quietly agreed with Justin for practical reasons. Wayne took his elbow before pride could object. Hannah moved ahead to clear the way. Susan tucked the note back into his hand, and Justin followed behind them with theatrical solemnity. Thomas let them guide him up, too tired to pretend that needing help meant being caught. For tonight, it only meant he had come back to people who had waited. Thomas slept like something dropped into deep water and woke with sunlight touching the curtains around his bed. For one peaceful breath, he did not remember storms, potion, pause, or Grindelwald's fingers between his ears. Then a sparrow landed somewhere outside the dormitory window, claws scraping lightly against stone, and the sound arrived so clearly that his eyes snapped open. The cat inside him lifted its head, not separate, not speaking, simply awake with him. Justin's face appeared between the curtains. "Good morning. Before you panic, you missed breakfast, but Hannah staged a rescue operation involving rolls, jam, and what I believe is a politically significant amount of butter." Thomas blinked at him, then pushed himself upright. Every muscle ached, but the ache was ordinary compared to the ritual's memory. "How long did I sleep?" "Long enough for Ernie to declare that sleep is an academic necessity when undertaken responsibly," Justin said, offering a wrapped napkin. "Also long enough for Susan to forbid anyone from asking you 14 questions before food." "From the next bed," Wayne said without opening his eyes, "I counted." Justin got to 13. "I showed restraint," Justin said, offended. "Heroic restraint." Thomas took the roll and ate because arguing with Hufflepuff food logistics had become pointless. The jam was sweet, the butter thick, and the first bite made him realize how hollow he still felt. He ate the second more slowly while the cat noticed crumbs, wool blankets, dust under the bed, and Zacharias's shoes tucked with one lace trailing like prey. Wayne opened one eye. No. Thomas looked at him. I did not do anything. You looked at Smith's shoe like it had personally wronged you. Justin leaned closer with immediate delight. Did it? Thomas stared at the dangling lace, then at his own hands, and a laugh escaped before he could stop it. It sounded rough, tired, and properly human. The sound loosened something in the room. Wayne sat up, Justin grinned, and even Ernie, already dressed with his tie slightly crooked, softened by half an inch. Later, when the dormitory emptied and Wayne guarded the door with exaggerated patience, Thomas stood barefoot on the rug between the beds. Safe test, Wayne said. No corridors, no dogs, no Snape, no experimental nonsense. Thomas nodded, took one breath, and reached for the shape that was not a trick anymore. This time there was no tearing pain. His body folded inward like a secret accepting its own name, and the rug rushed up beneath 4 black paws. The room exploded into scent and height and tiny sounds. Justin made a strangled noise of awe. Oh, Justin whispered, crouching slowly. Thomas, you're magnificent. Thomas's ears warmed, which was deeply unfair in a cat. He stepped forward, tail high despite himself, and Wayne's serious face broke into a smile he did not try to hide. For once, being seen did not feel like being caught. It felt like coming back with one more true thing and finding that his people had made room for it. 54. Cat rules. Justin lasted almost 30 seconds before reaching for Thomas's ears. That was better than Thomas had expected and worse than Wayne had hoped. Thomas stepped sideways on the rug, tail curving with offended dignity, and fixed Justin with the flattest stare a black tomcat could manage. The effect was apparently successful, because Justin froze with both hands raised like a thief caught at a jewelry counter. Right, Justin said, whispering as if volume were the issue rather than attempted ear theft. No touching without permission. That seems fair. Wayne leaned against the door with his arms folded. I am astonished this needed discovering. It didn't need discovering, Justin said. It needed confirming under field conditions. Thomas sat down, wrapped his tail neatly around his paws, and discovered that sitting as a cat carried a deep satisfaction human chairs had never provided. The room smelled of wool, soap, boot polish, old parchment, breakfast rolls, and the faint anxious salt of his friends trying to look calm. Zacharias's abandoned shoe still had the dangling lace. Thomas looked away from it with deliberate moral strength. Ernie cleared his throat from the foot of his bed, where he had been pretending not to be fascinated. This presents several practical concerns. First, dormitory secrecy. Second, unscheduled animal presence. Third, the possibility that Smith wakes and attempts to report a cat in violation of school rules. Wayne glanced at the closed curtains around Zacharias's bed. Smith sleeps like an insulted log. Thomas stood, padded to his own trunk, and tapped the latch with one paw. Justin opened it for him after a questioning look. Thomas hooked a claw carefully into the folded parchment on top, dragged it free, then changed back in a swift fold of warmth and breath. He landed crouched beside the trunk with bare feet on the rug and hair falling into his eyes, still startled by how cleanly the shape released him. Justin stared. That is never going to become ordinary. Thomas picked up the quill and wrote because his voice still felt too exposed after changing. Rules. Wayne nodded immediately. Good. Rule 1. No solo use outside safe rooms. Thomas gave him a look. Wayne did not blink. I said what I said. Ernie came closer despite himself. Rule 2. No transforming where portraits, prefects, professors, ghosts, cats, or Malfoys can see. Justin raised a finger. Rule 3. I am eventually allowed to say he is magnificent again, but only in private. Thomas wrote, Rule 4. No touching ears. Justin placed a hand over his heart. A hard law, but a just one. The joking helped, but only because the worry remained underneath it. Thomas looked at the parchment, then at the boys who had turned a dangerous secret into rules instead of fear. Outside the dormitory, Hogwarts moved through an ordinary late morning, footsteps and distant laughter rising from the common room below. Inside, Thomas had 4 paws, witnesses, and the first thin shape of a safer way to use both. The rules didn't survive first contact with Hannah and Susan. They had been written in neat lines on parchment, reviewed with the seriousness of a treaty, and folded once under Thomas's sleeve before the boys brought him downstairs. That lasted until Hannah looked up from the hearth rug, saw Thomas's face, then looked past him at Justin's expression and Wayne's doorguard posture. Her eyes narrowed with gentle and terrible accuracy. "You tested it without us," Hannah said. Justin made a small sound. "In our defense, the test happened in the dormitory, and the dormitory has complicated rules about visitors." Susan closed her book. "That is a defensive location, not conduct." Thomas sat on the edge of the nearest chair and took out the parchment. He had expected questions, but Hannah's disappointment landed differently than curiosity. It made him feel as if he had stepped over a line he had not known had been drawn. He unfolded the rules and placed them on the low table. Hannah read them, then looked at him. "No solo use outside safe rooms is good. No touching ears is also good." Justin nodded solemnly. "A painful but necessary reform." Susan tapped the parchment. "Safe rooms needs defining. Dormitory is not always safe if Zacharias is present. Common room is not safe if too many older students are here. Kitchens may be safe if the elves don't panic, but the elves will panic first and feed him second." Thomas imagined Pippi discovering him as a cat and perhaps trying to serve cream in a saucer with sobbing joy. His mouth twitched despite himself. "They would mean well." "That is not the same as safe," Susan said. Wayne leaned against the back of a chair. "That phrase is becoming useful." Hannah's expression softened as she sat beside Thomas, close enough to be present and not close enough to press. "Can we see? Just once. Here, while it's quiet." Thomas looked around the common room. Late morning had thinned the crowd. 2 fifth-years worked near the far window, a 7th-year slept under an open Transfiguration book, and no one sat close enough to notice more than Hufflepuffs huddling around another game or scheme. His skin prickled, but not with fear alone. Being seen upstairs by the boys had been one thing. Being seen by Hannah and Susan meant letting the secret step farther into the circle. "Curtain first," Susan said, already reaching for her wand. "Justin, stand there. Wayne, watch the stairs. Ernie, stop looking as if this violates parliamentary procedure and move the footstool." "It does violate several procedures," Ernie said, but he moved the footstool exactly where she pointed. The little corner became sheltered by bodies, chairs, and a harmless-looking homework pile. Thomas stood in the center, breathed once, and let the shape answer. The change came smooth and warm, like slipping through a familiar gap. The floor rose, the fire grew huge, and Hannah's gasp reached him full of wonder rather than fear. "Oh, Thomas," Hannah whispered, crouching slowly with her hands folded safely in her lap. "You're still you." That, more than magnificent or useful or successful, almost undid him. Thomas sat, tail curling around his paws, and looked up at her through the new bright world. Susan's face had gone careful and soft, her sharp mind plainly rearranging itself around this living fact. Justin stood guard with visible pride. Wayne watched the stairs. Ernie looked overwhelmed and loyal and faintly scandalized. Hannah smiled, small and shining. Rule 5. We protect both shapes. Thomas blinked once, slow and deliberate. It was not speech, but everyone understood. Susan's curtain charm lasted 7 minutes before the common room reminded them that safe was a moving target. A pair of second-years came down the girls' stairs arguing about a missing quill, and Wayne shifted at once to block the line of sight while Justin picked up a Transfiguration book and began reading aloud in the most artificial voice Thomas had ever heard. Thomas, still on 4 paws near Hannah's skirt, looked toward the gap between the chairs and felt the cat inside him measure 3 exits before the boy inside him finished panicking. Justin lifted his voice another notch. The matchstick is, of course, a classic introductory object because it is small, wooden, and unlikely to complain unless badly educated. The nearer second-year paused. "Why are you reading like that?" "Academic passion," Justin said gravely, holding the book upside down. Susan's wand moved beneath her sleeve. The curtain shimmered, folded itself into the harmless shape of a fallen blanket, and Thomas slipped under the low table before the second-years could look down properly. The space beneath it smelled of old polish, crumbs, wool socks, ink, and Hannah's apple soap. It also showed him how enormous feet were when one was small enough to be stepped on by accident. Hannah lowered her hand beside the table, palm down but not reaching. "Stay still," she murmured, and the softness of her voice gave the instructions somewhere safe to land. Thomas stayed still because Hannah asked, not because he could not run. That distinction mattered more than he expected. The second years searched for their quill near the hearth, found it tucked behind a cushion, and went away still arguing. Only when their footsteps vanished did Wayne breathe out. Ernie adjusted his tie as if order could be restored by fabric. Rule 6. Safe rooms stop being safe when other students enter. Thomas crept from beneath the table, tail low despite his effort at dignity, and changed back behind the shielding cluster. He landed in a crouch and accepted the jumper Hannah pushed toward him before anyone could see too much of bare arms or shaking hands. That was not my fault. No one said it was, Susan said, though her quill was already moving. That is why rules exist. Not because someone did wrong, but because the room changed. Justin turned his book the right way up with wounded dignity. Rule 7. I am never again responsible for improvised academic theater. You were terrible, Wayne said. I was heroic, Justin replied. History will be kinder than you. Hannah smiled faintly, but her attention remained on Thomas. Could you feel where to go? Thomas looked toward the table, then the stairs, then the barrel door. As a boy, he saw furniture and people. As a cat, he had seen gaps, cover, moving feet, warm bodies, and the way every route changed when someone shifted weight. Yes, he said slowly. More than before. The room tells more truth when I'm small. Ernie frowned, thoughtful rather than pompous for once. Then this is useful, but only if we stop treating it like a trick. Susan underlined the new rule and looked around the circle. Controlled tests. Named watchers. No transformations without an exit plan. Thomas wanted to argue with the neatness of it, but the memory of the second year's shoe passing inches from his tail made protest feel childish even to him. He nodded, and Hannah reached over to add one more line beneath Susan's careful script. Rule 8. Thomas gets a say too. The words warmed him in a strange, difficult way. Not permission from them, not ownership by them, a say. Thomas touched the parchment with one finger and understood that the rules were not bars around a cage. They were rails along a roof edge, built because someone expected him to keep running and wanted him alive when he did. By the time the lunch bell began drawing students upward through the castle, the parchment had become crowded with rules, arrows, exceptions, and Justin's small doodle of a cat wearing a crown that Thomas had crossed out twice. Susan folded the page with care and tucked it into her notebook rather than handing it to Thomas. When he looked at her, she lifted one eyebrow as if daring him to object. Shared custody, Susan said. If you keep the only copy, you can accidentally forget rules you dislike. Thomas opened his mouth, then closed it because she was not wrong. I dislike how well you know me. That is because you are becoming predictable in very specific ways, Susan said, though her voice held more warmth than the words pretended. Ernie glanced toward the passage as footsteps gathered above the barrels. We should disperse before someone asks why we've held a constitutional convention around a homework table. Justin gathered the books into a messy stack. A constitutional convention with pause. Private pause, Hannah said, and there was enough firmness in her voice that Justin immediately nodded. They left the common room in loose pairs, not as a cluster, because Susan said clusters looked guilty and Ernie said clusters looked politically organized, which apparently worried him more. Thomas walked with Hannah at the rear, the rules hidden in Susan's notebook ahead of them and the cat curled under his skin like a second heartbeat. The corridors smelled brighter now, sharper, each passing student carrying soap, ink, wool, breakfast, nerves, and old spellwork. Thomas tried not to react, but twice his head turned before his human eyes knew why. Hannah noticed. Too much? A lot, Thomas said quietly. Not bad, just more. She nodded as if that answer made perfect sense. Then we go slower. They did. It was such a simple thing and so quietly offered that Thomas nearly missed how much it mattered. At the next landing, a pack of Gryffindors thundered past with Ron Weasley in the middle of them, laughing too loudly about something to do with chess. Harry followed a step behind, quieter, glancing toward a corridor that led in the wrong direction for lunch. Thomas felt the hidden root under the school tug at the edge of his thoughts, dog, harp, trapdoor, mirror, and all the teeth of the plan. Hannah's hand brushed his sleeve, light enough to refuse. Not now. Thomas looked at her, startled. You had that face, she said. The one where you leave before your feet move. He swallowed. I was thinking. I know, Hannah smiled, small and steady. Rule 9, then. Thinking about running counts as warning your friends. Thomas stared at her for a second, then nodded. That is a difficult rule. Good, she said. Those are the ones that work. In the great hall, Susan glanced back once and seemed to understand that another rule had been added without ink. Justin waved them toward the Hufflepuff table with exaggerated patience, and Wayne had already saved Thomas a place between himself and Hannah. Thomas sat, accepted a plate before hunger could turn secretive, and let the noise of lunch gather around him. The cat wanted roots. The boy wanted answers. His friends, inconvenient and warm and far too observant, wanted him alive. For the first time, Thomas thought that perhaps all three wants could shape the same path. 55. Safe corridors. Lunch did not become peaceful simply because Thomas sat down and accepted a plate. The great hall had too many sounds now. Cutlery clicked like little signals, shoes scraped under benches, robes whispered behind him, and every passing student carried scent and movement through the air until the cat under his skin kept lifting its head. Thomas forced himself to eat slowly, one forkful at a time, while Hannah remained beside him as if slower eating could be a shared spell. Justin watched him over a pumpkin juice goblet. You're doing the thing again. Thomas swallowed. What thing? The listening to walls thing, Justin said. Or smelling. I'm not entirely clear on the etiquette. Susan leaned forward from Wayne's other side, her notebook safely closed but somehow still present in spirit. Then we test after lunch. Small, controlled, no transformation in the corridor unless necessary, and no one says the word reconnaissance where Ernie can hear it. I heard it, Ernie said at once. Wayne cut a piece of potato with unnecessary care. Good, then you can complain while helping. Ernie looked offended, then looked proud of being included, then attempted to hide both behind posture. I do not complain. I identify procedural weakness. Thomas looked from one face to another and felt the strange, awkward weight of the rules they had made. He should have hated it. Part of him did. A smaller part, newer and less scarred, liked that there were enough people now to argue about how he survived. Hannah nudged the breadbasket closer. Eat first, then safe corridor. Which corridor? Thomas asked. The one outside the kitchens, Susan said. Known route, friendly door, food nearby. Few students after lunch because everyone assumes Hufflepuffs already know where snacks live. Justin brightened. We do know where snacks live. That's cultural heritage. Thomas almost smiled. Then he glanced toward the Gryffindor table as Harry stood with Hermione and Ron. Harry's eyes flicked once toward the doors, not toward lunch, and Hermione caught his sleeve before he could drift too far ahead. The movement was small, but Thomas saw it now with the new, sharp sense that had become part of him. Roots pulled at more than one child. Hannah followed his gaze and lowered her voice. Rule 9. Thomas exhaled through his nose. I am warning my friends. Potter is still thinking about the corridor. Susan's expression tightened. Then our safe test has a second purpose. After lunch they left in pairs again, carrying school bags and enough ordinary chatter to look harmless. Thomas walked between Hannah and Wayne while Justin and Ernie argued ahead about whether a cat could technically be a study partner. Susan followed half a step behind, watching the flow of students with the careful patience of someone setting pieces on a board. At the kitchen passage, the castle grew warmer and quieter, and the fruit painting smiled down at them as if it approved of secrets that led to biscuits. Thomas stood in the sheltered bend near the wall, pressed his palm to the stone, and listened with both boy and cat. Footsteps above, pipes beneath, a faint clatter of pans beyond the painting. The corridor had gaps, shadows, safe angles, and a narrow line beneath a service cupboard door that a cat could use if a student could not. He opened his eyes and met Susan's expectant look. Yes, he said softly. This will work. Susan took charge as if the corridor had become a classroom and the lesson might bite if badly arranged. She positioned Justin near the bend where he could see the main passage, sent Ernie 2 portraits down with instructions to look pompous enough that no one would question him, and placed Wayne by the fruit painting with one hand resting near his wand. Hannah stayed closest to Thomas, not guarding the corridor exactly, but guarding the space around him. Controlled test, Susan said, low and precise. You transform, cross to the cupboard, enter if possible, come back, and change again. No extra exploration. Thomas glanced at the cupboard door and the narrow shadow beneath it. That is barely exploration. That is the point, Wayne said. Justin leaned around the corner. For the record, I am dramatically bored already, which means this is a very sensible plan. Thomas breathed once and let the cat come. The corridor rose around him in a smooth rush of scent and height, and the stone under his paws spoke in cool pressure, old dust, and the faint vibration of pipes behind the wall. He did not need to crouch. The body already knew how to be low. He crossed the corridor with his tail held carefully level, ignoring Justin's tiny sound of delight and Ernie's muttered complaint from farther down the passage about being wasted on sentry duty. The cupboard gap admitted whiskers first, then nose, then shoulders. For one unpleasant moment, his ribs met the edge and memory flashed, fire escape, broken sign, tight places with hands behind him. Then the cat body folded where the boy would have stuck, and he slid through into darkness smelling of broom straw, floor polish, mouse, and old soap. The space inside was narrow but not empty. Buckets stacked to one side, a mop leaned crookedly, and a loose stone at the back breathed colder air from somewhere beyond the wall. Thomas touched the stone with one paw. The castle answered with distance. Not a map, not words, but a sense of a service hollow behind the cupboard, too narrow for a child, wide enough for pipes, perhaps wide enough for a cat. His heart picked up. This was not the trapdoor route. This was something better for now, a practice route, a castle nerve no one had thought to guard because no one expected a Hufflepuff first year to be a cat with a talent for doors. A soft knock came against the cupboard door. Hannah's voice followed, warm and steady. Thomas, back now. The urge to push the loose stone nearly made him pretend not to hear. Rule 9 caught him before the lie could form. Thinking about running counted as warning his friends. He backed away from the cold breath, squeezed out beneath the door, and changed behind the shield of Hannah's robes and Susan's angled body. Human knees met stone, and Hannah's hand hovered near his shoulder without landing. Susan saw his face at once. You found something. Thomas nodded, still breathing carefully. A hollow behind the wall. Small, cat small. Wayne's mouth tightened. And you came back anyway. Thomas looked toward the cupboard, then back at them. I heard Hannah. Hannah's smile was small, but it changed the whole corridor. Good. Then the rule worked. Ernie returned at a brisk walk, lowering his voice with great effort. 2 Ravenclaws are coming this way and discussing arithmancy as if it has personally betrayed them. Justin straightened. Finally, my boredom ends. Susan closed Thomas's hand around the folded rules parchment. Test complete. We walk away like ordinary students who did not just discover a cat-sized castle passage. Thomas let them draw him into motion, but the cold breath behind the cupboard stayed with him. Safe corridors had just become useful corridors, and useful corridors had a habit of becoming dangerous the moment someone loved them too much. They met the Ravenclaws at the bend with exactly the kind of innocent timing that made Thomas suspicious of anyone who called Hufflepuff simple. Ernie stepped into the corridor first, chin lifted, expression arranged into academic concern, while Justin shifted his stack of books until it looked as if he had been ambushed by homework rather than serving as a human curtain. Susan walked beside Thomas with her notebook open to a harmless page. Hannah kept close on his other side, and Wayne drifted half a step behind where he could watch both Thomas and the cupboard. One Ravenclaw girl glanced over at them, still frowning at her friend. No, I'm telling you, if the runes are meant to express quantity, the charm matrix can't simply ignore sequence. Justin brightened with dangerous enthusiasm. That sounds very important, possibly tragic. The Ravenclaw blinked. What? Arithmancy, Justin said, adjusting the upside-down book before Susan's look made him turn it properly. I respect it from a distance. Her friend gave him a puzzled look, then smiled despite herself. That is usually safest. The small exchange should have passed like any other corridor nonsense, but Thomas felt it differently now. He could track their attention as if it had weight. The Ravenclaws saw books, uniforms, Hufflepuffs walking in a cluster, Ernie looking respectable, Justin looking ridiculous, Susan looking too prepared to be questioned, and Hannah smiling kindly enough to soften all of it. They did not see the cupboard. They did not see the cold hollow behind it. They did not see Thomas's hand still remembering pause. Then another scent cut across the corridor, sharp with expensive soap, polished leather, and smugness. Thomas turned before the footsteps arrived. Draco Malfoy came around the next corner with Crabbe and Goyle behind him, both boys eating something wrapped in paper and leaving crumbs on their robes. Draco's eyes found Thomas at once, then moved over the others with open irritation, as if Hufflepuff's taking up space offended him on principle. "Well," Draco said, slowing, "are you all lost, or does Hufflepuff travel in herds for protection?" Wayne did not move, but somehow became harder to pass. Ernie drew himself up with immediate dignity. "We are returning from lunch." "Lunch is upstairs," Draco said. "The kitchens are down here, aren't they? Sneaking extra food, Thorne?" Thomas felt the old reflex rise, cold and quick. Hide weakness. Deny hunger. Find the exit. The cat noticed gaps between ankles, the cupboard behind him, the loose line of Goyle's shoelace, the climbable edge of a portrait frame. Hannah's sleeve brushed his hand, and Rule 9 settled over the panic before it could become movement. Justin sighed. "Malfoy, if you're jealous because Hufflepuff understands snacks better than Slytherin, you could simply say so." Crabbe frowned down at his own wrapped cake, as if the insult had become logistically confusing. Draco's pale face tightened. Susan closed her notebook with a neat snap. "We're allowed to walk in corridors. Unless your father purchased this one recently." For one wonderful second, Draco looked as if no one had handed him the right script. Ernie made a faint strangled noise that might have been admiration. Wayne glanced toward the approaching Ravenclaws, who had slowed just enough to become witnesses, and Draco noticed them too. His mouth twisted. "Enjoy your crumbs," Draco said, sweeping past with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. Thomas did not move until they were gone. Then he let out the breath he had held too long. Hannah looked at him without triumph, only steady concern. "You warned us by staying." Thomas looked back toward the cupboard, then toward the corridor Draco had taken. Safe corridors were not safe because nothing happened in them. They were safe because someone watched the corners with him. "Rule 10, he said quietly. "Malfoy counts as a moving hazard." Justin nodded gravely. "At last, a rule for the ages." They did not stop walking until the kitchen passage had fallen behind them and the ordinary school noise wrapped around the group again. Thomas kept his hands in his pockets because the urge to glance back had become almost physical. The cupboard behind the service bend felt like a loose tooth in the castle, small and irritating and impossible to ignore once found. The cat wanted to return. The boy knew better. His friends had become very good at noticing the difference before he did. Susan waited until they reached a quieter stair landing before opening her notebook. "Rule 10 goes in, but it is not the important discovery." Justin looked wounded. "Malfoy being classified as a moving hazard is extremely important. It may be my finest contribution to scholarship." Ernie sniffed. "Your finest contribution was distracting Ravenclaws with nonsense. That says little for your academic future." "It says I perform under pressure," Justin said. Wayne leaned against the wall and looked at Thomas. "The cupboard." Thomas nodded. "Cold air behind the stone. Service hollow, I think. Pipes. Maybe more than one direction." Hannah's face tightened with worry rather than excitement. "Could someone else use it?" "Not unless they are very small," Thomas said, then felt the cat answer inside him with too much interest. "Are not human." Susan wrote that down and underlined it once. "Then we treat it as a training route first. No mission work, no trapdoor work, no testing near the 3rd floor. We learn how cat spaces behave where the risks are smaller." Thomas almost objected to risks are smaller, because smaller risk was still risk and risk had never waited politely to be ranked. Then he thought of Draco appearing from nowhere, Ravenclaws becoming witnesses by accident, Hannah's sleeve against his hand, and the way the cupboard's darkness had tried to pull him before he was ready. "Training route," he agreed. Ernie looked surprised enough to forget looking formal. "You agree?" "I dislike being stepped on," Thomas said. "It clarifies things." Hannah gave a tiny laugh, and the tension eased just enough for the landing to feel like part of a school again. Justin promptly named the cupboard the cat door. Susan rejected that as too obvious. Wayne suggested they avoid naming illegal routes in case the parchment was found, and Ernie began arguing that unnamed things caused administrative confusion. Thomas listened, warmer than he expected, while Susan drew a neat little square in her notebook and marked it with nothing more incriminating than cupboard by fruit painting. When they finally moved toward afternoon lessons, Thomas walked without looking back. The hidden hollow had not vanished because he chose not to chase it. It waited behind stone, patient and narrow and useful. For once, waiting did not feel like losing. It felt like the first sensible step in learning how to run with others beside him. 56. Music for a monster. By evening, the cupboard by the fruit painting had become a little square in Susan's notebook and a much larger shape in Thomas's head. He sat in the common room with a charms essay open in front of him, but the words kept sliding into corridors, cupboard gaps, service hollows, and the cold breath behind stone. Safe route, training route, useful route. Each name changed the thing a little, and none of them changed what mattered. Hogwarts had spaces adults did not watch because adults did not fit inside them. Justin dropped into the chair opposite him with a biscuit in one hand and immediate suspicion on his face. That is not the expression of a boy thinking deeply about wand movement. Thomas glanced down at the essay. He had written the word swish 3 times and flick once, which might have been academically sufficient if Professor Flitwick believed in emotional honesty over actual homework. I am thinking about movement. Susan looked up from her own parchment at once. Safe movement, I hope. Mostly, Thomas said. Hannah, curled beside the low table with her knees tucked under her, gave him the kind of look that made mostly feel like a confession. Mostly is not a rule. Wayne leaned over just far enough to see Thomas's parchment. You've made swish look threatening. It is a threatening word, Justin said. Too much confidence for one syllable. Their voices wrapped around him in warmth and irritation, and Thomas let himself stay in it for one breath longer than usual. Then the thought under the thought rose again, heavier than cupboard gaps. 3 heads, a trapdoor, a dog so large even memory made his shoulders tighten. He had been thinking about corridors because corridors were something he could map, but the strongest obvious obstacle below the school was not a corridor at all. It was alive. Across the room, an older Hufflepuff hummed softly while darning a torn glove with her wand. The tune drifted low and steady through the common room, not loud enough to claim attention, but enough that 2 nearby first years relaxed without noticing. Thomas followed the sound, and with it came Hagrid's booming affection for dangerous creatures, the Niffler's bright greedy eyes, fangs settling when Hagrid's voice softened, and every plant or beast that had answered calm better than force. Susan noticed his focus sharpen. Thomas. He looked back at her, too quickly. No exploring tonight, she said. I know, Thomas said, and for once he meant it. Tonight was not for running. Tonight was for remembering that Hogwarts liked to make a monster look like a lock, and then hide the key in something as foolish and ordinary as a song. Thomas tried to return to his charms essay after that, but Susan's eyes stayed on him with the steady pressure of a door held politely shut. He lasted through one more crooked sentence before setting the quill down. Ink gathered at the nib, fat and black, until it dropped onto the parchment and turned swish into something that looked bitten. Justin leaned closer. That is either a correction mark or your essay has been attacked. It might deserve it, Wayne said. Susan did not smile. You're thinking about the forbidden corridor. Thomas's hand tightened around the quill. Around them, the common room stayed warm and ordinary, all low lamplight, soft chairs, homework groans, and the faint smell of biscuits from the kitchen basket, but the word struck the hidden place behind his ribs. He had not said trapdoor. He had not said dog. Susan did not need him to. I'm thinking about not going there, he said. Hannah studied him, then set her own book aside. That is better than thinking about going there, but it still sounds like the corridor is pulling on your sleeve. Thomas looked toward the older Hufflepuff who had been humming. The girl had stopped to bite off a thread, and the sudden absence of the tune made the common room feel thinner. Hagrid keeps creatures calmer by talking to them, he said carefully. Plants calm if you don't shout. Fang settles when Hagrid's voice settles. The Niffler noticed noise before sense. Music is just steady noise with manners. Justin blinked at him, then brightened. That is the best definition of music I've ever heard. It's not a joke, Susan said, though her voice had changed. It had become less accusing and more precise, which meant she had begun to follow the shape of his thought. You're considering whether sound could make something dangerous less dangerous. Not testing it on something dangerous, Thomas said at once, because Hannah's face had tightened. Not tonight, not near the forbidden corridor. Ernie, who had been pretending to read 2 chairs away, lowered his book with enormous dignity. I object to the phrase not tonight. It suggests a future proposal. Wayne nodded. Fair objection. Thomas swallowed his first answer, because it would have been too sharp and too lonely. Instead he looked at the circle of faces and made himself use the rule before anyone else had to hand it back to him. Then we test the idea somewhere safe. With Hagrid. With Fang, maybe. A dog. One head. Friendly. Hannah's shoulders eased, but only a little. And we all know about it before you do anything. Susan picked up her notebook and wrote one line under the cupboard square. Music test. Hagrid. Fang. No forbidden corridor. She glanced up at him. Say it. Thomas felt heat crawl up his neck, but the warmth under the embarrassment was stranger and harder to fight. Music test. Hagrid. Fang. No forbidden corridor. Justin raised his biscuit like a solemn witness. And no composing tragic monster lullabies without committee approval. For once, Thomas let the smile arrive before he buried it. Fine, he said, reaching for a clean scrap of parchment. Then tomorrow we ask Hagrid what songs dogs like. The next afternoon, Thomas carried the question across the grounds with Hannah, Susan, Justin, Wayne, and Ernie arranged around him in a formation that would have looked casual only to someone who had never seen Hufflepuffs decide a person required supervision. The winter grass lay damp under their shoes, and Hagrid's hut smoked warmly at the edge of the forest, with Fang snuffling along the fence as if the whole world might have hidden sausages in it. Hagrid opened the door before they knocked, beaming down at the group. Well now, this is a delegation if ever I saw one. What have ye lot done? Nothing, Ernie said at once, with the doomed dignity of someone making things worse. We are here for an approved question. Justin nodded gravely. A question with no illegal corridor content whatsoever. Hagrid's eyebrows climbed under his wild hair. That so? Susan stepped on Justin's foot before he could improve the sentence. Thomas had a creature question. We thought it should be asked properly. Thomas felt every eye turn toward him, including Fang's damp, hopeful stare. He rubbed one thumb over the seam of his glove and made himself speak before silence turned the question into something larger. Do dogs like music? Hagrid blinked, then laughed, the sound booming warm enough to rattle the mugs hanging by the hearth. Dogs? Course they do, some of 'em. Fang here likes anything if ye sing it soft enough and rub his ears. Don't ye, great coward? Fang wagged his tail hard enough to thump the fence, then leaned his whole head into Hagrid's hand with shameless agreement. Hannah smiled despite herself. Could we try? Try singing to Fang? Hagrid looked delighted. Aye, why not? Better than him pretending he's starving when he's had his dinner twice. They gathered near the fence while Hagrid fetched a battered wooden stool and a tin of biscuits that made Fang's attention sharpen at once. Thomas crouched several feet away, not close enough to trap or challenge, and listened as Hagrid began a low, tuneless hum that rolled more like a warm cartwheel than a song. Fang's ears shifted, his tail slowed. Hagrid scratched behind one floppy ear, humming steadily, and the boarhound's enormous head sank lower until his chin rested on the damp rail. See? Hagrid said softly, pleased. It's the steady part he likes. Doesn't need to be pretty. Just kind. Thomas held that sentence very still inside him. Steady, not pretty, kind. He hummed once, barely louder than breath, matching Hagrid's rhythm without the words. Fang's nose twitched toward him, and for one uneasy second Thomas thought the dog would bound over and ruin the test with affection. Instead, Fang huffed, blinked twice, and let his eyes droop. Justin whispered, Thomas has defeated a dog with manners. Susan did not laugh. She watched Thomas watching Fang, and her voice came quiet but firm. Remember the rule. Thomas looked at the sleeping dog, then past Hagrid's hut toward the castle rising above them with its forbidden corridors and hidden locks. I remember, he said, though the knowledge had already settled like a key in his palm. No forbidden corridor. Hagrid looked so pleased with Fang's drowsy surrender that caution slipped from him by degrees. He brought them inside for tea because the air had gone sharp, and because Hagrid seemed to believe any gathering near his hut became underfed after 15 minutes. Fang followed in a loose, sleepy stagger, then collapsed beside the hearth with a sigh that shook dust from the rug. Thomas sat on the edge of a chair too large for him and watched the dog's ribs rise and fall while the low hum still lingered in his own throat. Useful, that, Hagrid said, setting mugs around with hands large enough to make the crockery look nervous. Music's kinder than shouting if a creature's frightened or stubborn. Some beasts don't hear words proper, but they feel steady sound. Fluffy's the same, really. Put a bit of music near him and he drops off lovely. The hut went quiet in a way that had nothing to do with Fang sleeping. Justin froze with both hands around his mug. Ernie's mouth opened, then closed with visible effort. Hannah looked at Thomas, and Thomas looked into his tea because if he looked at Susan first, she would know the thought had struck home like a thrown knife. Susan set her mug down very carefully. Fluffy? Hagrid's face changed. Not much, but enough. His beard shifted as his mouth worked around a mistake he had already made. Just a dog, he said, too quickly. Big one. Belongs to me, not for students to bother. Wayne's voice stayed mild, which somehow made it worse. Is Fluffy the sort of dog first years shouldn't be asking about? Hagrid pointed at him with a teaspoon. Now don't you start. There's things in this school that aren't for first years, and that's that. Thomas rubbed his thumb against the warm side of the mug. The tea smelled strong and sweet, and the hut felt safe enough to make the new knowledge more dangerous. Music worked. Not theory, not maybe, not a guess built from Fang and Jitter vines and Hagrid's habits. Hagrid had said it plainly, then tried to put the words back where they had come from. Hannah leaned closer to Thomas, her voice soft but edged. You promised. I know, Thomas said. Susan's look was not angry. It was steadier than that, which made it harder to dodge. Say the whole thing. Thomas swallowed. The words tasted childish, but the circle around him was not treating them as punishment. They were building a fence before he could run through the gap. Music works. Fluffy is not Fang. No forbidden corridor. Hagrid stared at them, alarmed comprehension dawning through the beard. Now hold on. How do ye lot know anything about where Fluffy is? Justin lifted one hand weakly. We don't. We are aggressively uninformed. Ernie nodded with excessive seriousness. And remaining so is our current policy. Thomas looked at Fang, sleeping because a giant had hummed kindly to him, then toward the castle window where Hogwarts rose darkening against the afternoon sky. The key had been found, and that made the lock more real than ever. We came to ask properly, he said, meeting Hagrid's worried eyes. That means we leave properly too. Hagrid watched him for a long moment, then gave a slow nod that carried both relief and suspicion. Outside, the path back to the castle waited wet and silver in the fading light, and Thomas walked it with his friends close on every side. The music had answered one question. It had also made every forbidden corridor beneath the school begin humming in his head. 57. The empty last room. Thomas didn't go to the third floor that night. That was what made the next 2 days worse. Obedience didn't quiet the corridor. It only gave the thought time to sharpen while classes, meals, homework, and Hufflepuff warmth kept moving around him as if Hogwarts had not placed a sleeping monster above a hole in its own bones. He ate with his friends, let Susan see him take ordinary routes, let Hannah press an extra roll into his hand without argument, and kept the tune Hagrid had hummed folded behind his teeth until it began to feel less like a song and more like a key. On the third night, after Justin's breathing had settled into soft uneven snores and Wayne had turned toward the wall, Thomas opened his curtains one finger's width. The dormitory lay dark and warm, smelling of wool blankets, ink, and boys who had forgotten to put socks properly away. Zacharias muttered once in his sleep, offended by some private dream, and Ernie's bed hangings shifted with the solemn rustle of someone who even slept tidily. Thomas waded through all of it. Then he slid from bed, stored his nightshirt, and let the cat rise through him. The change came smoother now, still strange, still full of bone and balance and breath rearranging itself, but no longer a fight. Paws touched the floorboards without sound. The room towered around him, all chair legs, dangling blanket corners, and moonlit seams beneath trunks. He slipped under the door when the castle offered the gap, crossed the common room in a low black streak, and paused beneath the portrait of Helga's yellow bowl long enough to listen. No footsteps, no prefects, no Hannah's voice catching him back by name. Guilt came anyway, small and warm and harder to outrun than fear. Thomas pressed his paws to the stone and hummed inside his own head, not aloud yet. Steady, not pretty, kind. The words belonged to Hagrid, but the choice belonged to him. The third-floor corridor waited colder than the rest of the castle. Thomas moved through shadow, counting drafts, old stair groans, portrait murmurs, and the faint thick breathing behind the forbidden door. He changed back in the narrow blind spot he had marked on earlier runs, pulled a small wooden whistle from storage, then stopped with it cupped in both hands. A whistle was too sharp, too noticeable, too clever in the wrong direction. He stored it again and used his own voice instead. The first hum barely touched the air. It trembled at the back of his throat as he eased the latch, opened the door by inches, and let 3 enormous heads turn toward him out of the dark. Fluffy's eyes gleamed, 3 noses wrinkled, a growl began deep enough to shake dust from the doorframe, and Thomas stood very still, singing the simplest, softest tune he knew while the monster remembered it was a creature before it was a lock. Fluffy's growl didn't stop at once. It rolled through the floorboards and into Thomas's knees, a warning so large that every sensible piece of him wanted to shut the door, change back into a cat, and run until Hufflepuff's round walls closed over him again. He kept singing anyway, not louder, not prettier, only steadier. The tune had no proper words, just breath shaped into softness, and after a long minute the middle head blinked first. The left head followed, suspicious to the end, while the right head lowered its muzzle onto its paws with a sigh that stirred dust across the boards. Thomas waited until all 3 chests rose in slow uneven rhythm. Then he eased through the gap, one foot placed after the other, his back brushing the door and his eyes fixed on teeth longer than his fingers. Fluffy smelled of dog, old meat, damp fur, and the deep animal warmth of something that would have loved Hagrid and killed a stranger without noticing the contradiction. Good dog, Thomas breathed, barely sound at all, and the right head twitched in its sleep. The trapdoor lay beneath one massive paw. Thomas's first attempt was impossible. The paw covered half the ring, and no cleverness made it smaller. He crouched, stared at the problem until panic became irritation, then shifted into cat form with the song still trembling in memory rather than sound. The room leapt taller. The paw became a warm black hill. He slid beside it, hooked one claw through the iron ring, and pulled just enough to make a gap. Cold air rose from below, wet and green. Thomas squeezed through before pride could ask him to make the opening wider, and for one horrible heartbeat there was no floor, no wall, only falling. He hit something soft that moved. Vines curled around him. The plant didn't bite. That made it worse. It held with patient strength, leaves cool against fur, tendrils finding legs, tail, ribs, throat. Thomas froze by instinct, and the grip tightened as if stillness were exactly what it wanted. Greenhouse lessons flashed through him. Plants were living things before they were lesson material. Jittervines wanted audience. This wanted surrender. No, Thomas whispered after forcing himself back into boy shape, because a cat had too many small places to catch. The vines cinched at his sleeve and ankle as the change settled. I am not dying to angry salad. He pushed one hand down into the roots, not fighting upward, but sideways, searching for edge, wall, breath, root. The plant answered pressure with pressure. When he struggled, it tightened. When he went slack, it loosened by a finger's width. Thomas let his body soften, hated every second of it, then slid one arm free and rolled toward the cold draft where the vines grew thinner. Retreat tasted like shame until he reached stone beyond the plant's bed, gasping and filthy, with his heart hammering hard enough to make him sick. Ahead, a doorway waited in shadow, and beyond it came the faint dry whisper of wings. Thomas looked back at the green trap, then forward again, and understood the lesson properly. The rooms below didn't care whether he was brave. They only cared whether he was small enough, quick enough, and willing to stop being stupid before stupidity became a corpse. The winged room wasn't finished yet. That almost made it more frightening. Hundreds of keys circled beneath the high ceiling in loose silver and brass flashes, their wings whispering like dry leaves, but the door opposite stood unlocked and half open, and the brooms leaned in a careless rack as if waiting for someone older to remember they mattered. Thomas crouched just inside the threshold, mud and vine sap cold against his sleeves, and watched the pattern long enough to see that there was not one. The keys were restless without purpose, beautiful and useless and still dangerous if startled. He crossed as a boy because hands were better for doors and because he had already learned that being small didn't solve every problem. A key dipped toward his face with a curious flicker. Thomas froze. Its little wings beat near his cheek, sharp enough to nick if it panicked, and for one breath he stared at the bright tooth of metal at its tip. Not today, he whispered, and eased his head aside without swatting. The key shivered, changed its mind, and flew upward to join the circling swarm. Thomas exhaled only after it left. The next chamber waited colder and wider. Giant chessmen stood along the walls rather than across the floor, black and white pieces arranged in ranks like soldiers before battle. Some wore dust sheets. Others watched him through carved stone eyes that caught the wandlight when he lifted it. The board underfoot was already marked, every square clean and hard beneath his shoes, but no game had been set. Thomas stepped only on black squares at first, then stopped himself because superstition could become its own trap if he let fear invent rules faster than the castle did. He moved through the center slowly, counting exits, ceiling height, piece positions, and the places where a child might be crushed if the room woke angry. A knight's head shifted with a faint stone grind when he passed. Thomas's heart kicked hard against his ribs, but the piece only settled again, not activated, not yet. He didn't run. Running invited chase. He walked until he reached the far door and slipped through with his wand gripped so tightly his fingers hurt. After that came an empty stone room that smelled faintly of troll and cleaning charms, then a narrow chamber with a long table but no bottles, no flames, no riddle waiting in neat handwriting. The absence bothered him more than a trap would have. An unfinished gauntlet was a promise. Adults were still building this, still trusting that children would see danger as enough warning. Thomas crossed the potion room without touching the table, pushed open the last door, and stepped into silence. The final chamber was bare. No mirror stood there yet. No stone, no professor, no riddle, no grand thing shining at the heart of the trap. Only stone walls, flagstones, a high ceiling, and a room that would matter later because it didn't matter now. Thomas stood in the doorway until his first wild disappointment passed. Then he stepped inside, turned once, and began learning it with his whole body. 12 paces from door to center. 14 from center to far wall. Slight dip near the left flagstone. Draft under the rear seam. Wandlight caught on a pale nick in the right-hand wall like a fixed star. He closed his eyes and held still until the room stopped being a place he saw and became a place he could return to. Not a sketch, not a guess, an anchor. His skin prickled as the old spatial sense opened around the angles, touching corners, distance, emptiness, and the shape of arrival. Thomas smiled despite the mud, the bruises, and the fear. The last room was empty, and that meant it belonged to him first. Leaving the empty room was harder than entering it. Thomas stood at the center until greed tried to dress itself as prudence, whispering that one more minute would make the anchor cleaner, safer, more certain. He had heard that voice in the Bank of England vault, where one more gold bar had almost become teeth in his ankle. He opened his eyes, turned away from the pale nick in the wall, and made himself walk back through the door before the room could become a treasure simply because it was useful. The potion chamber remained blank and waiting. The troll room held its sour clean smell. The chess chamber watched him cross with stone patience, and this time the knight's head didn't move, though Thomas felt its carved attention follow him all the way to the far door. In the winged key room, the swarm dipped lower as he passed, wings flickering in a draft he could not feel. One key darted close enough to brush his hair. He ducked, kept his hands down, and whispered, "I'm leaving. You can be important later." The devil's snare was worse on the way up because it knew him now. He climbed the stone edge as a boy, changed halfway where the gap narrowed, and became a muddy black cat with vine sap drying in his fur. Tendrils lifted toward him from below, slow and hopeful. Thomas didn't kick. He didn't panic. He placed one paw, then another, waiting each time for the plant to settle before he moved again. By the time he reached the trapdoor, his muscles were trembling with the effort of being calm. Fluffy still slept above, but one ear twitched when Thomas squeezed through. The dog's right head snuffled in its dream, and a hot gust of breath rolled over Thomas's whiskers. He froze beneath the massive paw, body flat to the boards, while the middle head rumbled softly. The tune came back to him without sound. Steady, not pretty, kind. He hummed only inside himself until the breathing deepened, then slipped past the door and into the corridor like a shadow that had learned manners. He reached the Hufflepuff common room near dawn, changed back behind the lowest couch, and found Justin sitting in an armchair with a blanket around his shoulders and terror trying very hard to look offended. For one long second neither of them spoke. Then Justin looked at Thomas's muddy sleeves, torn cuff, scratched cheek, and bare feet, and his voice cracked around the whisper. "You absolute idiot." Thomas wanted to lie. The lie came easily, neat and useless, but Justin's face stopped it before it reached his mouth. "I went too far," he said quietly. Justin's eyes widened, then sharpened with anger that had fear underneath it. You went alone. I came back, Thomas said, and knew at once that it was the wrong answer. Justin stood so quickly the blanket slid to the floor. That is not the rule. That is exactly not the rule. The girl's staircase creaked before Thomas could answer. Hannah appeared first in her dressing gown, hair loose over one shoulder, with Susan just behind her carrying her wand and looking awake enough to have been worried for hours. Hannah saw Thomas, and the hurt on her face struck harder than Fluffy's growl. Susan's voice came low and steady. Tell us enough that we know how much danger you're in. Then we decide what happens next. 58. Back to term. By breakfast, Hogwarts had decided to be ordinary again. That felt rude. The great hall filled with owls, toast racks, sleepy arguments, scraping benches, and the clean bright clatter of hundreds of children beginning another school day, while Thomas sat between Justin and Hannah with mud scrubbed from his wrists and a scratch on his cheek that no amount of cold water had convinced to disappear. Susan had made him talk before dawn. Not everything, because everything had too many roots and some secrets had teeth of their own, but enough for them to know he had broken the promise, gone near the forbidden corridor, and come back scratched, muddy, and too shaken to pretend it had been harmless. Justin buttered toast with unnecessary violence. I would like the record to show that I am still furious. Ernie, who had been told a safer, thinner version involving unauthorized corridor exploration and poor judgment, lifted his chin. Fury is appropriate. I support fury. It is one of the few emotions with clear procedural value. Thomas looked down at his porridge. Steam rose in soft white curls, and for a moment it became the breath from under the trapdoor, cold and green and waiting. He blinked, and it was only breakfast again. I know. Hannah slid the honey closer without looking at him directly. That hurt more than if she had scolded. Knowing is not the same as not doing it again. Susan sat opposite him with her hands folded around her cup. She looked tired, but her eyes were awake in the way that meant the tiredness had become part of the thinking rather than an obstacle to it. We are attending all classes today. We are eating all meals. We are not vanishing between lessons. If anyone asks, Thomas is unwell because he slept badly, which is true enough to be useful. Wayne glanced at Thomas's cheek. And because he lost a fight with a cupboard? Justin stopped buttering long enough to point the knife at him. No, cupboards are safe. He lost a fight with his own common sense. Thomas almost smiled. The shape reached his mouth and failed there, because the hall felt too bright around the secret. Harry laughed at something Ron said near the Gryffindor table. Hermione corrected them both with her toast halfway lifted. Professors talked beneath the staff table's floating candles as if nothing below the third floor had been found by a muddy first year before dawn. A schedule appeared in front of him when Susan pushed it across the table. Charms, history, lunch, herbology, common room. Every line looked harmless and impossible. Thomas picked up his spoon because his friends were watching, because Hannah had pushed the honey toward him, because Justin's anger was sitting beside him like proof he had been missed. Classes, he said. Susan nodded once. Classes. The word should have meant routine. Instead, as Thomas ate one careful spoonful after another, it felt like a disguise he would have to wear all day without letting anyone see the empty last room shining behind his eyes. Charms should have been easy enough to hide inside. Professor Flitwick had set them to practicing the softening charm on small blocks of scrap wood, a harmless exercise meant to teach pressure control before anyone was trusted near glassware, quills, or toes. The classroom smelled of chalk, polish, and winter robes drying near the windows. Sunlight lay across the desks in pale stripes, turning the floating dust bright whenever someone moved too quickly. Thomas sat with Justin on one side and Susan on the other, while Hannah had taken the desk ahead so she could look back without making it obvious. Gentle wrist, Flitwick called from atop his stack of books, bright-eyed and cheerful. You are persuading the material to yield, not threatening it into surrender. Justin leaned toward Thomas. That sounds personally directed at your essay writing style. Thomas set his wand tip against the little block of wood and tried to think about softness. The spell required a small curve, a breath, a light push of intent. Nothing dangerous, nothing hidden, nothing below the school, Molière, he murmured. The block gave beneath the wand like damp sponge. Thomas jerked back too sharply, and the wood sprang upward from the desk, bounced once against Justin's sleeve, then landed in Susan's inkpot with a wet plop. Justin stared at it. I feel the material has yielded dramatically. Susan lifted the inkpot with 2 fingers and gave Thomas a look over the rim. You are not concentrating on class. I softened it, Thomas said. You startled it into surrender, Susan said, fishing the block out with her quill and grimacing at the drip. There's a difference. Professor Flitwick appeared beside their desk with the silent quickness of a man used to first-year disasters. He peered at the ink-blackened block, then at Thomas's scratch, then at the too careful arrangement of Hufflepuffs around him. Ah, a powerful response, Mr. Thorne, though perhaps not a controlled one. Are you quite well today? Thomas felt the room tilt toward him by degrees. Not fully, just enough. A Ravenclaw across the aisle looked up. Ernie, 2 desks back, stopped pretending not to monitor the situation. Justin's knee touched his under the table, not a kick, only a reminder that he was not standing in a vault or a forbidden chamber now. Slept badly, Thomas said. Flitwick's gaze softened without becoming foolish. Then we practice smaller. Rest your wand on the desk. Breathe first, cast second. Magic dislikes being used as a flinch. That went under Thomas's ribs with uncomfortable accuracy. He placed the wand down, breathed while everyone politely looked at their own work again, and felt Hannah glance back once. This time, when he lifted his wand, he did not think of doors, dogs, vines, or empty rooms. He thought of Justin waiting by a chair until dawn, furious because he cared. Moliere, he whispered. The block softened neatly, only at the corner, and stayed where it was. Susan nodded once. Acceptable. Justin grinned, barely tragic at all. Thomas let out the breath he had been holding. The room had not become safe. It had become bearable, which was sometimes the more useful spell. History of magic proved worse than charms because there was nothing solid to do with his hands. Professor Binns drifted through a lecture on goblin tariff disputes with the thin, tired persistence of old smoke, and the classroom settled into the kind of quiet that made hidden thoughts louder. Quills scratched, pages turned. A Ravenclaw near the window slept with her chin on her sleeve. Thomas tried to copy dates from the board, but every number became paces in the empty chamber. 12 to center, 14 to far wall, 1 pale nick on the right-hand stone. Justin's elbow nudged him lightly. You're writing staircase. Thomas blinked down. He had written staircase 3 times under a heading that should have said wand export restrictions of 1623. He scratched the word out too hard, tearing the parchment. Susan leaned across from the next desk, voice low enough that Binns did not notice and sharp enough that Thomas did. This is why you were meant to sleep. I tried, Thomas whispered. No, you didn't, Susan said. You went somewhere forbidden and came back with mud in your hair. A chair scraped 2 rows over. Draco Malfoy had turned halfway in his seat, pale eyes bright with the nasty pleasure of finding a loose thread. Crabbe and Goyle sat behind him like bookends someone had taught to breathe. Mud in your hair, Thorne? Draco murmured. How very rustic. Do Hufflepuffs sleep in burrows now? Justin's posture changed before Thomas's temper could reach his tongue. Only the comfortable ones. You wouldn't like it. There are no mirrors. Draco's mouth tightened. I wasn't speaking to you. No, Ernie said from behind Thomas, grand and quiet in the drowsy room. You were interrupting a lecture. Some of us are attempting to respect academic standards. Professor Binns continued speaking to the blackboard, apparently unaware that a small war had opened behind him. Thomas felt the old urge to answer Draco with something sharp enough to draw blood. He also felt Hannah's eyes on him from the row ahead, worried and steady. The scratch on his cheek prickled as if Fluffy's breath had found him again. Draco looked from Justin to Ernie, then to Susan's waiting quill and Hannah's turned shoulder. Whatever insult he had prepared seemed to meet too many Hufflepuffs at once. He sneered instead, softer now. Enjoy your dirt. Thomas kept his hands flat on the desk until Draco turned away. His pulse had climbed too high for a classroom. Susan slid a fresh strip of parchment beside his torn one without looking at him. At the bottom, in neat small writing, she had added 1 sentence. Classes are not empty rooms. Stay in them. Thomas read it twice, then dipped his quill and began copying Binns's dates again. The words still wanted to become maps, but now the map had people standing in the way, and for once that made the route harder to lose. By the time afternoon herbology ended, Thomas had dirt under his nails for honest reasons and a tiredness that felt earned rather than stolen from a forbidden corridor. Professor Sprout had set them to repotting silverleaf seedlings, a quiet task requiring slow fingers and patient watering, and Hannah had stayed beside him the whole lesson without saying much. That silence had roots. It did not grab like devil's snare, but it held him all the same. On the walk back to the castle, Justin and Ernie drifted ahead arguing about whether history of magic could be improved by biscuits, while Wayne kept pace just behind Susan. Hannah walked beside Thomas with her gloves tucked under one arm and her gaze on the path. "I don't like being angry with you," she said at last. Thomas looked at the wet stones beneath his shoes. "I don't like it either." "That doesn't fix it," Hannah said, and her voice stayed gentle enough to make the words sharper. "You went where you could have died, and we were asleep. We couldn't even be scared properly until after." The castle doors stood ahead, open and warm with evening noise. Thomas could smell dinner beginning somewhere below, bread and onions and roasting meat. His stomach noticed, but shame noticed first. "I thought if I went alone, only I'd be in danger." Susan stopped walking. The others slowed a few steps ahead, sensing the pause before they turned back. Susan's face was calm in the dangerous way. "That is not how friends work." Justin came back toward them, all joking gone. "It is exactly how not having friends works. Which is awkward for you, because you've already been claimed." Ernie folded his arms, dignity wrapped around worry like a cloak. "There may be paperwork." Thomas glanced from one to the other, then to Hannah, whose eyes were bright but dry. The old answer waited in him, ready and bitter, about claims and cages and how people used need to put handles on you. It did not fit here. Not with Justin waiting awake. Not with Hannah pushing honey toward him while hurt. Not with Susan writing rules because rules were the only kind of fence she trusted enough to build quickly. "I'm sorry," Thomas said, and made the words stand still instead of slipping past them. "I won't go back under there alone." Hannah breathed out as if she had been holding the air since dawn. Susan nodded once, accepting the promise without pretending it solved everything. "Then tonight we revise the rules in the common room. Everyone present. No secret copies. No roots written down that shouldn't exist." Thomas's first instinct was refusal. The last room was an anchor inside him, private and precious and dangerous. Sharing it felt like giving away a door. Then Wayne looked at him quietly and said, "Secrets are safer when someone knows enough to come looking." That landed where argument could not. Thomas nodded. "All right." They went in together when the dinner bell began to ring, 6 Hufflepuffs moving as a loose knot through the entrance hall. Behind them, ordinary lessons had not erased the empty room. They had wrapped people around it, and that was worse, better, and much harder to run from. 59. Spring Kitchen. The rules meeting lasted until the common room lamps had gone soft and golden around them. Susan wrote with her usual neatness, but the parchment no longer looked like an adventure plan. It looked like a fence. No going alone. No secret routes written plainly. No following professors. No vanishing after arguments. No treating a promise as something that only counted if someone caught him breaking it. Thomas sat with his hands folded between his knees and accepted every line because Hannah was still too quiet beside him, and Justin's anger had not burned out so much as settled into watchfulness. When Susan finally sanded the ink and folded the parchment away, Justin leaned back in his chair with a sigh. "This is the least fun I've ever had with rules." Ernie looked offended on behalf of rules everywhere. Rules are not meant to be fun. They are meant to prevent collapse. Wayne glanced at Thomas. "Seems ambitious for one parchment." Thomas stared at the empty biscuit plate on the low table. Dinner had happened. Homework had happened. Apologies had happened, badly but sincerely. Yet the room still felt hollow in a way he knew too well. Fear left spaces behind after it ate. "The kitchens are still open," he said. Hannah looked at him then, properly, and the relief of being looked at hurt. "You want food?" "I want to return the basket," Thomas said, though the old wicker basket had been returned days ago and everyone knew it. He made himself add the truer part before Susan could ask for it. "And maybe bring something back." Susan studied him for a moment. A loud root. "Together." Thomas nodded. "Together." That word changed the room more than he expected. Justin stood at once, stretching like he had personally invented escort duty. Ernie came because the phrase kitchen protocol had entered his mind and refused to leave. Wayne fetched the empty plate as tribute, and Hannah walked beside Thomas through the barrel door with her sleeve close enough to brush his. The corridor outside Hufflepuff was warm with the castle's lower breathing, and the scent of bread thickened as they reached the fruit painting. Thomas tickled the pear. It giggled, the handle appeared, and the kitchens opened in a rush of steam, copper light, and house elf joy. Pippi spotted him from beside a bowl of spring peas and clapped both hands to her mouth. Master Thomas is bringing friends again. Justin bowed with impossible seriousness. We come in peace and mild hunger. The elves burst into delighted motion, and for one clean minute Thomas let the warmth roll over him without turning it into strategy. Here were rolls, soup, laughter, and small hands pressing care into baskets. Beneath the school, with the stone still absent in the empty room waiting, Hogwarts fed him as if he were only a hungry boy who had remembered the way to the kitchen. Pippi seated them at the end of one of the long kitchen tables as if receiving a visiting delegation, which seemed to please Ernie and alarm Susan in equal measure. House elves placed bowls of thick vegetable soup before them, then rolls, then butter, then a plate of little honey cakes shaped like badgers, until Wayne quietly moved the empty tribute plate aside because it had become irrelevant. Thomas sat between Hannah and Justin, hands wrapped around the warm bowl, and watched steam blur the edge of the table. Justin picked up one badger cake and inspected its tiny sugared face. I feel morally conflicted about eating something this charming. Pippi brightened. Master Justin is eating from the tail first. It is being kinder. Ernie set his spoon down with great seriousness. Is there established etiquette for badger-shaped cake consumption? There is now, Wayne said. Hannah laughed softly, and the sound eased something in Thomas's chest. She still had not quite returned to normal with him, but she was here, close enough that her sleeve brushed his when she reached for a roll. That mattered. He broke his bread instead of tearing it, because his hands wanted to clutch and his friends had already watched too much of him being feral today. Pippi appeared at his elbow with a tiny frown pinching her long nose. Master Thomas is eating slow because he is polite, or because Master Thomas is hurting. The spoon paused halfway to his mouth. Thomas felt the table quiet around him, not fully, but enough. I'm eating slow because Susan will write another rule if I don't. Susan lifted her brows. I already considered it. That is evasion, Ernie said, then looked surprised at himself for sounding useful. Pippi leaned closer, eyes large and worried. Kitchen is seeing things. Kitchen is knowing when students is hollow, and when students is hiding sore places under sleeves. Thomas glanced down. His cuff had shifted enough to show a faint mark where the vines had tightened, not enough to tell a story, but enough to be noticed by creatures whose whole world was service and care. He pulled the sleeve back into place, then stopped when Hannah's hand settled over his wrist, gentle and not trapping. You don't have to say where, Hannah said, her voice quiet in the warm kitchen. But you can let someone put salve on it. The old refusal rose fast, sharp with embarrassment. Thomas swallowed it with a mouthful of soup that tasted of carrots, onion, and something green enough to be spring. After we eat, he said. Pippi's ears lifted. After soup, Master Thomas is getting salve, and then cakes. This is excellent order. Justin nodded solemnly. Medical cake is very advanced care. Thomas looked at Hannah's hand, then at Susan's watchful face, then at the little badger cakes waiting in a neat row. The kitchen had not asked for the secret. It had only noticed the hurt. For tonight, that was a bargain he could survive. After the bowls were empty, Pippi approached with a little brown jar, a clean cloth, and the expression of someone who considered healing a sacred kitchen duty. Thomas stayed seated because Hannah's hand had not tightened when he hesitated, and because Susan had quietly moved her own chair so no one else in the kitchen had a clear view of his wrist. It was absurd, being protected from embarrassment by the same people he had frightened half to death, but absurd did not mean unwelcome. Roll sleeve, Pippi said, standing on a stool beside him with brisk authority. Kitchen salve is good. House elves is knowing burns, scrapes, pinches, and foolish boys who is not telling anyone when hurting. Justin leaned back with his honey cake. That last category seems oddly specific. It is a large category, Wayne said. Thomas rolled his sleeve up slowly. The marks were not dramatic, which somehow made him feel worse. Pale greenish bruises circled his wrist where the vines had tightened, with one red scrape near the bone and another under the cuff where he had pulled free too sharply. Hannah's face changed when she saw them. Not loudly. She only breathed in, but Thomas heard it. "It looks worse than it is," he said. Susan's voice came dry from beside him. "That sentence has been banned pending review." Ernie nodded. "Seconded." Pippi dabbed salve onto the cloth and touched it to his wrist. Coolness spread at once, sharp with mint and something earthy, and Thomas had to stop himself from snatching his hand back. The salve sank into the bruised skin with a faint silver shimmer, easing the ache without erasing the memory of pressure. That felt right. Pain should not disappear too quickly. Disappearing things made people forget what had nearly happened. Hannah watched Pippi work, then looked at Thomas rather than the injury. "You don't have to be all right instantly." Thomas looked down at the small elf's careful hands. "I don't know how to do it slowly." The answer came out before he could trim it. The table quieted again, but this time the silence did not grab. It waited. Pippi wrapped the wrist in a narrow strip of soft cloth and patted the knot with satisfaction. "Then friends is helping with slowly," Pippi said. "Slowly is easier with soup." Justin raised his cake. "And medical badgers." Thomas looked around the table and found no one laughing at him. That made it harder to breathe for a moment, then easier. He flexed his bandaged wrist once, accepted the cake Pippi pushed into his free hand, and let Hannah stay close enough that their shoulders touched. The secret under the forbidden corridor remained his, dark and dangerous and unsaid, but the hurt it had left behind had been seen, tended, and made smaller by people who did not need to own the whole story to care. Pippi insisted on packing a small basket for the return journey, though return journey meant a short corridor and one fruit painting. The basket held rolls wrapped in cloth, 3 honey badgers carefully separated by waxed paper, a pot of soup charmed warm, and a tiny second jar of salve tucked beneath a napkin as if hiding medicine under cakes made it less medicinal. Thomas tried to protest once, then saw every elf in range stiffen with wounded purpose and wisely closed his mouth. Susan noticed the retreat and looked amused despite herself. "You are learning." "I am being outnumbered by hospitality," Thomas said. Pippi nodded as if this were an excellent strategy. "Hospitality is working best in groups." Justin accepted the basket handle with both hands and a solemn expression. "We shall defend these supplies with our lives." "Or," Wayne said, taking the basket before Justin could swing it into a chair leg, "we could defend them by walking normally." The kitchen laughed in its bright, busy way, and Thomas felt the sound follow them as they thanked the elves and slipped back through the fruit painting door. The corridor outside seemed dimmer after all that copper light, but not colder. Hannah walked beside him with the salve jar in her pocket, Susan behind them with the rules parchment safe in her bag, and the others ahead arguing softly over whether medical badgers counted as dessert or treatment. They were nearly at the turn toward Hufflepuff when voices drifted down the passage from the main corridor. Thomas slowed before he meant to. Harry Potter's voice came first, low and urgent, then Hermione's sharper whisper, then Ron's frightened protest about 3-headed dogs and people losing their minds. The words were not clear enough to become evidence, but they did not need to be. Thomas felt the night under the trapdoor open in his memory, all vines, wings, chessmen, and empty stone waiting for the wrong children to arrive too late or too soon. Susan saw him stop. "Thomas." He looked at her, then toward the bend where the Gryffindor voices were already moving away. He could follow. He knew he could. Every old habit in him leaned toward shadow, toward listening, toward being the child no one noticed until the lock had already failed. Then Hannah's fingers brushed the bandage at his wrist, and the touch grounded him more firmly than any rule. "I heard them," Thomas said. "I know," Susan replied, quiet and unyielding. "And we are walking back to the common room." The promise pulled tight. So did the secret. Thomas stood there for one breath longer, then turned with them toward the barrels, carrying warmth, salve, and danger all at once. Behind him, the Gryffindors vanished into Hogwarts's upper dark, and the empty last room waited for everyone who thought a locked door was enough warning. 60. Quirrell at a distance. The next morning, Thomas woke with kitchen warmth still tucked under his skin and danger sitting patiently beneath it. The salve had taken most of the ache from his wrist, but the bandage remained, soft and visible whenever his sleeve shifted. He dressed carefully in the half-light while Justin muttered in his sleep and Ernie's curtains stayed closed with disciplined neatness. The dormitory smelled of blankets, polish, and boys who had not yet learned that socks did not count as floor decoration. For one fragile minute, it was only morning. Then he remembered Harry's voice in the corridor, Hermione's urgent whisper, Ron's frightened complaint, and the way their footsteps had climbed away from the kitchens toward trouble that did not know it was already late. Thomas tied his shoes, checked his cuffs, and told himself the rule before Susan could appear in his head to do it for him. No following, not alone, not without reason. Breakfast gave him reason anyway. Quirrell entered the great hall after the first owls had begun dropping letters. He was not late enough for anyone else to notice, but Thomas noticed because Quirrell walked like a man trying to seem hurried rather than hunted. His turban sat too square on his head. One hand kept brushing the edge of his sleeve. When Percy Weasley passed too close with a stack of toast, Quirrell flinched, then smiled apologetically so fast that the flinch became almost invisible. Thomas set down his fork. Susan, sitting opposite him, did not look up from her eggs. "No. I didn't say anything," Thomas said. "You stopped eating in a meaningful way." Justin leaned around his pumpkin juice. "That is a dreadful habit, by the way. Very noticeable." Thomas picked up his fork again because both of them were right, which was rude. At the staff table, Quirrell sat beside Professor Sinistra and reached for tea with fingers that trembled once before steadying. Snape said something from 2 seats away. Quirrell lowered his eyes, shoulders hunching, but his gaze flicked past Snape toward the doors, then toward the place where Harry sat laughing with Ron over a letter. Hannah followed Thomas's line of sight and lowered her voice. "Professor Quirrell?" "Maybe," Thomas said. Susan's eyes sharpened. "Maybe what?" Thomas cut a piece of sausage into 2 careful halves, buying time. He could not tell them the shape of the board. He could not tell them stale assumptions, empty rooms, hidden deadlines, or the terrible usefulness of watching a man walk confidently toward a prize already gone from reach. "Maybe he is still frightened," Thomas said at last, "but not only of students." Ernie frowned down the table. "That is not a comforting observation before porridge." "No," Thomas said, watching Quirrell's hand twitch again near his sleeve. "It isn't." Defense against the dark arts came after breakfast, which felt like Hogwarts proving it had a sense of humor and no mercy. Thomas walked to the classroom in the middle of the Hufflepuff cluster, close enough to hear Justin complaining about garlic before they reached the door. The smell hit them in the corridor, sharp and sour under old dust, chalk, and nervous sweat. Quirrell had hung another string of garlic near the windows, though the classroom was already so full of it that even Ernie stopped looking academically patient. Justin pressed 2 fingers beneath his nose. "If vampires are frightened of this room, I understand them completely." Ernie gave him a pained look. "Vampires are not on the curriculum today." "They are in my heart," Justin said. Thomas took his seat where he could see the professor's desk, the door, and the Gryffindor row without turning his head too obviously. Susan sat beside him as if assigned by law, while Hannah chose the seat just behind. When Quirrell entered, the room's chatter thinned. He smiled, stammered through a greeting, and dropped his lesson notes once while reaching for the chalk. Several students laughed softly. Thomas did not. He watched the way Quirrell's hand snapped back toward his sleeve before he bent to gather the parchment. "Tea today," Quirrell said, placing the notes in a careful stack. "We shall see continue with defensive theory concerning household pests and minor malicious spirits." Ron muttered something about household pests being less dangerous than the smell, and Harry hid a grin behind his hand. Quirrell's eyes flicked to Harry at once. Not angry, not frightened exactly. Hungry was the wrong word, but it came too close before Thomas could push it away. Susan's quill scratched once across her parchment. "Stop staring," she whispered without looking at him. "I'm taking notes," Thomas whispered back. "You're taking notes on his sleeves." Thomas glanced down and found that she was right. He had written sleeve twice in the margin beside minor malicious spirits. He crossed it out carefully, then looked up as Quirrell asked Harry to read the next paragraph aloud. Harry stumbled over the first line because Ron elbowed him, and the room laughed again, but Quirrell did not laugh. His gaze stayed fixed on Harry's face, too intent for a man teaching pests. Hannah leaned forward slightly. "Thomas." "I know," he whispered. "No following," Susan said. Thomas forced his eyes onto the textbook and made himself copy the proper heading. Minor spirits, household pests, repelling charms, safe words for safe things. At the front of the room, Quirrell's voice trembled over harmless theory while something colder moved underneath it, patient and out of reach. Thomas kept his wand flat on the desk, both hands visible, and learned the hardest kind of distance, near enough to see, too far to act. The lesson ended with more copying than learning, and even the bell seemed relieved when it rang. Students rose in a rush of scraping chairs and rustling books, eager to escape the garlic and the thin, stuttering voice that had made harmless material feel less safe by existing near it. Thomas closed his textbook slowly, because hurried movement drew notice, but he felt Quirrell's attention catch before he saw the man turn. "Mr. Th. Thorne," Quirrell said from the front of the room. "A.M. moment, if you please." Justin stopped with one strap of his bag over his shoulder. Susan's hand closed around her own books so tightly the parchment edges bent. Hannah, halfway into the aisle, turned back at once. The rest of the class flowed around them, curious for half a second before the corridor swallowed them into louder concerns. Thomas looked at Quirrell and made himself stand still. "Yes, Professor?" Quirrell smiled too softly. Up close, the smell of garlic tangled with something sourer beneath the turban, and Thomas had the sudden, ugly sense of standing near a covered dish that had spoiled days ago. "You seemed very attentive today. Defense is not often the favorite subject of Hufflepuff first years." Justin's eyebrows rose. "That seems unfair to Hufflepuff in first years." Quirrell's smile flickered. "ID did not mean offense." Susan stepped beside Thomas before Justin could decide whether offense might be useful. "Thomas has been trying to improve his notes across all subjects. Professor Flitwick gave him advice about concentration." "That is admirable," Quirrell said, but his eyes had not left Thomas. Attention can become a gift, if used wisely, or a danger, if used without care. Thomas felt the bandage at his wrist under his sleeve and kept his hands loose. The words were ordinary enough to survive being repeated, but the pressure beneath them was not. It pressed like a fingertip against a bruise. "I'll be careful," he said. "Will you?" Quirrell asked, and the stammer vanished for the length of 2 words. Hannah moved then, not between them exactly, but close enough that Thomas felt her shoulder at his arm. "Professor Sprout wanted Thomas after lunch," she said, lying with such soft sincerity that Thomas nearly looked at her in surprise. "We shouldn't be late." Quirrell blinked. The stammer returned with his next breath. "Of course. We must not keep Professor Sprout waiting." They left together, not running, not looking back until the classroom door closed behind them. Justin waited 3 steps before whispering, "I hate that room and everything in it." Susan's voice stayed low. "He noticed you noticing." Thomas looked down the corridor where other students moved in ordinary waves, books under arms, complaints in their mouths, robes brushing stone. "I know." Hannah's hand brushed his sleeve once, careful of the bandage. "Then distance means distance." Thomas nodded because she was right, and because Quirrell's 2 clean words still sat cold in his ear. "Will you?" A question, a warning, and perhaps a promise. He walked with his friends toward lunch, but for the first time since the empty room, Thomas wondered whether watching from far away had already brought something closer. Lunch did not settle Thomas. It sat in him like something borrowed, warm and useful but unable to reach the colder place Quirrell's voice had left behind. He ate because Hannah watched the plate and because Susan had made attendance at meals part of the new rules, but every clink of cutlery seemed too sharp. Across the hall, Harry had gone back to ordinary school life with the enviable ignorance of someone who knew enough to worry but not enough to see the shape closing around him. Justin leaned close, keeping his voice under the general noise. "For the record, Professor Garlic Turban is now on my personal list of unpleasant adults." Ernie frowned over his potatoes. "That is not a useful classification." "It is emotionally useful," Justin said. Susan ignored both of them and looked at Thomas. "We need a rule for professors." Thomas looked up. "You can't write rules for professors." "I can write rules for you around professors," Susan said, which was worse because it was true. "No being alone with Quirrell. No staying behind in defense unless at least 2 of us are present. No staring at him like he's a locked cupboard with shoes." Wayne glanced toward the staff table. "That last one may need broader application." Thomas followed his gaze despite himself. Quirrell was speaking to Professor Flitwick with his hands folded neatly on the table, stammering, smiling, almost harmless. Then Snape passed behind his chair, and Quirrell's shoulders tightened before his face remembered fear. Thomas looked away before the looking became another mistake. "He is not only afraid," he said. Hannah's voice came softly from beside him. "You said that already." "I know. Then maybe saying it again is your way of trying to make it our problem, she said, not unkindly. Thomas stared at his fork. The words should have annoyed him. Instead they found the truth too cleanly to argue with. He wanted help, but not questions. He wanted witnesses, but not knowledge. He wanted distance, but also someone to stand close enough that distance did not become abandonment. Susan dipped her quill into a small traveling inkpot she had produced from nowhere, because Susan apparently carried bureaucracy the way other children carried sweets. Public observation only. No trailing. No ambush questions. If Quirrell speaks to you, you answer plainly and leave with the group. Justin nodded. And if he smells worse than usual, we retreat for medical reasons. Thomas almost smiled. That isn't a rule. It is a survival doctrine, Justin said. Thomas looked once more toward the staff table, then made himself turn back to his friends. Fine. Public observation. No following. The agreement tasted like surrender until Hannah passed him a roll and Susan wrote the words down. Then it became something else, less sharp and more difficult. A way to stay in the room without becoming prey. A way to watch a dangerous man from far enough away that the watching did not hand him a leash. 61. The rule in practice. The rule became real after lunch, which made it far less comfortable than it had sounded over potatoes. Thomas had agreed to public observation because it kept everyone sensible, but sensible things had a way of becoming tight around the ribs once they had to be lived with. He walked beside Susan toward the library with Hannah and Justin behind them, his books held against his chest and his sleeve pulled low over the bandage. The corridors carried the ordinary noise of Hogwarts around them, shoes on stone, portraits complaining about drafts, students arguing over homework, and somewhere above, Peeves singing a song about a second year's exploding inkpot with far too much enthusiasm. Susan had written the rule on parchment and folded it into her charms book as if that made it law. We are going to the library, she said without looking at him. We are sitting where we can see the door. We are doing homework. We are not conducting surveillance like badly trained Aurors. Justin leaned closer from behind them. Could we conduct surveillance like adequately trained Aurors? No, Susan said. Hannah's mouth curved softly. What about accidentally noticing things while doing homework? Susan considered that with visible reluctance. Accidental noticing is permitted if no one becomes dramatic. Thomas looked ahead before his smile could show too clearly. That seems aimed at Justin. Justin put a hand to his chest. I am wounded by the accuracy. They reached the library in a small knot rather than a line, and Thomas felt the difference at once. Yesterday, he might have slipped in alone, chosen a corner, and watched without anyone knowing what his eyes had collected. Today, his friends settled around him like quiet furniture with opinions. Susan took the chair across from him. Hannah sat to his left. Justin dropped into the seat nearest the aisle and opened his book upside down before Susan turned it around for him with great patience and no mercy. For almost 20 minutes, nothing happened except homework. That should have been pleasant. Thomas copied a paragraph about shield charms, underlined 3 phrases he did not fully understand, and made himself ask Susan whether deflection angle meant physical direction or wand line intention. She answered properly, pleased despite trying not to look pleased, and Hannah passed him an ink blotter before his sleeve dragged through wet writing. Then Quirrell entered the library. He came in quietly, carrying 2 books clutched too close to his chest, and paused near Madame Pance's desk with his shoulders rounded. No one else reacted. A Ravenclaw sneezed. Madame Pance glared at the sneeze as if it had insulted scholarship. Quirrell murmured something, received a narrow look, and moved toward the restricted section with small, careful steps. Thomas's quill stopped. Susan's foot touched his under the table. Not a kick, a reminder. Hannah's hand settled lightly on the edge of his parchment, anchoring it there. Justin, to his credit, did not turn around at once. He lowered his voice and said, I am now accidentally noticing the professor-shaped problem near the back shelves. Thomas breathed in through his nose and made his hand move again. Public observation, he whispered. Quirrell glanced over his shoulder then, not directly at Thomas, but close enough that the air between them seemed to tighten. His eyes slid across the table, taking in Susan's lifted chin, Hannah's calm hands, Justin's upside right book, and Thomas sitting in the middle rather than at the edge. For a moment, the professor's face lost its soft, nervous arrangement. Something behind it measured the group. Then Quirrell smiled faintly and turned into the shadowed aisle. Susan dipped her quill. Good, she whispered. He saw the rule. Thomas stared down at his parchment, where his last line had gone crooked. The rule had not made him safe. It had made him visible in a different shape, no longer a stray boy watching from corners, but a Hufflepuff with witnesses close enough to be counted. That should have felt like weakness. Instead, as Hannah passed him another clean scrap of parchment and Justin began loudly asking Susan a fake question about shield charm angles, Thomas felt the pressure in the room shift around him. Quirrell had noticed him noticing. Now he had noticed them too. Thomas made it 3 more lines before the shadowed aisle gave him back its sound. Quirrell was not loud. He was worse than loud. He moved with the small care of someone pretending not to know the room had become aware of him, books pressed to his chest, fingers worrying at the sleeve Thomas had already written about twice that morning. The library did not change for anyone else. Pages turned. Quills scratched. Madame Pants prowled between shelves with the offended dignity of a woman defending civilization from ink stains. Justin's fake question became a real one halfway through because he had trapped himself in it. So if a shield charm deflects by wand line intention, does that mean a bad angle makes it go sideways, or does it mean your intention has to be sideways? I may have confused myself in public. Susan gave him a look over her parchment. That implies there was a private stage where you were not confused. Hannah made a soft sound into her sleeve, and Thomas let the ordinary rhythm of them hold his hand steady. Quirrell passed the end of their table, then slowed. Not stopped. Slowed enough that Thomas felt every inch of it. Diligent work, Quirrell said, his smile bending toward the whole table and landing on Thomas last. Professor Flitwick will be pleased. Thomas kept his quill moving because Susan's foot had not left his. Susan explained the angle part. Susan looked up at once, as if Thomas had passed her a cup without spilling. We're doing group revision, Professor. It helps when everyone understands the same rule. Quirrell's eyes touched her face, then Justin's, then Hannah's hand still resting near Thomas's parchment. Rules can be useful things, he said softly, until they make a person predictable. Justin closed his book with more noise than Madame Pants would have allowed from anyone less anxious. That is an excellent point, Professor. We should revise in the common room next time. Much less predictable. Also, biscuits. Madame Pants snapped her head around. Mr. Finch Fletchley, books are not percussion instruments. Sorry, Madame Pants, Justin said at once, and somehow managed to look both repentant and heroic. The interruption broke the thin thread Quirrell had drawn. His mouth twitched, not quite irritation, not quite amusement, and he shifted the books higher against his chest. Enjoy your studies, he said. Thomas watched him walk away toward the doors, each step careful, each shoulder movement a little too measured. The old part of Thomas wanted to count the books, follow the angle, see where he went after the library, and learn whether the sleeve mattered. The newer, more inconvenient part felt Hannah's quiet presence and Susan's shoe against his and Justin's deliberate foolishness holding the table like a shield. He dipped his quill and wrote one clean line beneath the crooked one. Public observation means staying public. Susan read it upside down, then gave the smallest nod. Good. Hannah leaned closer, her voice low enough for the table alone. That was him testing whether you'd move. Thomas looked at the library door after it closed behind Quirrell. I know. Justin opened his book again, the right way up this time. And we passed, which means I require a biscuit-based reward. Susan's mouth softened despite herself. After we finish the paragraph. Thomas bent over the page, but his attention stayed split between ink, friends, and the door. He had not followed. That should have felt like losing. Instead, it felt like choosing where the next piece of the board would be played. They left the library together because leaving had become part of the rule too. Thomas hated that detail most. Entering as a group felt like strategy, but leaving as a group felt like being escorted, and the feeling rubbed against old scars that had nothing to do with his wrist. He kept pace anyway while Justin talked too brightly about biscuits and Susan pretended not to watch every doorway. Hannah carried 2 books against her chest and walked close enough that Thomas could feel her sleeve brush his when the corridor narrowed. They had almost reached the stairs when Ernie appeared from the cross corridor with Wayne beside him, both carrying herbology notes and the settled expressions of boys who had been told enough to worry and not enough to be useful. Ernie looked at the 4 of them, then at Thomas's face. You look as if revision has become suspicious. Justin sighed. That is because everything becomes suspicious if Thomas is allowed near it. Susan gave Justin a brief look, then turned to Ernie. Quirrell came into the library. He spoke to us. Nothing happened, but he noticed the group arrangement. Wayne shifted his books to one arm. That means the rule worked. It means he now knows there is a rule, Thomas said. Ernie's chest lifted with the beginning of a speech. Then we should formalize it. No, Thomas said at once, too sharp. The word stopped them in the corridor. A third-year Ravenclaw walked around the little knot with an annoyed glance, and Hannah gently touched Thomas's elbow until he remembered they were still in public. He made himself breathe, but the shape of the feeling remained ugly. Formal rules meant lists, lists meant names, names meant adults finding patterns and pulling them apart. He could already see it. Thomas Thorne, watched by friends, peculiar interest in defense professor, possible trouble. Paper did not need teeth to bite. Ernie looked offended and concerned in equal measure. I only meant we should make sure you are not left alone with him. I know, Thomas said, softer now. But don't make me a project. Susan's face changed. Not much, because Susan did not give large things away cheaply, but enough that her next words came more carefully. Then it isn't about managing you. It's about managing Roots. Wayne nodded slowly. That's better. People already walk together. We can make it normal. Justin brightened with relief. A social walking arrangement. Very respectable. Possibly even boring. Boring is useful, Hannah said, and her voice made the word feel warmer than it deserved. Ernie adjusted his grip on his notes, dignity recovering around the edges. Then we need not formalize Thomas. We formalize sensible movement. No first year should be alone after defense for a while. That is a general precaution. Thomas looked from one face to the next and felt the trap loosened by a finger's width. They were not making a cage around him, not quite. They were moving furniture in the room so the door stayed visible. It was still more care than he knew what to do with, and part of him wanted to claw free simply because they had placed themselves between him and danger without asking permission in the way he understood. All right, he said, and the words came rough enough that Hannah glanced down at his hands. He opened his fingers slowly. Roots, then, not me. Susan tucked her parchment deeper into her book. Roots, she agreed. They started walking again, 6 now instead of 4, and the corridor felt different under their feet. Thomas no longer had the clean edge of a shadow slipping through stone. He had voices around him, books knocking softly together, Justin arguing that biscuits counted as root support, and Ernie trying to explain why that was not how precautions worked. It made him easier to see. It also made him harder to take, and by the time the barrels came into view, Thomas understood that both things could be true at once. The common room received the idea of root support with the suspicion Hufflepuffs reserved for anything that sounded like homework wearing a false mustache. Susan laid the parchment on the low table beside the Connect 4 board and smoothed it flat with both hands, while Justin placed the biscuit tin beside it as if refreshments gave the meeting legal standing. Thomas sat in the corner of the nearest sofa with Hannah on one side and Wayne on the arm beside him, feeling both protected and surrounded, which made his skin itch and his chest warm in the same inconvenient breath. Ernie stood with unnecessary ceremony. This is not a secret club. Secret clubs are exactly how people get caught doing things they should not be doing. This is a practical agreement about walking sensibly between lessons. Zacharias looked up from an armchair with immediate interest. That sounds exactly like a secret club, only duller. It has biscuits, Justin said, offering the tin with grave importance. That gives it dignity. Susan dipped her quill. No names written as if anyone is assigned to guard anyone else. We write places where first years should not trail off alone for the next few days. Defense classroom. Library if Quirrell is there. Side stair near the 3rd floor. Corridors after supper. Thomas watched the words appear and found himself breathing more easily than he had expected. Roots, not Thomas. Places, not ownership. The parchment still made him uneasy, but Susan was building a map of movement rather than a cage of people, and that distinction mattered enough to keep him sitting still. Hannah reached for the quill when Susan paused. Kitchens after dark, she said softly, then glanced at Thomas before adding the words herself. Not because the kitchens are dangerous. Because getting there and back alone could be. Justin blinked at her. That is devastatingly sensible. I have moments, Hannah said, and the little smile she gave Thomas made the warning gentle instead of sharp. Before Thomas could answer, the barrel entrance opened and a second year slipped in with a folded note between two fingers. "Thorne?" she called, looking around until half the room turned with her. "Professor Quirrell asked me to pass this along. Said it was about library notes." The common room went quieter in the wrong places. Thomas stood because his body decided before his mind caught up, but Susan was already there, not taking the note, only placing herself close enough to witness the handover. The second year gave them both a puzzled look, shrugged, and passed the parchment to Thomas. His name sat on the outside in neat, nervous script. Inside, the message was short enough to feel careful. "Mr. Thorne, if you have questions regarding today's defense reading, you may come to my classroom before breakfast. Some matters are best discussed without distraction. Professor Q." Justin's biscuit stopped halfway to his mouth. "Without distraction," he repeated, and the joke had gone out of his voice. Susan's chin lifted. "No." Thomas stared at the note while the common room seemed to gather around the sofa without anyone being asked. The rule had worked in public. Quirrell had simply found the edge of public and pressed one finger against it. Hannah folded her hands together, careful and pale. "We should tell Professor Sprout." Thomas looked at the parchment again, then at the route list on the table. He wanted to burn the note, hide it, answer it, test it, run straight at the question before it learned to run at him. Instead, he held it out to Susan. "Roots," he said, his voice quiet but steady. "Not me." Susan took the note, and around them Hufflepuff closed ranks without a single loud word. 62. Professor Sprout's door. They did not wait until morning. That was Susan's decision first, then Ernie's, then somehow everyone's before Thomas could find the right argument to stop it. The note lay on the common room table beside the route list, harmless as folded parchment and sharp as a hook. Around it, Hufflepuff made no dramatic speeches. They simply gathered coats, tucked books under arms, and moved as if going to see their head of house after supper were the most ordinary thing in the world. Thomas walked in the middle because apparently the middle had become his assigned location by silent vote. He disliked it less than he expected, which annoyed him. Hannah carried the note because Thomas had handed it away, and Susan carried the route list folded into her charms book, while Justin brought the biscuit tin until Ernie informed him that evidence and refreshments were not the same thing. "Refreshments often improve evidence," Justin said, though he passed the tin to Wayne before they left the common room. "People make better decisions when they have eaten." Ernie adjusted his cuffs with grim importance. "Professor Sprout is a teacher, not a picnic committee." "She is both when necessary," Hannah said quietly, and that ended the argument more effectively than Ernie's dignity had managed. The corridors beyond the barrels felt colder after the common room's fire. Thomas counted turns automatically, but the count did not belong to Escape this time. It belonged to witnesses. Susan on his right, Hannah on his left, Justin behind him with deliberate noisiness, Ernie and Wayne forming the rear like two boys trying not to look like a rear guard. They passed a pair of Ravenclaws near the stairs, and no one outside the little group paid them more than a glance. That helped. Normal movement. Sensible routes. Nothing to see. Professor Sprout's office sat near the greenhouses, warm lit behind a narrow window with potted plants crowding the sill. One vine lifted a leaf when they approached, brushed the glass as if checking who had arrived, and then tapped twice against the frame before anyone knocked. The door opened a moment later, and Sprout stood there in a patched cardigan over her robes, her hat absent and her hair slightly flattened on one side as if she had been reading in a chair. She looked at Thomas first, then at the children around him, then at Hannah's pale fingers around the folded note. Her expression changed without becoming alarming. "Well," she said gently, "this looks like the sort of visit that wants tea and the truth, in that order if possible." Thomas looked down at his shoes. He had expected questions, perhaps a frown, perhaps the quick adult reach toward control. Instead, Sprout stepped back and made room. The office smelled of soil, peppermint, old books, and something flowering in the dark. Hannah went in first with the note, and Thomas followed because the others did too, because the door stayed open behind them, and because for once telling an adult did not feel like surrender. Professor Sprout's office held too many living things to feel like a room built for punishment. Pots crowded the shelves in different stages of opinion, from sleepy little succulents to a fern that curled away from Justin's sleeve as if judging his biscuit crumbs from a distance. A copper kettle sat on a small hob near the window, steaming softly without visible fire, and Sprout moved through the cramped space with the practical calm of someone making room for both children in trouble. "Chairs where you can find them," she said, taking mugs from a cupboard painted with flaking daisies. "No one sits on the blue cushion unless they want the cushion to sit back. It has separation issues." Justin looked halfway delighted and halfway offended. "I now want to know what that means." "You do not," Susan said, taking the plain wooden chair nearest Thomas and giving the blue cushion a respectful distance. Thomas stayed near the edge of the room until Hannah chose a low stool beside the open door and patted the chair next to her without making a fuss of it. He sat because refusing would make the sitting matter more. Sprout noticed that, or seemed to, but she only poured tea into mismatched mugs and passed them around one by one. The warmth in Thomas's hands helped more than he wanted it to. Hannah unfolded Quirrell's note and set it on Sprout's desk. "Professor Quirrell sent this to Thomas in the common room. He asked him to come before breakfast and said some matters are best discussed without distraction." Sprout did not snatch the note. She picked it up by the corner, read it once, and then again more slowly. Her face stayed steady, but Thomas saw the gardener's hands change, thumb pressing lightly into the paper as if testing whether a root had gone bad beneath the soil. "And why did this worry you?" Susan answered before Thomas could decide whether silence would help. "He spoke to Thomas after defense today. Then he came into the library and tested whether Thomas would follow or respond alone. We made a root rule, not a guarding rule, and then this arrived." Ernie sat straighter. "It is not a secret club, Professor. It is a sensible movement agreement." Sprout's mouth twitched. "I am relieved to hear Hufflepuff has not founded a secret club between supper and bedtime. I'd have to ask whether there were minutes." Justin looked briefly betrayed by possibility. "We don't have minutes." "Good," Sprout said, and the mild humor faded as her gaze returned to Thomas. "Mr. Thorne, did Professor Quirrell frighten you?" Thomas stared into the tea. The honest answer was too large and too tangled. Quirrell had frightened him, but not like a loud adult or a dangerous corridor. He frightened Thomas because he had noticed the watcher inside the boy and spoken to it as if the rest of the child were optional. "He wanted me alone," Thomas said at last. Sprout nodded once, accepting the answer exactly as given. "Then you will not be alone with him." She set the note flat on her desk and placed a little paperweight shaped like a badger over one corner. "That part is simple." It did not feel simple, but the room seemed to breathe easier around the words. Thomas looked up despite himself. "You believe us?" Sprout's eyes softened, not with pity, but with something sturdier. "I believe my students when they bring me a pattern, a note, and enough sense to come as a group." She reached for a fresh sheet of parchment and dipped her quill. "Now we make the sensible thing official without making you into a project. Roots, not cages. Teachers can learn too." Sprout wrote slowly enough for Thomas to see that she was not turning the evening into a trap while his eyes were on the teacup. Her quill moved across the fresh parchment in neat, rounded strokes, pausing whenever she chose a word. Not suspected, not danger, not complaint. She wrote supervision, routine, and appropriate staff presence, which sounded dull enough to make Justin visibly suffer and safe enough to make Susan lean forward with approval. "What are you writing?" Thomas asked before he could stop himself. "A reply," Sprout said, continuing the line rather than hiding it. "Professor Quirrell asked for an early meeting. I am informing him that any defense questions from Hufflepuff first years may be addressed during ordinary class hours, or in a supervised study period arranged through me." Ernie nodded as if parliamentary order had been restored. "That seems very proper." "It is proper," Sprout said, blotting the first line. "Proper can be useful when people are behaving improperly." Justin sat up straighter. "So it is a secret club, but for teachers." Susan sighed. "It is not a secret club." "It has letters," Justin said. "That is how grown-up secret clubs begin." Sprout's lips twitched, but she looked to Thomas before the humor could soften the whole matter. "Mr. Thorne, I am not going to march you to the headmaster tonight unless you ask me to. I am not going to demand a story you are not ready to tell. I am also not going to pretend a professor inviting an 11-year-old to a private early meeting after unsettling him is harmless merely because professors are meant to know better." Thomas's hands tightened around the mug. The tea had cooled enough to drink, but he had not taken more than a sip. "If you tell him I came here, he'll know." "He already knows you have friends who notice things," Sprout said. Now he will know you have a head of house who does the same." The sentence settled into the room with the quiet weight of a door barred from the inside. Thomas looked at the note under the Badger paperweight, then at Susan's folded route list. "I don't want everyone looking at me." "No," Sprout said gently. "So we give them something boring to look at instead. Hufflepuff first-year movement after defense will be more supervised for a while." Not Thomas Thorne. Hufflepuff first years. Wayne, who had been quiet near the shelf of mildly swaying plants, said, "That protects everyone and explains the walking." "Exactly," Sprout said, turning the parchment so Thomas could read the last line. "Would you like to see it before I seal it?" Thomas stared at her. Adults did not usually ask whether a child wanted to see the paper being made around him. They wrote, decided, filed, and called it help afterward. He set down the mug carefully and leaned close enough to read. The words were plain, almost boring, and that made them stronger. They did not accuse Quirrell. They did not expose Thomas. They placed Sprout firmly between the invitation and the boy. "It doesn't say I was scared," he said. "No," Sprout replied. "That part belongs to you." Hannah looked at him over the rim of her mug, eyes soft and steady. "It still says no." Thomas breathed out, and something in his shoulders loosened without his permission. "Then seal it." Sprout folded the parchment, tapped it with her wand, and green wax pooled neatly over the join. A tiny badger pressed itself into the wax, round and stubborn. "There," she said, "a very official piece of boring." Justin lifted his mug. "To boring." "To roots," Susan corrected. Thomas looked at the sealed letter and found, to his own surprise, that he could touch the edge of it without wanting to snatch it away and hide it. "To doors that stay open," he said quietly, and Sprout's eyes warmed as if she understood exactly how much the words had cost. Professor Sprout did not send them back at once. She tucked the sealed letter into a shallow tray beside her desk, then rang a small brass bell that sounded less like metal and more like a spoon touching glass underwater. A house elf appeared with a soft crack beside the potted fern, saw the crowded office, and bowed so quickly his ears nearly brushed the carpet. "Puddle is coming, Professor Sprout," the elf squeaked. "Puddle is not hearing secret things unless secret things is wanting biscuits." Justin's face lit with instant recognition. That is a very specific professional boundary. Sprout handed the letter over with both seriousness and warmth. "Puddle, please take this to Professor Quirrell's office. No one else's hands. If he is not there, leave it on his desk in plain sight." Puddle accepted the letter, peered at the green badger seal, and then looked at Thomas with enormous solemn eyes. "Badger letter is important letter." Thomas nodded because the elf seemed to require it. "Yes." "Then Puddle is taking it carefully," Puddle said, and vanished with another soft crack that made the fern curl all its leaves in irritation. The room held still after he was gone. Thomas had expected relief, but what arrived first was a thin, uncomfortable emptiness. The note was no longer in his reach. The answer was no longer only an idea among friends. It had crossed the castle now, carrying Sprout's seal toward the professor who had asked for him alone. He rubbed one thumb over the side of his mug and felt Hannah notice. Sprout noticed too. "Courage sometimes feels worse after the sensible thing is done," she said, settling back behind her desk. "That doesn't mean it was the wrong thing." Thomas looked toward the open door. "What happens if he asks again?" "Then he asks me," Sprout said. "And if he forgets that, I remind him more firmly." Ernie breathed out through his nose, pleased by firmness even when it came in cardigan form. "That seems satisfactory." Susan glanced at Thomas before speaking. "Should we keep the route list?" "Yes," Sprout said. "Keep it boring. Keep it ordinary. Walk with friends because friends walk together, not because danger has been given a special chair at the table." Justin looked at the blue cushion. "Danger would sit there, wouldn't it?" "The cushion would win," Sprout said, and for the first time Thomas smiled without checking who saw. They left with their mugs empty and their hands full of nothing except the strange weight of having done something official and survived it. Sprout walked them to the door, not hovering, not hurting, only seeing them out as if every child who came to her office at night deserved to leave under a warm eye. The vine at the window tapped the glass once when Thomas passed. "Good night, Mr. Thorne," Sprout said softly. "You did well." Thomas almost denied it. Instead, he managed a small nod. "Good night, Professor." The walk back felt quieter than the walk out. Justin's jokes softened. Ernie did not make speeches. Susan kept one hand on her charms book, and Hannah walked close enough that their sleeves touched twice without apology. When they reached the barrels, Thomas looked back down the corridor and found it empty, ordinary, and not quite harmless. In the morning, Quirrell would have Sprout's answer. That should have ended the problem. Thomas knew better. Adults who wanted children alone did not always stop because another adult stood in the doorway. Sometimes they simply learned where the doorway was. 63. The doorway moves. Morning came with porridge, toast, and the strange knowledge that Professor Quirrell had been told no before Thomas ever left the dormitory. That should have made breakfast easier. Instead, it made every ordinary thing feel slightly too bright, as if the great hall had polished itself for a confrontation it hadn't admitted was coming. Thomas sat between Justin and Hannah with Susan across from him, while Ernie explained to Wayne that supervised movement was not the same as skulking, no matter what Zacharias chose to imply. Owls dropped letters into the hall in the usual feathery confusion. A folded newspaper landed in someone's pumpkin juice. 2 Ravenclaws argued about a missing bookmark. Harry laughed when Ron nearly buttered his sleeve instead of his toast. Hogwarts kept being Hogwarts with maddening confidence, and Thomas tried to let that steady him. Then Quirrell entered. He was not late. That was the first thing Thomas noticed. He came through the staff door at the same time as Professor Flitwick, nodded once too deeply at Professor McGonagall, and took his seat with the careful smallness that made other people look away. His turban sat neat and high. His hands stayed folded. Nothing about him announced anger. Susan's spoon paused halfway to her mouth. "Don't stare," she murmured. "I'm looking near him," Thomas said. "That is still staring if your face does that." Justin leaned around Thomas with a piece of toast in hand. "For what it's worth, your near-looking face is very obvious." Hannah pushed the marmalade toward him without comment. "Eat something." Thomas took the marmalade because refusing would make everyone more determined. At the staff table, a house elf appeared beside Quirrell with a soft crack and a covered dish in both hands. Puddle. Thomas knew him by the ears and the solemn way he carried himself, as if every plate might contain state secrets. Quirrell looked down. The elf said something too quietly to carry across the hall, then vanished. Quirrell's hand moved to the edge of his sleeve. Thomas felt the table around him notice in pieces. Susan's eyes sharpened. Hannah's fingers curled around her cup. Justin stopped chewing. Quirrell did not look toward Hufflepuff at first. He lifted the covered dish, found the folded letter beneath it, and read the green seal without breaking it. For one long breath, nothing moved on his face. Then he looked up. His gaze crossed the hall, not hurried, not searching, and found Thomas with such clean accuracy that the toast in Thomas's hand felt suddenly heavy. Quirrell smiled. It was a mild, apologetic professor's smile, the sort any student could safely ignore. Only the eyes beneath it held stillness where fear should have been. Ernie cleared his throat with unexpected force. "Thomas, would you pass the jam?" The request broke the line. Thomas blinked, turned, and passed the jam because Ernie had asked loudly enough for 2 nearby second years to glance over. "It's marmalade," he said, because his mouth needed something ordinary to do. "Then I shall bravely adapt," Ernie said, spreading it on toast with the solemnity of a boy carrying out civic duty. Across the hall, Quirrell broke the seal. Thomas made himself look down before curiosity could become a leash. The doorway had moved. Last night, it had been Quirrell's classroom before breakfast. This morning, it was the space between a professor's unreadable smile and a table of children pretending marmalade mattered more. Thomas forced down a bite, felt Hannah's sleeve brush his, and understood the rule had not ended the game. It had taught everyone where the next move would be seen. Breakfast emptied in waves, and Hufflepuff moved with the second one because Susan said first waves were too crowded and last waves made people noticeable. Thomas accepted this without arguing, mostly because arguing would have made Susan explain her reasoning in a way that sounded like she had already won. They left the table together, not clustered tight enough to look frightened, not loose enough for anyone to slip between them without meaning to. It was a ridiculous balance, and they achieved it with the solemnity of students pretending to care deeply about Charm's homework. At the staff table, Quirrell remained seated with Sprout's letter open beside his plate. He had not crumpled it. He had not burned it. He had folded it once and set it under his cup as if it were only an inconvenience in need of weighting down. That bothered Thomas more than anger would have. Anger rushed. Patience arranged. Forward, Susan murmured when Thomas slowed. I'm moving, Thomas said. You were thinking while standing still. It creates a traffic hazard. Justin looked back with a bright, foolish smile aimed at no one in particular. We are a very orderly traffic hazard. They reached the entrance hall just as Professor Sprout stepped in from the side passage, carrying a basket of plant cuttings wrapped in damp cloth. She saw Thomas glance over her shoulder toward the great hall, and adjusted her path so naturally that she became part of their route rather than an adult descending to interfere. Good morning, she said, stopping beside them. Mr. Thorne, Miss Abbott, Miss Bones, and all attached foot traffic. Charms first, is it? Ernie straightened. Yes, Professor, we were proceeding sensibly. So I observe, Sprout said, and her eyes were warm enough that Thomas had to look away. Sensible is welcome. Sensible with breakfast in it is better. Behind them, footsteps entered the hall. Thomas knew before he turned. Quirrell's tread was light, careful, and somehow too aware of where everyone else stood. Sprout's attention shifted past Thomas's shoulder, and her smile remained in place. Professor Quirrell, she said pleasantly. I trust Puddle found you. Quirrell stopped at a polite distance. His hands folded over his books. Indeed, Professor Sprout, most efficient. I would not wish to trouble your Hufflepuffs unnecessarily. Thomas felt the word "your" settle over the group like a cloak. Sprout did not miss it. They trouble me just the right amount, she said. That is what first years are for. Justin made a strangled sound that might have been pride. Quirrell's gaze touched Thomas, then moved away before it could be called staring. Then I shall leave defense questions for defense class. Or for supervised study, Sprout said, still pleasant, as my letter suggested. For a moment, the entrance hall seemed to thin around them. Students crossed behind Quirrell with bags swinging and voices rising toward lessons, but Thomas heard only the small silence between two professors. Then Quirrell inclined his head, smiled nervously in the proper way, and stepped aside. Of course, he said. Susan's hand brushed Thomas's sleeve, a tiny signal to keep walking. He did. They passed Sprout first, then Quirrell, and Thomas kept his eyes on the stairs ahead until they turned the corner. Only then did Justin breathe out loudly enough to make Ernie hiss at him. Thomas did not look back. He did not need to. The doorway had moved again, and this time Sprout had stood in it where everyone could see. Charms smelled of chalk, old parchment, and the faint lemon polish Professor Flitwick liked to use on the desks when someone had spilled potion residue too near his classroom. Thomas took his seat between Susan and Justin without needing to be told, and Hannah settled just ahead of them where she could turn if she had to. The arrangement looked ordinary enough that a Ravenclaw boy only frowned because Justin had put his bag under the wrong chair, not because half a Hufflepuff year had quietly built itself into a wall. Professor Flitwick stood on his stack of books and clapped his tiny hands. Today, we will begin refining the shield charm's basic posture. Not full casting under pressure yet, no. First, angle, intent, and the terribly neglected art of not waving your wand as if swatting a wasp. Justin glanced at Thomas. That feels personally aimed at me. Susan opened her notebook. It is educationally aimed at you. Thomas tried to smile, but his hand had tightened around his wand. The entrance hall still sat behind his eyes. Quirrell's careful head tilt, Sprout's cardigan, the polite words that had felt less like conversation and more like two adults placing stones on a board. He set his wand flat on the desk and flexed his fingers once, reminding himself where he was. Charms. Friends. Open door. Flitwick in front. Mr. Thorne, Flitwick said brightly from much closer than expected. Would you and Miss Bones demonstrate the resting angle described in last night's reading? Thomas looked up. Half the class turned because demonstrations were only funny when someone else had to do them. Susan stood at once, neat and composed, which forced Thomas to stand too before he could think of refusing. They faced each other in the gap between desks, wands raised but not pointed quite at one another. Not a duel, Susan murmured. A door. Thomas blinked. You like doors, she said under her breath. Make one. That was not how the textbook had phrased it. The textbook spoke of defensive planes, directed intent, and coherent magical resistance. Susan's version made more sense. Thomas lifted his wand, not as a weapon, not as a knife, but as the edge of a threshold he chose. The magic answered faintly, a pressure at his wrist and a cool line in the air between them. Flitwick's eyes brightened. There. Hold that, Mr. Thorne. Miss Bones, tap, please. Susan touched her wand to the air before him. A pale flicker rippled outward, no bigger than a dinner plate and gone almost at once, but her charm glanced aside rather than striking his sleeve. The class made a pleased little sound. Thomas stared at the space where the shield had been, surprised by the steadiness it left behind. Justin whispered loudly, "Excellent doorway." Flitwick beamed. "A useful image, Mr. Finch Fletchley, though we shall not all rename the shield charm today." His gaze softened when it returned to Thomas. "Again, please. This time, breathe before you brace. A shield held in panic becomes a wall. A shield held with purpose becomes a choice." Thomas raised his wand again. Across from him, Susan waited without pushing. Behind him, Justin was quiet for once, and Hannah had turned enough that he could see her small encouraging smile. He breathed in, made the door, and held it. This time, when Susan tapped, the flicker lasted long enough for him to see his own hand steady behind it. By the end of charms, Thomas's wrist ached in a cleaner way than it had after defense. Flitwick had them practice the resting angle in pairs until pale little shields flickered across the room like soap bubbles catching candlelight. Some collapsed at once. Some tilted sideways and sent harmless tapping charms into chair legs, ink bottles, and, once, Justin's own shoe. Justin accepted this as proof that his shoe had threatened him first, which made Hannah laugh so quietly she nearly dropped her quill. Thomas managed 4 proper shields before his concentration frayed. Each one felt less like hiding and more like choosing where the space around him began. It was not strong magic yet, not the kind that would stop a curse or a determined adult, but it was his wand, his breath, his line in the air. When Flitwick dismissed them, the professor hopped down from his books and caught Thomas beside the desk while Susan stayed close enough to count as ordinary. "Good work, Mr. Thorne," Flitwick said, bright-eyed and gentle. "Defensive magic often begins before the spell. Posture, breath, intention. You have a thoughtful instinct there." Thomas glanced at Susan before he could help it. Susan said it was a door. "A fine metaphor," Flitwick said, beaming at her. "A door may be opened, closed, barred, or held for a friend. Much better than thinking only in walls." Susan's ears went faintly pink. "Thank you, Professor." They left the classroom in the usual spill of students, and Thomas felt oddly lighter until they reached the corridor outside. Harry stood near the window with Ron and Hermione, arguing over whether a shield charm would stop a bludger if cast quickly enough. Hermione looked pained by the question. Ron looked hopeful. Harry looked like he was enjoying both reactions. Then Quirrell appeared at the far end of the corridor. Not near Thomas. Not near Hufflepuff. He came from the stairwell with a stack of parchment in his hands and paused as if surprised to find Gryffindors in a corridor after class. The surprise was almost perfect. Thomas felt his good mood fold in on itself. "Mr. P. Potter," Quirrell said, smiling nervously. "A.M. moment, if you please. Nothing serious. Only a question about your last defense essay." Harry straightened, confused but polite. All right, Professor." Hermione's eyes narrowed at once. "We have Transfiguration next." "It will take only a.m. moment," Quirrell said. Thomas took one step before Susan's hand closed around his sleeve. Not hard enough. Justin's shoulder shifted beside him, and Hannah moved slightly forward, not blocking, only present. Thomas looked at Harry, then at Quirrell, and understood with a cold little turn of the stomach that Sprout's doorway had held. So Quirrell had chosen another one. Hermione did not move away from Harry. "We can wait," she said, chin lifting in a way that made Ron blink at her and then step closer too. Quirrell's smile trembled. "Of course." Thomas let Susan draw him onward because stopping would only make another pattern. Behind him, Hermione's voice began asking something about essay marks, bright and sharp enough to keep the moment public. Thomas walked with his friends toward the next staircase, but the shield lesson stayed under his skin in a new, uneasy shape. A door could be held for a friend. It could also be tested, avoided, and tried somewhere else. 64. Held for a friend. Thomas did not stop walking until the stairwell had turned twice and the corridor behind them had swallowed Quirrell, Harry, Ron, and Hermione from sight. Even then, stopping was not his choice. Susan stepped neatly in front of him at the next landing, Hannah caught the rail beside him, and Justin leaned one shoulder against the wall as if he had always intended to rest exactly there. The staircase continued without them, shifting somewhere below with a lazy groan, but their little patch of stone held steady. "You were about to go back," Susan said. Thomas looked past her toward the turn in the stairs. He moved to Harry. "Yes," Susan said, "and Hermione moved too. That does not make it safe." "No," Hannah said softly, "but it means Harry was not alone." Thomas gripped the strap of his bag until the worn leather creaked. The answer should have helped. It did help, somewhere sensible and distant. Hermione had seen it. Ron had stepped closer. The corridor had stayed public. Quirrell had not taken Harry away into a classroom with the door shut. Yet Thomas could still feel the shape of the move like a cold finger against his spine. Quirrell had tried the Hufflepuff door, found Sprout in it, and walked around to the Gryffindor one. Justin folded his arms. "We need a way to warn them without sounding like lunatics." Thomas looked at him. "You believe me?" Justin blinked. "I was present for Professor Garlick asking you for a private dawn chat and then immediately trying the same flavor of thing with Harry Potter. I believe my own eyes, which is sometimes inconvenient." Susan's mouth tightened in approval. "We cannot accuse a professor in a corridor. We can speak to Hermione Granger." That name steadied the idea. Hermione noticed things. Hermione made patterns out of scraps and then defended them with terrifying confidence. Thomas remembered her narrow-eyed face beside Harry, the way she had planted herself in the moment and made waiting sound like the most natural answer in the world. "She will ask questions." "Good," Susan said. "Questions are safer than secrets when the right person asks them." Thomas almost laughed, but the sound did not quite arrive. "That is a very Susan sentence." "It was a correct sentence," Susan said. Hannah stepped closer, her sleeve brushing his. "We do not have to tell her everything. Only enough that she keeps Harry from private meetings." Thomas looked down the stairwell again. The old part of him wanted to keep every secret sealed, because sealed things could not be used against him. The newer part remembered Sprout's green wax, Susan's shoe under the library table, and Hermione's chin lifting in Quirrell's path. A door could be held for a friend, Flitwick had said. It occurred to Thomas, with uncomfortable clarity, that sometimes holding a door meant telling someone where it was. "All right," he said. "Hermione first, not Harry in front of Ron." Justin's eyebrows rose. "That is oddly specific." "Harry trusts too quickly when danger is polite," Thomas said, then started down the stairs before the sentence could turn into more truth than he meant to share. "Ron gets loud when he is scared. Hermione will hear the shape of it." Susan fell into step beside him, already planning. "Then after Transfiguration." Hannah nodded. "Before lunch." Thomas kept moving, but the hallway ahead no longer felt like escape. It felt like a route chosen on purpose, and that made all the difference. Transfiguration passed with McGonagall turning matchsticks into needles and first years into bundles of damp concentration. Thomas usually liked the clean difficulty of it, the way the spell either took the shape or showed exactly where the intention had gone soft, but his attention kept sliding toward the Gryffindor side of the room. Hermione sat upright with her quill aligned, her book open to the proper page, and her expression sharpened into the kind of focus that meant she was thinking about something other than silver points and matchwood. Harry looked ordinary, which made Thomas uneasy. He whispered once to Ron, grinned when McGonagall's eyebrow rose, and bent over his matchstick with the stubborn optimism of someone trying not to be hopeless at a difficult thing. Ron's matchstick grew a lump that might have been a handle if anyone were generous. Hermione's became a needle on the second try, fine, straight, and gleaming. McGonagall lifted it from Hermione's desk with visible approval. "Excellent, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor for precision and restraint." Hermione flushed with pleasure, but when she sat back down, her eyes flicked once toward Harry, then toward the door. Thomas caught it. So did Susan. When the bell rang, the class spilled into the corridor in the usual tangle of bags and complaints. Thomas moved before the crowd could scatter, not fast enough to look desperate, but with enough purpose that Justin had to lengthen his stride to keep up. Hermione had stopped near a suit of armor to reorganize her books. Harry and Ron were a few paces ahead, still arguing over Ron's lumpy matchstick. "Hermione," Thomas said. She turned at once, and her eyes moved over him, Susan, Hannah, and Justin in one quick pass. "Is this about Professor Quirrell?" Justin blinked. That saves an awkward opening. Hermione glanced toward Harry, then lowered her voice. He asked Harry about an essay. He didn't ask anything about the essay. Thomas felt the corridor narrow around the sentence. What did he ask? Hermione hugged her books tighter. Whether Harry ever stayed behind after defense to ask questions. Whether he found the subject frightening. Whether anyone had been telling him to avoid certain teachers. Her mouth tightened. He made it sound harmless. Susan stepped closer, calm and precise. He tried to get Thomas alone before breakfast. Professor Sprout stopped it. Hermione's face changed with satisfying speed from concern to calculation. That's why you were all walking together. Roots, Thomas said quietly. Not guards, roots. Hermione looked at him then, really looked, and for once Thomas did not feel inspected like an odd creature in a jar. He felt measured by someone trying to build the same problem from the other side. What do you want me to do? Don't let Harry meet Quirrell alone, Thomas said. Not in classrooms, not in corridors, not if it sounds helpful. Hermione nodded once, sharp and immediate. I can do that. Then she glanced past him, where Ron had noticed the delay and was beginning to look back. But Harry will ask why. Tell him you don't trust the timing, Susan said. That is true. Hermione's chin lifted. I'll tell him exactly that. Harry called from farther down the corridor, Hermione, you coming? In a moment, Hermione called back, then looked at Thomas again. You should tell a teacher. We did, Hannah said softly. Professor Sprout. Good, Hermione said, and the word came out fierce enough that Justin's eyebrows rose. Then I'll keep him public. Thomas nodded, feeling the door in his mind shift again. It was no longer only Hufflepuff holding one side of the frame. Hermione had put her hand on it too. Lunch became the test sooner than Thomas wanted. Hermione brought Harry and Ron toward the Hufflepuff end of the table with the expression of someone who had decided uncertainty was an enemy best handled with clean statements. Harry looked curious rather than alarmed, which was very Harry of him, and Ron looked as if he had been promised an explanation and possibly pudding if he did not interrupt too soon. Thomas set down his fork and felt Susan go still beside him. Hermione stopped near the gap between the tables, close enough to speak without making a display. Harry says Professor Quirrell has asked him to bring his defense essay by before dinner, because he forgot to mark something. Ron shifted his weight, frowning. Which sounds weird now. Hermione's said it 3 times, but it didn't sound that weird the first time. Harry rubbed the back of his neck and glanced between Thomas and Susan. Is something going on? Thomas looked at him properly. Harry's eyes were open, wary now, but still too ready to believe adults meant what they said if they said it awkwardly enough. That made Thomas's chest tighten with an old, ugly kind of fear. Professor Quirrell tried to get me alone, he said. Professor Sprout told him no. Harry's face changed, not dramatically. It simply lost its easy confusion and gained the look of someone setting a piece on a board he had not realized they were playing. Oh. Susan folded her hands on the table. We are not accusing him of anything in public. We are saying private meetings are a poor idea. Ron's ears went pink. Private meetings with teachers are usually a poor idea. Snape proves that twice a week. Hermione gave him a look that almost managed not to be fond. Ron. What? I'm agreeing. Ron lowered his voice and leaned closer. So what do we do? Because Harry can't just not turn up if a professor asked. He can turn up with us, Hermione said at once. All of us. Publicly. Before dinner. Not after. We deliver the essay, wait while Professor Quirrell marks whatever he forgot, and leave together. Harry looked from her to Thomas. You think he'll mind? Yes, Thomas said. Justin, sitting opposite, picked up his goblet with careful dignity. Excellent. Then he will have a chance to practice not minding in public. That startled a laugh from Harry, short and uncertain, but real enough to loosen the table. Ron grinned despite himself, and even Susan's mouth softened. Thomas did not laugh. He was watching Harry think, watching the way the boy accepted the shape of danger because his friends had put hands on it first. All right, Harry said. Together, then. Hermione nodded as if the matter were filed. Before dinner, entrance hall, and no corridors alone. Thomas picked up his fork again, though the food had cooled. Across the room, Quirrell sat at the staff table with his cup lifted near his mouth and his eyes lowered as if he had seen nothing at all. That was fine. Doors did not need to shout to be held. They only needed enough hands on the frame. Before dinner, the entrance hall filled with the usual noise of students drifting toward food, and that noise made the plan easier to carry. Harry came down from Gryffindor Tower with his essay rolled in one hand, Hermione on his left and Ron on his right. Thomas waited with Susan, Hannah, Justin, and Ernie near the foot of the stairs, not hidden, not clustered too tightly, simply present in the way Susan had decided was most difficult to object to. Ron looked at the Hufflepuffs and then down at the essay. This is the most people I've ever seen deliver homework. Justin nodded solemnly. It is a ceremonial essay now. Harry's smile was quick, but his fingers tightened around the parchment. Right, let's get this over with. They walked together to the defense corridor, and Thomas made himself stay at Harry's shoulder rather than behind him. The classroom door stood half open, garlic scent drifting out with stale chalk and the colder smell Thomas had never found a name for. Quirrell sat at his desk with his head bent over papers, and he looked up with perfect surprise when 8 first-years arrived in his doorway. Mr. Potter," he said, gaze flicking once across the group before settling on Harry. "That is quite a delegation." Hermione lifted her chin. "We were on our way to dinner, Professor." Harry did not want to be late afterward. Harry held out the essay. "You said you needed to check something, sir." Quirrell's fingers paused just before taking the parchment. Thomas watched the pause and felt Susan notice him watching. Then the professor accepted the essay and smiled. "Quite right, quite right. A small marking oversight, nothing more." He unrolled the parchment on his desk. His quill scratched one neat line near the bottom, then another. He did not ask Harry to come closer. He did not ask the others to leave. The whole thing took less than a minute, which made the invitation feel uglier, not smaller. When he handed the essay back, Harry looked down at the added comment and frowned faintly. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Quirrell's smile trembled. "It is good to see students supporting one another. One must be careful, of course, that support does not become suspicion." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "Suspicion of what, Professor?" "Of nothing," Quirrell said quickly. Too quickly. "Only an observation. Young minds are easily led." Thomas felt the sentence reach for Harry and Hermione both. He stepped before he could overthink it, not in front of Harry, not exactly, but close enough that his shoulder lined with the other boys. "That is why we came together," he said. "So no one gets led somewhere by themselves." For one breath, Quirrell's stammer vanished from his eyes rather than his mouth. Then he lowered his gaze to the desk. "A sensible habit, Mr. Thorne." They left before the silence could grow teeth. In the corridor, Harry unrolled the essay and showed Hermione the added note. She read it, then turned the parchment so Thomas could see. The comment was harmless, only a correction about kappas and water depth, but beneath it sat a tiny blot where the quill had pressed too hard. Ron let out a breath. "That was creepy." "Yes," Hermione said, folding the essay with too much precision. "And now he knows we know." Thomas looked back once at the half-open classroom door. It had not closed, but the dark beyond it felt patient. "Good," he said quietly. "Then he knows the door has more than one hand on it." 65. Lines in the hall. Dinner should have tasted like victory, or at least like roast chicken and potatoes warm enough to make the day settle. Instead, Thomas ate with the feeling that the great hall had gained new corners. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat farther up the Gryffindor table, speaking low over Harry's essay, while Hufflepuff folded itself around Thomas without admitting it had done so. Justin argued with Ernie about whether an essay escort should count as extracurricular activity. Hannah buttered a roll and slid it onto Thomas's plate before he remembered to reach for one. Susan watched the staff table with the careful innocence of someone absolutely not watching. Quirrell did not look at them. That was worse than looking. He ate little, answered something Professor Sinistra said with a nervous tilt of his head, and let his gaze drift everywhere except toward the children who had filled his doorway before dinner. Thomas found himself almost wanting the direct stare back. At least a stare had edges. Susan's fork touched her plate with a quiet click. "You're doing the face again." Thomas looked down at his chicken. "Which face?" "The one where you're planning to become a corridor shadow." Justin leaned closer, lowering his voice without losing its warmth. "We should name that face. It deserves recognition." Hannah gave him a gentle look. "Maybe don't." Thomas cut his potato into careful pieces. He won't stop because we annoyed him once. No, Susan said, and the plain agreement made the table feel colder. But now he must spend effort moving around witnesses. That matters. Across the hall, Hermione looked up as if she had felt the same thought tug at her. Her eyes met Thomas's, then flicked toward the doors, the staff table, and back to Harry. It was not a signal exactly. It was a map being drawn without ink. Ernie noticed Thomas noticing. Do we now have a Gryffindor arrangement as well? Not an arrangement, Thomas said, then sighed when Susan's eyebrow lifted. A quiet understanding. Justin nodded solemnly, much less suspicious. Wayne, who had been listening while spreading jam on bread with excessive care, said, quiet understandings become loud problems if everyone has a different version. That was true enough to stop the jokes. Thomas looked at the hall, at the long tables, at friends pretending supper was supper while their eyes learned new routes. The old rule had been simple. See danger, move away, tell no one unless telling bought survival. Hogwarts kept ruining simple things by adding people worth protecting. Thomas pushed his plate away, then pulled it back because Hannah was looking. After dinner, he said quietly, we should talk somewhere ordinary. Susan folded her napkin. The common room. No, Thomas said, thinking of Harry's table and Hermione's eyes. Library corridor. Public, but not crowded. We need the same version. The library corridor after dinner was exactly ordinary enough to work. Students passed in little groups with books under their arms, some heading toward homework, some clearly pretending that homework was the reason they had left the Great Hall. The portraits above the shelves argued in sleepy murmurs about whether a man in a ruff had stolen someone's bookmark in 1743. Madame Pance's door stood half open, and every few moments her shadow crossed the threshold like a warning given human shape. Thomas chose the stretch near a window, where anyone approaching from either end had to be seen before they arrived. Susan noticed the choice, approved of it with a nod, and placed herself so that her back was not quite to the wall. Hermione arrived with Harry and Ron a minute later, her books clutched to her chest like she had brought academic evidence to a battlefield. Harry looked more serious now. Ron looked hungry and irritated by the fact that danger had interrupted pudding. This is mad, Ron said, keeping his voice low as he glanced toward Madame Pance's door. Not you lot. The whole thing. Quirrell's useless. He jumps if someone drops a spoon. Sometimes useless is a costume, Thomas said. Harry's eyes sharpened. You think he's pretending? Thomas hesitated. That question opened too many doors. He could not say Voldemort. He could not say stone. He could not say I read a future shaped like a children's book in a dead school library while hiding from corpses. He looked at Hermione instead, because she had already proved she could carry a partial truth without demanding the whole. I think he notices too much for someone who acts that frightened, Thomas said. And when people block one path, he chooses another fast. Hermione nodded slowly. That matches today. Susan unfolded the route list, but kept it low against her book so it did not look like a manifesto. This is what we're doing. No one meets Quirrell alone. Not because he is guilty of anything we can prove, but because several odd requests in one day are enough to change behavior. Harry rubbed his thumb along the edge of his essay. What about Dumbledore? Thomas's stomach tightened. The name did that now, not because he hated the headmaster, but because too much attention from him would pull every hidden thread at once. Sprout knows, he said. That's enough for now. Hermione studied him too closely. You're afraid of making it bigger. Yes, Thomas said, because denying it would be stupid. Ron leaned back against the wall and crossed his arms. So we keep it boring. Justin looked deeply pleased. The doctrine spreads. Harry gave a small, crooked smile. No private meetings. Keep things public. Tell someone if he asks again. And don't chase him, Hannah said, her voice soft but firm enough that Thomas felt the words land on him first. He glanced at her, then nodded. Don't chase him. The agreement settled in the corridor with no ceremony at all. Only 7 first years standing between library dust and dinner noise, building a line that looked almost like friendship and almost like a shield. The line lasted perhaps 2 minutes before Hogwarts tested it with exactly the wrong person. Draco Malfoy came around the corner with Crabbe and Goyle behind him, his robes neat, his chin lifted, and his eyes already sharpened by the pleasure of finding mixed company where he could make it into something ugly. He slowed when he saw Harry, then slowed more when he saw Thomas beside him. Well, Draco said, voice carrying just enough to make 2 passing Ravenclaws glance over. Potter has acquired Hufflepuff bodyguards. I suppose even famous people lower their standards when frightened. Ron pushed off the wall at once. Shut it, Malfoy. Hermione's hand caught Ron's sleeve before he could step too far. Don't. Draco's gaze flicked to the movement and warmed with satisfaction. Oh, this is better. Granger giving orders, Weasley pretending he'll do something, and Thorne lurking about like someone misplaced a house elf. Thomas felt the old part of himself go still. Insults were easy to survive if they stayed words. The problem was not Draco's mouth. It was Crabbe and Goyle filling the corridor behind him, broad enough to make the passage feel smaller. It was the way Draco's eyes slid from Thomas to Harry and back again, not understanding the true shape of anything but sensing there was a shape to disturb. Justin stepped forward with a smile that looked far too pleasant to be innocent. We're discussing homework, actually. I realize that may be an exotic subject for you. Draco's pale face tightened. No one asked you. No, Justin said, that was your first mistake. Susan closed the route list and tucked it beneath her book with a motion so smooth it became invisible unless one knew what she was hiding. We should go. Madame Pants dislikes corridor debates. Draco glanced at the closed parchment, but it was already gone. What's that? Paper, Susan said. You may encounter it in school. Harry made a small choked sound that might have become laughter if Hermione had not elbowed him. Ron grinned openly, which did not help the temperature of the corridor at all. Crabbe shifted his weight, and Goyle's hand curled around the strap of his bag. Thomas looked at Draco and chose the boring path because boring had become a weapon. We're leaving, he said. Draco's smile thinned. Running away? Walking to avoid being late, Hermione said, chin lifted. Some of us care about that. They moved together, not quickly, not as a retreat, but as a group that had decided the corridor belonged to ordinary traffic rather than Malfoy's performance. Thomas kept his shoulder loose and his hands visible while they passed. Goyle bumped him lightly, testing, and Thomas let the contact slide off without giving him a reaction to hold. Justin, however, turned his head as they moved away. If you need help finding paper, Malfoy, ask a Ravenclaw, Justin said brightly. They're very kind to beginners. Draco's sharp reply followed them down the corridor, but no one turned back. Thomas waited until the corner hid them before breathing properly. The line had held, but now another set of eyes had seen it. Worse, Draco had noticed there was something to pull at, and boys like Draco rarely resisted loose threads. By the time they reached the moving staircase, the corridor had begun to change behind them. It was small at first, only 2 Hufflepuff second years glancing after them, then a Ravenclaw whispering to another near a tapestry, then a pair of Gryffindors looking from Harry to Thomas as if crosshouse conversation had suddenly become a spectator sport. Nothing had happened loudly enough to deserve attention. That was the trouble. Quiet things made people invent the missing noise. Ron noticed it too and scowled at a portrait that was pretending not to listen. Brilliant. Now Malfoy's going to tell everyone Harry needs Hufflepuffs to walk him about. Harry grimaced. That's not exactly new. He says things anyway. Yes, but now he has scenery, Ron said. Hermione adjusted her books against her chest, her expression already sharpening around the problem. Then we don't make it about Harry. We keep it normal. Mixed study, homework, library routes, meals. If we look secretive, he wins. Justin pointed lightly at Hermione. That is exactly what Susan says, only with more Gryffindor in it. Susan gave him a patient look. I choose to take that as a compliment. Thomas walked beside them without speaking, watching the castle watch back. A suit of armor turned its helmet slightly as they passed. 2 portraits paused mid-argument. Even Hogwarts seemed to notice when children made a line where there had not been one before. In Apocalypse London, being seen by the wrong people meant pursuit. Here, being seen meant rumor first, then teachers, then older students, then perhaps the headmaster's blue eyes turning thoughtfully toward a boy who could not afford thoughtful attention. Hannah's hand brushed his sleeve. You are doing the corridor shadow face again. I have several faces now, Thomas said. Apparently they are all public property. Harry looked at him, quieter than before. You don't have to help me. Thomas stopped near the stair landing, and the others slowed with him. For a moment, the whole moving staircase system groaned around them, stone and wood shifting in the walls while students flowed past on either side. Harry stood with his essay in one hand, too thin under his robes, too used to danger arriving with adult explanations. Thomas saw the cupboard-shaped loneliness under the famous name and hated how familiar it felt. "Yes," Thomas said, "I do." Harry's mouth opened, then closed again. Hermione looked away first, giving him privacy as if she had manners sharp enough for kindness. Ron swallowed and stared fiercely down the stairs. "Susan saved them by becoming practical. Then we need ordinary reasons to speak. Charms practice is one. Library tables are another. Herbology questions if Neville joins." Justin brightened. "We are not forming a secret club. We are forming an academically suspicious friendship." "That may be worse," Hermione said, but her smile flickered. They split near the next landing, Gryffindors up and Hufflepuffs down, with no handshake, no grand promise, and no paper for Draco to spot. Thomas watched Harry go until Hermione glanced back once and nodded. The line in the hall had held, but it had also become visible. Somewhere behind them, Draco would tug at that thread. Somewhere ahead, Quirrell would look for a quieter door. Thomas turned toward the barrels with his friends around him and understood that holding a door for someone meant standing where people could see your hands. 66. The Heist. The line in the hall stayed with Thomas long after supper, not as comfort, but as proof that visible protection had limits. Friends could stand near Harry. Hufflepuffs could close ranks. Hermione could make rules look like homework, and Ron could scowl at danger until danger felt personally insulted. None of it changed the thing waiting under the school. As long as the stone remained where Quirrell could reach for it, every public line was only a delay. Hufflepuff slept warm around him. Curtains hung soft around the beds, rain whispered against the high windows, and the common room below had long since settled into the deep quiet that followed biscuits, board games, and whispered complaints about homework. Thomas lay awake behind his own curtains with one hand resting on the folded dark clothes beside his pillow. Justin breathed evenly across the room. Ernie snored faintly. Wayne turned once under his blankets. Zacharias muttered something offended at a dream and then went still again. Thomas dressed without hurry. Panic loved sudden things. Socks first, then trousers, then the soft dark jumper Vinda had chosen because robes caught on corners and announced themselves in shadows. His wand slid into the sleeve loop. A little knife went into his boot because the dead world had taught him that comfort did not need to be logical. Last came the small dragonhide pouch, silver-lined and ugly in the useful way Grindelwald preferred. Thomas held it in his palm for a moment, then tucked it inside his jumper where he could reach it quickly. Justin's curtain shifted with a sleepy rustle. "Tom?" he whispered, voice thick with dreams. "You all right?" Thomas froze with one hand on his bag strap. For a second the whole mission narrowed to one friend blinking in the dark, trusting the answer before it arrived. "Bathroom," Thomas whispered, making his voice dull and ordinary. "Go back to sleep." Justin made a soft sound that might have been agreement. "Don't fall in." "I'll try not to," Thomas said, and hated that the tiny joke warmed him. The castle outside the dormitory was quiet, but never empty. Portraits breathed in their frames. Pipes ticked behind stone. Distant stares settled with old wooden complaints as Thomas slipped through the common room and out by the barrels. He took the service turn near the kitchens, where warm bread smell leaked through the wall, and stopped in the narrow shadow beyond the fruit painting. He did not need the gauntlet. He did not need the dog, the keys, the chessboard, or the flames. Those belonged to the story Harry would walk if Thomas failed. Thomas had already paid for the room once with fear, dust, and cat's silent paws. He knew its angles now. He knew the old scrape beside the wall, the cold flagstones, and the exact place where empty air had waited for the mirror to arrive. Thomas breathed once through his nose, then twice. He reached for the anchor, not as a wish, but as a place his body had learned. Space folded obediently, small and silent, and a dark oval opened before him. He stepped through before courage could leak away, and the warmth of the kitchen corridor vanished behind him. Cold flagstones met his boots. The mirror's tall shadow waited ahead, silver-backed and silent, and the portal sealed at his shoulder like a secret closing its mouth. The chamber held its breath around him, or perhaps Thomas only noticed his own breath too much. Cold flagstones pressed through the soles of his boots, and the mirror of Arise stood ahead beneath a veil of dimness, tall and golden framed and far too beautiful for something designed to test desire. Thomas did not rush toward it. He placed one hand against the wall first, touching the scrape he had remembered from the empty room mission, and let the anchor settle fully beneath his skin. The room was real. He was real. The way out remained real behind him, not open yet, but waiting because he knew where he stood. He crossed the floor one careful step at a time. His reflection grew clearer in the glass. A thin boy in dark clothes with sleek mussed hair, a wand hidden in his sleeve, and fear sitting too brightly in his eyes. For a moment the mirror showed only that, and Thomas almost laughed under his breath because it felt like the sort of trick a castle would play on a child doing something foolish after midnight. Then the glass deepened, and the room in it changed. He saw his little house off Diagon Alley with food in the pantry and books stacked in warm corners. He saw Hufflepuff yellow by firelight, Justin sprawled over a board game, Hannah carrying a plate with both hands, Susan watching the door without making it look like watching. He saw Vinda in a dark coat beside a map table, pointing saints toward a dead world that no longer belonged only to corpses. Behind them, Grindelwald stood straight and young enough to be dangerous again, silver hair bright, old eyes alive with terrible plans. Farther still, beyond him, an island rose green under wards, with children running through orchards where no one called them merchandise. "That's not fair," Thomas whispered, his throat tightening around the words. "You don't get to show me everyone's safe." The mirror gave no answer. It only held the desire steady, soft and cruel because it was exactly what he wanted and more than he knew how to ask for. Thomas forced his hand open at his side and looked past the pretty shape of the vision. He did not want the stone to keep for himself. He did not want it to make him rich. Gold had already bought walls, and walls had not made the world less hungry. He wanted time. Time for Grindelwald to stand again. Time for Vinda to build roots. Time for the dead world to become something other than a grave and a hunting ground. His reflection changed. Mirror Thomas reached into his own pocket and drew out a small red stone, plain and bright and almost ugly after so much legend. At the same instant, weight bloomed in Thomas's real pocket, warm against his thigh. He did not snatch for it. Snatching felt like greed, and the mirror was still watching. He slid his hand in slowly, closed his fingers around the stone, and felt heat pulse once against his palm like a patient heart. Thomas drew it out only long enough to see the red gleam between his fingers. "Not for me," he whispered. "Not to keep." The dragonhide pouch came open beneath his thumb. He slid the stone inside, drew the cord tight, and held the sealed thing in both hands while every frightened habit in him argued at once. Vinda would want to see it. Grindelwald would want it. Saints would bow their heads over it and call it victory. Adults always reached for the thing that mattered, even kind adults, even useful adults, and this was the most useful thing Thomas had ever stolen. His storage waited inside him, quiet and dark, the one place no hand had ever found without his permission. Mine to carry, Thomas breathed, and then thought store. The pouch vanished from his hands into the hidden dark, sealed and whole. Nothing burned, nothing cracked, nothing cried out. The mirror still showed his reflection with one hand in his pocket, as if the old trap had decided to keep lying for him a little longer. Thomas stepped back from the glass, his palm empty now, his chest tight with the shock of having done it. Hogwarts slept. The mirror stood. The stone was gone where no search would find it, and for the first time since the plan had become real, Thomas understood that success could be just as frightening as failure. Thomas did not give himself time to stare at his empty hand. The longer he stood before the mirror, the more likely some part of him would want to check, test, admire, or panic, and every one of those was a child's way to get caught. He backed away from the glass, eyes on the reflection that still lied with his hand in his pocket, then turned only when the wall beside the old scrape came into view. The room had become dangerous not because it noticed him, but because he had succeeded inside it. Success made people linger. Thomas had survived by not lingering. He reached for the hunter's hut anchor. Not the Hufflepuff common room. Not his bed. Not Diagon Alley. Those places belonged to Thomas the student. Thomas the boy with friends. Thomas the boy who ate biscuits and pretended homework was the hardest part of the day. The hut belonged to the other lane of his life, the one with Vinda's folded maps, waxed canvas packs, broom oil, charmed masks, and adults who knew better than to ask questions in front of people who did not need answers. Space opened small and clean. Thomas stepped through, and cold stone became packed earth beneath his boots. The hunter's hut smelled of smoke, leather, rain-damp wool, and metal polish. A low fire burned in the hearth with its light shuttered by a screen, and 3 travel packs sat in a neat row beside a crate of broom harnesses. Vinda Rosier turned from the table at once, wand already in hand, while 2 saints behind her shifted into position without needing an order. "Name," Vinda said, quiet and sharp. "Tomcat," Thomas answered. Her wand lowered a fraction, but her eyes moved over him with the speed of a knife. "Hair, sleeves, hands, boots, face. Are you hurt?" "No." "Bitten?" Thomas gave her a flat look. "Wrong world. Answer properly." "No," he said, because Vinda's patience was not the sort worth testing. A tall saint near the door glanced toward the covered window. No disturbance outside, no owl, no signal. "Good," Vinda said, and her gaze returned to Thomas. "Status?" Thomas felt the hidden dark inside him, the sealed pouch sitting where no hand could reach. He did not look toward it. He did not let his fingers twitch. "The way is open," he said instead. "If your survey team is ready, I can take you across now." Vinda held his gaze for 1 beat too long. She knew him well enough to hear the shape of an answer and the spaces around it, but she also knew missions had doors that closed if adults tried to pry them open at the wrong moment. At last she turned her wand toward the table. Masks on, brooms slung, no loose buckles, no bright metal, no spoken names once through. The saints moved at once. Waxed packs lifted, straps tightened. One witch checked the seals on a satchel of vials while the tall man drew a dark cloth over the last exposed clasp on his broom. Thomas stood beside the table with his hands empty and his storage full of the thing everyone would have stopped breathing over if they knew. The secrecy felt ugly and safe at the same time. Vinda fastened her mask under her chin, then crouched just enough to bring her eyes level with his. "You look like a boy holding himself together with string." Thomas almost told her. The words rose, hot and stupid, because part of him wanted an adult to take the weight, even for a minute. Then he remembered the stone leaving his hands, remembered Grindelwald's hunger for time, remembered how useful things changed the faces of adults who loved causes more than sleep. He swallowed. "Then don't pull the string." For a moment, Vinda's sternness softened into something dangerously close to affection. "Very well," she said, standing. "We do not pull, we move." The hunter's hut had been chosen because it was ordinary enough to be forgotten and close enough to Nurmengard's living geography to matter. Its dead world twin would not be a hut in any useful sense. Thomas knew that before he reached for it. Same place did not mean same shelter, not when one earth had gone rotten and the other still kept fires behind doors. It meant the same coordinates under different skies, the same slope, the same trees if the trees had lived, the same cold land waiting without mercy. Vinda checked the straps on her pack, then looked to the 2 saints. "Across, establish immediate perimeter. Brooms only after I signal. If the landing is crowded, silence first, fire last." The tall saint nodded. "If there are living hostiles?" "Observe if possible," Vinda said. "Disable if necessary. We are surveying, not announcing ourselves." Thomas stood near the wall and let their voices pass around him while he fixed the dead version of the place in his head. Living hut, dead slope. Living fire, dead air. Same ground. Same world line folded sideways. His storage sat quiet inside him with the sealed pouch hidden deep, and the quietness made him more protective, not less. He would tell Grindelwald when he chose the moment. He would not let the stone become a table prize in front of excited soldiers. Vinda came to him last, mask now covering the lower half of her face. Only her eyes remained, sharp and dark and too good at seeing boys who tried to become tools. "Can you do this cleanly?" Thomas nodded. "Same place. Not far. Easier than Hogwarts." "That was not my question." He looked away first. "Yes, I can." She studied him for another breath, then stepped back. "Open the door, Tomcat." Thomas set one palm against the hut wall. The boards were rough under his fingers, warm from the fire on one side and cold from the night beyond. He reached sideways, not outward, and the air folded with the familiar pressure of 2 earths touching at the same point. The portal opened onto darkness, rain, and a slope where the hut had become a collapsed scatter of timbers under wet grass. The smell came through at once, rot, stone, cold mud, and the dead world's old hunger. The saints crossed first. Vinda followed, then turned back from the far side with her wand held low. Return to school. Sleep if you can. Eat in the morning. Thomas almost smiled. That's an order? It is advice wearing armor, Vinda said. Go. He closed the portal on her in the waiting dark before any corpse could smell the warmth of the hut. For 1 second he stood in the living world silence, shaking with the force of everything he had not said. Then he reached for Hogwarts, for the kitchen-side shadow near the fruit painting, and stepped through. Warm stone replaced packed earth. Bread smell touched the air. No alarm rang. No portrait shouted. The castle slept around him, trusting its own story. By the time Thomas slipped back through the barrels and into the dormitory, Justin had rolled onto his other side and Zacharias had stolen half his own blanket in a dream. Thomas undressed with careful hands, tucked the dark clothes away, and crawled beneath the covers with the sealed stone hidden where no search could reach. The mission was complete. The saints were in the dead world. Hogwarts knew nothing. Thomas closed his eyes before the trembling could become laughter, because tomorrow he still had to wake up as a schoolboy. 67. First Survey. The portal closed behind Vinda Rosier with a sound too soft for the size of the decision it sealed. One moment the hunter's hut glowed at her back with banked fire and a boy trying very hard not to shake. The next, there was only rain, a collapsed scatter of timber, and the dead world stretching around them in black slopes and ragged trees. The air smelled of rot under wet grass, old ash in the soil, and something sourer beneath it, as if civilization had spoiled and kept spoiling long after anyone sensible would have buried it. Vinda lifted one gloved fist. The two saints froze at once, packs tight to their backs, brooms slung dark against their shoulders. No one spoke for 3 breaths. That had been drilled into them before Thomas opened the door. Arrival was not a moment for wonder. Arrival was when the world decided whether to kill fools first. The tall saint, Emile, turned slowly with his wand low. No immediate living contact, he murmured through his mask. Movement downslope. Slow. 3 shapes, perhaps 4. Marta, the square-jawed witch beside the broken wall, pointed toward the collapsed timber where the hut had rotted into the ground. Shelter is useless. Sightlines are poor. The boy was right about same place, not same mercy. Vinda allowed herself one thin breath of approval. Good. Learn quickly, or this world will teach you once. A sound moved below the slope, wet feet in grass, then the faint click of teeth. One corpse came into view between 2 trees, its coat hanging in strips, head tilted toward them as if warmth had a scent. Another followed it, then a third dragging one leg. They were not fast. That made them no less serious. Slow things had ended nations here. Fire? Emile asked. No, Vinda said. Too bright, too loud. We are a rumor tonight, not a banner. Marta stepped forward instead, wand angled toward a fallen branch half buried in mud. On your word. Vinda watched the dead climb. They moved toward breath, heat, and the small betrayals living bodies made simply by continuing. Thomas had survived years among these things while adults with armies had failed. The thought entered her like a blade and settled there. Now, Vinda said. Marta flicked her wand. The fallen branch skittered across the slope, clattering against stone 20 yards to their left. The corpses turned as one, dull and eager, following the easier noise. Emile moved at once, silent for a man carrying half a camp on his back, and pressed a small iron pin into the mud beside the portal point. The pin sank until only a black bead showed. Return Marquette, he said. Vinda looked once at the place where Thomas had stood in the living hut and lied by omission with a pale face and empty hands. Whatever else the boy had done tonight, he had given them this doorway and kept something back. She would not pull that string from across worlds. Not yet. Perimeter first, she said, drawing her broom from its sling. Then we rise low and map the valley. No heroics, no trophies, no private discoveries. If you see light, smoke, tracks, or living hands at work, you mark it and say nothing aloud until we land. Marta glanced downslope, where the corpses still worried at the false sound. And if the living hands see us first? Vinda mounted her broom and felt it lift beneath her with a quiet, familiar obedience that made the dead world feel briefly less vast. Then we become a worse rumor. They rose no higher than the treetops at first. Vinda kept her broom close to the slope, letting rain bead on her mask and cloak while the dead below wandered after Marta's false sound with patient stupidity. Behind her, Emil flew wide enough to see her hand signals and close enough that a curse could cross the gap before trouble became disaster. Marta took the left flank, her broom steady under the extra weight of the satchel at her hip, eyes moving constantly over the broken land. The valley beneath Nurmengard should have been severe, empty, and beautiful. In this world it was severe, empty, and wrong. The road below had split in 3 places where roots had broken the surface, and 2 abandoned motorcars sat nose to nose beside a ditch, their doors open and their windows filmed with rain. Farther down, a cluster of houses crouched around a narrow bend, roofs sagging, gardens turned wild, windows dark. Something moved between them in small, uneven groups. Emil angled closer. Village below. 20 dead in sight. More inside structures. "Do not descend," Vinda said, keeping her voice low through the charm sewn into her mask. "Circle. Count exits. Count smoke points. Count anything that looks maintained." Marta drifted left over the road, then lifted 2 fingers. "Tracks. Not old. Something wheeled past through here after the last heavy rain." Vinda's hand tightened on her broom handle. "Direction? East along the road, then off into the trees. Narrow wheels. Not motorcar." Marta paused, then added, "Cart or barrow, perhaps. Someone living enough to move supplies." That changed the valley at once. Corpses were terrain. Living people were politics. Vinda banked lower, not toward the tracks, but across them, catching the road from an angle that would make her harder to see from below. The dead did not look up quickly unless sound taught them to. The living might. A corpse in a ruined coat lifted its head as she passed over the first house. Its mouth opened. Another answered from behind a broken fence, then another near the well. The sound spread slowly, hunger passed from throat to throat, and the village began to turn beneath them. "They hear brooms?" Emil asked. "They hear rain cut wrong," Vinda said. "Lower speed, no sharp turns." Marta gave a soft breath that might have been amusement if the night had been kinder. "The boy lived among this?" "For years," Vinda said. No one answered. The silence that followed was not pity, which Vinda would have disliked, but adjustment. Saints understood hardship in the way soldiers did, as a factor, a test, a measure of what a person could carry before breaking. Thomas had been carrying a world that listened for children breathing too loudly. They crossed the village once, twice, and never landed. Vinda marked the wheel tracks, the corpse clusters, the intact stone cellar beneath the mill, and the distant glimmer that appeared once through the trees east of the road. Not lightning, not moonlight, too steady for both. Emil saw it too. Light. "I saw," Vinda said. Marta's broom dipped slightly. "Survey or avoidance?" Vinda looked toward the dark tower above them, then toward the light hidden among trees below. The mission had been to learn the ground, not announce a faction. Still, ignorance was its own announcement if one mistook it for caution. "We observe from height," she said. "No contact tonight unless they force it. The dead are not the only inhabitants, and I will not have us behaving as if the world is empty because it is ruined." They turned east together, 3 shadows over a village beginning to wake, while the steady hidden light waited among the trees like an eye that had not yet blinked. The light came from a shuttered hunting lodge half swallowed by fir trees. Vinda saw it only in pieces at first, a line between boards, a dull glow under a door, the faint reflection of flame caught in standing water near the steps. The building had been altered by living hands. Wire looped between trunks at ankle height. Tin cups and broken glass hung from a branch in a crude warning charm with no magic in it at all. 3 corpses wandered near the outer trees, but none crossed the cleared line around the lodge, which told Vinda more than the light did. Marta drifted closer on Vinda's left. "Someone trained the dead away from the door. Or fed them somewhere else until habit took over," Emil said, his voice low and grim through the mask charm. "Look at the ditch." Vinda angled her broom and followed his gaze. A shallow trench cut behind the lodge, filled with rainwater, old bones, and dark scraps of cloth. The smell rose even through her mask, sour enough to make the back of her throat tighten. It was bait, barrier, and rubbish heaped together. Efficient, ugly, practical, human. A small movement flickered near the lodge roof. Vinda lifted one hand, and all 3 brooms froze in place between the treetops. A figure crouched beside the chimney, wrapped in a gray tarp, face hidden under a hood. Not dead, two still in the wrong way. A pipe or tube rested across their knees, angled toward the road below. Marta's wand shifted by a finger. Crossbow? Perhaps, Vinda said. Perhaps something muggle. Do not test it with your chest. A second figure emerged from the trees below, pulling a covered handcart along the wheel marks they had followed. Thin, limping, but moving with purpose. Two corpses turned toward the sound, and the rooftop watcher tapped the chimney twice. The cart puller stopped at once. From inside the lodge came a soft whistle, almost bird-like. A moment later, a stone flew from an upper window and struck the far side of the ditch. The corpses turned toward the noise, and the cart puller slipped through the cleared path with practiced speed. Emil exhaled slowly. Survivors. Disciplined survivors, Vinda said. Hungry, guarded, and intelligent enough to use the dead as part of the fence. Marta looked toward Vinda. We could take the lodge. Vinda's gaze did not leave the rooftop watcher. Yes. The single word hung between them, colder than refusal. Vinda could take it. 3 trained witches and wizards on brooms, with wands, concealment, and surprise, could break that fragile little system before the people below understood what had entered their sky. That was exactly why it mattered that they did not. We are not here to become the first monsters they meet from another world, Vinda said. Marta accepted the correction with a slight dip of her head. Observation only. A sharp crack split the rain. Bark burst from the branch beside Emil's shoulder, and his broom lurched sideways. The rooftop watcher had turned without warning, weapon raised, hood pointed toward the place where Emil had been hovering. Not blind then, not helpless. Vinda's wand came up, but she did not fire. She dropped instead, letting the trees swallow her line, and signaled hard with 2 fingers. Down and away, she said. No return fire. Emil's reply came tight with offended pride. They saw something. They saw enough to be frightened, Vinda said, banking through wet branches while another crack snapped above them. That is not the same as knowing. Marta swept across the rear, wand flicking once to bend rain and shadow behind them. Below, the lodge erupted into motion. A child's voice cried out, quickly hushed. A woman shouted an order in a language Vinda did not know. The dead near the ditch stirred at the noise, turning back toward the warmth they had been trained not to cross. Vinda looked once over her shoulder and fixed the lodge in memory. Light, trench, cart, rooftop guard, children inside, courage sharpened by hunger. Then she led the saints low through the trees, away from the first living claim on the valley, and understood that the new world would not be claimed from the dead alone. They did not fly back to the portal mark at once. Vinda led them in a long curve around the valley instead, low enough for trees to break their outline and high enough to keep the dead reaching at rain rather than robes. The lodge light vanished behind the ridge, but it stayed in her mind with the stubbornness of a candle seen through a battlefield. Children inside, a rooftop guard sharp enough to hear brooms through rain, a trench full of old bones. Hunger had made a fortress there, and fear had taught it discipline. Emil touched down first on a narrow shelf of stone above the valley, wand sweeping over the ground before his boots settled. No fresh tracks, he said. Old animal paths, no corpse scrape. Marta landed beside a leaning pine and took a knee at once, pressing 2 fingers into the mud. Good view of the road. Bad view of the eastern trees. We could hold it for one night, not against a crowd. We are not holding anything tonight, Vinda said, dismounting with her broom still in one hand. We are choosing where not to die later. Marta looked up, rain running down the edges of her mask. A useful distinction. Remember it, Vinda said. They worked without more prompting. Emil set 3 dull iron markers under stones, each one charmed to feel like nothing unless touched by the right wand. Marta unrolled oilskin over a flat rock and began sketching by blue-shielded wandlight. Slope, road, village, lodge, ditch, survivor light, corpse concentrations, likely watercourse. Vinda watched the valley while they worked, her eyes moving from the dead wandering below to the black line of the distant tower above them. Nurmengard existed in this world too, stone for stone perhaps, but without Grindelwald's living prison wrapped around it. The thought was tempting, and temptation was a poor guide in unknown country. Emil glanced toward the tower. We could reach it before dawn. We could, Vinda said. You do not wish to. I wish to very much, Vinda said, and heard the truth sharpen her own voice. That is why we are not doing it. Marta's pencil paused. Trap? Possibility, Vinda said. Also symbolism, curiosity, pride, and the sort of neat story that gets competent people buried. We mark the line tonight. We do not cross it until we know what watches the road, who owns the lodge, and whether the dead gather differently around Old Stone. Emil accepted that with a nod, though his gaze lingered toward the tower. Then this shelf? For now. Vinda crouched beside Marta's map and pointed with one gloved finger. Return mark here. Secondary mark at the fallen hut. No fires. No speech beyond charm range. At first light, Marta takes the ridge west. Emil takes the road from height. I will observe the lodge and learn whether they count their people at dawn. Marta looked at her. And if Thomas returns before we finish? Then we make him eat something while we report, Vinda said. For the first time that night, Emil made a sound that might have been laughter. The boy looked as if a strong cup of tea might defeat him. The boy opened the door to a dead earth and sent us through it, Vinda said, folding the oilskin edge over the map before rain could touch the ink. Do not mistake exhaustion for smallness. The wind moved over the stone shelf, carrying the faint chorus of corpses from the village below and, beneath it, the almost imagined echo of a child's cry from the lodge. Vinda stood and looked over the valley they had entered by a boy's permission. The dead world was not empty. It was wounded, occupied, defended, and waiting to punish careless dreams. She touched the hidden return marker with the tip of her wand, felt it settle into the rock, and understood that their first survey had already become something larger than reconnaissance. It was the first border of a future that would have to decide what kind of conquerors it refused to become. 68. The first bottle. By the time Thomas reached the prepared safe room, dawn had turned the narrow windows pale and every chair in the place had already been moved twice by adults pretending they were not waiting for a miracle. The room sat below the little Nurmengard sidehouse, hidden behind stone, wards, and Vinda Rosier's personal opinion that locked doors were only the beginning of sensible caution. A long table had been cleared except for a basin, folded cloths, 3 clean glasses, a kettle steaming over blue flame, and a silver knife nobody had needed but everyone had allowed to remain because dangerous people liked having something sharp nearby. Grindelwald stood at the head of the table as if the room had been built around him, thin hands folded over the head of his cane, white hair combed back, old eyes bright enough to make age look like a temporary inconvenience. He had dressed for the occasion in dark robes that were too severe for celebration and too elegant for a cellar. Thomas saw the grand speech forming before the old man opened his mouth, saw the angle of his chin and the faint curve of his smile, and felt tired enough to find it funny. My friends, Grindelwald began, voice low and resonant. Tonight, history has crossed the threshold carried by the bravest child I have ever known. Nobody listened past bravest child. Vinda moved first, which should have surprised no one. She crossed the room in 4 swift steps, caught Thomas by both shoulders, and looked him over with such hard, hungry attention that he nearly tried to apologize for surviving. Hands, she said. Face. Breathing. Can you stand without lying to me? I'm standing now, Thomas said, though his knees chose that moment to wobble in a way that ruined the argument. A saint with a scar down one cheek swore softly and pulled out a chair. Another woman pushed a cup of sweetened tea toward him before he had even sat down. Someone behind Vinda muttered, "He's too pale." Someone else answered, "He's always too pale. This is worse." Grindelwald stopped with his mouth still half-shaped around history and watched his followers crowd the boy instead of the legendary future. For one heartbeat, irritation sharpened his face. Then Thomas saw it change into something quieter and far more dangerous than pride. Vinda brushed soot from Thomas's sleeve with brisk fingers. "Where is it?" Thomas looked up at Grindelwald first, because that question mattered more than the room understood. "Safe," he said. The word passed through the gathered saints like a spark finding dry paper. Shoulders eased, eyes brightened, hands tightened around chair backs and wand hilts. Grindelwald's smile returned, grand welcome ruined, faction reordered, and somehow the old man looked pleased by the damage. Thomas let them look relieved for 3 breaths before he lifted one hand, palm out, and made the room stop moving. It surprised him when they obeyed. Vinda's hand was still on his shoulder. 2 saints had edged closer to the table, and Grindelwald had taken one measured step forward with the precise care of a man refusing to hurry in front of witnesses. Thomas felt every eye on him and wished, with sudden fierce longing, for the Hufflepuff common room, where the worst thing waiting on a table was Zachariah's losing it Connect 4 and pretending it was strategy. "No one touches anything until I say," Thomas said, and his voice came out rough enough to make Vinda's fingers tighten. "No grabbing, no celebrating over my head, no clever experiments, and nobody asks me where the stone is. You don't need to know." One of the older saints drew himself up, pride flickering across his face. "Boy, we are not children to be scolded over a sweet jar." Thomas looked at him for a long moment, then reached into the quiet dark inside himself and brought out the small bottle wrapped in 3 layers of cloth. The room's attention snapped to it so sharply that the old saint actually leaned forward before catching himself. The liquid inside the glass was red gold and faintly luminous, thick as warmed honey when Thomas turned it once in his bandaged fingers. "You were saying?" Thomas asked. The old saint closed his mouth. Vinda made a sound that might have been a laugh if it had come from anyone less armed. "He has you there, Anton." Grindelwald's gaze had gone still. It was not cold, and not hungry exactly, but still, as if the world had narrowed to glass, light, and the child holding both at arm's length. "Thomas," he said softly, "how much?" "1 measured dose," Thomas said, setting the bottle on the table but keeping 2 fingers resting on the cloth beside it. "Not the whole bottle. I don't care how dramatic anyone feels. You drink what I pour, you sit down before you drink it, and Vinda checks your pulse after. If anything goes strange, I take the bottle back and leave." Anton gave a faint, offended cough. "Checks his pulse?" "He's old," Thomas said. A shocked silence fell, then someone near the back choked on a laugh, and the sound broke the room's reverence into something dangerously close to family. Grindelwald's eyebrows lifted. Vinda turned her face aside, though not quickly enough to hide the smile. Grindelwald rested both hands on his cane and looked at Thomas with grave dignity. "I was under the impression that was the problem we had gathered to address." "Good," Thomas said, pulling the glass closer and unwrapping the stopper with careful fingers. "Then sit down and help me not kill you by accident." Grindelwald sat because Thomas had told him to, and that obedience changed the room more than any speech could have done. The old man lowered himself into the chair with one hand on his cane and the other resting on the table, his fingers long, thin, and too pale beneath the lamplight. Vinda came to his side at once, 2 fingers finding the pulse at his wrist with professional calm, while Thomas unwrapped the little measuring glass from its cloth and set it beside the bottle. "Before anyone asks, I don't know if this is meant to taste horrible," Thomas said, working the stopper free with both hands because his fingers had begun to tremble. "If it does, don't make a face. It'll encourage them." Anton folded his arms, still bristling but too fascinated to look away. "The child has brought immortality in a bottle and is worried about manners." "I'm worried about everyone getting excited and making this stupid," Thomas said, tilting the bottle slowly until the red gold liquid touched the mark he had scratched into the glass. "Those are different things." Grindelwald watched the measure fill with bright, fixed attention. "Stupidity has ruined more revolutions than fear," he said, and his voice sounded amused until Thomas placed the measured dose before him. Then amusement left him. "Very well, we shall be sensible in the face of the impossible." Thomas stoppered the bottle before anyone could breathe too eagerly and stored it away again with one touch. Several saints noticed the disappearance and looked as if they hated and loved him for it. Vinda's mouth twitched once, but her fingers stayed at Grindelwald's wrist. "Drink," Thomas said quietly. Grindelwald lifted the glass. For one moment, all the years seemed gathered in his hand, prison years and war years and brilliant years locked behind stone. Then he drank the dose in one smooth swallow and set the glass down with care. Nothing happened for 3 heartbeats. Thomas counted them because counting kept his feet under him. Then Grindelwald's hand tightened around the cane, and Vinda's grip shifted from checking his pulse to holding him steady. The old man drew in a sharp breath, not pain exactly, but shock deep enough to make the blue flame under the kettle flutter. His skin changed first. The gray undertone faded as warmth moved beneath it, spreading from throat to jaw to temples in slow visible waves. Deep lines softened, loose skin tightened along his hands. The hollows beside his mouth filled until his face no longer looked carved by starvation and age, but shaped by will. His shoulders pulled back as if an invisible weight had slid from them, and the cane under his palm stopped being support and became only a thing he happened to hold. "Pulse is stronger," Vinda said, and though her voice remained steady, her eyes had gone bright. "Too strong for his age." Thomas stared because there was no sensible answer to watching time step backward at a table. Grindelwald's white hair darkened by a shade, not fully, not into youth, but into silver with old gold caught beneath it. His breathing deepened. His fingers flexed once on the tabletop, and the room heard the quiet crack of joints remembering strength. Anton sank into the nearest chair without looking for it. "By all saints," he whispered. Grindelwald opened his eyes. They had always been sharp, but now sharpness sat inside flesh that could answer it. He looked around the room, and every saint there went still as if a banner had lifted in a wind none of them could feel. Then his gaze found Thomas, and the boy understood with a cold little shiver that the man who had sat down was no longer the same man looking back. Grindelwald did not rise at once. That made the room hold its breath longer. He sat with one hand flat on the table and the other loosely around the cane, testing each finger as if the body beneath him had become a familiar instrument returned from a poor repair. His face had not become young. Thomas could still see the old man in him, the prison years, the sharp intelligence, the grief and iron folded together, but the frailty had gone thin. Age still stood beside Grindelwald, but it no longer held him by the throat. Vinda let go of his wrist only after one last count beneath her breath. No fever, pulse steadying, breathing clear. She looked at Thomas then, and her voice grew softer without losing command. "You were right to measure it." Thomas nodded because speaking felt difficult. The room had changed shape around him. Before, the saints had gathered around a hope, dangerous and hungry but still fragile enough to be mocked by time. Now they looked at Grindelwald as if the future had put on flesh in front of them, and Thomas felt the weight of every eye that turned back toward him afterward. He had not given them the stone. He had given them proof. Grindelwald stood. The chair scraped softly behind him. No one moved to help, though several hands twitched before discipline caught them. He straightened one vertebra at a time, rolled his shoulders once, and drew a breath so deep that the blue flame beneath the kettle leaned toward him as if even fire had remembered an old allegiance. Anton lowered his head. "My lord." "Do not kneel," Grindelwald said, and the words cracked across the room with such quiet force that Anton froze halfway out of his chair. "Not for a bottle, not for old loyalty, and never in front of the boy who paid for this with danger none of you carried." Thomas's stomach tightened. "I didn't do it for kneeling." "No," Grindelwald said, turning toward him. "That is one of the reasons it matters." Vinda's gaze moved between them, measuring the new line forming in the room. "We still need procedure. Rest, observation, no second dose until his body stabilizes, and no one leaves this house talking." "Agreed," Grindelwald said, though his eyes did not leave Thomas. "The stone remains where Thomas placed it. The elixir will pass through his hand by his rules until we have earned another arrangement." The saints accepted it, not easily, but visibly. Thomas saw shoulders bow, jaws tighten, pride bend around the fact that the child in the chair had become the narrow gate between them and borrowed time. The realization should have made him feel powerful. Instead it made him tired in a deeper way. Grindelwald stepped closer and lowered himself enough that Thomas did not have to look up so far. Restored strength sat behind his eyes now, bright, disciplined, and terrible. "You have given me time," he said. "Not comfort, not indulgence, time." Thomas swallowed. "Then don't waste it." For a moment, no one breathed. Then Grindelwald smiled, and there was gratitude in it, yes, but also strategy, affection, hunger, and a horizon suddenly visible again. "No, Tomcat," he said softly. "I don't believe I shall." 69. Young Master. The silence after Grindelwald's promise did not stay soft for long. It hardened first in Vinda's face, then in Anton's shoulders, then in the way every saint in the room began looking at the doors, the windows, the table, the kettle, and one another as if the world had become a map again. Relief had filled them for a moment, warm and almost foolish. Purpose came after it, colder, neater, and far more awake. Grindelwald noticed too. He stood beside Thomas's chair with the cane in one hand, no longer leaning on it, and let the room feel the difference before he spoke. No one leaves by the front route. No one writes by owl. No one says stone, elixir, mirror, Hogwarts, or boy in any place that has not been checked twice. Vinda turned at once, brisk as a blade being drawn. Anton, internal watch. Marta, burn the first attendance parchment and rewrite it without names. Joseph, sweep the lane and then forget where your own feet went. She glanced down at Thomas and added, with a faint narrowing of her eyes, and someone bring the child real food before he falls over and makes this embarrassing. I'm not a meeting agenda, Thomas said. No, Anton said, with the grave air of a man discovering a new political category under duress. Apparently you are the meeting. Thomas looked at him, then at the others, and realized with a sinking feeling that nobody laughed. They were not only looking at Grindelwald now, they were looking at Thomas around him, measuring the boy who held the hidden source, the route between worlds, and the right to decide when the restored old man drank again. He had wanted to save Grandpa. Somehow he had made himself a lock on the door to everyone else's future. Grindelwald's mouth curved, but his eyes stayed sharp. Do not frighten him with titles, Anton. Anton inclined his head. I would not dream of it, my lord. You are dreaming of at least 3, Vinda said, crossing to the sideboard and taking up a plate herself when no one moved fast enough. I can see them queuing behind your teeth. Thomas accepted the bread and sliced cold meat she put in front of him because arguing with Vinda over food never seemed to end well. I'm still just Thomas. For now, Joseph murmured from near the door, not quite softly enough. Thomas's hand stilled over the plate. Grindelwald's gaze moved to Joseph, and the restored strength in him made that small turn feel like a wand drawn without movement. Joseph went pale and bowed his head at once. For always, unless he chooses otherwise, Grindelwald said. The future does not begin by eating the child who brought it to us. Thomas swallowed around a mouthful of bread that had gone suddenly dry. The saints accepted the correction, but acceptance was not the same as forgetting. He could feel their purpose arranging itself around him, careful, hungry, and reverent in ways that made his skin itch. Being useful to a weak old man had been dangerous. Being necessary to a restored Grindelwald was going to be absurd. Thomas did not notice the dawn all at once. It arrived as a pale line along the edge of the shutter, then as a colder gray behind the lamp flame, then as a horrible certainty that went through him harder than any curse. His hand tightened around the bread until the crust cracked. For one foolish heartbeat he saw the Hufflepuff dormitory as clearly as if the safe room wall had turned into a window. Justin's bedclothes kicked half off, Wayne waking neatly, Zacharias complaining before his eyes opened, and the empty shape of Thomas's own bed waiting to be noticed. I have to go, Thomas said. Vinda turned from the sideboard with the plate still in her hand. You have to sit still long enough to finish eating. No, Thomas shoved back from the table too fast, and the chair legs scraped against the floor. The sound made 2 saints reach for wands before they caught themselves. I mean I have to go now. It's dawn. Hogwarts is waking up. Grindelwald's face changed with unsettling speed from grand restored leader to irritated grandfather. You are pale, shaking, and recently returned from an operation that would have taxed a trained adult. That's lovely, Thomas said, grabbing the edge of the table when the room tilted. Justin will notice my bed. Wayne will notice if I miss washing. Hannah and Susan will notice if I'm not at breakfast. Professor Sprout notices everything with dirt on it, and I have no idea what I look like. Anton frowned toward the narrow window, as if sunrise had personally betrayed operational discipline. Surely one missed breakfast can be explained. Thomas stared at him. At Hogwarts? Vinda set the plate down slowly. He's right. The room went quiet because Vinda saying that carried more force than Thomas pleading it. Grindelwald's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in calculation, and Thomas hated that calculation had found him even here. He could feel everyone rearranging the problem around his school timetable, as if Hufflepuff breakfast had become a military constraint. I'm not disappearing from school the morning after the stone vanished, Thomas said, forcing the words to come evenly. No one knows it vanished yet, and that only helps if I look exactly like I'm supposed to look. Tired is fine. Missing is not fine. Joseph shifted near the door. Could someone impersonate you for the morning? No, Thomas said at once, sharper than he meant. My friends aren't stupid. Grindelwald's mouth curved slightly at that, though his gaze remained serious. Good. It's not good if they start worrying, Thomas said. He looked down at his sleeves, at the soot, dust, and creases that made him look less like a student and more like a boy who had crawled through 3 bad decisions and a cellar full of history. Panic tried to climb his throat. I need cleaned up. I need my school things. I need to get back through an anchor that won't make the castle scream at me. Vinda was already moving. Marta, water, cloth, and a mirror. Anton, clear the receiving room. Joseph, no one opens a door until I say. She came to Thomas's side and caught his chin with 2 fingers, turning his face toward the light with brisk, practical care. And you will breathe before you try tearing space, because I'm not explaining to your Hufflepuffs that their little strategist scattered himself across Austria from impatience. Thomas wanted to object to little strategist. He did not have the time. Dawn was brightening, Hogwarts was waking, and for the first time all night the thing that frightened him most was not the stone in storage or the restored man beside him. It was the thought of an empty bed being seen by people who cared enough to look. Marta returned with a basin, cloths, and a hand mirror framed in dark wood, while Anton vanished to clear the receiving room with the offended efficiency of a man who had been given a vital task and no time to be majestic about it. Vinda set the basin on the table, took Thomas by the wrist, and began cleaning his hands with brisk strokes that made him hiss through his teeth. The water turned gray almost at once. "Hold still," she said, checking beneath his nails as if evidence might hide there. A boy returning from ordinary student mischief is allowed to be rumpled. A boy returning from grand theft and alchemical treason is not allowed to sparkle with suspicious dust. "I don't sparkle," Thomas muttered. "Not yet," Grindelwald said, standing near the shutter with his restored face turned toward the dawn. "Let us avoid adding that to the list of mysteries." Thomas swallowed a laugh because laughing made the tiredness worse. He ate because Vinda put food into his hand between passes of the cloth and looked personally insulted whenever he forgot to bite. Marta repaired one torn cuff with a spell that made the threads crawl neatly back into place. Another saint brushed soot from his robes, then stopped at Thomas's look and stepped away as if the boy had drawn a knife. "I can dress myself," Thomas said. Vinda glanced at the mirror. "You can barely sit upright." "I can do both badly." Grindelwald came closer then, and the room adjusted around him without meaning to. He took the mirror from Marta and angled it toward Thomas. The boy in the glass looked pale, hollow-eyed, and too awake, but no longer like a fugitive from a heist. He looked like a first year who had slept poorly and perhaps lied badly about why. "That will pass," Grindelwald said quietly. "Not the exhaustion, the hunted look." Thomas looked away first. "Not today." "No," Grindelwald agreed. "Not today." Anton reappeared at the doorway. "Receiving room clear. Rosier's field kit is staged. Masks, brooms, ward markers, ration satchels, and the chalk slates." Vinda straightened. "Good. Thomas opens the Dead World route before he returns. My team crosses, establishes the first Nurmengard side Dead World survey lane, and does not improvise." Thomas slid off the chair despite the way his legs complained. "You don't chase anything. You don't test spells on the dead unless you have to. You don't split up, and if the air feels wrong, you leave." Joseph bowed his head, more carefully this time. "As you command." Thomas stopped walking. "As I ask." Vinda's eyes warmed by a dangerous fraction. "As he asks," she said, and the correction moved through the room like a new rule being written. In the receiving room, Thomas placed one hand on the marked wall and forced himself to breathe until the space inside him settled. He pictured the Dead World slope below Nurmengard, the broken road, the cold air, the empty mountain where no prison held an old man anymore. The portal opened narrow and gray-edged, carrying the smell of wet stone, rot, and a world that had forgotten mercy. Vinda put on her mask, lifted her broom, and paused beside him. "Go to breakfast, Thomas." He nodded once. "Don't make me come rescue you before porridge." Her laugh followed her through the portal, low and sharp, and then the saints crossed after her into the dead mountain morning. The portal closed after the last saint passed through, leaving the receiving room colder than it had been before. Thomas kept his palm on the wall for several breaths, waiting for the pull inside his chest to stop dragging toward the Dead World slope. The space around him needed to settle. He needed to settle. His thoughts wanted to sprint ahead to Hogwarts, but the lesson had been carved into him by fear and practice. Arrive wrong, tear wrong, land wrong, and clever became dead very quickly. Grindelwald waited until Thomas's breathing evened. He did not crowd him, which Thomas appreciated more than he intended to show. "You will return through the service alcove near the kitchens," he said, voice low and precise. Not the dormitory. Never a sleeping room unless fire or death is behind you. I know, Thomas said, keeping his eyes on the wall because the next picture had to be exact. Too many beds, too many bodies, too easy to land on someone and start the worst explanation ever. Anton, still near the door, made a faint sound. You consider that worse than stealing the Philosopher's Stone? Only if Justin wakes up first, Thomas said. That earned one tired breath of amusement from the room, but Grindelwald's hand settled briefly on Thomas's shoulder before the warmth could turn soft. Stone hidden, bottle hidden, face ordinary, breakfast visible. Let them see what they expect to see. Thomas nodded, though his throat tightened at the simplicity of it. Grindelwald made impossible things sound like proper posture and clean shoes. He pictured the alcove beyond the kitchen corridor, the small patch of wall behind a stack of unused cleaning crates, the smell of bread below and old castle stone above. Hogwarts resisted at the edge of the image, not refusing, not welcoming, only pressing back like a sleeping animal aware of a small paw near its ribs. The portal opened thin and low, no wider than a cupboard door, with warm cellar air breathing through. Thomas stepped through before courage could sour into overthinking. Stone shifted under his shoes. The portal sealed behind him with a soft inward tug, and Hogwarts settled around him with all its morning smells: porridge, polish, damp wool, toast, and sleepy magic. He reached the dormitory just as Wayne was fastening his tie and Justin was trying to find a sock that had somehow reached the window ledge. Zacharias looked up from his trunk, narrowed his eyes, and said, "You look awful." Thomas dropped onto his bed and pulled his schoolbag toward him with hands that only shook a little. Couldn't sleep. Justin glanced over, concern already waking under his untidy hair. Bad dreams? Bad planning, Thomas said, finding his books and shoving them into the bag before anyone could look too closely at him. If I fall asleep in history, kick me before Binns thinks I'm participating. Wayne studied him for one careful second, then tossed the missing sock at Justin's head. Breakfast first. He'll look less dead after toast. Thomas managed a small, grateful smile and followed them down through the warm Hufflepuff corridors. By the time they reached the Great Hall, Hannah had already saved him a place, Susan had noticed his face, and the castle had decided, for one more morning, to pretend nothing impossible had happened. 70. The Dead Mountain. Vinda stepped through the portal with her broom in her left hand, her wand low in her right, and 3 layers of concealment already sitting on her skin. Disillusionment bent the rain-dark slope around her. A muffling charm drank the sound from her boots. A thin shield charm rested close to her body, not bright enough to advertise itself, but ready to harden if dead hands found her before sense did. Cold rain touched her face without quite striking it, sliding oddly where the charm distorted the fall. "Hold and vanish," she said. Emil came through behind her, already blurred into stone and wet grass. Marta followed with the field satchel shrunk against her ribs, and Joseph arrived last, setting a black ward pin beneath the mud to mark the survey point for St. Eyes only. None of them stared like tourists. None of them stood in a pretty line. They spread into a loose diamond, brooms hovering a handspan from their fingers, each wand angled toward a different failure. The slope below Nurmengard should have been familiar in shape, stone and road and tree line answering the living world's geography, but everything wore ruin differently here. The hut was not a hut anymore. It was a black-boned shell sagging into weeds, with half its roof folded inward and old ash streaking the threshold. Vinda's first instinct was to rise above it. Her second, better instinct was to rise slowly. She mounted without kicking off hard, letting the broom lift her just above the grass. Emil and Marta followed, low enough to stay under the tree line, high enough that no grasping corpse could take an ankle by surprise. Joseph remained near the arrival point until his ward bead pulsed once and went dark. "Marta," Vinda said, "read." Marta touched 2 fingers to her mask and whispered a layered detection charm. No living heat in the ruin. 3 corpse signatures downslope, slow, more below the road. No active warding. No nearby apparition echo. "Good," Vinda said. "We do not walk because the ground offers a path. We fly because we are not muggles pretending boots are a strategy." A shape lurched between the wet trees below, pale hands catching on bramble, head tilted toward the disturbance. Another followed, then a third wearing the shredded remains of a workman's coat. They turned toward the faint pressure left by the portal rather than toward the concealed saints. Corpse threats near an anchor are enemies, Vinda said. Kill them quietly. Leave nothing loud enough to attract attention. Emil's wand moved once. Impedimenta. The first corpse slowed as if the air around it had turned to tar. Marta followed with a silent severing charm so fine it made less sound than rain sliding from a leaf. Joseph snapped a second charm through the third corpse's knee, dropping it into the mud before it could turn toward the fall of its companion. 3 precise spells followed. 3 bodies stopped moving. Vinda watched the slope for a full count of 10, waiting to see whether the silence drew more dead or living eyes. Nothing answered except rain. Mark the response. Quiet kills work. Then we map the mountain from above. They moved below the ruined hut in low, silent flight, drifting between the broken road and the tree line with their robes blurred against wet stone. Vinda kept them no higher than the lower branches and no closer than wand reach. The point was not spectacle. The point was not giving a dead hand, a living sniper, or a hidden tripwire the courtesy of a predictable target. The old road appeared in broken pieces, half swallowed by grass, its edges cracked by roots and frost. Marta drew the map on the chalk slate without touching the ground, guiding the chalk with one finger while the slate floated beside her under a rain-shedding charm. Joseph marked each reliable reference for the written survey with a pin no larger than a beetle shell, driving them into stone cracks by magic and veiling them from ordinary sight. Emil ranged ahead, sometimes on broom, sometimes stepping briefly onto boulders or roots when the tree cover thickened. Road alignment holds, Marta said, glancing between slope and slate. Living world match is close enough for Thomas's anchor map. The hut point, road bend, split pine, and lower culvert all correspond. Close enough is a temptation, Vinda said. Mark every difference before someone trusts the wrong stone. Joseph hovered above a bend where mud had slumped over the road. Difference 1. This world has worse maintenance. Difference 2, Emil said from ahead, one hand raised. Corpse cluster near a cart frame. 6 visible, possibly more beneath the bracken. Vinda drifted forward until she could see them. The dead stood around rusted metal, pawing at a wheel whenever rain knocked drops from the branches. One wore the remains of a soldier's coat. Another had both hands tangled in the spokes and kept pulling as if the wheel's refusal were personal. Marta's wand lifted. Clear them? Quietly, Vinda said. This road may become a return line. I will not leave hostiles beside it. Joseph's voice came dry through the muffling charm. I am relieved policy has become murderously sensible again. Do not make me regret appreciating your accuracy, Vinda said. She took a small brass bell from her coat, wrapped it in cloth, and set it floating beneath the cart with a careful charm. First, pull them inward. Marta, lift the far wheel a handspan. Emil, shield the left side. Joseph, once they bunch, pin the legs. The bell struck once beneath the cart. Marta twitched her wand. The wheel rose, scraped, and dropped. Metal shrieked, muffled by the cloth and the rain. Every corpse turned inward at once, shoving toward the trapped sound until the spokes caught arms, ribs, and ruined sleeves. Joseph's wand flicked 4 times, and the mud around their ankles hardened into gripping bands. Emil cast a low protega between the cluster and the open road. Now, Vinda said. 4 silent severing charms crossed the cart frame. Marta used a crushing hex on the 2 tangled deepest in the wheel, small and controlled, breaking what still animated them without splintering metal across the slope. Emil waited until the last corpse strained against the mud, then ended it with a clean downward cut. The road went still again. Vinda watched for a full count of 10. No answering movement came from the trees. No shout, no running feet. Slate, she said. Marta's chalk moved. Sound fixation. Poor vertical awareness. Persistent object focus. Quiet neutralization effective. Add this, Vinda said, guiding her broom around the road's outer edge. Corpse threats are to be killed on all anchor approaches. Quietly, completely, and without performance. The outer edge of the road took them toward the culvert, where rainwater had cut a brown channel through the mud. Vinda stayed on her broom until the tree cover forced her lower, then stepped onto a stone and kept the broom floating at her shoulder. Emil crouched beside the culvert mouth under concealment, one gloved hand hovering above the ground rather than touching it. Not the dead, he said. Look here. Vinda came down beside him. The culvert had cracked along one side, old concrete split by frost and neglect, but the mud at its entrance showed marks that did not belong to weather, animals, or corpses. A boot print, deep at the heel. Then another, a dragged line where something heavy had been pulled downslope within the last few days. Joseph murmured a detection charm, and a faint amber outline rose around the print. Living weight, not shambling, balanced stride. Or recently living, Marta said, taking a waxed sheet from the satchel and copying the print with a soft impression spell. The edges are sharp under the rainwash. Someone passed after the last heavy fall. Vinda looked into the trees. In theory would have been blunt hostility, familiar in principle if not in scale. These corpse threats were not quite in theory, not quite anything Vinda had been trained to name, but they were still enemies. Living people were choices, hunger, territory, and malice with plans. Thomas had warned them with a child's bluntness, and now the mud confirmed him. We mark, not pursue. A scrape sounded inside the culvert. Emil's wand rose. A clear protega snapped across the opening just as wet fingers clawed out of the dark and struck the shield with a dull slap. A swollen face pressed after them, one eye gone, jaw working silently. Another body shoved behind it. A third crawled over rusted pipework with horrible eagerness, fast enough to test the shield twice in the space of a breath. 3, Marta said, already backing with the slate tucked under her arm. 4, Joseph corrected, voice tight. Heatless mass behind the bend. Contain, then clear, Vinda said. Emil cast Depulso without flourish. The first corpse shot backward into the culvert, striking the second with a wet crack. Joseph followed with Incarcerus, ropes snapping around the exposed limbs and dragging the nearest two bodies together. Marta lifted the broken concrete slab and held it floating while Vinda sent a tight severing charm through the exposed neck of the fastest corpse before it could force itself under the shield. The body dropped, and Emil ended the next with a short crushing hex that made no flash at all. Seal the rest, Vinda said. Marta dropped the slab across the culvert mouth with a controlled thud. Joseph drove 2 ward pins into the concrete and whispered a binding charm through them. The trapped dead pushed beneath the slab, but the opening held. They would not break free without noise, and noise would now serve as warning rather than surprise. Joseph glanced at the mud where he might have been standing if they had walked like fools. I withdraw several complaints about brooms. Keep one for morale, Vinda said. Slate. Marta wrote quickly. Culvert unsafe. Hidden dead under collapsed infrastructure. Faster variant inside confined space. Culvert sealed pending full purge. Signs of recent living passage nearby. Vinda stared at the boot prints leading into the trees. Add one more note. Someone else already uses this route. The boot prints changed the mission. Vinda felt it in the team before anyone said so. Emil's flight path narrowed. Joseph's humor sharpened into cleaner caution. Marta closed the waxed paper over the print sample and sealed it with a charm that would preserve mud texture, pressure depth, and whatever trace of living passage still clung to it. Corpse threats were enemies that could be killed. Living survivors were intention, and intention made every tree line into a question. We withdraw by the upper route, Vinda said. No one follows the tracks. No one searches for camp smoke, clever shelters, tragic survivors, or enemies worth impressing. We came to map an anchor, not start a campaign before breakfast. Joseph rose on his broom until his boots cleared the mud. If they have seen the portal point? They have seen a mountain, Vinda said. That is not the same thing as seeing our door. We reduce our footprint, lift what we can, and purge what stands close enough to matter. Marta looked upslope toward the ruin. The first anchor pin stays? The first stays, Vinda said. The second comes out. The third was never placed. Thomas does not need our markers to find a place he has already touched, and I will not leave a trail of breadcrumbs for scavengers with binoculars or powers we have not met. They withdrew in layered silence. Emil flew forward in short glides beneath the branches, pausing twice to cast Hominum Revelio in a tight radius that would not roll through the valley like a gong. Marta erased their few true footprints by bending rainwater through the mud, while Joseph lifted 2 ward pins with a tool no longer than a hairpin and sealed each mark after the metal came free. Vinda held the rear, not because she doubted them, but because command belonged where the next surprise would bite. At the split pine, a dead woman in a torn red coat lurched from behind the trunk without sound. Emil raised his wand, But Vinda was already there. Her Protega struck first, close and invisible, turning the corpse's grasp aside. Joseph flicked his wand. Impedimenta. The corpse slowed mid-step as if the air had thickened around it. Marta snapped a binding charm around its arms, and Vinda ended it with a precise cutting charm before it could fall loudly enough to call company. Joseph breathed out. I am beginning to appreciate the child's paranoia. Vinda guided her broom around the corpse and left a pin beside the tree to mark the cleared hazard. Do not call it paranoia while the world is still taking notes from him. At the wall space below the ruined hut, Marta shielded the slate under her cloak while Vinda checked the place where Thomas had opened the root. It held no marker he needed, but the air still carried a thin, strange tension from his earlier tear, something that did not belong to any spell she knew. Report summary? Marta asked. Vinda looked once more at the dead mountain, the road, the sealed culvert, and the trees where living prints vanished. Viable anchor. Hostile approach. Corpse threats near roots are to be quietly cleared. Living presence confirmed. No further unsupervised landing. Emil glanced at her. For Grindelwald? For Thomas first, Vinda said. He is the gate. We do not ask the gate to open onto ignorance. She touched the prepared signal charm, a quiet pulse meant for Thomas and no one else. A breath later, space thinned in front of them, gray light opening with careful precision. Vinda waited until the others crossed, then looked back at the wet slope. The future was here, yes, but so were enemies with boots. She stepped through carrying the slate against her chest, and the mountain vanished behind her. 71. Corsican Maps. Thomas arrived in the safe room exactly on time for the weekly report meeting, which meant he was only almost late by Hogwarts standards and dangerously punctual by Vinda Rosier's. His schoolbag still hung from one shoulder, his tie sat crooked under his collar, and there was a smear of ink along one thumb from pretending to take notes in history. A week had passed since he had opened the Dead World route near Nurmengard and sent Auntie's team through before breakfast. In that week, while he had attended lessons, eaten toast, dodged questions, and tried not to look like a boy carrying a stolen stone in impossible storage, Vinda had turned one mountain landing into a westward field operation. You're late, Vinda said without looking up from the table. Thomas stopped beside the chair. I'm not late. You arrived at the last acceptable breath before late. That's called on time, Thomas said. Hogwarts agrees with me. Hogwarts hides giant dogs behind doors, Vinda said, drawing a line across a map with one gloved finger. Its standards remain unpersuasive. The table was no longer covered with hope. It was covered with work. Living World Mediterranean charts lay beneath Dead World sketches, weather notes, coastal profiles, field distances, broom stage calculations, and two large maps of Corsica and Sardinia pinned flat under brass weights. Grindelwald stood at the far side with restored color still strange in his face, silver-capped pointer resting between two fingers. He looked stronger every time Thomas saw him, and that made the room feel both safer and more dangerous. You flew all the way there? Thomas asked, climbing onto the chair Grindelwald drew out for him with one foot. Not in one charming heroic line, Vinda said. We staged west, slept badly, killed corpse threats when they stood near roots, avoided living smoke twice, and learned that brooms own distance if the riders respect weather, fatigue, and stupidity. Joseph, seated near the sideboard with a slate across his knee, added, stupidity remained the most persistent enemy. That explains why you survived, Vinda said. Grindelwald touched the pointer to Sardinia's western coast. The survey confirms our earlier suspicion. Corsica is harder, sharper, and better suited to fortress work. Sardinia is broader, warmer, better watered, and more suitable for settlement. Vinda slid a field sketch toward Thomas. The dams matter. Several spillways were open in safe release. Some reservoirs still hold. Not perfect, not guaranteed, but enough to make water planning real instead of decorative. Thomas looked from the coast to the inland marks. So I need to go there. Yes, Grindelwald said, by Living World International Portkey first. Then you learn the site properly, with your own feet and senses. After that, the Dead World route becomes ours to build. Thomas touched the Sardinian coast with one careful finger and felt the project stop being a dream on paper. Then Sardinia first. Vinda nodded. Sardinia first. Grindelwald did not let the agreement become satisfaction. He moved the pointer inland from the Sardinian coast, past the ink mark of an old port and toward a rough brown fold of hills west of a reservoir. Sardinia first does not mean Sardinia everywhere. We require one first place. A foothold, not a kingdom. Thomas leaned over the map until Vinda caught the back of his robes and stopped him from putting his sleeve through 3 pins. Not the coast, he said. No, Vinda said. The ports were ugly. Too many dead near roads, ferries, warehouses, and old queues. The dead do not think, but people gathered where people used to gather. Ports are corpse bowls. Joseph tapped a coastal note with the end of his pencil. Also living smoke north of the old ferry route. Small group, disciplined enough not to burn wet rubbish in daylight. We did not approach. Thomas looked at the inland marks. A dam, then? Near a dam, Vinda said, and slid another sketch beneath his hand. This one showed a ridge above a reservoir, with a narrow service track, scrub trees, a ruined shepherd's station, and the squared outline of an old maintenance building. Not on the dam. Dams are obvious. Anyone with thirst, engines, or ambition checks them eventually. This ridge watches the water without sitting on the crown. Grindelwald touched the pointer to the ridge. High ground, limited approach, water within reach, enough stone to hide expansion work, trees for concealment, air access from 3 sides. And no town close enough to vomit corpses at us every morning, Vinda said. The nearest village had dead in the streets and no living heat. We marked it for later clearing, not settlement. Thomas traced the tiny road with one finger, stopping where the service track bent beneath a line of trees. He tried to imagine standing there, not as a thief or a visitor, but as a gate. Living world ridge first, dead world ridge after, same place, different earth. Can I get there by portkey? Not directly, Grindelwald said. International portkeys land where governments agree they land. A public point near colliery, perhaps another private route if Anton's old contacts remain useful. Anton looked offended by the perhaps. They remain useful when paid properly. Vinda ignored him. You go through a legal or nearly legal landing point, then we move you under escort to the ridge. Broom, local portkey if secured, or concealed ground travel if we must. You walk the site yourself. You touch stone, water, track, trees. You learn it properly. Thomas looked up from the map. And then I can open it. Then, Grindelwald said, his restored eyes bright over the island, we stop dreaming at a distance. Thomas did not answer at once. The map had become too large under his hand. A line on parchment was easy to touch. A real island meant borders, strangers, official portkey points, adults with lists, and the horrible possibility of being noticed for exactly the wrong reason. Worse than that, it meant 2 ridges in one place. The living ridge first, warm and legal under Sardinian sun, and the dead ridge after, same stone, same slope, different earth waiting with corpse threats, living smoke, and whatever else the ruined world had learned to hide. Hogwarts won't let me vanish to Sardinia because Auntie wants me to smell a ridge, he said. Vinda's mouth twitched. Do not tell Hogwarts I said smell a ridge. You did say touch stone, water, track, trees, Thomas said, keeping his finger near the ridge mark. Smell is part of remembering. But that only gives me the living side. I need both. Grindelwald's pointer stilled over the map. Explain. Thomas glanced at him, then back at Sardinia. Same place, different world. That's the rule. If I learn living Sardinia properly, I can open from there to dead Sardinia because the worlds line up. But if I've never stood on the dead side, I still don't know that version properly. I can cross once because it matches. After that, if you want me using it safely, I need to walk the dead ridge too. Vinda leaned both hands on the table, her expression sharpening into approval she did not soften for his comfort. Good, he understands the difference between coordinates and ground. Anton frowned. Then the living trip is only half the operation. No, Thomas said. It's the door handle. The dead side is the room. Grindelwald smiled slowly, dangerous and pleased. Then the operation has 2 parts. Living world portkey to Sardinia, escorted movement to the ridge, and physical imprinting of the site. Then a controlled cross-world breach from that exact place to its dead counterpart. Controlled does not mean gentle, Vinda said. She tapped the ridge sketch. If corpse threats are present, we kill them. If living survivors are watching, we remove the watchers, alter what they remember, and learn why they were there. We withdraw only if the site belongs to a larger enemy pattern. Thomas looked up. You can just move people? We are witches and wizards, Vinda said. We do not ask permission from every frightened man with a campfire and a knife. Joseph cleared his throat from the sideboard. Some of them may have powers. Then we respect the unknown, Vinda said. We do not bow to it. Thomas swallowed, and the fear changed shape. It had edges now. A weekend. A portkey. A ridge. Living stone under his boots. Then dead stone under the same boots with his magic stretched between them like a thread pulled tight across worlds. Weekend, he said. Not classes. Not mornings Hannah will count. Grindelwald nodded once. Weekend. Thomas kept his finger on the ridge mark. And if there's a fight? Vinda's eyes gleamed. Then you stay behind the shield and learn why we brought saints. The answer should have made Thomas feel safer. Instead, it made the whole plan real enough to frighten him properly. Saints, shields, brooms, portkeys, memory charms, corpse threats, living survivors, and a ridge above a Sardinian reservoir all settled into one shape on the table. It was no longer something Grindelwald wanted someday. It had become a Saturday if Anton could make enough boring paper lie in the right direction. Anton pulled a clean sheet from his folder and uncapped his pen. Public international portkey access near Colliery is possible, not arranged. Private continuation north is possible, not guaranteed. A child traveling with adults requires a reason dull enough that no clerk remembers reading it. Family obligation? Joseph suggested. Too broad, Anton said, writing anyway. Medical air, educational nature study, inherited property inspection, grief-stricken aunt with a need to remove her delicate nephew from damp Scottish weather for one weekend. Thomas looked at him. Why am I always delicate in your lies? Vinda glanced at his face. Because you look as if a strong breakfast could defeat you. I eat strong breakfasts. And yet, she said. Grindelwald rested the pointer across the Sardinian ridge. Anton arranges papers and portkey access. Vinda writes the operational conditions. No landing without shields. No cross-world breach without aerial cover. No dead side survey if the living ridge feels wrong. Thomas leaned over the map again. And if it feels right? Then you walk it, Vinda said. Slowly, properly. Stone, track, trees, waterline, wind, slope. You do not rush because everyone is watching you. I don't rush. You rushed this morning. That was different. Hogwarts breakfast was involved. Grindelwald's smile came and went. Your school cover is your part. Do not make it elaborate. Elaborate lies invite clever children to become detectives. That was the part that made Thomas's stomach tighten. Corpse threats were simple compared with Hannah's worried silence, Susan's sharp eyes, Wayne's quiet noticing, and Justin's cheerful way of asking the wrong question at the worst time. Weekend errand, he said, testing the words. Too empty, Vinda said. House errand, Thomas tried. Old paperwork. Boring adult things. Anton nodded slowly. Better. Boring adult things are the foundation of civilization. Thomas doubted that, but he wrote the phrase on the corner of the map copy Grindelwald slid toward him. House errand. Old paperwork. Back before Monday. It looked small enough to carry, which made it dangerous in a different way. When he returned to Hufflepuff that evening, the common room smelled of fire, ink, and biscuits. Hannah looked up from her homework almost at once. You're late again. Thomas sat beside her and opened his charms book with careful ordinary hands. House errand this weekend, he said, before courage could change its mind. Old paperwork. Boring adult things. Susan glanced at him over her parchment. That sounded rehearsed. Thomas looked down at the page. Boring things usually do. 72. The Sardinian Ridge. Saturday morning arrived wrapped in ordinary Hufflepuff noise, which made the lie harder to carry. The dormitory smelled of soap, clean robes, and someone's hidden packet of peppermint toads. Justin sat cross-legged on his bed trying to mend a loose button with more confidence than skill. Wayne folded his spare jumper into his trunk, and Zacharias complained that weekends were proof teachers lacked imagination because they filled them with homework and called it freedom. Thomas dressed carefully, making every movement look slower than it wanted to be. His small overnight satchel sat on the bed with 2 shirts, a folded jumper, his toothbrush, and enough normal things to make the abnormal shape beneath them less visible. Nothing important went into the satchel. Important things lived in storage, where no one could count them. Justin glanced over as Thomas buckled the strap. House errand today, then? Old paperwork, Thomas said, keeping his voice bored. Boring adult things. You keep saying boring, Wayne said from near his trunk. That usually means either very boring or not boring at all. Zacharias looked up at once. If it involves inheritance law, I withdraw my interest. If it involves scandal, I require details by supper. Thomas managed a small snort and slung the satchel over his shoulder. It involves adults talking while I sit in a chair and try not to die of politeness. That does sound serious, Justin said, abandoning the button before it could embarrass both of them further. His grin faded a little as he looked Thomas over. You will be back tomorrow? Before Monday, Thomas said. That wasn't what I asked. The warmth in the room turned sharp at the edges. Thomas looked at Justin, then at Wayne, then even at Zacharias, who was pretending not to listen and doing a terrible job of it. The small truth Vinda had allowed him felt suddenly smaller than it needed to be, but the larger truth stood behind it with teeth, islands, stone, Grindelwald, and a dead world waiting under the same sky as a living one. I'll come back, Thomas said, and this time he let the promise sit plainly between them. I'm not trying to vanish. Justin nodded as if he had been handed a thing too fragile to joke with. Good, because Hannah will ask, and Susan will pretend not to while asking harder. They're terrifying, Wayne said mildly. Correct, Zacharias said, returning to his trunk with dignity. Do try not to make them our problem. Thomas left before his courage thinned any further. The common room was warm with morning fire and toast smells from the kitchen basket, but Hannah's eyes found him at once from the low table. Susan looked up a heartbeat later. Thomas lifted one hand, ordinary and quick, then stepped through the barrel door before either girl could turn concern into questions. The safe room waited on the other side of a quiet portal from the kitchen alcove, and it did not smell ordinary at all. It smelled of pressed wool, travel charms, polished broom handles, potion antiseptic, and rain-proofed leather. Vinda stood by the table in traveling robes, hair pinned tight, wand already in hand. Anton checked 3 folded documents against a brass-capped tube, while Joseph adjusted the straps on a satchel that hummed faintly with shrinking charms. Grindelwald looked up from the map. On time. Thomas tightened his grip on the satchel. Last acceptable breath before late. Vinda's mouth twitched, learning at last. Anton held out a dull blue button sealed in silver wire. International portkey. Public landing first. Smile at no one. Answer nothing unless I tell you. And if you feel sick, aim away from my shoes. Thomas took his place in the circle, one hand closing around the button with the adults. The room hushed, the portkey pulled, the floor vanished, and Sardinia caught him by the stomach before he could breathe. Sardinia arrived as heat, hard light, and stone under Thomas's knees. He landed badly on a circle of pale tiles painted with travel runes, one hand still locked around the portkey button and the other braced against the ground while his stomach tried to climb out through his throat. The air smelled of salt, sun-warmed dust, citrus peel, and old magic baked into walls. Somewhere beyond the enclosed courtyard, gulls cried over a city he had never seen in either world. Do not be sick on the arrival seal, Anton said, steadying him by the shoulder with one hand and presenting papers to a bored witch with the other. It is considered rude in 3 countries. I'm not being sick, Thomas said, swallowing hard. You are considering it with impressive focus, Vinda said from his other side. The portkey courtyard stood behind a shuttered archway off what looked, to Muggle eyes, like a closed municipal office. Inside, witches and wizards moved through shaded passages with luggage, cages, parcels, and the weary expressions of people who had been pulled too far by portkey and blamed the nearest clerk. A brass sign listed approved landing windows in Italian, French, German, and English. Thomas read only enough to understand that this was official, watched, and full of adults who could ask questions if anyone gave them a reason. The clerk glanced at Thomas over Anton's documents. The boy looks unwell. Delicate constitution, Anton said at once, smooth as polished wood. Sea air was recommended. His aunt is determined. His tutor is resigned. I am merely responsible. Vinda's smile became the kind that made lies unnecessary. He will survive the journey better than the paperwork. The clerk stamped once, twice, then slid the documents back. Your private continuation is registered for 1 hour. Do not miss the window. Local authorities dislike unscheduled arrivals inland. We share their dislike, Anton said, gathering the papers. Thomas waited until they were through the arch and into a shaded side passage before speaking. I hate delicate constitution. You hate being useful to lies, Vinda said, not looking back. That is different. They crossed into a smaller room where an elderly Sardinian wizard in linen robes waited beside a battered copper kettle. He had a hawk nose, bright eyes, and a broomstick leaning against the wall behind him. Anton greeted him in Italian, quick and courteous, then switched to English for Thomas's benefit. Signor Acca provides local discretion. He knows nothing beyond family business and temporary movement. Signor Acca looked at Thomas and clicked his tongue. Too thin for family business. I eat, Thomas said. Not enough, the old wizard replied, then handed him a paper-wrapped almond biscuit as if ending the discussion. Vinda watched Thomas accept it and said, eat while walking. We have a ridge to reach. The second portkey was not public and did not pretend to be dignified. It was a cracked ceramic tile wrapped in copper wire, placed in the middle of the room on a folded cloth. Signor Acca tapped it with his wand, murmured a time, and stepped back. Thomas closed one hand around the tile with Vinda, Anton, Joseph, and the old wizard's warning gaze all fixed on him. Remember, Vinda said softly. Living side first. Eyes open, feet honest. The pull came again, sharper this time but shorter. Heat, salt, and tile vanished. Thomas landed on dry grass beside a line of scrub trees, with hills rising ahead and the glitter of water far below. The reservoir caught the sun like a shield, and above it the ridge waited, quiet, stony, and real. Thomas stayed on one knee longer than pride liked, one hand sunk into dry grass, the other pressed flat to pale stone half buried in the earth. The living ridge did not feel like Hogwarts, Nurmengard, Diagon Alley, or ruined London. It had heat stored in rock, dust caught beneath thyme and scrub, insect noise hidden in the grass, and wind moving up from the reservoir with a faint mineral smell that tasted clean and old. He closed his eyes because seeing was too easy. Remembering needed more than sight. Do not perform, Vinda said, standing a few paces away with her wand already turning a slow circle. Walk, notice, breathe. If you turn mystical, I'll assume the portkey damaged you. Thomas opened one eye. You're terrible at encouragement. I am excellent at keeping children alive. Joseph moved upslope on a broom no higher than a man's shoulder, his disillusionment charm making him shimmer against the scrub trees. Anton remained near the landing patch, marking nothing physical, only writing the shape of the place into a small notebook with neat, quick strokes. Beyond them, the service track curved toward a ruined shepherd's station made of sun-gray stone, while farther below, the reservoir lay bright and still behind the dam. Anton looked from the living reservoir to Vinda's dead world sketch. Same dam line, same spillway position. If the dead side gates are open as your survey suggested, the ridge has water without sitting on the dam itself. Vinda nodded once. That is the point. Living world shape teaches Thomas the place. Dead world condition tells us whether the place is worth holding. Thomas stood and began walking the perimeter she had drawn for him with small red sparks that faded as soon as they touched the ground. He touched the crooked trunk of a scrub oak, the cracked corner of the shepherd's station, the rough service wall, and the hot metal rail near the track. Each contact became a hook inside him. Not a portal yet, not a door, a place. His place, if he learned it well enough. At the station doorway, he paused. The interior was empty except for dust, old straw, a broken shelf, and sunlight cutting through a hole in the roof. This could be expanded, he said. It will be hidden first, Vinda said. Expanded later. Greed makes ugly buildings. Thomas walked to the ridge edge and looked down at the dam. And the dead side? Joseph's voice drifted from above. No visible muggles on the living side. No nearby wizard signatures. Air clean. Vinda came to Thomas's side and set one hand lightly between his shoulder blades. Then learn the last piece. Stand where you mean to open it. Thomas stepped onto a flat stone facing the reservoir, feet honest against Sardinian ground, and held the ridge in his mind until the living world felt fixed around him. Wind, stone, water, track, trees. He reached for the space beneath the place, the same place wearing another earth, and felt the answering dark weight just out of sight. The portal opened like a bruise in daylight, gray-edged and wrong against the clean Sardinian sun. Thomas kept both feet on the flat stone while it widened, one hand lifted but not touching the tear, because Vinda had made him repeat the rule twice before they left the safe room. Saints first, shields first, child last unless the ground was clear. Emil went through on a broom, low and fast, already disillusioned before the portal took him. Joseph followed with a shield charm wrapped close to his body. Then Vinda stepped through with her wand raised and her voice cutting back through the opening. Hold. Thomas held. His whole body wanted to lean forward, because the dead side pulled at the shape he had just learned. Same ridge, same stone, same reservoir below, but ruined and waiting. Anton stood behind him with one hand near his shoulder and the other on his wand, not touching unless he had to. The living wind moved around them. From the other world came colder air, dust, rot, and the faint scrape of something dragging over stone. 3 corpse threats near the station, Vinda called. 1 under the wall, 1 moving from the track, 1 trapped in the doorway. Emil, left. Joseph, pin the legs. Quiet kills. Magic flashed only in small, disciplined motions. Thomas saw Emil's wand cut downward, heard the muffled thud of a body hitting dirt, then Joseph's low impedimenta, followed by a second shape slowing almost to stillness beside the ruined service wall. Vinda ended the one in the doorway with a precise severing charm that made no show of itself. The dead ridge went quiet again. Now, Vinda said. Thomas stepped through. Heat vanished. The stone under his shoes stayed the same shape but not the same life. Dead world Sardinia smelled of dry grass gone sour, old smoke, empty water, and corpse rot carried thin across the ridge. The reservoir below still held water, but its surface lay darker, scummed at the edges, with the spillways stained brown where years of neglect had clawed at concrete. The shepherd's station had not merely aged here, it had burned, leaving black marks under the roofline and a broken door hanging inward. Thomas swallowed hard and forced himself to walk. Vinda stayed beside him, shield raised. Emil circled above the scrub line on his broom. Joseph watched the service track. Anton remained by the portal, marking nothing, only guarding the way home. Touch only what you choose to remember, Vinda said, softer now. Not the bodies, not the fear, the place. Thomas nodded and set his hand on the same scrub oak, dead here but still standing. He touched the cracked stone corner, the burnt doorway, the rail near the track, and the flat stone facing the reservoir. The dead ridge settled into him differently than the living one. Harsher, hungrier, real. A distant crack echoed from somewhere below the road, too sharp to be falling stone. Emil dropped lower at once. Living movement. Far side of the dam road. Armed, perhaps too. Vinda's shield brightened by a fraction. Then we are finished for today. She looked at Thomas, and there was command in every quiet word. Do you have it? Thomas closed his eyes for one breath. Living ridge, dead ridge, same place, both known. I have it. Good, Vinda said. Home. 73. The Watchers Below. Home did not happen all at once. Vinda's order sent Thomas through the portal first, back onto the living ridge with Anton's hand firm between his shoulder blades, but the dead side remained open behind them, narrowed to a gray slit no wider than a door left ajar. Thomas kept one hand lifted toward it, not touching, feeling the dead Sardinian ridge pull at the place he had just learned. Beyond the opening, Vinda's shield gleamed faintly around the flat stone, and Emil's voice came through the communication charm, low and precise. Movement confirmed below the dead side dam road, Emil said. 2 visible, 3rd possible behind the service wall. Armed. Anton crouched in front of Thomas, blocking his view of the portal's edge with deliberate gentleness. Living side, nephew, Sardinia, Saturday, sun, insects, legal paperwork, and no corpse smell unless you insist on breathing toward the hole in reality. Thomas swallowed and fixed his eyes on Anton's face. You're terrible at comfort. I am excellent at reminders. Vinda's voice cut through from the dead side. Thomas, hold the opening only until I say. Anton, if he wavers, pull him clear and I will make another route if I must. You will not, Thomas said, sharper than he intended. That, Vinda replied, is why Anton is standing close enough to annoy you. Joseph's broom rose into view through the portal for one breath, a shimmer against dead scrub and scorched stone, then vanished under disillusionment. 1 rifle, 1 crossbow, 3rd has a metal tube with wires. I dislike it on principle. Power user tool? Vinda asked. Possibly. Or Muggle stupidity with ambition. Thomas's fingers curled. The dead world air coming through the slit tasted of dust and rot, but under it sat something worse, people. Not corpses, not hunger without thought, but watchers with weapons on the road below the dam. The ridge was not empty. It had been found before them, or at least approached, and that made the future feel less like a hidden base and more like a thing already contested. Vinda stepped into view on the dead side, wand low, shield close, eyes turned down the slope. We observe. No engagement unless they climb, signal, or threaten the ridge. If they have seen us, we take them, move them, and clean their memories. If they have not, we learn their route and let them teach us without knowing it. Thomas looked past Anton despite himself. I can keep it open. For another minute, Anton said, watching his face. Not because you are brave. Because you are pale. Vinda did not look back, but her voice softened by a hair. 1 minute is enough. Watch carefully, Tomcat. The first foothold has neighbors. Thomas held the portal to a slit and learned that a minute could be longer than a lesson with bins. The opening tugged against his shoulder, not with weight, exactly, but with insistence. The living ridge stayed hot around his knees, sun on stone and insects ticking in the grass, while the dead ridge breathed cold through the narrow tier. 2 worlds pressed against the same place, and he stood between them with Anton's steady hand hovering close enough to catch him if pride failed. Breathe through your nose, Anton said. Slowly. If you faint, I shall tell everyone you did it artistically. I hate everyone's comfort style, Thomas muttered. Through the slit, Emil drifted lower on his broom, nearly invisible above the burned scrub. His voice came through the charm as if he stood beside them. 3 confirmed. They are not hunting randomly. They are checking the dam road. Vinda's silhouette moved along the dead sidewall, shield close enough to bend dust around her. Describe. 1 older man with rifle. 1 younger with crossbow and pack. 3rd has the tube. He keeps turning it toward the ridge. Emil paused. Not metalwork. It responds to him. Thomas's stomach tightened. Power user? Likely, Anton said softly, and for once he did not make it sound like a joke. Below, on the dead side, the 3 figures came into view through a break in the scrub. They were thin but not starving, wrapped in patched clothes, with scarves over their mouths and goggles pushed against their foreheads. The older man scanned the road with practiced care. The younger one checked the dam wall, then looked toward the reservoir as if measuring how much life still sat behind concrete. The 3rd lifted the tube to his ear, and the wires around it trembled with a faint blue twitch. Joseph's voice lost its humor. He is listening for something. For us? Thomas asked. For disturbance, Vinda said. Perhaps movement. Perhaps power. Perhaps the scar your portal leaves in the air while it is open. Thomas's hand shook, and the portal narrowed before he caught it. Anton's fingers closed lightly around his wrist. Do not fight it. Hold only what you can hold. On the dead road, the 3rd man snapped his head uphill. The rifleman followed the movement, and the younger one raised his crossbow toward the ridge. They had not seen the saints. Not properly, but they had found the direction of wrongness. Vinda's wand lifted. Emil, blind angle. Joseph, high right. No killing unless forced. I want the listener alive and confused. They're coming up, Emil said. Then they have made the decision for us, Vinda replied. Thomas, release the portal when Anton tells you. We will not fight through your hands. Thomas wanted to argue, but the 3rd man had already started climbing, tube raised, eyes fixed on the dead ridge as if he could hear the door between worlds humming. Anton's hand tightened once, gentle and final. Now, nephew. Thomas let go. The slit folded shut, and the last thing he saw was Vinda stepping downhill under disillusionment, wand low and certain, moving like the mountain had decided to keep its secrets. The dead side ridge closed around Vinda the moment Thomas released the portal. It was better that way. The boy's power no longer hummed at her back, the watchers below no longer had a bright wound in the world to follow, and the saints could move as they had been trained to move. Emil drifted high above the scrub, no louder than a shadow across stone. Joseph took the right slope, broom angled almost sideways beneath him, wand steady in his hand. Vinda went down on foot because the men below expected danger from the ridge, not from 3 paces behind their own fear. On the living side, Thomas sat with his back against the warm service wall while Anton set a pocket watch on the stone between them. 30 minutes, Anton said. Not 29 because you are anxious. Not 31 because you are stubborn. 30. Thomas stared at the place where the portal had closed. And if they need me before then? They know the agreement, Anton said. If the site fails, they withdraw by broom and we make a new plan. You are not a doorbell. The listener stopped first on the dead road below. His tube dipped, then lifted again toward the empty air where the portal had been. It stopped, he said, voice rough through his scarf. There was something. I heard it. The rifleman swung his weapon uphill. Dead? No, the listener said. Not dead, open. Vinda's eyes narrowed. That was enough knowledge to matter. The crossbow boy, younger than the others by too much, licked cracked lips and scanned the scrub. Rafe, we should go. If it's raiders checking the dam, we don't want them above us. Alive, Vinda said through the charm. All three. The rifleman heard nothing, but some instinct saved him for half a breath. He turned sharply, rifle rising. Emil cast first from above. Expelliarmus. The weapon tore from the man's hands and spun up into the air, caught neatly by a second charm before it could clatter against the road. The crossbow fired at empty hillside. Joseph's Protega caught the bolt with a small, hard tick, and his next charm wrapped the boy from shoulders to wrists in pale cords. Incarcerus. The boy toppled backward into scrub, cursing in panic rather than pain. The listener thrust the wired tube forward. Blue static snapped across its rim, and Vinda felt the charm on her skin twitch as if something had scratched the edge of her concealment. She stepped through the distortion, shield tight, and put her wand under his chin before he found her shape. Stupefy. He dropped without drama. The rifleman lunged for a knife, but Emil descended behind him and bound both arms before the blade cleared leather. Joseph landed beside the crossbow boy and pressed one knee into the dirt near his shoulder, not on him, but close enough to make the point. Vinda canceled her disillusionment. The rifleman stared at her as if the mountain had grown a woman in black traveling robes. Who are you? The person deciding how much of today you keep, Vinda said. She glanced at the fallen listener and the faintly twitching tube beneath her boot. And you are going to tell me why you were listening to our ridge. 30 minutes became a thing with teeth. Thomas sat on the living ridge with his back against the warm service wall, watching Anton's pocket watch as if staring could make the hands behave. The first 5 minutes felt like obedience. The next 10 felt like cowardice wearing a sensible hat. By 20, his fingers had curled so tightly into the dry grass that bits of Sardinian dust worked under his nails. Anton did not tell him to stop. He sat beside him in the narrow shade of the wall, wand across his knees, eyes moving between Thomas, the scrub line, and the empty place where the portal would reopen. If you ask whether it is time again, I shall begin answering in Italian. Thomas swallowed. Is it time? Anton did not look away from the watch. No. That sounded like English. I am giving you one mercy. On the dead ridge, Vinda did not waste hers. Rafe, the rifleman, answered quickly once he understood that the woman in black could appear from empty air, remove weapons without touching them, and make the world bend around her wand. They checked the dam road because water kept people alive. They avoided the ridge because corpse threats nested there some weeks and raiders used high ground when they were clever. Paolo's wired tube heard old power, engines, batteries, storms before they broke, and sometimes wrongness in the air. You will forget the wrongness, Vinda said, crouching before him while Emil kept the stolen device wrapped in a binding cloth. You will remember a corpse cluster near the upper slope. You turned back because the ridge was unsafe. Paolo's eyes flicked to her wand. Are you raiders? No, Vinda said. Raiders would keep your crossbow. Joseph gave the younger boy his weapon back after unloading it and setting the bolts in a separate pouch. You will find those 2 bends down the road. Consider it encouragement to walk away before reloading. The boy stared at him. Why? Because she said we are not raiders, Joseph said, nodding toward Vinda. I am maintaining the theme. At exactly 30 minutes, Thomas stood on the living ridge, placed both feet on the flat stone, and opened the portal with a steadier hand than he felt. Gray light unfolded into the dead side. Vinda came through first with the wrapped listening device under one arm, followed by Joseph and Emil on silent brooms. No one was bleeding. No one smiled enough to make him trust it. Thomas closed the portal once Anton nodded. What happened? Vinda set the wrapped tube on the ground between them. The ridge remains viable. The road below is used by locals who value water and fear raiders. One of them can hear disturbances we would rather not have heard." Thomas looked at the cloth, then at the reservoir glittering below the living ridge. "So it's not empty." "No good place is empty for long," Vinda said. She rested one hand briefly on his shoulder, firm and warm through his robes. "But now we know its neighbors, and they do not know us." Anton snapped the pocket watch shut. "Which, for a first visit, is almost civilized." Thomas looked down at the flat stone under his shoes. Living ridge, dead ridge, same place, both known, and already complicated. "Then we can come back." Vinda's smile was small, sharp, and pleased. "Yes, Tomcat, now we can come back." 74. Almost civilized. By the time Thomas reached Hufflepuff again, Sunday afternoon had softened the common room into firelight, homework, and the smell of Pippi's seed cake. The Sardinian sun still lived under his skin, strange and golden beneath the castle's cooler air. Dead ridge dust had been cleaned from his shoes twice, once by Anton with a charm and once by Vinda with a look that suggested dirt could confess under pressure, but Thomas still felt it there. Living stone, dead stone, same place, both known. The thought sat in him like a new door with a lock only he could hear. Justin saw him first from the armchair nearest the hearth. "You're back." Thomas stopped with one hand still on the strap of his overnight satchel. "I said I would be." "Yes," Justin said, closing his book over one finger. "People say things. Then they come back looking like they've been personally insulted by the weekend." Wayne looked up from a half-finished essay. "You look sunburned." "I went outside," Thomas said. "In Scotland?" Zacharias asked from the table, not bothering to hide his interest. Bold claim. Hannah's quill had gone still. She sat beside Susan with a roll of parchment between them, but both girls were looking at Thomas now, and that made the room feel more dangerous than the Deadside Dam Road. Hannah's expression was relieved first, then careful, as if she had decided not to rush him and was finding the decision difficult. Susan's eyes moved over his satchel, his face, his hands, and the way he stood too close to the exit. "House errand?" Susan asked. Thomas crossed to the low table and set the satchel down. He made himself sit because standing looked like escape. "Old paperwork. Boring adult things." Susan's eyebrow rose. "You got sunburned doing paperwork?" "Adults can make anything complicated," Thomas said. Justin leaned forward. "Was there scandal?" "No." "Inheritance law?" "No." Zacharias sighed with theatrical disappointment. "Then your weekend has failed literature." Hannah pushed a slice of seed cake toward him on a napkin. "Eat before you try explaining less badly." Thomas looked at the cake, then at her hand, then at the friends waiting around him with different kinds of patience. The lie pressed against his teeth, familiar and bitter. "I can't explain it well," he said quietly. "Not yet." The common room noise seemed to move around their little table instead of through it. Hannah did not smile, but her hand stayed near the napkin. Susan's face sharpened, not with anger exactly, but with the pain of having guessed there was a locked door and now hearing it click. Justin's voice softened. "But you came back." Thomas picked up the cake because refusing warmth had begun to feel like another kind of lie. "Yes," he said, "I came back." The seed cake tasted of lemon, butter, and the kind of kitchen magic that made Thomas's chest hurt if he thought about it too long. He ate because Hannah had given it to him, because Pippi would somehow know if he did not, and because chewing gave him a reason not to answer too quickly. Around the common room, Hufflepuffs argued over homework, chess pieces, and whether a second-year's essay title sounded too dramatic for Professor Flitwick, but the little table had become its own country of careful silence. Susan set her quill down. "Not yet means later." Thomas looked at her over the edge of the cake. "Sometimes." "That is not a no," Susan said. "No," Thomas said, and the word came out softer than he meant. "It isn't." Justin's shoulders eased a little, though his eyes stayed worried. "That's better than boring adult things." "I don't like boring adult things. They sound like they wear hats and lie to children." "They do," Thomas said. Zacharias closed his book with exaggerated care from the other side of the table. "I dislike being emotionally involved in mysteries I'm not allowed to solve." Wayne dipped his quill, calm as ever. "Then stop being emotionally involved." "I cannot," Zacharias said. "I live here." Hannah's mouth twitched, but her attention never quite left Thomas. She pushed the napkin closer when crumbs fell near his hand. Was it bad? Thomas thought of the portkey twisting his stomach, the sunlit ridge, the dead ridge opening like a bruise, Vinda's shield, the armed men below the dam road, and the listening device wrapped in cloth. He thought of Anton's pocket watch, of 30 minutes with teeth, of coming back because the adults on the other side knew the agreement and he had let himself trust them. Bad was too small, good was too simple. It was important, he said. Susan's face changed, just a little. Important is usually worse than bad. Sometimes it's better, Justin said, though he sounded as if he wanted that to be true rather than knew it. Thomas looked down at the napkin, where lemon crumbs gathered like tiny yellow stones. The truth rose again, not the whole truth, but a warmer, smaller one he could almost bear to give them. I went somewhere that might matter. I was scared. I wanted to tell you. Instead he swallowed it with the last bite of cake and hated himself for being sensible. I'm tired, he said. And I'm sorry I keep sounding rehearsed. Hannah reached across the table and touched 2 fingers lightly to the back of his hand. Then sound tired instead. That nearly undid him. Thomas nodded once, keeping still until the sting behind his eyes behaved. I can do tired. Susan picked up her quill again, but her voice stayed sharp enough to cut through any comfortable lie. We're not finished with not yet. Thomas managed a small smile. I know. Justin leaned back and opened his book again with theatrical determination. Good. Until then, we shall supervise your return to civilization through cake, homework, and Zachariah's being unbearable. Zacharias lifted his chin. I am a stabilizing influence. Wayne did not look up. On what? Thomas laughed before he could stop himself, small and rough and real. The table loosened around it, not fixed, not healed, but warmer than it had been, and for one stolen afternoon after Sardinia, that was almost enough. The stolen afternoon lasted until supper bells began moving through the castle. Thomas packed his books with everyone else, let Justin complain about Charm's homework, let Hannah tuck the remaining seed cake into a napkin for later, and let Susan look at him as if not pressing questions counted as generous behavior. It did. That was the worst part. Their patience followed him down the corridor toward dinner like a warm hand he did not know how to hold. He made it through soup, potatoes, and treacle tart before the pull of the other life tugged too hard to ignore. Afterward, when Hufflepuff drifted back toward the common room in a loose, sleepy herd, Thomas slowed near the lower corridor and pretended to retie his shoelace. Wayne noticed, because Wayne noticed everything quietly. You need to vanish for more boring adult things? Wayne asked. Thomas looked up from the lace. Maybe. Wayne glanced at the others ahead, then back at him. Come back before curfew, or Justin will start inventing rescue plans with no useful details. Thomas nodded, grateful enough that it hurt. I'll be back. The kitchen alcove smelled of warm bread and sugar, and for a moment he nearly went to see Pippi instead. Then he opened the quiet portal, stepped through, and arrived in the safe room with the taste of treacle still in his mouth. The room had been cleared of travel mess. In its place sat the wrapped listening device, Vinda's field slate, 3 sealed vials of dust, and a larger map of Sardinia now marked with red, black, and silver lines. Grindelwald stood over it, one hand resting flat on the table, restored strength held still with visible effort. Vinda looked up first. You look fed. I had pudding, Thomas said. Civilization advances, Joseph murmured from the sideboard. Grindelwald touched the wrapped tube with the silver-capped pointer. This device hears disturbance. Paolo hears disturbance through it, Vinda said. The tool matters, but the boy matters more. It responded when Thomas held the portal open, not when the breach had closed. Thomas came closer despite himself. So people like him can find doors? Can find something wrong, Vinda corrected. Direction, perhaps. Distance, no. Shape, no, not yet. Not yet is a horrible phrase, Thomas said. Grindelwald's eyes moved to him. It is also honest. Vinda tapped the map below the ridge. The foothold remains viable. Locals use the damn road. Raiders exist. Power users exist. The ridge can be hidden, but not treated as empty. Our first advantage is air. Brooms make the road belong to anyone foolish enough to stay on it. Thomas looked at the drawn ridge, then the dam, then the roads winding below like veins through a body not yet theirs. Ground is danger. Air is control. Grindelwald smiled slowly, as if the phrase pleased him more than it should. Yes, remember that. One day, perhaps, you will stop dreaming of riding dragons and be satisfied with owning the sky by broom. Thomas's tired mouth betrayed him into a grin. I can dream, can't I? Vinda snorted. Dream from a distance. A dragon would cook you as soon as look at you. Not if it liked me, Thomas said. Grindelwald's smile sharpened with old amusement and new purpose. That, Tomcat, is exactly the sort of sentence people say shortly before becoming a cautionary footnote. The laughter faded into work before it could become comfort. Grindelwald drew the pointer from the ridge to the dam road, then to the marked village below, where Vinda had written corpse density uncertain beside a black slash of ink. Thomas climbed onto the nearest chair without being told and leaned over the table, tiredness pulling at his bones while the map pulled harder. We don't take the dam first, Thomas said. Vinda looked at him. No? No, Thomas said, tracing the ridge with one finger without touching the ink. If we go for the obvious thing, everyone watching water watches us. We hide the ridge first. Then we watch the dam better than they do. Joseph tipped his head. The child has become irritatingly correct. Good, Grindelwald said. Correct is more useful than obedient. Vinda took up a pencil and made 3 neat marks around the ridge. First phase. Concealment, aerial patrol pattern, corpse clearance within the upper perimeter. Second phase. Dam observation, road mapping, local movement patterns. Third phase. Contact policy if these locals become unavoidable. Not contact yet, Thomas said quickly. Vinda's pencil paused. I did not say tea and conversation. Thomas flushed. I know. Grindelwald watched him over the map, too sharp to miss anything and too old to pretend otherwise. You dislike moving people who are simply trying to survive. I dislike becoming the reason they're scared of the hill, Thomas said. They already have enough reasons. For a moment, the room went quiet in a way that was not disagreement. Vinda's face did not soften, but her pencil lowered. Then we make the ridge invisible before we make it important. Thomas nodded, because that felt like something he could carry back through the castle without choking on it. Hidden first, important later. It sounded like him, and that was not entirely a compliment. Curfew tugged him away before the meeting finished. Vinda checked his sleeves, Anton checked the time, and Grindelwald sent him back with no dramatic farewell, only a hand briefly resting on his hair as if the old man had forgotten other people could see gentleness. Thomas stepped through to the kitchen alcove, let the portal close, and stood with his palm against the wall until Hogwarts settled around him again. The common room was quieter when he returned. Justin had fallen asleep over his book, Wayne was still writing, and Hannah had left the wrapped seed cake beside Thomas's usual chair. Susan looked up from the hearth and said nothing, which somehow said too much. Thomas sat, unwrapped the cake, and stared at the neat slice until the room blurred at the edges. He had learned 2 ridges, helped choose a foothold, and spoken of moving survivors like pieces on a board. Then he had come back to cake left by a girl who only knew he was tired. Susan's voice came softly from across the hearth. You came back before curfew. Thomas looked down at the cake. I said I would. Yes, Susan said, you did. He ate because the cake was kind, and because kindness deserved not to be wasted. Around him, Hufflepuff breathed in firelight and parchment rustle, almost civilized, almost safe, and not nearly as far from the dead world as anyone here deserved. 75. Quiet perimeters. Monday morning came with porridge, rain against the high windows, and Susan Bones watching Thomas as if he had become an essay question with moving parts. Thomas kept his head down over breakfast and tried to behave like a boy who had not spent the weekend learning 2 versions of a Sardinian ridge, watching saints capture armed survivors, and helping choose the first hidden foothold of a future no one at Hogwarts could be allowed to imagine. It did not help that Justin kept passing him toast with the solemn air of someone feeding a recovering patient. I'm not ill, Thomas said after the 3rd slice arrived beside his plate. Justin buttered another one anyway. You looked sunburned yesterday, hollow-eyed last night, and tragic this morning. I'm applying bread. That is not medicine. Hufflepuff disagrees. Hannah, sitting across from him, nudged the honey closer. Bread helps most things. Susan's spoon rested untouched beside her bowl. Answers help more. The table quieted in a small ring around them. Farther down, Ernie was lecturing someone about essay structure, and Zacharias was complaining about the rain as if weather had chosen him personally, but Thomas felt every word at his own end of the bench sharpen. He looked at Susan, then at Hannah's worried mouth, then at Justin pretending the toast mattered more than it did. "I don't have better answers today," Thomas said. Susan's expression did not soften. "That means you have answers." "It means I have things I can't say." Wayne, beside Justin, cut neatly into his sausage. "Those aren't the same." "No," Thomas said, grateful and miserable at once. "They're not." Before Susan could press, Professor Sprout's warm voice cut across from behind Thomas's shoulder. "Mr. Thorne, after breakfast, I could use your help carrying a tray from Greenhouse 2. Nothing heavy, but the rain is making the younger Flutterby shoots disagreeable." Thomas looked up too quickly. Rescue was still rescue even when it smelled of compost. "Yes, Professor." Sprout's gaze moved over the table, catching the tension without naming it. "Miss Bones, Miss Abbott, Mr. Finch Fletchley, and Mr. Hopkins may come as well if they've finished eating. Extra hands make plants feel important." Justin brightened with visible relief. "I'm excellent at making plants feel important." Zacharias looked over. "You once apologized to a fern." "It looked disappointed," Justin said. Thomas stood with his plate cleared and his thoughts less so. Susan rose too, slow and deliberate, accepting Sprout's invitation as if it were not a reprieve but a new venue. Hannah tucked a roll into a napkin and handed it to Thomas without comment. He took it because refusing would have said too much. Outside the great hall, rain whispered over the stones and the castle smelled of damp wool, breakfast, and old magic. Thomas walked between his friends toward the greenhouses, feeling the invisible line of the weekend still stretched behind him. Sardinia had given him a foothold. Hogwarts, with all its warm hands and sharp questions, was becoming the harder territory to hold. Greenhouse 2 breathed warm damp air over them the moment Professor Sprout opened the door. Rain tapped the glass roof in quick silver rhythms, and the benches below were crowded with Flutterby shoots in shallow trays, their thin stems trembling beneath folded leaves that shivered whenever thunder muttered beyond the hills. The air smelled of compost, rainwater, crushed green, and the faint sugary scent the shoots gave off when nervous. "Quiet hands today," Sprout said, passing Thomas a tray lined with moss. "They dislike being crowded, startled, or discussed as if they cannot hear. Rather like first years, though with fewer opinions about toast." Justin looked wounded. "Toast opinions are important." Sprout's smile deepened. "Then you may tell that to the shoots after they've settled." Thomas took one end of the tray while Hannah took the other. Susan and Wayne followed with two smaller trays, and Justin carried a stack of little clay cups as if entrusted with royal treasure. They moved between benches under Sprout's direction, setting each tray near the warmer wall where the rain would not chill the roots. The work should have been easy. Pick up, carry, set down, do not jostle. Yet every time Susan moved near him, Thomas felt the questions she was not asking brush his shoulder harder than the leaves. One Flutterby shoot jerked when thunder rolled, unfolding two pale leaves and shaking moss across Thomas's sleeve. He froze at once. "Don't grab it," Hannah said softly, steadying her end of the tray. "It's only scared." "I know," Thomas said, and his voice came out too quiet. Sprout watched from the next bench while trimming a yellowed leaf. A frightened plant will often mistake rescue for attack if one comes at it too quickly. The trick is to make the safe place obvious, then allow the roots to choose it. Susan glanced from the shoot to Thomas. "What if the plant keeps hiding things in its roots?" Thomas looked at her then. The question sat there between moss and rain, too pointed to pretend it belonged only to herbology. Sprout set down her shears with care. "Then one asks whether the hiding is harming it, harming others, or simply protecting something tender before it is ready for weather." Justin placed the clay cups down more gently than necessary. "That sounds like a very complicated plant." "Most living things are complicated when frightened," Sprout said. Thomas swallowed and guided the tray onto the warm shelf. The Flutterby shoot stopped trembling little by little, leaves settling around its stem as the heat reached the moss. He wanted to say something. Not enough, not everything, just enough to stop Susan's worry from becoming a wall. "I'm not hiding things because I don't trust you," he said, eyes on the plant. Hannah's hands tightened around the edge of the empty tray. Susan stayed very still. Wayne's voice came from behind him, calm and low. "That's a start." Thomas nodded once. "It's all I can do today." Professor Sprout picked up her shears again as if the greenhouse had not just tilted under them. Then today, Mr. Thorne, we give the roots warmth and do not pull. The greenhouse work ended more slowly than it began. Professor Sprout did not dismiss them after the trays were settled. She found labels to replace, moss to trim, clay cups to stack, and a row of sleepy moonfern cuttings that apparently needed to be turned away from the draft before they sulked themselves into yellow leaves. It was kindness disguised as chores, and Thomas understood enough not to resent it. By the time they stepped back into the covered path, the rain had thinned into mist. Justin walked ahead with Wayne, arguing about whether a plant could sulk if it lacked a proper face. Professor Sprout remained at the greenhouse door, wiping soil from her hands and watching them leave with the look of someone who trusted children more when they had something useful to carry. Susan fell into step beside Thomas before he could choose the edge of the path. "I can stop asking for a while," she said. Thomas looked at her, surprised enough that his foot slipped on a wet stone. Hannah caught his sleeve before he stumbled, then let go quickly, cheeks pink. "Thanks," Thomas said to Hannah first, then turned back to Susan. "You can?" "I can," Susan said. "That doesn't mean I believe everything is fine." "It isn't," Thomas said. Hannah tucked her hands inside her sleeves against the damp. "Are you in trouble?" Thomas thought of Grindelwald's hand on the map, Vinda's wand beneath a stranger's chin, Paolo's listening device wrapped in cloth, and the stone hidden where no one could touch it. Trouble was not a place he had entered. It was a country he had been living in for years. "Not the kind you can fix by telling a teacher," he said. Susan's mouth pressed thin. "That is not reassuring." "I know." Justin slowed ahead, clearly listening now despite pretending to study a puddle. Wayne did not turn, but his pace adjusted so the group stayed together without making it obvious. That small kindness nearly made Thomas say too much. Instead, he stopped under the covered arch before the castle door and let the mist cool his face. "I'm not asking you to stop caring," he said. "I'm asking you not to pull at the roots until I can show you something that won't hurt you." Hannah's expression changed first, softening around fear rather than losing it. Susan looked away toward the rain-wet greenhouses, then back with the fierce practicality that made her harder to lie to and harder not to trust. "All right," Susan said. "For now." Justin turned fully this time. "I vote we define for now as long enough for Thomas to eat lunch and for nobody to be dramatic in corridors." Wayne opened the castle door. Ambitious. Thomas followed them into the warmer air, carrying the promise like a borrowed cloak. For now was not forgiveness. It was a quiet perimeter, staked around trust until he was brave enough to build something inside it. Lunch tasted better after Susan stopped sharpening every silence, but it did not taste simple. Thomas sat between Justin and Hannah, ate more than he meant to, and let the table talk drift around him in warm pieces. Charm's homework, a rumor about Filch arguing with a suit of armor, Ernie's firm belief that the rain showed poor scheduling by the sky. It should have been easy to stay. That was why, after lessons, when the corridor near the kitchens emptied between one cluster of students and the next, leaving hurt more than it had before. The safe room opened around him with lamplight, map ink, and the smell of strong tea. Vinda stood over the Sardinian ridge sketch with two saints he did not know, marking circles around the high ground in careful layers. Grindelwald sat rather than stood, a concession to recovery that fooled no one because his eyes were sharp enough to make rest look strategic. The wrapped listening device lay on a tray beneath a glass charm dome, faint blue threads twitching inside its wires. "You are early," Vinda said, glancing up. "My friends are being patient," Thomas said. Joseph, seated with a notebook by the sideboard, looked over. "This has driven you to punctuality?" "It's suspicious," Thomas said, dropping into the chair nearest the map. "I don't trust it." Grindelwald's mouth curved. "Patience is often more difficult to bear than accusation." Vinda tapped the outermost circle around the ridge. "Then spend it well. First layer, concealment. Second, aerial patrol. Third, corpse clearance. Fourth, ward tests." Thomas leaned closer. "Anti-muggle wards?" Joseph nodded. "If power users read as muggles, the perimeter becomes easier." "And if they don't?" Thomas asked. Grindelwald's gaze moved to him, bright with interest rather than comfort. "Then we ask whether they are muggles at all." Thomas went still. "You mean like muggle-borns?" "Possibly," Grindelwald said. Or something close enough to trouble every category Britain has been foolish enough to trust. You had power before you had a wand, Tomcat. That may mean the dead world awakened something new. It may also mean you were always magical, and hunger forced the magic to crawl out through the only door it could find. Vinda wrote ward tests beside the ridge mark. So the first perimeter is tactical and experimental. Layered, Grindelwald said. Muggle repelling charm. Notice me not. Intent ward. Wizard keyed exclusion. We learn what turns a power user aside, what irritates them, and what fails completely. Thomas stared at the map, no longer seeing only stone and scrub. And if some of them walk straight through? Vinda's voice was calm. Then we treat them as capable hostiles until proven otherwise. Grindelwald smiled faintly. And as evidence. Curfew tugged Thomas away before the meeting finished. He returned to Hufflepuff with the question still sitting under his ribs. Was he a power user who had become a wizard, or had he been magical all along with no wand, no teacher, and no safe world to name him? In the common room, Hannah had left wrapped seed cake beside his usual chair. Susan looked up from the hearth and said nothing. Thomas sat, unwrapped the cake, and ate because kindness deserved not to be wasted. Around him, Hufflepuff breathed in firelight and parchment rustle, almost civilized, almost safe, and full of questions he could not yet answer. End of Part 2.